In the year 1496 of the sea-round calendar, on the shores of Ohara Island, a small boy, on the verge of starving to death, lay weeping against the ship's side if he could no longer see the island. He would become the first traverser to perish from hunger. The boy's name was Lorin, a university student from the 21st century, who after an all-night gaming session, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the world of One Piece. Embodying the character Lorin, just moments away from starvation. What the hell? I've turned into Lorin, and am about to starve to death? He lamented, clutching his hair in despair. In my original world, I was a top-tier student with a family fortune in the billions, on the brink of becoming a domineering CEO. The original owner of this body had it even worse. His grandfather was slain by pirates, and he himself was kidnapped and taken aboard a ship, only for the kidnappers to turn on one another in a dispute over the spoils, likely ending up as fish food in the sea. Upon his arrival, Lorin found himself completely alone, drifting at sea until provisions ran dry, without even the standard system that traversers were supposed to receive. As he caught a glimpse of the shadow of Ohara Island, tears of excitement streamed down his face. Yes, soon as the ship docked, he dragged his weary body ashore, taking labored steps toward the forest. If he did not find food soon, he would surely meet his end here. In the woods, a 4-year-old Nico Robin sat on a wooden stump, clad in a tattered red dress, her short black hair tousled by the wind, silently shedding tears. Her mother was a wanted criminal, and she had been placed in her uncle's care, enduring daily beatings and receiving only 2 black loaves of bread. The children in the village treated her like a monster, hurling stones at her. Only when she read could she momentarily forget her suffering. Thud! Lorin stumbled over a small stone, the noise startling Robin. She immediately became alert. Was it those children who bullied her again? Hesitating, she approached and discovered a stranger, a boy struggling against a tree, his complexion as pale as paper. Upon seeing her, Lorin's eyes lit up. There was someone on this island after all. A little girl. Who was this girl? Did Robin recognize him? Would she perceive him as a threat? Could Lorin procure food from her? More crucially, Ohara Island was destined to be destroyed by the Buster Call in the future. What alterations would fate bring with Lorin's presence here? Don't be alarmed. I drifted here from the sea. I mean you no harm, Lorin weakly declared, his voice rasping like sandpaper. I am far too weak to hurt you. His stomach growled audibly, startling the little girl. Lorin's face flushed with embarrassment. After nearly 20 years of life, soul age, he was making such a fool of himself before a young girl. After observing him for a while, the little girl finally stepped out from behind the tree, reluctantly producing a piece of black bread and offering it to him. Thank you, Lorin exclaimed, devouring the bread ravenously, nearly choking before he pounded his chest to catch his breath. This bread, which he would normally dismiss, now tasted more luxurious than a feast. Once he finished wiping his mouth, he introduced himself. I am Lorin, and you are? Nico Robin, she replied. What? Lorin's eyes widened in astonishment. It was Robin. So this was Ohara Island. Robin was taken aback by his reaction, instinctively retreating with a wary expression. What's wrong? Nothing. Lorin quickly waved his hand, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. This was the very place destined to be annihilated by the Buster Call. He hurried back to the ship, retrieving 2,000 berries and offering them to Robin, only to have her shake her head and push them back. A black bread costs only 50 berries. Then will you take me to buy some food? Robin nodded and led him towards the marketplace. True to its reputation as an archaeological haven, it took them half an hour to reach the market. Lorin purchased an abundance of meat and flour, nearly struggling to carry it all. It was only with Robin's assistance that he managed to return to the ship. As Robin prepared to leave, Lorin called out to her, presenting a small bag of wheat bread. Here, take this. You saved me, and I already consider you a friend. A friend? Robin glanced down at the bread, her small hand clutching the hem of her clothes. She had never had a friend. The village children had always called her a monster, and her uncle's family often mistreated her. This was the first time someone had expressed a desire to befriend her. Would Robin accept the bread? Could she trust Lorin's words? Knowing the fate that awaited Ohara, what would he do? More critically, upon discovering Robin's devil fruit ability, would he react with fear like the others? Yet, this boy, seemingly a year or two her senior, appeared different from the other children on the island. Did he truly regard her as a friend? Lifting her gaze, Robin saw Lorin's smile shine even brighter as he extended the bread towards her once more. His warm smile made her heart flutter, and she couldn't help but beam back as she reached out to accept it. Taking a bite, the softness of the bread was unlike anything she had ever tasted before. As she savored it, tears began to fall. Thank you. No need for thanks. If you ever want more, just come find me. After all, we're friends now. Robin skipped away, and Lorin watched her retreating figure, his heart brimming with joy. Mission accomplished. Establishing a good rapport early on meant that Robin would be on his side in the future. He returned to the ship and prepared several dishes to celebrate. Once a wealthy heir who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, he had honed his culinary skills to a decent level in just half a month to survive. Sated and content, Lorin lay in the cabin, contemplating the future. The money aboard the ship could sustain a carefree lifestyle for decades. But this was the world of one piece. Stability? That was a fantasy. The most perilous aspect was that they were in Ohara. In a few years, when the Buster Call arrived, the entire island would cease to exist. In the original story, only Robin survived, forced to hide and evade capture. In just 2 years, with Roger's death, the Great Pirate Era would commence, unleashing an array of formidable foes capable of toppling buildings, yet remaining unscathed. Lorin clenched his fist. She must escape before the Buster Call struck. Ideally, he would take Robin with him. However, he is merely 6 years old. Venturing out to sea alone would be tantamount to inviting disaster. He needs to practice martial arts, master swordsmanship, and find a mentor. Does Robin know anyone skilled in combat? He murmured, then dismissed the thought. After all, that little girl is perpetually bullied, spending her days either absorbed in books or toiling away. It is unlikely she would be acquainted with any experts. As dusk fell, Lorin awoke, the sky still holding on to the last vestiges of daylight. Had Robin visited in the afternoon? If she had come and failed to find him, would she have felt disheartened? Lorin rose and approached the edge of the boat, gazing at the trees along the shore, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Would Robin return? Could Lorin find a mentor to teach him the art of combat? If he failed to find a teacher, when the demon-slaying edict arrived in a few years, would he and Robin be able to escape? Unbeknownst to Lorin, scholars from Ohara were already delving into the annals of history. The watchful eyes of the world government had long since fixated on this island. Lorin picked up a dumbbell, exercising until exhaustion overtook him. His body, endowed with remarkable potential, seemed to thrive. He continued until the moon hung high in the sky, too fatigued even to bathe, collapsing into slumber. The following day, while Lorin was diligently training, he heard someone calling his name. Robin stood below the ship, waving a book in her hand, and he quickly handed her 2 pieces of bread. Here. Did you come by yesterday afternoon? Yes, but when I saw you asleep, I left. Next time, just wake me up. I must entertain my friends. Robin's eyes sparkled with delight as she invited him to join her in the woods for some reading. In the forest, Robin sat upon a wooden stump, engrossed in her book, exuding a tranquility akin to a serene painting. Lorin, wielding a wooden sword, swung at the air with earnest effort. Lacking a teacher, he could only practice blindly, perhaps awaiting the day enlightenment would grace him. Suddenly, a thud echoed as a stone struck Robin. Monster, get off our island. Your mother is a wanted criminal. You are the spawn of a demon. 4 or 5 boys hurled stones while hurling insults, leaving Robin bruised and battered. She contemplated unleashing her powers but feared it might frighten Lorin instead. She crouched and shielded her head. What in the blazes are you doing? Stop, Lorin bellowed, rushing forward to shield Robin. She's a monster. Why are you helping her? The leader of the boys demanded. She's my friend. Lorin brandished the wooden sword and charged forward, was determined to teach these little rascals a lesson. Alas, lacking experience, he was outnumbered and quickly subdued on the ground. Unable to contain herself any longer, Robin activated her flower fruit ability. Suddenly, hands sprouted from the boys' bodies, pinning them down with unyielding force. Monster, run! The boys cried, terrified, as they fled in a panic. Robin helped Lorin to his feet, her expression fraught with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lorin replied, wiping his face. Did you see what just happened? They call me a monster, that I know, you know. Robin was taken aback. Indeed, that was the ability of a devil fruit, not that of a monster. What is a devil fruit? Will Robin trust Lorin's words? After being beaten, will Lorin give up on training? Will those youth seek revenge? More importantly, Lorin claims he will protect Robin, yet he is unable to even defeat a few little brats. How will he confront true villains in the future? Well, a devil fruit is a peculiar fruit that grants various strange abilities when consumed. It looks extravagant and is exceedingly difficult to eat. You become a wielder of the fruit's powers. Lorin shared all he knew with Robin. Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, so she was not a monster. She had merely eaten that beautiful flower fruit. Then, are we still friends? She asked softly, her small hands clenched tightly. If you wish, we could be lifelong friends. Lorin gently patted her head. Robin leapt up joyfully. Her cheeks flushed. This was the first time a boy had patted her head. Yet, Lorin felt a heavy weight in his heart. If he could not defeat a few little brats, how could he protect Robin? I must become stronger, he vowed silently. Ding! A sudden crisp sound echoed in his mind. Lorin trembled with excitement. His system, a standard feature for travelers, had finally arrived. But after waiting for a while, there was no further response. Robin waved her hand curiously. Lorin, what's wrong? Nothing. I was just thinking about how to become stronger. Lorin suppressed his excitement, internally shouting. System? System? I'm busy. Do not disturb. A cheeky voice replied. Lorin nearly jumped. This system had quite the attitude, but having it was certainly better than having none. Once Robin left, Lorin hurriedly inquired, What rewards do you offer? Swordsmanship, martial arts, devil fruits, hockey. Anything available in this world can be granted. What about the novice gift pack? Ding. None. What about the system panel? Host, poor Gasti. Lorin, age 6, swordsmanship. None. Hockey. None. Martial arts. Non-eternal product, a mere cannon fodder. Lorin's face darkened. Issue a quest. I want to become stronger. Ding. No current quests. What use are you then? You don't even have a shop? Are you the bottom rung of systems? Unbind. Please don't, host. There will surely be a reversal later. Just wait. The system pleaded desperately. Then, silence ensued. Lorin was bewildered. Had it really left? Though he grumbled, he felt a twinge of panic at the prospect of being without a system. System? System? No response came. Had the system truly unbound? Without the system, could Lorin still grow stronger? Would those youths who bullied Robin return for another round? What was more exhilarating was that Lorin remained unaware that the system's weight was actually brewing something significant. What kind of quest would it present? Could it help Lorin shed the cannon fodder label? Surely, the host does not believe that this system will let go. How naive. This system cannot be driven away. Lorin's heart raced with tumultuous thoughts. Beep. Task activated. Swing the sword 10,000 times daily for 10 consecutive days. Reward. Entry-level swordsmanship. Today's progress. 0-1-0-0-0-0. Total progress. 0-10. Lorin erupted in frustration. What a scam. Other systems at least grant mastery in swordsmanship and bestow fine blades. Yours is a disgrace among systems. Ahem. This is a rare benefit I fought hard to secure. A fine blade will come later, and there may be occasional bonuses. The system hastily clarified. Lorin wielded the wooden sword for 10 minutes, his hunger mounting. Upon returning to the ship for a meal, he glanced at the panel. His progress remained at 0. System, come forth. What is the meaning of this? Swinging the sword must be done with a real sword. The wooden one does not count. Why didn't you say so earlier? After switching to a genuine katana, his arms felt leaden, and it took him 2 hours to achieve just 316 swings. Ugh. Training is truly grueling. He sighed as he glanced at the panel, realizing he needed to practice at least 6 hours daily to meet the requirement. Lorin. Robin approached with a book, her eyes sparkling. She sought his company whenever she had the chance. Lorin, hefting his sword, stepped off the ship. Are you hungry? There's food aboard. Robin shook her head, wishing only to keep him company. That I in the woods. Robin read while Lorin swung his sword, the setting sun casting a long shadow behind him. Sweat soaked his shirt, hair stuck to his forehead, yet to Robin, he shimmered like gold. Dazzling in her eyes, as she watched, a smile crept on her face. This light was the sole brightness in her otherwise dull days. It's time to return. Lorin sheathed his sword, his arms too, sword alift. The panel indicated over 7,000 swings, still 2,000 short. Robin lingered, instead venturing into the cabin to prepare a meal. You'll be scolded for returning home late, won't you? As long as the chores are done, it doesn't matter. They hardly care about me, Robin replied softly. If you're ever unhappy, come find me, I'll take you home. Okay. Once the meal was prepared, Robin attempted to leave, but Lorin pulled her back. Good friends ought to share a meal. Robin gazed at his earnest expression and nodded emphatically. Lorin was taken aback. How could a 4-year-old cook so deliciously? Robin's eyes sparkled as she savored the food at her uncle's house. She had only consumed 2 stale loaves of bread daily and had never tasted anything so delectable. Lorin, can I come here every day for meals from now on? No, you'll make me poor. Rest assured. The money aboard is enough for us to eat well for years. I could support you for a lifetime. Lorin patted his chest confidently. Would Robin agree? Could Lorin persist in swinging the sword 10,000 times daily? What might the additional rewards promised by the system entail? What is even warmer is that Robin remains unaware that Lorraine has already devised a plan in her heart. Once she becomes stronger, she will no longer allow her to suffer indignities, and even the days of 2 black loaves of bread will become a thing of the past. Yet, at present, he struggles to even complete a mere 10,000 sword swings. Can such a promise truly be fulfilled? At this moment, apart from the wild Ohara, it was actually brightly lit. After sending Robin to a crowded place, Lorin also returned. He still had over 2,000 sword strikes left to practice today. As it got darker and darker along the way, Lorin, who was originally a staunch atheist, found it hard to believe that such things as crossing over could happen. What else was impossible? So, feeling a bit uneasy in the dark environment, Lorin couldn't help but quicken his pace. Usually, he would sleep on the ship with the lights on. Finally, he returned to the ship, let out a sigh of relief, and wasted no time in starting to practice his sword strikes. He planned to complete the remaining 2,000 strikes all at once. Ding! Today's task has been completed. Please continue to work hard tomorrow, host. Got it. I'm tired. Dismiss yourself, little commander. Lorin stopped swinging his sword and fell asleep immediately, forgetting to take a shower. System. The next few days passed uneventfully, practicing swordsmanship during the day and engaging in other physical training at night. Not to mention, Lorin is quite strong in terms of perseverance. Robin also came over every day, and Lorin would invite her to have lunch together, as he needed to help the child gain strength. With Lorin's training, his appetite grew larger, and he was starting to develop into a big eater. On the afternoon of the 10th day, after Lorin made his final sword swing, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task. The host has completed swinging the sword 10,000 times daily for 10 days. Rewards are being distributed. Lorin felt a surge of information flooding into her mind. She had previously known nothing about swordsmanship, but now she suddenly had many ideas from the angle of her strikes, the way to hold the sword, to the timing of her attacks. She had her own understanding. It was as if she had always known how to do it, with a sudden itch in her hands. She couldn't help but draw her katana and slash a few times at a tree in front of her. Then she slowly sheathed her sword. Boom! The small tree, about the thickness of a bowl, fell with a crash, its trunk broken into several pieces. Robin, who was reading a book, was stunned by this scene. Is Lorin really that amazing? Although Robin watches Lorin swing his sword every day, he still doesn't understand if practicing swordplay every day can really make someone that strong. But he couldn't help but be mesmerized, and only came to his senses when Lorin excitedly jumped up. He approached Lorin and said, "You're so impressive. How did you learn to use a sword?" Lorin replied, "Of course, it's the result of my practice these past few days. Ever since I was defeated by that kid, I've decided to become stronger so I can protect us." Robin asked, "Can I do that too?" Lorin hesitated and said, that might not be possible." Lorin answered without thinking, asking if the system had contacted Robin. All right. Robin, upon hearing this, wasn't too disappointed. After all, just watching Lorin swing a sword every day was exhausting. She, as a girl, definitely wasn't suited for such tasks. Wow, let's go. I suddenly feel like you have some use. Of course, just relax. With me around, I guarantee you'll become the strongest man in the world. When will the next mission be released? Ahaha. Well, please don't rush. The system will naturally release it when the time is right. Is that all? Can you even do this? System. However, Lorin was just joking, having just completed a high-intensity training task. He didn't want to dive into new training immediately, at least not today. He glanced at the panel. Host, Podcastee. Lorin age, 6 swordsmanship, beginner hockey, none body technique, none, a slightly stronger cannon fodder. Damn it, can you delete that last part? I know I'm weak. No need to put it in my resume, Lorin said with an angry face. But he was only briefly annoyed, which was soon replaced by joy. He grabbed Robin and headed to town. I'm happy today. Let's go eat out. After eating, Robin went home, and Lorin walked back alone, occasionally chopping at the grass by the roadside with his katana. Sigh, Ohara's environment is too peaceful. There's no one to practice on. After starting sword training, Lorin felt inflated, wanting to test his skills. Although the system indicated he was merely a slightly stronger cannon fodder. What teenager isn't a little reckless? Unfortunately, his wish was destined to be unfulfilled. Over the next period, aside from practicing swordsmanship, Lorin spent more time honing his physical fitness. After enduring his constant complaints, the system, unable to bear the humiliation, issued him a new task. Although a new task was released, Lorin didn't want to neglect sword practice. Besides the system's enhancements, practicing on his own would also yield improvements. This time, the task involved weighted push-ups and squats, with no daily completion requirements. However, each exercise had to be completed a total of 100,000 times, and the reward was merely an increase in physical fitness. The system couldn't even be bothered to specify how much improvement there would be, although he was looking forward to it. Lorin couldn't help but roast the lousy system again. Days passed by, and Lorin was basically only eating, sleeping, and training. He diligently completed the tasks issued by the system. With no time constraints, Lorin trained even more intensely than before. Completing 100,000 sword swings took 10 days, and with no time limits or daily quotas. He finished the more challenging push-ups and squats within 17 days. The system had planned to avoid setting time and daily quotas to let Lorin slack off, thinking it would take longer, but unexpectedly, he completed it ahead of schedule. This was indeed a miscalculation. Ugh. The moment the task was completed, with the system notification ringing, Lorin felt warm currents flowing through his limbs. He became invigorated, his muscles solidified, his skin improved, and every part of him felt filled with strength. He even felt like he could punch a cow to death, unable to help himself. He stretched his body and let out a satisfying groan, the kind you make when yawning. Ah, that's comfortable. He had never felt this way before. Since his physical fitness had improved, Lorin couldn't resist wanting to test it out. He found a tree thick enough for 2 people to hug, and with all his strength, he punched it. Wood chips flew, the entire tree shook, and visible cracks appeared on the trunk. This punch had at least 1,000 pounds of force, and Lorin was very satisfied. Checking the panel, Lorin was somewhat pleased, while the other stats hadn't changed much. The description changed from slightly stronger cannon fodder to having a bit of self-defense capability. This change was significant, as long as he kept motivating the system to issue more tasks. He believed he would become the strongest person in the world in no time. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting horse. For years flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the year 1500 of the C-round calendar. Lorin is already 10 years old, and Robin is 8. The Ohara incident that made Lorin anxious happened this year. 2 years ago, the pirate King Joel D. Roger, who possessed wealth, fame, and power, was executed in Lowtown in the East Blue, and Lorin went to watch the event. As a pirate fan, how could he miss such a significant event? At the age of 8, Lorin went to Lowtown with a merchant convoy. He even mischievously found a random passerby and interrupted him just as he was about to ask a certain question. Of course, it was just to grab his attention. He could have continued to ask that question at any time. As a result, another passerby spoke up at the moment he interrupted and asked that question, leading to Roger's response. Indeed, the plot setting is not so easily changed. Lorin stood on the ship, watching Ohara getting closer, and couldn't help but smile slightly at the thought of Robin. It had been about 2 months since he left, and she should be very happy to see him again. After all, he had only been away for a month at most before. System. Check the panel. Host. Port Gas D. Lorin age. 10 years swordsmanship. Advanced hockey. Intermediate armament hockey. Beginner observation hockey body technique. Navy 6 styles. Shave. Barely considered a strong person. Over the past 4 years, Lorin had constantly urged the system to give him tasks, which had caused the system's mentality to break down, and it was no longer willing to respond to Lorin. He had no choice but to urge it. The longest period without any tasks from the system had been 5 months. If it weren't for the ability to chat, Lorin would have thought it had been unbound. Only after watching the execution in Lowtown did the system reluctantly issue a task for intermediate armament hockey. The previous tasks had all rewarded him with body enhancements or increased recovery speed. However, he knew that hockey was the foundation of strength in the pirate world, especially Conqueror's hockey. Lorin's initial goal was to master the Conqueror's hockey, but unfortunately, no matter what methods he used to stimulate the system, it was unwilling to grant him mission rewards related to the Conqueror's hockey. Fortunately, ever since watching the execution, not only did his swordsmanship improve, but the reward from system tasks also became much better. He even received physical techniques, hockey, and weapons as rewards from the system. The sword that Lorin is holding now is the famous blade Jinhung, one of the Great Knife 21. As a merchant ship docked, Lorin waved at the captain while carrying the gift for Robin and jumped down directly. As for the fare, the captain had already paid it. That's right, he had paid it. Ever since the era of great pirates began, merchant ships traveling between various places have constantly faced threats from pirates. Although he is young, Lorin's strength is currently at the top in the first half of the Grand Line. Not to mention, he hasn't even entered the Grand Line yet. With him in the caravan, safety is completely guaranteed, so the captain pays for the guard's fees, and he never has to spend money on the boat. He just has to show off his skills every time. The merchant ship docked at the port, which is still a distance from Lorin's home, but he is not in a hurry since he is already back home. He leisurely walked towards his seaside wooden cabin. The boat that Lorin originally drifted over on had rotted away after being soaked in seawater for years, but this didn't pose a challenge for Lorin. He spent a little money hiring some craftsmen to build himself a 2-story wooden house and moved in all the things he needed, facing the sea with spring flowers blooming. He even enclosed a yard with a fence and planted various plants inside. Although Lorin was a homebody in his past life. He really enjoyed growing different fruits and vegetables in his residence according to the seasons. After being away for 3 months, not a single spot in the house had gathered dust, which clearly indicated that Robin often came to clean. Only he and Robin had keys to this little wooden house. Holding a gift, he arrived at the place where Robin often read. Sure enough, the 8-year-old Robin was sitting on a wooden stump, seriously engrossed in a book. After a few years of Lorin's nurturing, Robin was no longer as frail as in the original story. In fact, she had become a bit plump, and with good nutrition, her development was naturally keeping up. She was even a little taller than Lorin. Shave. Lorin sneaked up behind Robin, covering her mouth with one hand and pressing a knife against her back. In a low voice, he warned, "Don't move. If you do, I won't be polite." However, Robin didn't seem as flustered as he had imagined. Instead, Lorin stared in confusion as slender arms sprouted from her body, gripping her own neck. They also restrained her hands. He wasn't unable to break free. It was just that the person was Robin, and the sensation of those hands felt real, making him afraid to hurt her. Robin suddenly broke free from his control, ready to strike, but when she focused her eyes, she realized it was Lorin, and she instantly released her abilities. "Lorin, you finally come back." She stepped forward, looking at him with joy and full of anticipation. Over the years, Lorin had been away often, and each time he returned, he would bring her gifts. Sometimes it was beautiful clothes, sometimes delicious food, and other times little trinkets. Lorin reached out to touch her head. Over the years, she had developed the habit of doing so, and Robin didn't mind it. She had gotten used to it and even felt happy about it. Lorin handed her the gift she had set aside, and Robin eagerly tore it open. "Wow, it's a strawberry cake. It's specially brought for you. Go ahead and eat it. Then I'll dig in." She couldn't wait to take a bite of the strawberry cake, revealing a happy smile with cream all over her face. Lorin smiled gently. After these years of getting along, Robin's personality has become much more cheerful. Robin took a couple of bites and then grabbed a piece and stuffed it into Lorin's mouth. "You eat too. So delicious." Hee hee. After finishing the cake, Lorin and Robin strolled along the beach, one asking about what happened during the time apart, and the other recounting everything in detail. I suddenly remembered that I need to return a book to the Tree of Knowledge library this afternoon. Then I'll go with you." The two of them headed towards the enormous tree in the center of Ohara Island. Along the way, people looked at Robin with curious eyes, but no one dared to mock her anymore. In fact, some even avoided looking at Robin, because behind her was Lorin, and everyone on the island knew that a child named Lorin was protecting Robin. Who would dare insult or harm Robin? Lorin's sword was about to rest on his neck in the next moment. The most serious incident was when those 4 little brats were each beaten by Lorin so badly that they couldn't get out of bed for half a month. After calling their parents, even the parents of the 4 children were knocked down by Lorin. To intimidate them, Lorin chopped a tree as thick as 2 people hugging it in half with a single stroke. The people on this island were so scared that they dared not speak out. In the past 2 years since the Great Pirate Era began, although Ohara has been relatively peaceful, it still occasionally faced harassment from pirates. Lorin had made several moves, killing many pirates in front of the residents, which made the people on the island even more fearful of Lorin. Due to Lorin's intimidation, even Robin's uncle's family had improved their attitude towards her a lot. At least they no longer made her do housework. Because he really dared to kill, Robin walked proudly in front, enjoying this feeling. It felt great to have someone protecting her. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Tree of Knowledge library, and the people here recognized them. They let them in directly. Since Robin had been borrowing books from here since she was little, the historians here knew that Robin was just a studious child with the ability of a devil fruit, especially Dr. Clover, who was the first to accept Robin and let her study archaeology with everyone. Moreover, Robin was very smart. She could understand many things without needing to be told. "Dr. Clover, I'm here to return the books." "Oh, it's little Robin and little Lorin. Give them to me." An old man with a hairstyle reminiscent of a kill mat came out from the side. It was Dr. Baroque. "Dr. Clover, how many times do I have to say it? Don't call me little Lorin. It sounds too much like little Lowly." "Well, don't worry about those details. Little Lorin, do you want to come study archaeology with us?" Lorin, as a diehard fan of One Piece and a top student of the 21st century, is well-versed in both the manga and the anime. Just a slight display of his understanding of history left Dr. Kuroba in shock, prompting him to invite Lorin to study archaeology together. Over the years, he has never given up on this, but each time he was refused. "No, I want to train to become a strong warrior. Only then can I protect Robin." Upon hearing this, Kuroba said nothing more and turned to Robin. "Little Robin, in a few days, you will be taking your doctoral exam in archaeology. Do you have confidence? Of course, doctor. I am very confident. Robin waved her small hand, her face full of confidence. After returning the book, Robin borrowed another one about archaeology and left with Lorin. The following days were quite ordinary, with no other events occurring. One sunny morning, Lorin was practicing his sword skills. Although he already possessed advanced swordsmanship, he did not give up on the basics of swinging a sword. Lorin, you're here. You haven't come to see me for several days. Did you finish your exam? Yeah, I finished it yesterday, so I came to find you today. Let's go. Where to? To celebrate your exam completion. I'm taking you out for a feast. Aren't we supposed to eat only after succeeding? Lorin didn't care about anything else, pulling Robin out as he was so eager. He didn't care whether he succeeded or not. Catching a fish was reason enough for him to celebrate and have a feast. Moreover, his appetite was on par with Luffy's. And the two of them stopped only after consuming nearly 100,000 berries worth of food. After the meal, Robin was unsure of what she wanted to do at the library of Ohara, so Lorin decided to follow her. As soon as they pushed open the grand doors of the library of Ohara, Robin was stunned by the scene inside. Various fireworks were bursting. Congratulations, Robin. You truly are Alvia's child. Dr. Baroque and a group of scholars cheered and applauded, welcoming Robin. Dr. Baroque rummaged in his pocket, took out a small box, opened it, and presented it to Robin. Congratulations, Robin. You scored a perfect score on yesterday's archaeology PhD exam. Starting today, you are officially an archaeology PhD. This is the badge that proves your status as a PhD in archaeology. Please accept it. Really? Of course it's real. Thank you, doctor. Robin jumped up excitedly. Lorin next to her also congratulated Robin. Congratulations, Robin, you're amazing. It seems like today's celebration feast was definitely worth it. Listen carefully, Robin. Doctor. Kuroba spoke seriously amidst the celebration. All right, doctor. This knowledge tree, which is 5,000 years old, houses countless historical documents transported from all over the world over a long time. It is the largest and oldest library in the world. By interpreting these documents, there is no historical mystery we cannot unravel. You must remember this firmly, and through studying these historical documents, solve historical enigmas and contribute to the world. This is the very purpose of our existence as historians. I understand, doctor. So can I also research the history of the blank 100 years? Robin asked the doctor with great anticipation. Little did she know, Dr. Kuroba's eyes nearly popped out his head in shock, and he was horrified. What? No way. Everything else is fine, but this absolutely cannot be allowed. Why not? Isn't it possible to unravel the history of that blank 100 years just by studying the historical texts? How do you know about the historical texts? Did you use your abilities to sneak a peek? You should know that interpreting historical texts is a serious crime. But don't you all still secretly research in the basement every night when it's quiet? Robin said, somewhat confused. Dr. Kuroba was even more astonished. You know about that too? Did you steal a look at everything? Answer me, Robin. Because you all never let me near the basement. I wanted to become a historian. I thought that way I could study with you. That's why I worked so hard. Faced with the doctor's questioning, Robin felt a bit wronged but still spoke the truth. Dr. Kuroba's expression changed, and finally, he placed his hands on her shoulders and said, Robin, your knowledge is already worthy of a historian, but you are still a child. We interpret historical texts, knowing we might lose our lives at any moment. Since the establishment of the world government 800 years ago, the blank history has become a taboo of the highest law in the world, and countless scholars have sacrificed their lives for it. I also take this opportunity to tell you that the only ones left who can interpret ancient texts in this world are us, the Ohara clan. We have no way out. Finally, Dr. Kuroba said to Robin, I want you to swear in front of the knowledge tree right now. Never go to the basement again, and if you get close to that place, your qualification to enter the library will be revoked. I don't want to. Robin suddenly pushed Dr. Kuroba away and ran out of the library in tears. Wait for me. Lorin chased Robin out, unable to interject, nor did he intend to. He knew the outcome wouldn't change. The child was still following in her mother's old footsteps. She still didn't know that a few days ago, her mother, Alvia, had been arrested by the world government, and we need not mention what awaited her. Dr. Baroque slowly began to speak. Lorin chased Robin all the way to the seaside. With his speed, he could easily catch up to her. However, Robin needed to vent her feelings, so he didn't forcefully stop her. In the past, he had also tried to change the outcome of Ohara's destruction, subtly asking those old men from the Elder Council. But they all did not believe that the world government would destroy the island. Even the Demon Slayer Order had mentioned it. but they simply did not believe such a thing existed. Lorin realized he couldn't change this outcome. He also gave up, but made the Demon Slayer order first launch in Ohara. By the seaside, Robin was sitting on the rocks, crying sadly, and Lorin didn't know how to comfort her. So he could only force himself to encourage her. Robin, don't be sad, you're still young. Maybe when you grow up, the doctor and the others will let you do research. No matter what you want to study, I will support you. Or maybe the doctor and the others are secretly researching, and you could do it secretly too. After all, you have the fruit ability, you can peek however you want. Seeing Robin still crying, Lorin felt heartbroken. That damn old man. I haven't even let Robin cry once. How could you bear to do this to such a cute little girl? Otherwise, I would just put a knife to that old man's neck right now and make him bring the historical text to you. Lorin deliberately spoke harshly, even though he wouldn't really do that. No. Hearing this, Robin finally raised her head with tears in her eyes. Seeing this, Lorin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was really terrifying when she cried and ignored everyone. Gently wiping away Robin's tears, he continued to persuade her, don't worry. The doctor and the others just think you're still young. Give them a few more years to see your determination, and they'll definitely agree. Besides, if it really doesn't work, we can just wait until we grow up. By then, that old man will be long gone, and no one will stop you. Robin finally responded. But there's no need to wait for Robin to grow up. In a few days, that old man will be gone. Not just him, but Ohara will also be gone. Thinking of this made Lorin a bit anxious. He had wanted to take Robin away for a long time, but she wouldn't agree. In a few days, the Demon Slayer order will come, but there will be a Kainu and Aokiji. He knew that Aokiji would let Robin go, but he might not spare himself. He definitely wasn't Aokiji's match right now. However, he had the system, so he wouldn't let himself get stuck here. After Lorin's persuasion, Robin finally wasn't so sad anymore. Lorin suggested taking her out to relax, hoping to take her away from Ohara, but she still didn't agree. She just walked silently on the beach, and Lorin could only slowly follow behind her. The next day, Robin and Lorin were walking slowly by the seaside, as usual. Robin, look, there's a giant up ahead. Robin was looking down as she walked, but Lorin was the first to spot the giant, and her heart tightened. Aguval de Soul. He appeared, which meant the Demon Slayer order would arrive in a few days. She had already forgotten how many days exactly. The two curiously walked closer, and it was Lorin's first time seeing a giant. Wow, he's so big. Sorrow lay on the beach, and Robin and Lorin were probably only as long as one of his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled with a booming sound as Sorrow made a funny face, but it didn't scare the two of them. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. Seeing that he hadn't frightened them, Sorrow's expression immediately fell, and he slumped down on the beach, intermittently mumbling one word, water, water, water. The two exchanged glances and pointed him in a direction. Bang, bang, bang. Sorrow awkwardly moved toward that way, his footsteps causing the ground to shake continuously. The moment he saw the river, he buried his entire face in it. Ah, that's refreshing. I got my life back. I wonder how that guy's doing. Thank you for saving me. Is there a town on this island? Yes. The two nodded. I see. I'd rather be washed up on a deserted island. Then he fell silent. After a while, Sorrow sat up, hugging his knees against a small hill. Lorin and Robin have to climb to the top of the high rock to see his whole body. The three of them stared at each other in surprise. Even if you keep staring at me, nothing interesting will happen. I'm just sitting still because my foot is injured. Once it heals, I'll make a raft and leave here. Is this your first time seeing a giant? Yeah. Let me clarify. I'm not a barbarian like Elbaf and the others. There are gentle races among giants too. Yeah. I know you might not believe it, but I still hope that when you go home, you won't tell others that you've seen me. Lorin and Robin exchanged glances. All right, we definitely won't tell. Upon hearing this, Sorrow's expression fell, and he turned away, promising so readily, they must surely spill the beans. No way. Stop lying. How could two little kids keep a secret? What's there to discuss? Both of them looked a bit confused, and Sorrow paused at their words. Puff tee tee tee, tee tee tee. The strange little sound puzzled Robin, while Lorin remained expressionless. He knew that laughter in the pirate world was always odd. Tea? What does that mean? What do you mean? I'm laughing. You two are such interesting little kids. Are you laughing? After a moment of silence, Robin also broke into a smile. You look really cute when you smile. You should smile more. Unlike the little kid next to you, not reacting to the teasing was really boring. No, it's just that I'm not happy today. I usually smile. Robin felt a bit shy after being complimented, even though Lorin often praised her too. Lorin was originally just standing there, but then this guy said he was mocking him. How can he endure that? slowly drawing out his knife. He covered it with armament hockey. Huh. You. Just kidding, don't be impulsive. It wasn't until Lorin put down his knife that he let out a sigh of relief. It's truly amazing. I didn't expect you, at such a young age, to have master hockey. Hockey? What is that? Lorin didn't speak. Robin asked him strangely. Even if I said it, you wouldn't understand. That's a sign of a strong person. And being able to master it at this age, your name will definitely be on the future seas. Strong person? Lorin is indeed very impressive. After laughing for a while, Soro began to introduce himself. My name is Soro. D. Soro. D? Lorin's name also has a D. What does it mean? Robin asked curiously. Oh, this little brat has one too? I don't know what it means. But everyone in my family has this letter. What are your names? Nico, Robin, Porkis D. Lorin. All right, I remember. I'm currently being chased. It would be bad if someone found out. Got it, we won't tell. Through their conversation, Lorin and Soro became friends. I have to say, people in the pirate world have strong recovery abilities. The day after meeting Soro, his leg injury was completely healed. Then he started working on making a raft, preparing to leave this island. On the third day, Soro ate the food brought to him by the two and continued working, although it might not even fill the gaps in his teeth. While making the raft, Soro chatted with the two. By the way, you two seem very idle. You've been here for a whole day these past few days. Don't you need to go home? Won't your parents or friends be worried? I'm an orphan. I only have Robin as a friend, and now I have you too. Lorin spoke first. I do have a mother, but she went out to sea when I was very young and has never come back. I've already forgotten what she looks like. Although there are older relatives who are quite scholarly, they have excluded me now, so I only have Lorin as a friend. You two really make a good match. Hee. You guy, what nonsense are you talking about? Lorin waved his fist, indicating that you are annoying. Robin also felt a bit embarrassed. On the fourth day, it's finally done. Are you leaving? Why the sad face? I still need to make a flag. I'll be staying for a few more days. Meanwhile, the people in the town of Ohara are anxious, because now there are a large number of warships parked around the island. Saul and Robin are still chatting. Does little Robin want to go to sea too? My mom has been away for research and archaeology and hasn't come back. I want to wait for her to return before I go to sea with her. For this, I even passed the doctoral exam in archaeology and became the youngest archaeologist. An archaeologist? You're so young and already won? As they chatted, they mentioned the blank 100 years in the historical texts. Saul suddenly noticed that Robin's eyes resembled someone. Shocked, he directly asked, Robin, do you know your mother's name? Nico Alvia. Boom. Saul was so shocked that he fell backwards. It took him a while to recover. Robin is Alvia's daughter. Could this island be Ohara Island? Oh no. How could this happen? How did I end up drifting to Ohara Island? What's so strange about it? I drifted here too. Lorin finally interjected, which wasn't easy. After a brief moment of panic, Soro regained his composure and looked serious. Although it may scare you, what I'm saying is true. The Navy's warships are coming this way. What does the Navy want? They want to wipe out the archaeologists on this island. You must not let them know you are a historian. You're lying. You must be lying. Really? I wouldn't lie to you. You can go back to the town and see for yourself. There must be something wrong. Your mother should have returned by now. Mother? Robin was taken aback and then quickly ran towards the town. Hey, wait for me, Robin. Lorin listened to the conversation without missing a word, feeling very serious. Only he knew that the Navy was not here to eliminate any scholars, but to destroy the entire island, including everyone on it. As Robin hurried towards the Tree of Knowledge, Alvia had already met with Dr. Clover and the others. She anxiously recounted the events and urged everyone to flee. Unsurprisingly, no one wanted to leave. You should have something you want to do, right? At that moment, Dr. Clover started talking about Robin. Alvia's eyes were filled with tenderness. I can't see her. Since I've chosen this path, I must sever ties with her. I can't let her become the daughter of a criminal. Just then, someone burst in from outside. Dr. Clover, it's bad. A lot of world government ships have suddenly come to the sea. The world government is here. It seems this is really bad. Alvia pulled open a bookshelf, revealing weapons inside. From now on, I am not your companion, and I have never known you. Remember that. After saying this, she grabbed a musket and rushed out, brushing past Robin, who was hurrying over. Robin gasped for breath as she ran to the Tree of Knowledge library, and Lorin followed closely behind. The first thing he said upon seeing everyone was, "Did my mother come here?" The archaeologists present were taken aback, unsure of where she got that information, but they stammered in response. What nonsense are you talking about? How could your mother be in Ohara? Why are you suddenly asking this? Hearing this, Robin felt disappointed, but quickly spoke again. By the way, there's another thing. I heard the Navy's warships are coming. They want to kill all the scholars on this island. I see. Has it already caused a commotion? Looks like we're in big trouble. Listen carefully, Robin, if anyone asks. You must not admit that you are an archaeologist. You're still a child. As long as you don't admit it, no one will suspect you. Just then, the door was kicked open violently, nearly hitting Robin. Lorin, holding a knife, had a cold expression and was about to act. She was stopped by Dr. Kuroba, who subtly shook his head at her. Step aside. Step aside. We suspect that someone here is involved in a serious crime of interpreting historical texts. Everyone, raise your hands and get out. We're going to search. So rude. Don't break our things. It's so noisy. Old man, hurry up and get out. Everyone, search. Yes. The situation outside was similar, and those not related to archaeology were being rushed onto the evacuation ship. At this moment, Soro also saw groups of warships by the sea. A crowd of scholars was gathered in the open space outside, with Dr. Kuroba sitting at the front. Lorin, little Robin, it seems there's an evacuation ship. You should go that way. The situation will be very dangerous soon. No, I want to be with everyone. Dr. Kuroba looked at Lorin, hoping he would take Robin away. Don't look at me. I only have Robin as a friend. Wherever she goes, I go. Anyway, the Demon Slayer order hasn't been activated yet. The island is still safe. At most a CP9 will come, and they won't even know hockey. They're no match for us. Dr. Kuroba was about to say something else when a boisterous laugh came. Ha ha. Is everything going smoothly, guys? Great job, officer. The person who came was Spandam. The people behind him threw Alvia, who was slung over their shoulders, onto the ground with a thud. Upon seeing this, Robin thought to herself, treating a woman like this, how unfair. The scholars looked at Alvia, who was thrown on the ground with clenched teeth, and Dr. Kuroba gritted his teeth and said to Robin, Robin, you and Lorin hurry to the evacuation ship. Hearing someone call her name, Alvia struggled to lift her head, looking at the grown-up Robin. You've grown so much. Boom! With the sound of an explosion, Spandam's transponder snail also rang. After answering the call, Spandam let out a boisterous laugh. The charges are confirmed. You're all doomed. The world's top archaeologists are about to die together. Huh. How boring. My work is done. Next, I just need to report to the Gore CI. Robin found it hard to believe Spandam's words. Dr. Kuroba, will everyone be killed? Why? It's just interpreting ancient texts. Idiot. You little brat are really unreasonable. They want to awaken ancient weapons and kill countless people. Impossible. The doctors never thought of that. All right, Robin, there's no point in talking to someone like this. Just right. Let me talk to the Gore CI before I die. Lorin, you hurry and take Robin away. What I'm about to say will make you criminals too. Lorin didn't say a word and directly pulled Robin towards the seaside. Although he had the ability to kill Spandane and the others, he didn't want to do that. First, if it weren't for Dr. Crocodile insisting on saying those words to the 5 elders, the extermination order wouldn't have been executed on Ohara Island. His words raised the threat level of the entire Ohara in the eyes of the 5 elders to an extremely high level. Second, he had no good feelings towards Alvia. Since they were going out to sea, why leave Robin behind? Why leave her alone in Ohara to suffer? The third reason was that he didn't want to attract the attention of the world government so soon. He wasn't strong enough yet. The two didn't run far before Robin broke free. She was unwilling to leave and watch from a distance. At this moment, Saul was also searching for Robin. Next, Robin didn't know what Dr. Crocodile said to the person on the other end of the phone bug, but she saw Spandane pull out a gun and shot Dr. Crocodile directly. At the same time, the 5 elders also issued the order to activate the extermination order, and they instructed not to let anyone escape. Seeing Dr. Crocodile get shot, Robin couldn't help but run over quickly. Doctor, are you okay? Robin? Silly child. You shouldn't have come back. Hurry. Go to the escape ship. No. At the same time, Spandane took out a golden phone bug. Extermination order. Activate. Everyone didn't know what he had done, but they knew it was definitely something bad. But there was no time to worry about it because the library of the tree of all-knowing ignited in huge flames. Quick, put out the fire. And Robin, you hurry and leave this place. Dr. Crocodile said intermittently. The extermination order had already been activated, and Lorin could no longer be as relaxed as before. He had to rush to Saul's side, where they could escape. But at that moment, Robin saw Alvia's face, triggering childhood memories. Are you my mom? You have a child? Spandane asked her. Alvia's expression was pained, and after struggling internally, she resolutely denied it. You have the wrong person. I'm Robin. I've grown up. Don't you remember me? I've been waiting for you to come back. Are you really not my mom? Alvia could no longer maintain her cold expression. She sat on the ground and covered her face while crying. I really wish someone would hold my hand and walk along the beach together. That's why I've been studying so hard to become an archaeologist. I can understand historical texts now. Spandane was shocked. That little girl? Don't leave me alone again. Boom, boom, boom. Robin's voice rose with the sound of explosions. Spandane was knocked over by the shockwave of the explosion. Damn it, we're still on the island. Do those bastards want to kill me too? Sir, that little girl said she is also an archaeologist. Ah, she did say that. Regardless of whether it's true or not. Remember her face. Don't let her leave this island. Retreat. What about Olvia? Forget her. Staying here will lead to death anyway. If we don't leave, we will be killed. The most important thing is my life. After Spandane left, Robin mustered her courage and walked over to Olvia, taking her hand. Robin, Mom, I'm sorry. Robin, can you really understand historical texts? I'm sorry, I really want to understand them. Ancient scripts are not something everyone can master. You're amazing, Robin. Olvia praised Robin without reservation. In an instant, Robin cried even louder. We can't delay any longer. Olvia, little Lorin. You two take Robin and run. Find a way to get on the escape ship, and you can leave. At this moment, Saul also came over with heavy steps. Robin, finally found you. You've seen your mom. Saul. Robin lifted her head from Olvia's embrace. At the same time, Olvia also asked Saul, why are you here? By coincidence. I ended up here. My ship sank and drifted here. I was saved by Robin and Lorin. Don't dwell on that. Hurry and leave this place. I'm leaving Robin to you. Make sure to take her out. Mom, what about you? I have my own things to do. No, I don't want to be alone again. We finally met. I don't want to leave you again. At this moment, Olvia had already resolved to die. She gently said to Robin, Robin, as a scholar of Ohara, you should understand that history is the property of people, and it will surely illuminate your future. But if the history passed down from the past cannot be continued, it will gradually disappear. Ohara does not seek to expose history. It only wants to protect the voices left by our ancestors. Even if our research stops, even if Ohara is destroyed, we cannot give up hope for the future. I don't understand. One day you will understand. She stuffed Robin into Saul's arms, and the two exchanged a glance and nodded. Hurry and go, Saul. Saul turned and left, and Lorin quickly followed. No matter how much Robin cried out, there was no hesitation. Live on with our hope, Robin. Olvia shouted in the direction of the two. Saul ran with Robin, and along the way, several cannonballs were sliced in half by Lorin. And this scene caught the attention of the Navy. Vice Admiral Kazan, the escaping Vice Admiral Saul, is also on the island. Saul, let me go back. No, I can't do it. Your mom is a great person, and Ohara is also great. You should be proud. One day in the future, Ohara's history will be told by you. It once made a great struggle. Meanwhile, the people at the Tree of All-Knowing were desperately protecting the books, throwing them into the water. Although most of the cannonballs were blocked by Lorin, some still got through and exploded near Saul, who tightly held Robin in his palm. Damn it, it would be bad if Robin got hurt. To protect Robin, Saul disregarded his past comrades and placed Robin on the ground, lifting a warship and throwing it at another warship, smashing it. They got a moment's respite. Saul took this opportunity to let Robin quickly escape to the escape ship. That place isn't safe, but he was stopped by Lorin. He knew the escape ship would also be sunk, and Robin wouldn't be able to board the ship. Lorin, what are you doing? Why don't you run? Lorin didn't explain, and Saul couldn't care less. Spandam was also shouting not to let Robin escape. CP9? Don't get in the way. Saul felt that Spandam was a hindrance, so he charged in that direction. He didn't care about the cannonballs hitting him. At that moment, ice blocks and two-pointed spears. An ice spike directly hit Saul, knocking him to the ground. Vice Admiral Kazan. Aokiji. If the Demon Slayer order is stopped by a former Navy Vice Admiral, that would be too embarrassing. Aokiji, do you agree with this attack? You should know this is an attack to kill one as a warning to 100, even at the expense of eradicating the entire Ohara. Do you think this is right? For the sake of future world peace and development, this is unavoidable. The scholars have indeed seriously violated the law, haven't they? Everyone's sense of justice is different, and I won't say much more. But if you want to organize us, I can't just stand by. Boom! A huge explosion, and the entire refuge ship turned into a fireball. Everyone was stunned. When dealing with evil, one should eradicate it completely. Akainu was justifying his actions, and it was clear that he was the one responsible for what just happened. Bastard! Aokiji couldn't help but curse. Is this your justice? Can you still feel at ease like this? Saul, extremely angry, couldn't help but directly attack Aokiji. I didn't mean to go that far. Aokiji jumped away to dodge. Saul took this opportunity to quickly run away with Robin. Because Aokiji was no ordinary vice admiral. Freezing time capsule. Aokiji decisively struck, ice spreading towards Saul. But it was intercepted by a slash. It was Lorin. Although he knew the outcome, he was still very furious when such a thing actually happened. Those were thousands of innocent lives. At the same time, he felt even more ashamed of the Navy's actions. Feeling pent up, he needed to vent his frustration. Kid, are you trying to stop me? Aokiji was also surprised that a boy of about 10 could actually block his attack. Lorin's face darkened, and he remained silent, gripping the famous sword, Jun hung tightly and pointing it at Aokiji. Let's see how strong you really are. Ice block 2-prong spear. Armament haki activated. Soru. Using Kinbunchika haki to dodge the 2-prong spear, Jinheng charged straight at Aokiji with armament haki. Aokiji was taken aback. He had seen Lorin's application of haki and didn't expect to find someone who had mastered haki in this small West Sea, not even in the Grand Line. He hurriedly dodged. This is quite surprising, kid. You can actually use haki. You shouldn't be from around here. This place is filled with scholars. After dodging Lorin's slash, Aokiji said to him, "What does that matter to you? I just want to protect Robin. I despise what your Navy does. Then it seems there's nothing to discuss. I can only execute justice, trampling on freedom and life at will, just to solidify your own position and assert your authority. What kind of bullshit justice is this?" Lorin let out a roar, and an astonishing aura erupted from him, instantly sweeping across the entire beach. Aokiji was stunned, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his face. Conqueror's haki? Is it real? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Saul grabbed Robin and ran in the opposite direction of the warship. Saul escaped with the little girl. Nearby, the Navy on the warship who were still conscious shouted loudly, and Aokiji leaped into the sky. Ice Age. 2 thin lines of ice shot out from Aokiji's hands. The moment they touched the ground, the entire earth rapidly froze into ice, swiftly spreading towards Saul's direction. Damn it, don't pretend I'm not here. Lorin let out a roar and directly used Shave to appear behind Aokiji, wrapping his arm in haki and swinging at him. Aokiji was already prepared. Facing an opponent who could use haki and possess the qualifications of a king, he naturally remained vigilant. Haki can indeed harm him, so he also used Shave to evade. However, this interrupted his spell casting, and Lorin's goal had already been achieved. He never expected this strike to harm Aokiji. What an annoying little brat. This could cost him his life. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Well, that's true. Someone with the qualifications of a king shouldn't fear death. So, are you ready? Come on. Whoosh. The 2 figures disappeared simultaneously, and the sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. The soldiers on the warship were left dumbfounded. That little brat. He's fighting against Vice Admiral Kazan. How is that possible? That momentum just now, it must be him. With qualifications like that, it's only natural to become strong. But his age. Yes, what a monster indeed. Although Lorin has the 3-color haki, he is still too young and lacks combat experience. Facing a serious Aokiji is still too much for him. After a short exchange, he was defeated. Ice block. Aokiji's mouth. Oh no, I can't dodge. Armament haki. Hardening. With a loud bang, Lorin revealed his form, kneeling on one knee while holding his chest, his other hand propping up the famous sword shin, gasping for breath. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Oh, what an amazing kid. You almost hurt me. A long tear appeared in the fabric on Aokiji's belly, made by Lorin's slash. However, it didn't injure him inside, as Aokiji had partially elementalized to evade it. This can be referenced to Whitebeard interrupting Kizuzyata no Kagami during the Marineford War, where the already elementalized Kizuru was slashed back to his original form. Nature-type abilities are indeed troublesome. Lorin is also unwilling to back down, despite being injured. She refuses to show weakness. It's truly monstrous to reach such a level at this age, but unfortunately, you're going to die here today. Come again. Shave. Lorin vanished again in an instant, but he was already injured, so his speed was not as fast as Aokiji's, and he was quickly blocked. Lorin swung backward with a knife without looking back, but was blocked by Aokiji. Oh no, Lorin exclaimed, freezing moment. If the system doesn't save you soon, you're done for. Lorin called out in his mind, but the system did not respond. Soon, Lorin's entire body was frozen. However, he did not feel any pain or bone-chilling cold. He only felt a slight coolness, possibly because he had the protection of Conqueror's haki or armament haki, or perhaps it was because Aokiji did not intend to kill him. Well, you just stay here for now. Aokiji's voice came from outside the ice block. Sure enough, Aokiji did not intend to kill him. After all, he could not be the scholar. If it weren't for a kainu, an ordinary person could escape. seeing that Aokiji had frozen Lorin. The Navy on the warship couldn't help but cheer. Great. Indeed, Vice Admiral Kazan is the strongest. How could this little brat be Aokiji's opponent? I have to go chase after Saul, Aokiji said to the nearby warship and then disappeared. On the other side, Saul, with Robin, had not run very far, still a distance from the small raft he had made. Ice Age. Endless blocks of ice spread out, freezing half of Saul's body. Aokiji, why are you here? What about Lorin? Oh, that little brat? He is already dead. What? Saul was taken aback, filled with indescribable anger. He's not a scholar. He's just a child. Don't you oppose attacking civilians? Why do that? He is not an ordinary child. He has the qualities of a king, and at such a young age. He has mastered hockey, almost injuring me. Such a guy cannot be allowed to grow up to become an enemy of the Navy. Shameless. Robin, run. Saul turned and shouted at Robin, but Robin seemed not to hear, mumbling continuously, Lorin is dead. Lorin is dead. Damn it. Robin, run. Think of your mother and Lorin. You're not alone now. You need to live on for them. Do you want their sacrifice to be in vain? Hearing this, Robin finally reacted. Mom? Yes. Carry your mother's and Ohara's hopes, and Lorin's too, and live on. I don't want to. What is the point of escaping? I'm all alone. Lorin is dead. I don't want to live. The sea is vast. No one is ever truly alone. Somewhere in the sea, there will be companions who protect you. You need to find them, Robin. Ice time. Aokiji slowly walked forward and unleashed another attack at Saul. The ice rapidly spread over him, and with his last opportunity, Saul said to Robin, run. Don't look back. When in pain, just smile like I do. Talahi, talahi. Saul laughed as he was frozen into an ice sculpture. Robin ran towards the sea, crying, and when she finally reached the shore, the figure sitting ahead filled her with despair. That figure was Aokiji. Extreme justice can sometimes turn a person into a weapon. I have decided to let you leave here. I want to see what kind of seed Saul protected with his life will grow into. You can hate anyone, but you should also be grateful that you regained a life. Live more low-key in the future. I have created an ice path for you on the sea. You can take a small boat to reach the land. And remember, I am not your ally, but the first person to catch you if you commit a crime. My mom is still on the island. The people on the island will die, but if you want to go back to seek death, I won't stop you. Aokiji walked away without looking back toward the warship. Once Aokiji completely disappeared, Robin climbed onto the small boat, hugging her legs and crying uncontrollably, tears flowing endlessly. At that moment, she remembered Saul's words, to smile like he did during pain. Talai, she laughed while recalling the time spent with Lorin, Saul, and Dr. Clover. Eventually, after laughing for a while, Robin couldn't help but burst into loud tears. Today was too cruel for Robin. She lost everything she had, including the two most important people in her life, her mother and Lorin. Aokiji walked back and reached Lorin's side. At this time, Lorin had been frozen in a sword-drawing posture for a while. He could have broken free, but thinking that Aokiji would spare Robin, he gave up. He wasn't sure Aokiji would spare himself, and the dog system was not speaking either. The warship was also quite far away. Aokiji took out a den mushi, which was quickly connected, and a voice came through. Vice Admiral Kuzan, how's it going over there? Should we bring the ship back to pick you up? No need. You'll go back first. I'll be there shortly. Yes. As the warship moved further away until it disappeared. Although I don't know how you resisted my freezing. You can come out now. Huh? Did Aokiji intentionally let him go? Was it the system protecting him? Or hockey? But Lorin also understood that Aokiji knew he wasn't really frozen, so he simply broke free from the ice on his body. Why didn't you attack me? You're not a scholar. The target this time was only the scholars of Ohara. If someone your age had both great power and was also a scholar, that would be too terrifying. That makes sense. Hey kid, after today's events, will you become an enemy of the Navy? Although Aokiji's tone was very calm, Lorin could feel that if he answered yes, he would definitely be killed. But he had his pride. Aokiji also felt that someone with the qualities of a king would not stoop to lying, hence the direct question. Who knows? I still have a good impression of some Navy members, but I really hate Sakazuki. Well, you know quite a bit for a little brat. I don't really like his style either. One more question. Will you become a pirate in the future? I don't know. Hey, kid, that's very dangerous. I'm still young. Who knows what will happen in the future? Well, that's true. So do you want to join the Navy? No. Right now, I just want to find Robin and protect her well. I'm an orphan, and she's my only friend. Do as you wish. But if I find out you committed a crime, I'll personally send you to the sea. After saying that, he took out the den mushi and dialed again. Moshi, Vice Admiral Kuzan, is there something urgent? No, I forgot to bring my bicycle. I need to trouble you to come back and pick me up. Yes. All hands return. Lorin, you didn't say that just now. You should leave. The warship will be back soon. Goodbye. Lorin did not hesitate and directly retreated to the place where Robin had left in a small boat. At this point, the demon-slaying order had already concluded. Lorin saw the ice road that Robin had taken to leave. She departed on another small boat and did not take the raft made by Sorrow with her. However, Lorin also did not intend to use the raft made by Sorrow. He had his own. It was hidden not far away. He boarded his own boat, casually oriented himself, and headed in the direction Robin had left. At the same time, he was cursing the system in his heart. Damn system. Why didn't you come out to help me just now? Ding. The system is here. Just now. The system did not detect any danger to the host. Nonsense. Kazan has already frozen me. Is that not dangerous? Ding. It didn't intend to kill the host, so there was no need to activate the emergency plan. You've been talking about the emergency plan for 2 years. What exactly is it? Ding. The system cannot disclose that. Damn. Fine, don't say it then. Lorin was rowing the boat with all his might. At this point, the ice road was almost completely melted due to being submerged in seawater. He had to hurry and catch up with Robin. Otherwise, it would be hard to find her once the ice was completely wet. However, he chased all the way to another island without catching up. 2 days later, on a small island in the West Sea, where did that girl go? How can she hide so well? A boy with a face full of deep resentment clenched a bounty notice for Robin in his hand. The reward was as high as 79 million berries. This boy was Lorin. He had chased from Ohara all the way to a small island in the north and saw Robin's small boat parked on the shore. But he couldn't find her. The only thing he could confirm was that a little girl like her couldn't have run far and was still on this small island, just the day before. At the Marine headquarters, Marine Ford, in Sengoku's office. It's her. I'm absolutely sure. Spandam had a confident and certain expression. Where did you see her? Did you catch her? The 2 Marines next to him immediately straightened their expressions. No, we only discovered this suspicious girl. She appeared on a remote small island near Ohara. But we quickly lost track of her. Damn it, that little brat has such good luck. I saw her with my own eyes, escaping in a small boat from the fire-covered Ohara. I wanted to chase her, but the boat wouldn't move. It must have been Saul's doing. She can decipher the poneglyphs. Even as a child, she's an extremely dangerous criminal. We must use every means to capture her. Otherwise, this extermination order will be meaningless. Send me the bounty. Put her on the wanted list. In the end, Sengoku made the decision to put a bounty on Robin. The Marines acted quickly, and the bounty notice spread throughout the world the next day. 79 million berries. How could an 8-year-old child have such a high bounty? They say she is the remnants of the demon from Ohara who tried to destroy the world. Ohara? Yes, although I don't know what she did. It seems she killed many Marines. So that's how it is? I heard that the world government and the Marines are involved in the capture too. Most importantly, I heard she inherited Ohara's will. If we let her grow up, it could be very dangerous for this world. She is the child of a demon. We absolutely cannot let her live. Listening to the discussions around him, Lorin scoffed. What despicable tactics. But this is also the tragedy of being part of the lower class. They won't understand the truth, only being constantly guided towards the wrong perceptions. However, he still needed to find Robin quickly. That girl must be suffering alone. Lorin put away the wanted notice, gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, muttering to herself. Then she slowly walked forward, knowing that as long as Robin was still on this island, she would definitely be able to find her. Lorin's destination is the only port on the island. A wanted notice has already been issued, and the wanted Robin will be betrayed by everyone she encounters, forced to keep running. To leave the island, one must pass through this only port. Once at the port, Lorin casually ate something and found a spot with a slightly better view to wait slowly. During the day, there were some disturbances in the small town on the island, and Lorin suspected it was caused by Robin. However, she didn't blindly search for her. What if she missed Robin? After all, this is a necessary route, so it was better to keep an eye on it. She ended up waiting there until nightfall. Lorin had not relaxed for a moment, and finally, the heavens did not disappoint the diligent. After it grew completely dark, the originally remote, small island fell into silence. Suddenly, Lorin noticed a small, thin figure appearing in the shadows, looking around cautiously as it moved slowly toward the ship docked in the harbor, occasionally stopping to observe the situation carefully using cover. It was Robin, who had been separated for a few days. Her cautious demeanor made Lorin's lips curve upwards. Hey, quite careful. As Robin finally approached the docked ship, Lorin hurried toward the vessel as well. After confirming that Robin was on the island, The harbor had become a heavily guarded area to prevent her escape, with at least a dozen Navy and world government personnel lying in ambush on the ship. Although Lorin didn't know how Robin escaped in the original story, it must have been very dangerous. Sure enough, just as Robin was about to step onto the ship, the surrounding lights suddenly blazed to life, illuminating a large part of the harbor as bright as day. Ha ha ha, she really came. Quickly, catch her. 79 million berries are mine. A large number of people suddenly appeared on the ship, some in Navy uniforms and others in suits. Robin's pupils dilated, and she turned to run. A few people were hot on her heels. As Robin ran, she suddenly saw a blurry figure ahead. Startled, she realized there were enemies in front too. Just as she was about to turn left to escape, she heard a whoosh, and that figure crossed over her at an unseen speed. So fast, she gasped in her heart, and then she heard the sound of metal clashing and a muffled thud from behind among the pursuers. Then, all 30 or so of them fell to the ground. Robin couldn't help but stop and look at the only figure still standing. Is he helping me? But why? Robin was filled with confusion. No one should be helping her right now. Yet, looking at that not-so-tall figure, she felt inexplicably familiar. Lorin had changed his clothes. He was now wearing a trench coat that obscured his original figure. With the light behind him, Robin couldn't recognize him at first. After knocking out everyone who had come to chase him, Lorin turned around and slowly walked towards Robin with his head down. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Robin asked warily as Lorin got closer, the familiar feeling growing stronger. When Lorin was only a few meters away from Robin, he suddenly looked up. Hee, it's me. Robin was momentarily stunned. Then tears filled his big eyes instantly as he lunged towards Lorin. Lorin? You're not. Robin doubted he was dreaming. Aokiji had clearly said that Lorin had been killed by him. Huh? What do you mean I'm not? Don't you recognize me? This reaction? Lorin walked up to Robin and pinched her face. Feeling the touch on her face, Robin finally confirmed that the lively Lorin in front of her was real, and she jumped into her arms. Wow, Lorin. Kizara said you boo-hoo. Lorin hugged Robin, stroking her head. This girl had probably lost several pounds in the past 2 days, and her body had become much slimmer. He said, you think I'm dead? No, I was just injured by him, but I managed to escape. A little white lie, continuing to comfort Robin. Don't cry, I'm fine, see? You won't be alone anymore. We can always be together. From now on, I'll protect you. Robin looked up at Lorin, and after confirming that everything in front of her was real, she suddenly bit down on Lorin's shoulder. Lorin, why are you still biting? Forget it. It's not like you haven't bitten before. Lorin has been bitten when she made her angry. But luckily, Robin bit once and immediately let go. It didn't hurt. We should go, it's not safe here. There could be pursuers at any moment. Lorin directly took Robin's hand and walked towards the boat they had seen earlier. Robin let Lorin hold her small hand, feeling nothing but happiness in her heart. This was the happiest moment for her in the past few days. Once they got on the boat, Lorin felt a bit nervous because he had only seen others drive boats and had never done it himself. It took him half an hour of hesitating before he slowly managed to get the boat moving. Lorin held the ship's wheel with one hand, watching Robin, who had been clutching the corner of his shirt since he let go. Do you want to take a nap first? You must not have slept well these past few days with all the worry. Robin shook his head. No, I'm afraid if I fall asleep, you'll disappear. Please don't leave me alone again. Lorin also knew that what Robin had experienced in the past few days had greatly impacted the 8-year-old girl, and seeing her haggard expression was heart-wrenching. You cannot sleep. I'll go with you. Can I watch you sleep? After a moment of hesitation, Robin nodded. She was indeed very tired, almost ready to fall asleep as soon as she touched the bed. However, even in her sleep, Robin frowned, her small hand gripping Lorin's trench coat tightly, and Lorin couldn't pull it away no matter how hard she tried. Sighing, she gently stroked Robin's hair, her tone soft. Don't be afraid. Everything is over now. You won't be alone anymore. You have me. It seemed that even in her dreams, Robin heard this as her frown eased, and her grip on Lorin's clothes loosened a bit. Lorin had just pulled out her clothes when she startled Robin awake. With wide eyes, Robin stared straight at Lorin. You're really alert. Well, it makes sense. If you weren't alert, you wouldn't have grown up without being caught by the Navy. I just want to change my sitting position. I won't suddenly disappear, so go back to sleep. Lorin tucked Robin's blanket in. After a while, Robin closed her eyes again, and her breathing gradually became steady. Lorin didn't even dare to close the door quietly and slipped out, afraid of waking Robin again. Standing on the deck, Lorin checked the panel for himself and the system. Host, Port Gas D. Lorin age, 10 years swordsmanship, advanced hockey, intermediate armament hockey, beginner observation hockey. Beginner conquerors hockey physical skills, Navy 6 styles, Suru barely counts as a strong person. The difference from before wasn't significant. He had gained a beginner's conqueror's haki. However, the beginner's conqueror's haki could only be activated when emotions were heightened and could not be controlled at will. Only with intermediate conqueror's haki could one control it freely. On the system task panel, there was also an additional task. This was issued by the system after Lorin fought against Aokiji a couple of days ago, and it was the first time in 4 years that the system had actively issued a task. In the past, Lorin had always forced the system to give him tasks in various ways, and the task content was simple. However, Lorin didn't know how to accomplish it. Cultivation task. The host must successfully guide their conqueror's haki out of their body daily for 10 days. Reward. Intermediate conqueror's haki. Lorin, if I could do this, why would I need your useless system? I could cultivate it myself. Lorin has complained about this more than once. The system's response was, oh, the difference is quite big. The intermediate level of conqueror's haki can be easily controlled and mastered. As long as the host guides it out, it can be directly mastered by the host, saving an unknown amount of training time. Trash system. The system has become immune to Lorin's complaints. Lorin knows that this system works like this. Swinging a sword gives swordsmanship. Running 10,000 meters every day gives shaving skills. Living blindfolded for a few days gives observation haki. And standing under a waterfall to let the water wash over him gives armament haki. But this still doesn't change the fact that Lorin thinks it is a trash system. The next morning, the sun rose in the east and the weather was fine. Lorin sat cross-legged on the deck, with some dew clinging to him. He had been sitting there all night and still had no idea how to unleash his conqueror's haki. Damn system. Why are you scolding me for no reason? Is it my fault you're stupid? Lorin. Robin's voice came from inside the cabin. As Lorin turned his head, he saw Robin rush out in a panic and throw herself onto him. What's wrong? Lorin was bumped into and sighed, realizing that the girl had quite a bit of strength. When she asked her what was wrong, Robin hugged Lorin and felt a wave of relief. I woke up and didn't see you. I thought I was dreaming last night, and when I woke up, you were gone. How could that be? Touch me. I'm right here, alive. She took Robin's hand and placed it on her face, and Robin pinched it. It's warm, very warm. Tears slowly welled up in her eyes as she hugged Lorin tightly. From now on, we should never be apart, okay? To her surprise, Lorin's response was unexpected. Well, that might not be possible. Why? Are you leaving? Robin looked up at her, tears swirling in her eyes, ready to cry at any moment. Because when I grow up, I have to get married and have children. We can't stay together unless you grow up and marry me. Lorin joked casually, and Robin's tears quickly retreated, her face visibly reddening, turning all the way to her ears. Then Robin punched Lorin in the chest, pushed him away, and ran into her room, locking herself inside. Lorin, having been punched? Why is this different from what I read in novels? Aren't they supposed to be shy? Well, she is shy, but it didn't say anything about getting punched. Rubbing his head, he ultimately attributed it to Robin being too young and not understanding love yet. So he decided to give it some more time. However, Robin's reaction also indicated that his upbringing had been quite effective. Sigh, the revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Inside the room, Robin's face was as red as anything as she burrowed into her blankets, kicking her legs restlessly. That stupid Lorin. How could he say that all of a sudden? He even wants me to grow up and marry him. But if I were to marry Lorin, that would be fine. Oh no, I'm still young. I shouldn't think about this. But I can't stop. What to do? It's all that stupid Lorin's fault. After a long while, there was a knock on the door, and Lorin's voice came through. Dinner time, Robin. You haven't eaten anything decent these days, right? I made something delicious. Come on. Robin tried hard to control her expression and, after a while, opened the door with a still slightly flushed face. Lorin was already sitting at the table waiting for herself, and when she saw her come out, she waved vigorously. Come on, there's your favorite strawberry cake. Lorin pointed at the table full of dishes. The two of them ate in silence, with Lorin focused on her food, unable to stop. Normally, Robin would ask questions at the dinner table, but today it was clear that she was too shy to speak. Robin suddenly made a sound. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Or did you choke? No, I really like these dishes and I didn't choke. Oh, if you choke, just drink some water. Lorin replied with a grunt and continued to focus on his meal. I promise to marry you when I grow up, Robin secretly said to Lorin in her heart. After finishing the meal, Lorin was about to ask Robin what her plans were next and where she wanted to go. After all, Lorin didn't want to be in Navy and wasn't interested in becoming the Pirate King. He just wanted to raise Robin, this precious cabbage, and take her home. Besides wanting to get stronger, he could be considered a directionless slacker. because with the system, he could become stronger no matter where he went. Just as he was about to ask, a cannonball exploded on the water's surface, causing the ship to tilt dangerously. And Robin had to hold onto the mast to avoid falling. It was that ship ahead, the one that was launched from the harbor yesterday. The child of the devil must be on board. Hurry and capture her. Be careful. Dozens of comrades were knocked out yesterday and still haven't woken up. Lorin looked angry. Did they catch up so quickly? Damn it. I hate it when they come at me right away. Robin, stay on the ship. I'll take care of them. Okay. Be careful. Don't kill them, or you'll be wanted too. Robin held onto the mast, trying hard to steady herself. She wasn't scared at all with Lorin beside her. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Whether I kill them or not only affects my bounty, but it's impossible to be with Robin and not be wanted. Lorin suddenly jumped to the top of the cabin. The pursuing Navy men were all taken aback. Who is he? Isn't he the son of the devil? Did we follow the wrong person? No. The son of the devil is also on the ship. They are accomplices. A Navy man holding a telescope shouted. Is that so? Then let's capture them together. Lorin's face turned cold, and he immediately launched into action, dashing in front of the warship from dozens of meters away. With a few swift strokes, he cut down the cannons on the ship. Then, one by one, he knocked out the Navy soldiers, leaving only one remaining. After taking care of these, Lorin also plundered all the supplies on the ship. There was no choice. His appetite was as huge as Luffy's. If he didn't do this, the food on that ship wouldn't last a few days. In the following period, Lorin, along with Robin, encountered the Navy several times, with the most significant encounter involving a Navy colonel, but they were still no match for Lorin. As a result, Lorin was also put on the wanted list and earned the title of Demon Guardian. Poor Gasti, Lorin. The bounty was set at 50 million berry. 3 months later, still in the West Sea, after Lorin knocked out another wave of pursuing Navy officers, he was fed up with them constantly chasing after him. He needed to come up with a way to shake them off. Over the past 3 months, Lorin and Robin had been aimlessly drifting at sea, facing the endless pursuit of the Navy. It was driving Lorin crazy. He originally thought that the reason so many pirates and an 8-year-old girl like Robin could escape for 20 years without being caught was because the Navy didn't do their job and prefer to slack off. But it turned out to be completely different. Almost every couple of days for the past 3 months, they were chased down. At least when it came to capturing Robin, the Navy was really enthusiastic. Lorin and Robin had switched ships several times, but were still recognized. Their combined bounty exceeded 100 million berries. And since they were 2 children, they were very obvious targets. As a result, they had yet to escape the West Sea. However, they were getting close to Reverse Mountain. Lorin's plan was to escape through the route on the other side of Reverse Mountain, creating the illusion for the Navy that the 2 of them had entered the Grand Line. But Lorin's true destination was the East Sea, and he had a clear goal. During this time, Lorin and Robin had discussed it many times. Robin wanted to travel the world to interpret historical texts. Lothar has no goals. But entering the Grand Line is not that simple. The situation in the Grand Line is not something that just 2 people can handle. If the danger only comes from the Navy or pirates, Lorin is confident that he could be invincible in the first half of the Grand Line. This is because he completed the system's tasks 2 months ago and mastered the Conqueror's Haki. With the 3 types of Haki and advanced swordsmanship in hand, he can be said to have almost no rivals in the first half of the Grand Line. However, the weather in the Grand Line is unpredictable. It can be sunny one moment and rainy the next. One moment it might be clear and bright, and the next it could be turbulent seas with no record pointers. If it were just Lorin by himself, it would be manageable, but with Robin added to the mix, the danger increases significantly. Although he doesn't know how old Robin was when she entered the original story, Lorin doesn't want to take that risk. After a thorough analysis, Robin also feels that they shouldn't rush things. At least wait until they grow a bit more. Therefore, the 2 of them unanimously decided to disguise themselves and enter the East Blue. One reason for choosing the East Blue is that the protagonist Luffy is there, even though he hasn't been born yet. Another reason is that an old man frequently returning home results in fewer and weaker pirates in the East Blue, as well as less frequent marine patrols. Even someone like Arlong, who was defeated by the inexperienced Luffy, could establish himself as a king in the East Blue. So Lorin and Robin should have no problem settling down well there. Lorin's plan is to find a place in the East China Sea to settle down and then decide whether to go to Windmill Village based on the situation. After all, Lorin is not sure what kind of person Old Man Carp is. If he encounters him and he wants to catch him, he really won't be able to escape. For safety's sake, it's better not to go over there for now. A few days later, Lorin and Robin were approaching Reverse Mountain, with a Navy warship hanging far behind them. They were getting closer. Ahead was Reverse Mountain. They were about to enter the Grand Line. Accelerate, stop them. Once they enter the Grand Line, it will be hard to chase them. The conversations of the Navy behind them reached Lorin's ears. He thought, this is exactly what you guys are thinking. The two ships were rapidly closing in. Your escape ends here. You 1T enter the Grand Line. You can't stop me with just that. Lorin narrowed his eyes, activating his Conqueror's Haki, causing more than a dozen Navy soldiers to faint instantly, leaving only one or two barely standing. Devil Guardian, what did you do? Guess. We're heading to the Grand Line first. You could just lie there. He quickly moved to knock out the remaining Navy soldiers and took control of the ship, entering the current. How amazing, Robin exclaimed, watching the water beside her rising up. ISNT it incredible? I thought it was amazing the first time I saw it too. Lorin, have you been here before? Of course. The execution of Pirate King Gold. Roger was in the East Sea. I've been here once. All right then. The canal on this side of Reverse Mountain wasn't very fast and was quite wide. It wasn't as rapid or narrow as described in the original work. Above it was a calm transit zone where they could take a short rest. Otherwise, everyone who entered here would only be able to access the Grand Line. People from the Grand Line wanting to return to these four seas would have to cross the Red Line or go through the Calm Belt, both of which were nearly impossible tasks. Thus, people from the four seas could use this canal for mutual trade. With the speed of the current added to the ship's original speed, it took nearly half an hour to reach the top transit zone. Once at the top, Lorin didn't hesitate and headed straight for the entrance to the East Sea. The descent was much faster than the ascent, and in just 10 minutes, they entered the East Sea. Lorin followed the route in her memory, heading towards the nearest Rog Town. Just before reaching Rog Town, Lorin chose not to enter directly, but instead packed all the treasures and placed them on a small boat. There was no choice. These treasures were the guarantee for their future life in the organization. If they didn't take them, they would have to work. How could Lorin, who had never worked a day in her life, possibly go to work? The two of them also disguised themselves, changing into different clothes. Lorin dyed her black hair golden, drew some freckles on her face, stuffed the famous knife Jinheng into her bag, and even made a homemade mask. Robin did the same, dyeing her long hair golden and tying it into a ponytail, switching her dress for a short-sleeved shirt and jeans. At least, she looked very different from the wanted poster. It would be hard to recognize her without careful scrutiny. If Robin had originally been a gentle and quiet princess, she had now transformed into a strong girl. Lorin couldn't help but exclaim, how could you not think of this in the original work? If you had thought of it, would you have had to suffer so much? They sank the big ship, and the two of them rowed a small boat towards Rogtown. Finally, they arrived at the port of Rogtown just before it got dark. Wow, it's really bustling here, Robin exclaimed as she walked. Of course, this is the essential route for pirates from the East Sea to enter the Grand Line, and it's also the place where the Pirate King Roger was born and executed. Ever since the era of great pirates began, there have been surprisingly many merchants and pirates coming here. Oh, I see. Where should we go now? Let's find a place to settle down first. Aren't you hungry? I've been hungry for a long time. Before Lorin could finish speaking, a grumble came from Robin's stomach. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Robin was also hungry, Lorin laughed but quickened his pace. Eventually, they found a restaurant that could provide accommodation. After Lorin threw down 1,000,000 berries, the owner warmly invited them in and hosted them with the highest standards, even giving them the best room. After finishing the meal, Lorin lay on the bed and didn't want to move while Robin was reading a book. Lorin? What's wrong? Where are we going? Robin asked the question again. Previously, Lorin only mentioned coming to the East Sea without specifying a destination. Lorin looked at Robin, lost in thought. To be honest, he hadn't really decided where to go either. Now that Robin asked him again, he had to think about where to go. Do you have a place you want to go? No. Then let's find a place to settle down. You've seen the Navy's pursuit during this time. If we keep sailing on the sea or exploring the poneglyphs, the Navy's pursuit won't stop. Well, but I'm a scholar. If I don't explore and interpret the poneglyphs, what else can I do? Robin's head lowered more and her voice became softer. If possible, she really didn't want to refute Lorin, because he was already the most important person left to her. Yes, I know that for sure. I'm not saying I want to stop you from exploring the poneglyphs. Whatever you want to do, I will unconditionally support you. Lorin gently stroked Robin's head and spoke softly to her, then changed the subject. But look, how old are we now? You're 8 and I'm 10. We're still not grown up. We have plenty of time, and I'll let you in on a secret. The Pirate King Gold. Roger knew all of history, including that blank century. P.S. Roger said this himself in Whitebeard's memories during the Marineford War. Robin listened with admiration. Someone who knows all of history must be amazing. The most important thing is he didn't know all of history when he became the Pirate King. Why not? Because at first, He didn't even know the existence of the poneglyphs. Later, to understand all of history, he traveled the Grand Line again and collected all the poneglyphs in just 3 years. That's incredible. So, Robin, we really don't need a rush. Even if we wait until we grow up to go, it's not too late. We could even wait until we're over 50 and our kids are adults before we go. Just that one sentence made Robin's face turn bright red. She quickly dove into her blanket and turned her back to Lorin. Ha ha. Lorin was in a great mood. It turns out that occasionally being a bit of a rogue with girls is necessary. In the past, he had been too formal, and their relationship hadn't progressed at all. He didn't even think about how old Robin was. He could only imagine how beautiful Robin would be as an adult beast. However, after thinking about it until midnight, Lorin finally decided on a location. Aokiji village. That was Nami's hometown, relatively remote, and a good place to settle down. Another reason was that, although Lorin didn't know what the future held, he wanted to do his best to ensure that the childhoods of the few characters he liked wouldn't be too sad. He initially thought the same about Robin, but after years of getting to know her, Lorin realized that both the childhood version of Robin and the impression of her from his past life were his favorites. Then the feelings changed. Early the next morning, Lorin, carrying a large bag of treasure, found the captain of a merchant ship and started to play the pity card, saying he and his sister had encountered a shipwreck, their parents were dead, and all they had left were some clothes and bedding. He said he needed to go to Aokiji village to seek refuge with relatives. The captain, although sympathetic to their plight, did not agree because it required a detour to get to Aokiji village. Then Lorin dug around in his shoe sole for a while and pulled out a dirty gold coin, reluctantly handing it to the captain. Please, captain. As soon as the captain saw the gold coin, his eyes lit up. After all, 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100,000 berries. This trip at sea could earn them at most a few 100,000 berries, and taking a detour would only add a few tens of thousands of berries to the cost. It seemed like a good deal. All right, kid, this isn't enough. But if you could bring out another gold coin, we can take you there. Otherwise, taking a detour would result in a significant loss. There was no choice. That was all their wealth. But once we get there, our uncle can give you a substantial reward. Really? The merchant ship captain's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Of course it's true. Our uncle is very wealthy. Then let us not waste any time. Let us set off quickly. A greedy businessman. But Lorin couldn't be bothered to argue with him now. He was carrying hundreds of pounds of treasure on his back. The captain would never find out. Who would have thought that a 10-year-old kid could carry such heavy things? In the end, the two of them boarded the merchant ship and were assigned to the smallest room. Even the food provided was just a few pieces of bread. Lorin was furious. If it weren't for the need to keep a low profile, he would have wanted to chop that unscrupulous merchant down. Robin, on the other hand, didn't mind. The room she used to stay in at her uncle's house was much smaller than this one. Instead, she comforted Lorin and even offered him her black bread, which Lorin naturally refused. After holding back for a while, he ended up eating a third of the food on the entire ship in the middle of the night. The next day, the merchant ship captain turned green with anger. He claimed there was a ghost on board that had eaten everything. This caused panic among the crew. Meanwhile, Lorin and Robin couldn't help but chuckle. In the afternoon of the next day, the merchant fleet arrived at the village of Coco West. The captain still wanted Lorin to take him to find that non-existent uncle to ask for more compensation. As a result, Lorin told him it was all a lie, and their uncle had no money either. Then he grabbed Robin and ran away. They moved quickly, and by the time the captain came to his senses, the two of them had already vanished. You little brat, don't let me see you again. Robin, let's explore a bit. If we like it, we can stay here for a while. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Then the two of them started wandering around the village. It was still daylight, and there were quite a few people around. Eventually, they caught the attention of the village guard, Kenzo. At this time, he was still a spirited young man. Hey, you two. Lorin and Robin turned around. Where are you little kids from? You're not from Kokasia village, are you? Yes, we're from outside. Our ship encountered a shipwreck. We had nowhere to go. It was a passing caravan that rescued us, but then they left us here because we had no money to pay them. Lorin started to play the victim again, and sure enough, Kenju showed a sympathetic expression after listening. Under Lorin's fabrications, Kenju was completely moved by the tragic backgrounds of the two people. Even Robin looked at him strangely, wondering how she had never noticed how good he was at deceiving people before. If she hadn't personally experienced it with Lorin, she might have believed him too. Afterwards, Kenju arranged accommodation for the two near his home and bought them a lot of food, telling them that if they had nowhere to go, they could stay in Coco Village, where there would definitely be no pirate invasions. The two naturally agreed wholeheartedly. They had come here intending to settle down, but they weren't planning to stay in someone else's house. After all, staying in someone else's home wasn't as comfortable as staying in your own. The next morning, Lorin said goodbye to Kenju with Robin and headed to the west side of Coco Village. After Lorin's identification, he basically confirmed that this would be the place where Nami and Nojiko's family would live in the future, so they came early to stake out the spot. Then the two prepared to start building their own little house. Coco Village wasn't lacking in wood, and soon Lorin had gathered enough wood to build an entire wooden house, cutting it to the required size with a knife. Then the two figures sat in front of a pile of timber, staring blankly. It turns out I don't know how to build a house. Then why did you cut down so many trees? They were about to build their own little home, and in a moment of excitement couldn't stop themselves. Robin, how about we go back to the village and find a craftsman to help? It would be better to build a sturdy brick house. Lorin tentatively proposed a suggestion, which meant he wouldn't have to do the work himself, and Robin gladly agreed. The two then returned to the village and found Kenju again. What? You want to hire a craftsman to build a house? Kenju looked at the dozens of shiny gold coins Lorin handed over with an incredulous expression. Just yesterday, they had shared their tragic backgrounds, and now they were offering so much money to hire a craftsman to build them a two-story house. Those pesky kids, didn't you suffer from a shipwreck? And then get chased by pirates until you were finally rescued here? How do you still have so much money? The shipwreck is certainly real, but I still have all the money left for my family in my backpack. The merchant team brought us here because of that. We have no relatives, and we plan to live here from now on, so we need to build a house. After hearing Lorin's words, Kenju was completely taken aback. He had only focused on sympathizing with the two kids yesterday, not realizing that they were actually richer than anyone else in the entire village. For a moment, he nearly had a heart attack. However, even so, Kenju didn't harbor any ill thoughts just because Lorin and Robin were so young, yet held such immense wealth. Instead, he sighed and turned to take the two of them to find a craftsman. While selecting the craftsman, he even specifically mentioned that Lorin and Robin were his distant relatives, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts some craftsmen might have. Although Lorin wasn't afraid at all, he appreciated Kenju's kindness. In the end, Lorin only spent a little over 10 gold coins to build the entire house, which also included a backyard. The leftover wooden boards were not wasted, as they were used for flooring or made into furniture. He also spent a few more coins to connect the house to water and electricity. Lorin forcefully stuffed 5 coins into Kenju's hands, refusing to take any more, saying that the days ahead were still long and they should save it for when they grew up. What he didn't know was that this large bag of treasures was just a drop in the bucket for him. Looking at the luxurious 2-story brick house he had created, Lorin felt incredibly happy. He cleaned the inside and outside of the house and planted their favorite plants in the front and backyards. Hey, Robin, this will be our home from now on. The following days returned to normal, seemingly similar to when they were in Ohara, with Lorin practicing his sword in the small yard in front of the house, while Robin sat on a swing reading a book. The only difference was the absence of a group of dedicated and friendly scholars. Time flew by, and this peaceful life lasted for 7 years. It was now the year 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar. In these 7 years, neither the Navy came to pursue Lorin and Robin, not because they were hidden well, but because when Lorin was discovered by the patrolling Navy, he directly bribed Colonel Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy, under the threats of force and money. Colonel Mouse compromised. At this time, Lorin was already 17 years old, and Robin was 15, her body gradually developing, with curves in all the right places, tall and slender, reaching a terrifying height of 180 centimeters. Of course, Lorin was also that tall. He had already begun to exude a scholarly and knowledgeable vibe. Uncle Lorin, Sister Robin. A little girl's voice came from outside the small yard. It was Nami, now 5 years old, and Nojiko, who was 8. The year after Lorin and Robin settled here, Belmare appeared with her 2 children. Initially planning to leave upon seeing that someone was living here, she ultimately built a small wooden house not far away to live in, making a living by selling oranges. Little Nami, how many times have I told you? If you want to call Robin sister, you can't call me uncle. You have to call me brother, understand? Lorin put away the knife and helplessly looked at the small figure. No way. Nami made a face. Damn little brat. Do you believe I'll spank you? Lorin walked fiercely towards Nami, and Nami was startled and quickly ran behind Robin. Robin, save me. In fact, Lorin was only 12 years older than Nami. Nami had been playing with Lorin since she could talk, and their relationship felt more like siblings, not to mention with Nojiko. P.S. I'm just 10 years older than my real sister, and my high school classmate is 18 years older than his sister, very spoiled. Of course, Nami had indeed been spanked by Lorin many times. She would get scared whenever Lorin said he was going to spank her. At first, she would run away after being spanked, but she soon realized that no matter how far she ran, Lorin could always catch her in an instant. Then her poor little bottom would suffer. After that, she got smarter and learned to run behind Robin. So most of the time, when Nami called him uncle, it was out of anger. Otherwise, she would just call him by his name, and when she was in a good mood, she would add sister for Robin. Robin let out a gentle laugh, her eyes squinting with joy. The two of them really looked amusing. So what brings you to us? Nami hid behind Robin. Aunt Belmere asked me to invite you to dinner. She said you used to treat us to meals, and this year's orange harvest is bountiful. We also want to treat you to dinner. Oh, I see. Do you have enough food supplies for the winter? I can eat a lot. Of course we have enough. Don't worry. Okay, then we'll go over tonight. Great. Let's go have fun. After saying that, she grabbed Nojiko and dashed away. She's really fast. I won't be cooking dinner tonight. Just wait and see me make her cry from eating, Lorin said fiercely, while Robin smiled gently without exposing him. Over the years, Lorin often went out, and for Robin's safety, he persistently taught her 2 types of domineering techniques, which she didn't like to use, so Lorin's abilities were well known to her. Now, even a Marine admiral should be able to put up a fight, right? How could they possibly fail to catch a child? Lorin was stunned. Inside, she thought, so beautiful, truly my goddess. She picked Robin up and kissed her. Their relationship was probably the closest in the world now. Robin wasn't shy either and immediately returned the kiss. This had become their daily routine. At first, Robin felt shy, but now she found it very warm. She was also grateful to have met Lorin. Otherwise, she might still be on the run from the Navy, or perhaps she would have been caught and dismembered, thrown into the sea by now. That evening, the two of them went to Belmere's house as promised, and they really made Nami cry with laughter. She barely got to taste the food before Lorin devoured it all, not because he ate everything, but because he completely disregarded the elders and snatched the food that Nami loved, and Nami couldn't compete with him. It made her so angry. On the way back, Robin curiously asked Lorin, who looked refreshed, "You seemed quite happy bullying Nami today." "Of course. That little girl always acts older than her age and hides behind you. Today, I finally had the chance to annoy her once. How can I not be happy?" Robin responded, "Is that it? You're getting into a feud with a child? You're 17. Man, by the way, Robin, I need to go out for a while. It might take a bit of time. How long? About 3 months, I guess. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back." Lorin wasn't sure how long it would actually take, but he wanted to give a heads up. Robin didn't ask much. Lorin often went out over the years, and every time he returned, he brought back a lot of treasures. Once, he even brought back an old man. Lorin is also very pleased with Robin's understanding. No matter what she does, Robin supports her. She doesn't ask too many questions, and she is happy to listen to whatever Lorin has to say. She firmly believes that Lorin won't harm her. Of course, Lorin has said everything she can. Lorin estimated that the Merman tribe's hero, Fisher Tiger, should be starting to free slaves soon, which is a significant event with far-reaching implications in the original story. He prepared to lend a hand. That night, Lorin and Robin embraced each other as they slept, and of course, the two had only kissed so far. Lorin wasn't a person in a hurry, and Robin was only 15 years old, so he planned to wait until she was of age. The next day, Lorin picked up his famous sword, Jinhung, and set off on a small boat, but he was not heading towards the Grand Line. Instead, he was heading towards Windmill Village. On the way, Lorin checked his status panel. Host, Port Gas D. Lorin age, 17 swordsmanship, swordmaster level hockey, advanced armament, intermediate observation, intermediate conqueror martial arts, Marine 6 styles, complete, probably on par with a Marine admiral. Training tasks, none. Unfortunately, Lorin hadn't encountered much danger over the past few years, so the system hadn't issued many tasks. Most of his training had been self-directed. If it weren't for chatting frequently, Lorin would have definitely forgotten about this lousy system. After checking the panel, Lorin sighed and pulled out a transponder snail. Hello, old man Carp. I hope you're doing well. That's right, this transponder snail could contact Carp. Ever since about 4 years ago, when Luffy was born, Lorin had started visiting Windmill Village from time to time, staying for a few days. Eventually, he managed to meet Carp, and after some indirect inquiries, he discovered that Carp was not interested in Lorin's wanted status by the Marines. After a few more tests, Lorin revealed his identity directly, but Carp still had no reaction. He didn't want to deal with the world government. He had also learned about Ohara and Lorin from Aokiji. Carp had never killed a Marine. He always just knocked them out, and Robin was just a scholar who hadn't done anything wrong. He even personally observed the lives of the two, finding no reason to capture them. However, he was very interested in the strength of Lorin as described by Aokiji, so he tried many times to test him, and the result was that Carp was shocked. Since then, he had wanted to recruit Lorin into the Navy. Lorin, is that you? What do you want from me? Have you decided to become a Marine? That would be fantastic. I'll find a way to remove your bounty. With your abilities, it would be such a waste to live a life of an ordinary citizen instead of becoming a Marine, with you as a role model. Ace and Luffy will surely follow my will and become Marines too. Ha ha ha. Carp was clearly getting carried away, and Lorin had to interrupt him. Wait. Old man Carp, I'm not here to join the Marines. Huh, you're not? Then what do you want from me? The transponder snail immediately changed its expression, becoming somewhat arrogant. With two big nostrils. I just wanted to ask if there is a way to quickly get from the East Blue to Sabaody Archipelago. What are you going there for? Are you planning something bad? Come on, do you think I'm that kind of person? I haven't done anything bad in all these years. Oh, true. The fastest way still takes a week. If you join the Marines, I'll tell you. Come on. With our friendship, isn't that a bit too formal? Just tell me. If you don't, I'll have to find a pirate ship and go with them. You dare. I'll be the first to catch you. In the end, Carp still compromised. If someone like Lorin became a pirate, the world would be even more dangerous. Who knows? Another Roger might emerge. Actually, it was quite simple. The red line divided the entire world into two parts, and in the middle, the Grand Line and the Calm Belt separated it into 4 major seas, with the Calm Belt inhabited by countless sea kings. Generally, no one could cross it, but the Navy could lay sea prism stone at the bottom of their ships to pass through the Calm Belt. Strong people like Rayleigh could swim across directly. Carp's suggestion was for Lorin to swim across. If he didn't become a Marine, Carp wouldn't help him. That was Carp's bottom line. In the end, Lorin still compromised and chose to swim over. Although Lorin planned to swim over, he didn't change his course and continued heading towards Windmill Village. 3 days later, he successfully landed at the port of Windmill Village and did not encounter the Near Sea King. That guy didn't show up every time. And after Lorin had beaten him a few times, he appeared even less often. As soon as he got off the boat, Lorin headed straight for Makino's bar because he was thirsty. Makino, 1 glass of orange juice. Hurry up. Mr. Lorin, long time no see. You haven't been back for over half a year, right? Luffy often asks when you're coming back. Makino's eyes lit up when she saw Lorin, and she quickly handed him a beer. Over the years, Lorin had frequented the place, and they had become familiar with each other. Lorin finished a big cup of juice and wiped his mouth. So refreshing. He was busy hiding from the Navy, besides the old man Carp. Lorin didn't reveal his identity to Magino and the others. The people in Windmill Village only thought Lorin was a wandering swordsman. There's new beer in the shop. Do you want to try some? No, that stuff doesn't taste good. Just give me another cup of juice. Okay, please wait a moment. Magino turned to get the juice, and suddenly the door burst open. Where's Lorin? 4-year-old Luffy pushed open the bar door and rushed towards Lorin. Then Lorin grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. What do you want to do? Damn it, Lorin, let me go. This is so embarrassing. Hearing this, Lorin also let go of Luffy and then ran to the side to sulk. Before the age of 7, Luffy was raised by Old Man Carp in Windmill Village. It wasn't until he ate the gum-gum fruit that Carp took him to dawn. I'm just passing by today and leaving tomorrow. Oh, what a pity. I thought Mr. Lorin could stay a bit longer. Luffy, who was sulking nearby, perked up his ears when he heard that Lorin was leaving tomorrow, forgetting his sulking. What? Lorin, you're leaving tomorrow? That means there's no time for you to tell me about the adventures from the past 6 months. Luffy had always been filled with longing for various adventures at sea since he was a child, which was also the reason he wanted to become the Pirate King after spending some time with Shanks. Yeah, we'll have to talk about it next time. And this time I'm going to do something big. I'll tell you about it next time. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Big thing? What big thing? Can you take me with you? Of course not. Just kidding. Old Man Carp would kill me. Hearing the first 2 words, Luffy's smile spread across his face, and Makino also looked incredulous. But as soon as the last 2 words came out, Luffy's little face fell, while Makino's face was filled with smiles, and so was Lorin's. Indeed, smiles don't disappear. They just shift. Damn, Lorin. When I grow up, I'll go on adventures myself. Okay, don't be angry. Come have a glass of juice. Today it's my treat. Oh, thank you. Luffy happily took the juice. The next morning, Lorin left Windmill Village early, took out a map to compare, confirmed the nearest location to the Sabaody Archipelago, and rowed over in his small boat. After several days of traveling, he finally arrived at the edge of the doldrums. Lorin originally planned to swim over directly, but then thought, why not use a boat if there's one? So he rowed his small boat into the doldrums. 3 days later, near the Comoros Islands, Lorin threw the small boat into the water, jumped in, and then waved to a sea king, which then left. This was the first day he encountered several of them at once. After Lorin killed a few other bizarre sea kings, he had a sudden idea and put his knife against one's neck. I don't know if you can understand, but take me to marry Ahua, or I'll kill you. Not if you understand. With the intimidation of his conqueror's haki, Lorin successfully obtained a sea king as a tool for pulling the boat. After releasing the sea king, Lorin steered the small boat towards the Sabaody archipelago. After being in this world for over a decade, it was Lorin's first time visiting the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago is made up of an entire mangrove forest formed by the roots of a giant mangrove tree called the Yarkaman mangrove, with a total of 79 trees, each root corresponding to an island, and they were numbered. Behind the Sabaody archipelago is the Red Line, and at the very top of the Red Line is the Holy Land Mariehua, where the celestial dragons reside, with the Navy headquarters Marineford also nearby. It is also the most prosperous place in the entire pirate world, with countless merchants and pirates coming and going. To reach the second half of the Grand Line, one can only go through Fishman Island or cross the Red Line. The closest place in Lorin is the Bubble Park number 33, which is also the place where Lorin logged in. It's truly magnificent. If it weren't for seeing it with her own eyes, Lorin would find it hard to believe that such a large tree exists in the world, and that it grew up from the seabed. The grandeur is real, the prosperity is real, and the chaos is also real. In less than half an hour after arriving in Lorin, he witnessed no less than 3 brawls, all with the good-hearted pirates. Isn't the Navy going to do something about it? It's not far from the Navy headquarters. This is also the strangest part for Lorin. In the original work, the Sabaody archipelago, which serves as the center of the entire world, has chaotic public order, with countless bounty criminals coming and going freely. And it's so close to the Holy Land, Mariehua, and the Navy headquarters. However, after a few hours, he realized it wasn't that the Navy didn't care, but that they couldn't manage it. Almost every island has incidents of fighting, and over the past few hours, Lorin has witnessed dozens of brawls, almost all involving pirates. Moreover, during the half hour he spent eating in the restaurant, there were 4 brawls at the same location. If they were all captured and sent to impelled down prison, it would probably be overcrowded. Lorin walked and arrived at Island G13. Let me think, what is here? A familiar place? Never mind. I don't want to think about it. Lorin felt that this place was somewhat familiar, but it had been too long since he passed through here, and he couldn't remember clearly. He was just wandering around casually, knowing that recently Fisher Tiger would cause some trouble. However, he didn't know the specific timing, so he could only wait for him to make a move and for things to get chaotic before he could act. Before that, he could only wait idly or stroll around. As he walked, Lorin discovered a bar. This area was quite remote, with only this one establishment left and the rest being lawn. Lorin was curious about how there could be a bar here, and when he walked in, he saw it was the Shucky's Shakedown Bar. Oh, it's this place. Then it's nothing to worry about. Lorin suddenly remembered that he had been here before. This was the place where Riley and Shacky lived. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look, so he pushed the door open. Oh, there's a young and handsome guy. What would you like to drink? Just juice is fine. No problem. The woman in front of him looked quite young too. Probably only in her 30s, wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and tight pants, holding a women's cigarette while resting her chin on her hand, looking at Lorin. If nothing unexpected, this must be Shacky. What's wrong, little brother? Seeing Lorin in a daze, Shacky asked curiously. It's nothing. Then he raised his glass and gulped down the juice. What an interesting little brother. After a while, Lorin felt that it was getting late. Miss Shacky, do you know if there are any places to stay around here? Accommodation? It's a bit far. Most of them are on the islands after number 70. I see. Then never mind. Anywhere is fine for accommodation. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll come back tomorrow. Lorin left after paying for the juice and was not extorted. The next evening, Lorin came back to Shacky's side. Oh, it's the young man from yesterday. Are you having juice again today? I forgot to ask your name yesterday. My name is Lorin. Portcat de Lorin. From the East Sea. I remember the demon guard with a bounty of 50 million is also named that. Yes, that's me. What are you here for? Are you planning to become a pirate? She knew Lorin's name and had seen the bounty notice, but she never expected Lorin to come here alone. And she couldn't recognize him because he had grown up. No, I don't plan to become a pirate for now. I just heard that this place is the center of the world and that there are mermaids under the sea. I wanted to see the world. Is that so? Of course. They chatted casually about some unimportant topics. Shiachi, I'm back. A voice that was gentle yet rugged, full of energy, rang out from outside the door. And then an old man wearing a tank top, shorts, and slippers, with a cape draped over him, walked in. Rayleigh, welcome back. Lorin also heard the name shouted by Shiachi. She turned to glance at Layli, who simultaneously looked at Lorin. The two exchanged glances in the air, as if sparks were flying. Lorin's expression changed. Could it be the Dark King Rayleigh? Even though he is getting old, his gaze is still sharp. Rayleigh was also a bit shocked. Are the young people nowadays this impressive? However, neither of them had any malice. That glare was just a subconscious reaction. It seems a remarkable guest has arrived at the shop. At this moment, Shaki was also a little surprised. She knew well how formidable Rayleigh was. The world government and the Navy were aware of his presence here, but were unwilling to capture him, which speaks volumes about his strength. But she never expected Lorin to provoke Rayleigh's aura. She then introduced the two to each other. After that, they sat together to drink, though Lorin was having juice. Days passed, and Lorin became completely familiar with the two of them. Little brother Lorin, drinking is a man's romance. No, that stuff doesn't taste good. I still prefer sweet juice. Lorin remained unmoved by Rayleigh's persuasion. Someone who could sell themselves as a slave for a drink was certainly not a respectable old man. All right, but little brother Lorin, don't you have anything else to do here? You come here every day just to drink juice? Of course I do, but I don't know how to go about it yet. Just wait a bit. However, I do want to ask Uncle Rayleigh for a favor. Oh, what could it be that you need to trouble this old man for? I want to spar with you. This was one of Lorin's reasons for coming here. He wanted to know his own strength. He couldn't just rely on the system's evaluation. And Rayleigh was a great practice target, the first mate of the Pirate King. Even in his old age, he could still go toe-to-toe with admirals. Is that so? But I don't want to make a move. I'll buy you a drink. Deal. Lorin. Then the two of them found an open space and stood facing each other, while Shaki stood at a distance watching. She knew about Rayleigh's strength and was very curious about Lorin's abilities. Uncle Rayleigh, are you ready? Of course. You can strike at any time. Don't forget about the drink you promised me. Of course. Be careful, Uncle Rayleigh. Lorin unleashed a tremendous conqueror's haki towards Rayleigh. Huh? Conqueror's haki? Rayleigh and Shaki's expressions changed. This is not something just anyone possesses. Seeing this, Rayleigh didn't hesitate and also unleashed his conqueror's haki. The two forces pressed against each other in the air, even tearing apart the dark clouds above, while the surrounding flowers and grass were ruthlessly battered and cracks appeared on the trees. Eventually, the two forces exploded apart, with Lorin stepping back 3 steps and Rayleigh stepping back 2 steps. However, this was already quite shocking for Rayleigh. What on earth happened during the 7 years that the demon guard and the demon child disappeared? How could a little boy grow to this extent? In terms of haki, Lorin was slightly inferior, but the sparring wasn't over yet. Lorin drew his famous sword, Jinheng, and wrapped it in armament haki, directly charging at Rayleigh. Seeing this, Rayleigh also drew his sword and engaged Lorin in battle. The two were now competing in swordsmanship and physical techniques. Their moves appeared somewhat plain, provided one overlooked the occasional flying slashes and the explosive sounds of metal clashing. The flying slashes cut through the surrounding ground and trees, raising huge clouds of dust. The battle between the two gradually became obscured, and even people on the nearby island noticed the situation, gazing from a distance. What is that? Are there 2 people fighting? 2 people? How could humans cause this level of destruction? Are they monsters? Some onlookers exclaimed, their faces filled with disbelief. After several minutes, Rayleigh was already a bit out of breath. After all, age was a factor. He was over 60, and his stamina was waning. Finally, Rayleigh unleashed a flying slash, and Lorin responded with a flying slash as well, creating a massive air explosion in the air that caused tremendous damage to the ground and kicked up enormous clouds of dust. Before Lorin could make another move, Rayleigh's voice came through. No more fighting, no more fighting. Little Lorin, it's just a spar, that's enough. Oh, then I won't fight anymore. Uncle Rayleigh, you're still going strong. I can't keep up. Cut out. Do you think I can't tell? Luo Lin looked a bit embarrassed, but Rayleigh continued, what a monstrous existence. That guy Roger was nowhere near as strong as you at your age. Are all the newcomers this terrifying now? Hearing Rayleigh's praise, Luo Lin shyly scratched his head. I guess I should be considered quite special. Well, there shouldn't be many little monsters like you, mastering such powerful 3-color haki at such a young age. If it were a prolonged battle, I'm afraid I wouldn't be your match. Of course, if it were a life and death battle from the beginning, and we both went all out, it would definitely be you who would die. Lorin also knows this. In a life and death battle, he is definitely not a match for a powerhouse like Rayleigh. Your combat power can already rival that of an admiral, and even if you can't win, you can still escape. However, your use of Conqueror's haki is still insufficient. Learn to master Conqueror's haki wrapping as soon as possible. Then you won't need to run when facing an admiral. In summary, it's just one sentence. Being young is truly great. Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. Ah, don't forget my drink. Of course. Let's go right now. Hearing this, Lorin was also filled with joy and directly pulled Rayleigh to fulfill the promise. Although he already had an idea in his heart, being recognized by someone was a very happy thing, especially when the other party was an old-school powerhouse. In the following month or so, Lorin would occasionally drag Rayleigh to teach him moves. This was because the dog system had actively given him a task to spar with Rayleigh 10 times, with the reward being swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman. Lorin was filled with joy and was extremely pleased, so for the first time in over a decade of binding with the system, he praised it. This was Lorin's first compliment to the system, nearly bringing it to tears. A training partner like Rayleigh, such a strong figure, is not easy to find. Although the old man Rayleigh is playfully referred to as a bad teacher by the sea folks, he actually has quite a few skills up his sleeve. The cost was merely a few rounds of drinks, and Lorin had plenty of money. He wasn't worried at all. He wasn't buying cars or houses. Most of his money was meant to be spent. If he ran out of money, he could just capture a few pirates to exchange for bounties or simply rob them. As for the dignity of a strong, Lorin didn't need that. A few days later, after saying goodbye to Rayleigh, Lorin returned to the inn and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, he was awakened by the loud noises outside. Still half asleep, he went to the window to check and saw that the peak of the Red Land, not far from the Sabeti archipelago, was ablaze with flames at the Holy Land, Mariewa. Through his observation hockey, he could also sense occasional screams coming from there, which had even affected the Sabeti archipelago. The streets were filled with panicked Navy officers rushing to support Mariewa. Lorin instantly lost all drowsiness. Fisher Tiger had made his move. He stepped back from the window, grabbed the famous sword Jinhung from the bedside, and walked out. During this time, Lorin had been waiting for this moment to occur. However, he did not immediately head towards Mariewa. This was because he had misremembered one thing, which slightly altered his objective. Originally, he had planned to wait here for Fisher Tiger to cause a commotion at the Holy Land Mariewa, and then come to his rescue when he was close to death, hoping to befriend him in the process. Later, a light bulb went off in his head, and he remembered that Fisher Tiger did not die here. He managed to escape, and the Sun Pirates were established after this, so his goal changed slightly. However, the difference was not significant. He still had the opportunity to befriend him. Lorin's ultimate goal is to find Arlong and warn him to be more cautious when he goes to see Nami and the others in the East Sea after the Sun Pirates disband. He just needs to make sure not to kill Belmere. Of course, he could also wait until 3 years later when Arlong's gang arrives at Kokoyasi village and take him out then. But Lorin doesn't know what changes that would bring. Firstly, if he does that, Nami definitely won't work hard to steal things to redeem Kokoyasi village, nor will she meet Luffy and the others at sea, which might even lead to the Straw Hats changing their navigator. Aside from the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, which Lorin cannot change, other changes are possible, as can be seen from Robin. Lorin does not want to see a Straw Hat crew that is completely different from the original. His initial reluctance to be a Navy or a pirate has already changed somewhat. Not wanting to be a pirate means he doesn't want to form his own pirate crew. He has no grand ambitions, and he certainly doesn't want to be the Pirate King. The Straw Hats do not engage in burning, killing, or plundering. They are just a group of passionate adventurers who help others along the way. Moreover, Robin wants to interpret the historical texts. Other crews may not understand them well, but the Straw Hats are quite good at it and have plenty of time to slack off. He just wants to enjoy time with her, so he has to think it over carefully. Lorin arrived at the Shacky's bar, where Riley and she were already up and observing outside. Hey, little brother Lorin, you're here too. What's going on? Why is it suddenly in chaos? Lorin asked knowingly, and Rayleigh glanced at him. Presumably, your observation hockey has seen some situations. There's been a riot in Mariewa. Someone has ascended to Mariewa and freed the slaves imprisoned inside. Hiss, whose subordinate is so bold. Lorin gasped in shock, his expression perfectly fitting, being an old actor. He didn't know yet, but since there were people daring to resist, he had to go take a look. Are you going? Lorin? Rayleigh turned to look at Lorin. Of course. I came here for this. The world government and the Navy have been after me for so many years. Even though I haven't done anything. I haven't even killed a single Navy officer. He complained in his heart while showing a righteous indignation on the surface. He immediately expressed his intention to go with Rayleigh. Then let's set off. Rayleigh charged ahead, heading toward the top of the red line, with Lorin closely following. Be careful. Rayleigh, and you too, Lorin, Shaki shouted from behind. The Holy Land Mariewa is not far from Sabeti archipelago, and if the two of them rushed, they could reach the top of the red line in just half an hour. On the red line above Sabeti archipelago, Many slaves were fleeing, while Navy and world government personnel were chasing after them. They didn't pay much attention to the two people going against the tide. Because this area was already the outer part of the Holy Land Mariewa, there were still some civilians around, and the slaves were easy to recognize. The mark of the celestial dragon was usually branded in a conspicuous place. Even if it was in a less noticeable spot, they generally wouldn't let their clothing cover it. Some were even naked. This was to constantly remind the slaves of their identity. They had no rights to choose. And now these slaves were hastily escaping. Surely they didn't have time to look for clothes. So they just needed to focus on capturing those with the mark of the celestial dragon. Others didn't need to be too concerned about. The further they went up, the more chaotic it became. When they reached an area without civilian habitation, the two began to conceal themselves, with Lorin putting a cloak over himself. After some time, they finally arrived at the place where the celestial dragons lived, and there were flames soaring into the sky. Many slaves were still fleeing, and there were chaotic Navy and world government personnel busy putting out the fires. There were also celestial dragons with glass jars on their heads, shouting and giving orders. The two exchanged a glance and split up to act, quietly sneaking in without being discovered. At this moment, Fisher Tiger had stopped the arson, followed by a large group of pursuers, and he was still freeing slaves. On one hand, he wanted to free all the slaves, and on the other hand, these slaves effectively blocked the steps of the pursuers. Most of the pursuers were personnel from the world government and the Navy, and they couldn't just kill the slaves at will. Only the celestial dragons had absolute authority over the slaves. Some celestial dragons still liked certain slaves. If they killed them, they might end up becoming slaves themselves. And they didn't dare to take that risk. Lorin dashed around and first arrived at an extremely luxurious room. It looked like a bedroom, covering over 1,000 square meters. Looking at the furnishings inside, one couldn't help but marvel at the extravagant lifestyle of the celestial dragons. The room was huge, decorated with gold and various precious ornaments like jewels. The lavish bed could easily accommodate 10 people, with a massive crystal chandelier in the center. There were also tables and chairs carved from sea tower stone, and the wine cabinet was filled with bottles. Additionally, there were various intimate items, and the balcony was adorned with rare plants and even had a swimming pool. Lorin took a quick glance and left. There was nothing here besides luxury. He ran through a few more rooms and saw more interesting things, including several women completely naked wearing collars and even some fur tribes. Damn, if only I could dress like a celestial dragon. The wicked capitalism. In addition, Lorin also saw a few interesting things, several devil fruits casually tossed on a table. Although he didn't know what type they were definitely good items. Any one of them could fetch a hefty price. He tore off a piece of curtain to wrap them up and carried them on his back. At that moment, a commotion broke out outside. A celestial dragon shouted to kill him. Then came a barrage of gunfire. Lorin peeked out and saw wow. A 5-meter-tall figure completely covered in crimson. It's a fishman. Isn't this Fisher Tiger? At this moment, he was already surrounded, with members of the world government all around him. There were also people with hockey present, and he was just barely holding on thanks to the fishman race's far superior physical constitution. It could be said that there was no way out above or below, and he was in a state where escape seemed impossible. Nearby, the celestial dragons were shouting provocatively. Lorin didn't make a move. He wanted to see how Fisher Tiger escaped. Just as the powerful warrior who could dominate was about to sneak attack Fisher Tiger from behind, a figure rushed in at a speed far beyond his own, blocking his attack. Really? I knew it. Otherwise, how could a mere fishman with a bounty of just over 200 million escape after causing such a ruckus in Mariewa? Lorin showed a surprised expression as the figure in the black robe was indeed Rayleigh. The moment Rayleigh appeared, he unleashed his haki, causing the weak Navy lackeys and a few celestial dragons around to faint. Who are you? How dare you attack Mariewa? Do you want to die? Kill him. The celestial dragon still standing in the arena shouted, but Rayleigh in the black robe remained unfazed. How could I not join in such an interesting thing as freeing slaves? Sir, no matter who you are, right now we are friends. Let's rush out first. As long as we reach the seaside, we will be safe. Fisher Tiger also spoke up at this moment. Lorin saw this and prepared to join Rayleigh, using a shave to charge directly at the celestial dragon, intending to give him a hard hit. However, those protecting the celestial dragons were not weak, and they quickly reacted as Lorin approached, swinging a blade at him. There are accomplices. Protect the celestial dragon. Lorin missed his strike and dashed towards Rayleigh and the others, joining them. Hey, I'm out too, how about it? Shall we charge out first? Brother Lor, you're out too. Then let's charge out. Okay, Mr. Fisher Tiger, you've already been through a battle. We are still full of energy. You go first, Rayleigh decisively said, and then he and Lorin began to attack the people nearby. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Fisher Tiger was not someone who lacked awareness. He knew these two were strong and definitely not slaves he had released, but rather here to help him. From their aura, he could tell that people with such presence would never willingly become slaves. At this moment, the pursuers were no match for Lorin and Rayleigh, and in just a few minutes, the three of them approached the edge of the Red Earth continent. Come on, friends, let us jump down together. Below is the sea, and as long as I'm here, it's safe in the water. Fisher Tiger suggested to the two, but just as Lorin and Rayleigh were about to agree, they suddenly pushed him hard, knocking him to the ground. Whoosh! A beam of yellow light shot from where he had just been, striking the Red Earth continent and causing a violent explosion. What? Fisher Tiger was a bit dazed. The level of destruction was too frightening. Admiral, Lorin and Rayleigh spoke at the same time, and then a rather annoying voice came from a distance. How terrifying. How could someone turn Mary Geos into this state? You old man will have to work overtime today. You won't be leaving, you know. Two figures approached the three, one of whom was swaying and wearing a yellow striped outfit, sunglasses, and a cape at night. It's Kizuru. Next to him was Aokiji. It's Admiral Kizuru and Admiral Aokiji. That's great. The Navy has sent 2 admirals for support. With 2 admirals deployed at once, those thieves are definitely finished. Upon seeing the newcomers, the morale of the world government and Navy personnel stabilized. They felt they had already won. Rayleigh and Lorin exchanged glances and confirmed their opponents. Mr. Fisher, you go down to support us first. We'll be there soon. These are 2 Navy admirals. Fisher Tiger hesitated a bit. Don't worry, we are strong too. And if you don't go down to support us, are we supposed to keep fighting forever? All right. Upon hearing this, Fisher decisively ran towards the edge of the red line, ready to jump down. Kizuru and Aokiji flashed forward to intercept, but were stopped by Rayleigh and Lorin respectively. Don't rush. Your opponent isn't him. Don't act like we two don't exist. Lorin and Rayleigh said to their chosen opponents. Damn it. You are opposing the entire world. As Lorin and his companion blocked Akainu and Kizu, the two could only watch helplessly as Fisher Tiger successfully reached the edge of the Red Earth, leaving behind the words, I'll be waiting for you down there, before jumping down without hesitation. Those celestial dragons, who are even worse than trash, cannot represent the entire world. We just came to watch the show, and now that the culprit has escaped, you might have a hard time explaining this, right? Ha ha. Lorin's tone was filled with excitement. In fact, he was very happy because in front of him was Qingji. 7 years ago, Lorin was no match for him, and after being injured, he was even threatened and warned by him. This time, being able to give him a hard time might even get him scolded when he goes back. Lorin couldn't be happier, but he held a grudge. However, there wasn't much expression on Aokiji's face, which made Lorin feel a little disappointed. He ran away. But aren't you all still here? Catching you is the same. Aokiji said lightly. Oh, Lorin, it seems that the 2 generals can't quite see us clearly. Ah, yes. Then let's show them our strength. Lorin didn't say a word and directly launched a flying slash at Aokiji, who dodged it by elementalization. Ice block Violent Bird. Aokiji's first move was a special attack. One sword style, splitting slash. This move was created by Lorin himself, wrapping the armament color around the blade and slashing forward to unleash a domineering blade aura that would explode upon hitting an object. So he gave it a high-end name. Look at Zoro. He doesn't even name his moves anymore. He just recites a poem with each big move. Bruce. It wouldn't be polite to continuously do normal attacks while the other party is using a special move. At the moment when Aokiji and Lorin's skills intersected, a huge explosion occurred. Retreat quickly. The Battle of the Admirals is not something we can participate in. The world government and Navy personnel, who had originally gathered closely, also recognized the danger after being accidentally injured and quickly retreated. Shortly after, Lorin and Aokiji both disappeared and engaged in close combat, with Lorin occasionally slashing at Aokiji, who would dodge using elementalization, while Aokiji would occasionally freeze Lorin, only for Lorin to shatter it with his domineering aura. Aokiji even formed 2 ice spears in his hands and began to duel Lorin in swordsmanship. So terrifying. Kizuru, with a face that looked like he wanted to fight, exclaimed from the side, feeling a chill in his heart. He knew how strong Aokiji was as an admiral, and for a moment, he couldn't get the upper hand against his opponent. Such a person was definitely not a small fry. After watching for a while, Kizuru slowly prepared to move. After all, he had just become an admiral, and there were still many people watching. It wouldn't be good to slack off the whole time. What if someone reported to the elders and docked his pay? P.S. Kizuru was a vice admiral 16 years before the Marineford War. It's now 13 years. and I couldn't find out exactly when he became an admiral, but let's assume he is one. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Although Rayleigh didn't intervene, Kizuru knew he was a strong opponent, but that didn't stop him from saying his catchphrase. Rayleigh, underrating me will come at a cost. Saying this, he drew his sword and started a duel with Kizuru. The destruction caused by the four-person battle was much greater than that caused by Fisher Tiger, but fortunately, they were far from the Celestial Dragon's residential area. It was clear that Kizuru was unusually serious this time, despite wearing a cloak that obscured his identity. Facing an opponent he could actually fight against, not taking it seriously could cost him his life. On the other side, after losing his pursuers, Fisher Tiger crashed heavily onto the sea surface after a long fall. Even with his 10 times stronger fishman physique, hitting the sea surface still made him grimace. He then stopped on the sea surface, looking up at the peak of red earth. Above, ice and cold air occasionally burst forth and golden light spread, accompanied by explosions and falling massive rocks, some of which he had to dive underwater to avoid. The aftermath of such a battle indicated that those two friends were no ordinary characters. I hope they can retreat safely. Fisher Tiger stood on the sea surface, staring at the peak of red earth, and promised to wait here until either of the two or the Navy admirals arrived. He wouldn't leave. The battle above had already reached a fever pitch, and all four were beginning to pant heavily, especially Lorin, whose hand gripping the famous sword Shinzen was starting to tremble slightly. His strength was already considerable, but compared to Aokiji and the others, he was still lacking a bit, and after shattering Aokiji's ice spears again, he turned to Rayleigh and said, "Uncle, haven't you had enough? I can hardly hold on anymore. How about we stop fighting? Here it comes." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh blocked Kizuru's Amatsukami sword and joined Lorin's side to regroup. So terrifying. Trying to run away? That's useless. Kizuru came to Aokiji's side and spoke to the two. Not yet. Lorin and Rayleigh exchanged a glance. Then Lorin began to gather strength, while Rayleigh stood by, watching intently. His ultimate move didn't require any charging. Is it about to happen? The final struggle. Kizaru and Aokiji also looked serious. They already understood the strength of these two men in black robes. Aside from the one whose voice sounded a bit younger, the other was simply incredibly powerful. One sword-style storm slash. God avoid. Lorin's sword unleashed a shockwave, filled with flickering sword light, sweeping up a large amount of sand and dust as it rushed towards Kizuru and Aokiji. Rayleigh, on the other hand, used the God Avoidance technique to deliver a flying slash imbued with Conqueror's Haki, which continuously grew larger as it advanced, becoming thicker than a tree that several people could hug by the time it reached the two. Ice Age, the Yada no Kagami. Kizaru and Aokiji had to take this strike seriously, simultaneously unleashing their own powerful moves. The four attacks collided in an instant, causing an explosion that resulted in more destruction than any previous explosion. It directly shattered the section of the red Earth continent where the four were located, creating a large gap in the once continuous line of the red Earth, as if a piece of cake had been cut out. Lorin and the others took the opportunity, while Kizuru and Aokiji were distracted, to jump down to the lower part of the red Earth continent. What's going on? Such an explosion. Can a human really do this? I hope those two friends are okay. Below the red Earth continent, on the sea surface, Fisher Tiger looked up wide-eyed. Even with a height difference of several thousand meters, he could clearly see the explosion above and the large boulders falling down. He had to take cover first. Above the red Earth continent, near the gap caused by the explosion, Kizuru and Aokiji stood at the edge of the cliff. At this moment, Kizuru looked a bit disheveled, while Aokiji had many cuts on his body from Lorin's earlier attacks. How terrifying. I almost got killed. Such a level of strength is not something ordinary people possess. Should we pursue them? Forget it. I don't want to work overtime. Besides, there were no casualties among the celestial dragons. We also captured quite a few escaping slaves. Let's go back and report, Kizuru said nonchalantly, and Aokiji nodded. Pursuing such individuals wouldn't guarantee a kill, and down below was the sea. Those two hadn't used their devil fruit abilities at all, so they probably weren't devil fruit users, and after going down, the advantage wouldn't be on their side. However, just leaving like this doesn't sit well with me. Kizuru initially thought about leaving directly, but the more he thought about retreating, the more he felt he was losing out. So he returned to the cliff's edge and jumped into the sky. 8-shaku jewel. After launching another long-lasting 8-shaku jewel downward, he landed back on the ground. Seeing Aokiji looking at him, he explained, "I just heard that the fishman is the real culprit and is waiting for us below. If we can't kill those two strong ones, we might be able to take down that fishman. It's late at night, calling me out for overtime like this. I need to go back and catch up on sleep." After saying that, he staggered back, and Aokiji slowly followed. Kizaru, you old rascal. I'll remember this grudge. At this moment, Lorin had already fallen to the bottom and was cursing. He had been grazed by an 8-shaka jewel during his fall, while Rayleigh was unscathed. As they were falling, the flames above allowed them to see the two admirals, but the admirals couldn't see them. Just when Lorin thought Kizaru had left and was about to relax, he sensed through observation hockey that Kizaru had returned to fire another 8-shaka jewel. In such a dense laser barrage, Lorin barely managed to dodge. Ha ha ha, Lorin. Now, you know that when fighting someone, you can't let your guard down until you're absolutely safe, right? Although you're strong, your battle experience is still lacking. Rayleigh laughed happily beside him. Rayleigh, you're still laughing? I almost lost my life. Why didn't you warn me sooner? You can't be reminded about battle experience. That is something you have to accumulate on your own. Besides, didn't you notice it already? The two of them drifted on the sea like this. Where's that fishman? I'm right here. Fisher Tiger had already surfaced after all the stones had fallen into the sea. Oh, I didn't notice you because I was too consumed by hockey, and it's too dark. My apologies. No witties. I'm poor Gasti. Lorraine, what is your name? Lorin feigned ignorance. My name is Fisher Tiger. Hey, I said, do we really have a chat here? There are still two generals above us. Rayleigh looked at the two talking and had to interrupt. Oh, in that case, let's head back first. Island 13. Shaki's bar. The three put down their glasses. And Lorin continued to drink juice. Thanks to both of you for today. I didn't expect someone would come all the way to help me with such a thing. Even more unexpected was that Lorin was so young, yet had the strength of a general level. Fisher Tiger spoke first. If it weren't for Lorin and the other person, he definitely wouldn't have escaped today. Oh, no need to mind. There have never been people brave enough to declare war on the world government before. Of course, we need to see such things. Yes, life should be equal. The celestial dragons forcibly capture people of different races to make them their slaves. And those who resist must die. Why should that be allowed? Such a system should not exist. Similarly, we should help those who resist it. As a fine young man of the 21st century, Lorin also expressed his thoughts. Hearing this, Fisher Tiger's eyes widened. What Lorin said was exactly what he was thinking. He didn't expect there were others in the world who thought like him. I didn't expect Lorin felt the same way as I do. Ha ha ha. By the way, what are you planning to do with those three little girls? Upon hearing this, all four looked towards the three girls sitting at another table. Fate is a strange thing. Originally, Lorin thought that since the future Empress and others would return to Amazon Lily with the help of Rayleigh and Shaki, he didn't need to specifically look for them and would definitely see them. However, on the way back, he directly saw Hancock and the others fleeing with pursuers behind them. Then Lorin decisively stepped in and brought the three back. On the way, they also introduced themselves. I don't know. You don't know the ones you brought back? It was because I saw them being chased. I can't just throw them back now, can I? Lorraine chuckled and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Hancock and the other two stared intently at Lorraine, with Hancock even standing up to shield her two sisters. It must be said that although Hancock was only 16 years old, she already showed signs of becoming the world's most beautiful woman in the future. However, compared to the 15-year-old Robin, she was still lacking a bit, perhaps due to malnutrition as a slave. Nevertheless, Lorraine was not interested in this love-struck girl. He only liked Robin. No need to be nervous. Since I've saved you, I won't throw you out again. Let's eat first. You need to be full to have the strength to escape. Lorraine is really interesting. However, leave these three to me. Shaki spoke up at the right moment, causing Hancock and the other two to become tense again. This was because Shaki didn't seem like a good person. Just looking at the bar's name made that clear. I have a connection with your former emperor, Girolio Asa, from a long time ago. You can stay here for now. After a few days when things calm down, I'll contact her to bring you back. Upon hearing this, Hancock and the other two were overjoyed, frantically thanking them with tears streaming down their faces. Their 4 years of suffering were finally coming to an end. Then I'll leave these three young ladies to you, Miss Shaki. What about you, Mr. Tiger? Lorin asked while eating, feeling quite hungry after a night of battle. Me? I'm going back to Fishman Island. After doing such things, I need to hurry back and report to Princess Odoheim. I must cut ties with Fishman Island as soon as possible. Fisher Tiger put down his wine cup, explained a bit to the others, and then stood up. Oh, I see. We can't involve Fishman Island. Upon hearing about Fishman Island, Lorin's mind became active again. That was his goal for this trip. As Fisher Tiger was preparing to leave, he didn't wait for Lorin to speak and took out several seashells to give to the three. This is my token. With it, you can freely enter and exit Fishman Island. No matter what happens between humans and fishmen, I hope we will always be friends. I will always consider you my friends. You are welcome to visit Fishman Island anytime. The king and others will definitely welcome you. Lorin smiled while holding the conch. Of course. Having a fisherman friend sounds really cool. I can brag to my wife when I go back. Hee hee. After hearing Lorin's words, Fisher Tiger was slightly taken aback. He hadn't spent much time with Lorin and the others, but from their conversations, he didn't sense any disdain or discrimination in Lorin's tone, eyes, or even subtle movements. It seemed like he truly didn't care about his race, his past as a slave, and genuinely regarded him as a friend. Brother Lorin, I have a question. What is it, Lorin? What do you think about races? Like humans and fishmen or other races? And slaves? When Fisher Tiger asked this, he visibly appeared a bit nervous. Even Rayleigh, Shaky, and Hancock were looking at Lorin, eagerly anticipating his response. What else could I think? I stare at the pretty ones, and I don't even look at the ugly ones. Rayleigh, Shaky, Fisher Tiger, Hancock, and the other two women. Ha ha, Brother Lorin is really interesting. Shaky laughed out loud after a brief pause. I'm just joking. To be honest, I don't have a shred of discrimination against anyone or any race. Whether it's the fishmen, giants, fur tribes, or other races, I accept them all. In my eyes, we are all humans. Who can claim to be nobler than others? Those who consider themselves noble are just foolish. Of course, the same goes for slaves. Becoming a slave is not something they chose for themselves. What is that saying? The fault lies not with them, but with this world. The fault lies not with us, but with this world. Lorin's words left Fisher Tiger stunned. He looked deeply at Lorin, and even Rayleigh and the others stared at him in shock. Everyone was astonished. How could Lorin, at just 17 years old, have such an insightful understanding of the world? Of course, the key point is that being beautiful is essential. I will dislike anyone, regardless of their race, if they are ugly. However, Lorin's next sentence made their faces darken. Rayleigh, who had planned to compliment him, was directly choked back. Hancock and the others gritted their teeth. As expected, this guy doesn't seem like a good person. Ha ha, I also don't like ugly ones. Brother Lorin, you must come to Fishman Island as a guest. King Neptune and Princess Odoheim will definitely like you. Fisher Tiger's face was full of smiles. I really want to go. I've heard that Fishman Island is full of beautiful mermaid ladies. I'm also planning to visit Fishman Island before I go back to bring some local specialties for my wife. Hancock, confirmed, this guy really isn't a good person. By the way, Brother Lorin, you've mentioned wife several times, and the bounty poster referred to you as the demon bodyguard. Are you talking about? Yes. The wife I'm talking about is the son of the devil, Nico Robin. Although we aren't married yet, she will definitely marry me in the future. Speaking of Robin, Lorin's expression was gentle. After all, she is the wife he has raised for over a decade. Hancock, pa, scumbag. Is that so? Then that's really lucky. Shaky didn't ask much more. Well, I'll take my leave now. Fisher Tiger walked to the door, bidding farewell to everyone in the bar. Mr. Tiger, are you just leaving like this? Don't you need a coated ship? No need. Fishman Island is 10,000 meters deep in the sea beneath the Sabati archipelago. Normally, people do need a coated ship to reach Fishman Island, but for us, who swim almost as fast as mermaids, 10,000 meters is just a matter of a few minutes. Fisher Tiger jumped into the water at the edge of Island No. 13 and waved at Lorin. Brother Lorin, you can't come down with me. I'll be waiting for you on Fishman Island. All right, I'll go down in a few days. Lorin waved his hand and, after watching Fisher Tage disappear, turned back to the house to continue eating. He wasn't full yet. Half an hour later, Lorin had finished his meal and was sitting on a bar stool, picking his teeth. Hey, Lorin, what's in that cloth bag of yours? Did you loot some treasures from the Holy Land? Shaky asked, curious about the cloth bag that Lorin had set aside. He had only brought a knife when he went out, but he came back with a large bundle. Hancock and the others, including Rayleigh, were also curious. Lorin had been guarding that bag closely along the way. Given his strength, he shouldn't be short on money. So why did he come back from Mary Geos with a pack bag? If he had known that most of the celestial dragon's belongings were marked, it would have been difficult to take them. Oh, I almost forgot to mention it. This is a good item, Lorin exclaimed. Oh, for Lorin to call it a good item, it must be quite valuable. Lorin stood up and slowly opened the curtained fabric package that he took from Shaky's hands, revealing 4 devil fruits, 2 large and 2 small. Ding ding, this is it, David Fruit? Several people said in unison. Yes, that's right, and there are 4 of them. I found them on the table in the celestial dragon's room. Why not take them? This is indeed something valuable. Do you want to eat one, Brother Lorin? Shaky asked him curiously. I have no idea what type they are. How could I just eat them randomly? Lorin's mouth twisted, his tone heavy with disdain. The fruit he wanted to eat probably hadn't even ripened yet, and he definitely didn't want to become a dried duck so soon. Yeah, Lorin. I don't recommend you eat the devil fruit either. Rayleigh spoke seriously at this moment. Why? Lorin felt a bit strange. When he fought against Aokiji before, he was quite annoyed by the opponent's nature-based abilities. Although he could hit him more often than not, he would be dodged by the opponent's localized elemental transformation. And once the opponent's attack hit him, it truly landed. His desire to eat a nature-based fruit grew stronger. One of the main reasons, of course, was that after eating it, he would be hated by the sea. Once he came into contact with seawater, he would become weak all over, which was a fatal weakness for fruit users. Additionally, in this world, there are many top-tier powerhouses who are not fruit users, including the Pirate King and the Hero Carp. Moreover, once he ate a fruit, he would have to develop its powers, which wouldn't be a good thing for Lorin. With the three-color hockey and powerful swordsmanship, eating another fruit could enhance his strength in a short time. But afterwards, if he focused solely on fruit development, he would neglect the training of hockey and swordsmanship. If he didn't develop it, it would be like adding a fatal weakness for nothing. So do you understand? After listening to Rayleigh's analysis, Lorin felt it made a lot of sense. Should he still look for a nature-based fruit? Of course. If you can reach the level of a great swordsman or train your hockey to its peak, eating a fruit would still be beneficial. Rayleigh saw Lorin lost in thought and added, after hearing this, Lorin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he couldn't eat it at all. Mr. Rayleigh, please finish your sentence in one go next time. I thought this thing was completely inedible. Haha, of course not. There are still more powerful fruit users at sea. After all, training hockey is very tough, while developing a fruit just requires fighting continuously using its abilities. So, Lorin, will you eat it? No, I won't eat it. At least not these few. What effect do they have? Eating them blindly would just be adding trouble for myself. Then how do you plan to handle these devil fruits? Of course, sell them, or take them back for others to eat. Hee, that sounds good. These things are very expensive. Each one can sell for at least 100 million berries at an auction. Lorin, let's go. Where to buy? There's an auction house over by Island Number 1. But it might take a few days. Things are a bit tight these days. All right, then I'll just leave it here for now and sell it when I come back from Fishman Island. In the next 2 days, Lorin barely went out. On the 4th morning, Lorin once again arrived at Shaki's bar. What? You wanted to take them back? Lorin looked incredulous, pointing at Hancock and the others, then pointing at his own nose. All right, of course, it's not for now. The rumors haven't died down these days. Anyway, brother Lorin, you also need to go back through the Calm Belt, and Daughter Island happens to be in the Calm Belt too, so we can send each other off. With a strong person like you, we feel more at ease. Is that so? Wait. Uncle Rayleigh, you're stronger than me. Why don't you send them off? My old bones got tired the day before yesterday. I need to rest for a while. Lorin's face darkened. What are you tired about? But he didn't dwell on it too much since it was on the way anyway. I'll talk about it when I get back. I'm going to Fishman Island. His attitude was quite bad, and after downing a few cups of juice angrily, he went out to find a pirate ship to Fishman Island. Hancock's 3 girls cautiously asked, Sister Shaki, do we really have to let him take us? Even the little brother Lorin's tone is unfriendly. He is actually a good person, and he has the strength of a vice admiral. It's most suitable for him to escort you. Rayleigh's identity is special. Many people are watching. Hancock's trio was a bit confused. Although he was the one who saved them, they never expected this foul-mouthed and lecherous guy to have such strong power. Lorin, what are you talking about? What's wrong with wanting to see beautiful mermaid ladies? My wife doesn't mind. Due to the events at Mary Geos, the atmosphere on Sabeti Archipelago was tense today. Ordinary citizens were afraid to go out, and countless Navy and world government personnel were patrolling the islands and capturing suspicious individuals. The primary targets were the pirates who had come here preparing to enter the New World. These people were the best tools to quell the celestial dragon's anger. Therefore, these pirate crews were also eager to set sail and quickly enter the latter half of the Grand Line. Lorin casually wandered around and ran into a pirate crew that had already coated their ship. He walked straight up and asked, Hey, you guys, I want to ride your ship to Fishman Island. Is that okay? Lorin's words left the busy pirates stunned, followed by a burst of loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Where did this little brat come from? Do you think our wind chaser pirates are just anyone? You want to board our ship? A pirate who looked like a captain walked up to Lorin, drew his knife, and licked the blade. You little brat, do you know how to write the word death? I can pay you. If you encounter powerful sea monsters on the way, I can help you deal with them. However, his words prompted another round of laughter from the pirates. Ha ha ha. Brothers, it seems this little brat hasn't realized the reality yet. We are not some tourist or sightseeing boat. We are fierce pirates. As he spoke, he raised his knife and slashed at Lorin, but in an instant he found himself swinging at nothing. Huh? What is going on? Where is he? Behind you. The other pirates shouted loudly to warn him. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a tremendous force strike his waist. His body bent at a 90-degree angle and flew out, crashing into the nearby dock, turning it into ruins. Dora, that damn little brat. How dare you hurt my first mate? Brothers, get him. A large wave of pirates charged toward Lorin. Trouble. Lorin mumbled, drew out the famous knife Shinhong, and struck a blow that split the pirate charging straight ahead into two. Then, without losing momentum, he sliced the pirate ship behind him, which had already been coated, in half, leaving a massive gash on the sea surface. It took a few seconds for the seawater to fill the gap again. Huh, what a monster. What kind of existence have we provoked? It's too terrifying. I don't want to be a pirate anymore. The remaining pirates who weren't thrown away were all dumbfounded, trembling, and making choking sounds in their throats, with some even dropping their weapons and fleeing. Lorin sighed and turned to walk towards the other side in the distance. The captain and vice-captain of this pirate crew, along with the ship, had all been taken down by him, so he could only look for another ship. Can I take your ship to Fishman Island? Of course. Our giant wave pirate crew welcomes your arrival. The captain stammered in response to Lorin's request. He had seen the earlier scene clearly. Don't be afraid. I'm not a man-eating monster. I just want to catch a ride. Yes. The captain of the giant wave pirate crew stood at attention and even saluted Lorin. Lorin, forget it. Let it be. However, our ship still needs about an hour to finish the coating. So please wait a moment. An hour? No, it won't take an hour. Just half an hour will do. Please don't be angry. The captain of the giant wave pirates was so scared that he was almost speechless in front of Lorin. All right, I'll wait for you over here. The captain of the giant wave pirates let out a sigh of relief and quickly directed the crew to get moving, even pleading with the coating master to speed up. With efficient cooperation, they really finished it in half an hour. Then Lorin happily boarded the ship bound for Fishman Island. The underwater scene was not much different from the original work, except that there was no monster kraken and no particularly dangerous sea monsters encountered. As long as one is careful not to crash in a large deep-sea fish, there would be no danger. The high death rate described in the original work should only occur after Hodi's gang rises to power. At a depth of 10,000 meters in the deep sea, two huge bubbles enveloped two islands, one large and one small. Although located deep underwater, there was also sky and clouds. The giant tree sun tree, Eve, growing near Fishman Island, could transmit sunlight from the surface to Fishman Island, which is why the island could experience sunlight and changes in day and night despite being underwater. Under the illumination of sunlight and seawater, the entire island looked stunning, like a dreamland. Everyone, including Lorin, was mesmerized. The difference between what was described in the original work and the reality before their eyes was simply too great. Soon, the coated ship arrived at the entry point of Fishman Island. After completing the normal entry procedures, the coated ship entered the territory of Fishman Island. After passing through the layer of bubbles at the entrance, the ship's coating did not break. A flowing passage connected the entrance and guided the ship into Fishman Bay. Once entering the bay, the coating on the ship automatically fell off. Before even disembarking, Lorin saw a pirate flag in the most prominent place, which was the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, Fishman Island was already under Whitebeard's control, and the iconic flag hanging in the first visible spot after entry had a significant deterrent effect. After glancing around and finding nothing special, he jumped off the bow of the ship and left without looking back. Although this area belonged to Fishman Bay, it was specifically designated for pirate ships to dock, so there were no mermaids or fishmen around. The pirates on the ship watched him leave. Great, we survived. They hadn't dared to breathe a word along the way, and now they felt like they had finally sent this king of hell away, almost moved to tears. Lorin walked along the way, looking like a country bumpkin with his eyes wide open, glancing left and right. The beautiful mermaid sister goes without saying. His eyes were almost popping out. Slurp, slurp. I wonder if kissing the mermaid sister would leave a fishy taste in my mouth, hee hee. Lorin kept making strange laughs, like a pervert. The way both the fishmen and mermaids looked at him was off. Some even kept their distance. Although the human trafficking incidents had decreased significantly since Whitebeard declared Fishman Island as his territory, they still occasionally occurred. This guy looked so perverted. He surely couldn't be a good person. However, Lorin didn't care. The relationship between mermaids and humans was already poor, so a bit of hostility was quite normal. It's not my problem. Moreover, no one could understand the feelings of a homebody witnessing such scenes. Whether it was houses made of coral reefs, fish taxis in flowing channels, or mermaid ladies wearing only bikinis with bubble rings around their waists. Everything made Lorin yearn for this place. Putting other matters aside, This was Lorin's ideal land. Of course, the mermaid beauties were just eye candy. What attracted him the most were the various unique foods. He soon had his hands full of snacks and treats, and before he could finish what he was holding, he was already eagerly heading towards the next shop. This whole street was lined with food stalls, and Lorin ate from start to finish, then wandered around, eventually getting lost. Ugh. In this unfamiliar place, Lorin blew the seashell that Fisher Tiger had given him. One of its purposes was to connect with other shells. When one was blown, the others linked would sense it. Meanwhile, Fisher Tiger, who was conversing with Neptune and Princess Odoheim in Dragon Palace City, was taken aback when he pulled out a vibrating seashell from his pocket. "What's wrong, Tiger? It's a friend coming. It's the person I told you about who saved me in Mariejoa. I need to go greet him. Excuse me. We can talk about the pirate crew later." Fisher Tiger stood up to bid farewell to the two. "Don't rush, Tiger. Let's go together. He's our friend too. Let's invite him to Dragon Palace City." "Okay." Fisher Tiger didn't hesitate. They were bound to meet sooner or later, so the three of them set off on a whale from Dragon Palace City. After blowing the seashell, Lorin was sitting in front of shop, sipping a cup of sea grape juice. Why hasn't he come yet? This seashell isn't fake, is it? If he doesn't show up soon, I'll ask someone. "Boss, another serving of fried clams, please." A few minutes later, the street suddenly became lively. "His Majesty! It's His Majesty!" Someone shouted. "The king is here to inspect." "Huh? What's that noise?" Lorin swallowed the fried clam in his mouth and turned to take a look. "A giant merman? Neptune? Oh, this is Fishman Island. Normal." To be honest, this is Lorin's first time seeing a male merman. All the mermaids he had seen on the way here were all ladies. "Little brother Lorin." As Lorin turned to continue eating, a shout came from above. Looking up, the enormous goldfish had already arrived above the shop where he was. Upon closer inspection, he saw Fisher Tigger on the whale. Beside him was the gigantic King Neptune. And there was also Princess Aokiji, who was only slightly larger than Neptune's finger. "Lorin, so how on earth was the white star born?" "It's impossible for a coelacanth and a goldfish to give birth to a fish. And those two princes, the sunfish and the shark. Your family has a really mixed background." Lorin had 1,000 questions in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask. He had to respond with a cheerful smile. "Oh, Uncle Tiger, you finally came. Welcome to Fishman Island. These two are King Neptune and Princess Odoheim." Fisher Tiger introduced the two to Lorin. "I heard from Tiger that you fought for a long time against a marine admiral to save him. Thank you very much. He is our friend. On behalf of all of Fishman Island, we welcome your arrival." Princess Odoheim's voice was very pleasant and polite, without any hint of royal arrogance, making Lorin feel like he was in a spring breeze, but also a bit embarrassed. He had already forgotten the etiquette of the pirate world. A fist salute? Not quite appropriate. A handshake? That would be fine with Princess Odoheim, but the other two might be able to grab him entirely. In the end, Lorin placed his right hand on his left shoulder and slightly bowed, as a way of returning the courtesy. "Ahaha, it's just a coincidence. No matter who goes over there to cause trouble, I should help out." It's not a good place to talk here, Lorin. Come on up. We're going to the Dragon Palace. There's a banquet going on." Lorin thought for a moment that although he was almost full, there might be better food in the palace. He couldn't think of anything else for the time being, and he wasn't in a hurry, so he jumped onto the giant whale. The banquet hall of Dragon Palace City, an extremely spacious and tall, luxurious banquet hall, with a shell-shaped stage in the center for singers and musicians to perform, and it is equipped with giant bubble membranes inside. At this moment, Lorin was inside a huge bubble, sitting on a flounder as a cushion. It must be said that the food in the palace is much better than what is sold on the streets, and the snacks are great too. Plus, the portions are generous. The most important thing is that it doesn't cost any money. "Mr. Lorin, do you have any business on Fishman Island this time?" After everyone had a drink together, Neptune asked him. While munching on some sea beast meat, Lorin replied, "I'm mainly here to have fun. I've heard that Fishman Island is the most beautiful place in the entire Grand Line, and I've wanted to come for a long time. Also, I've been out for a while and want to bring back some local specialties that can't be found on the surface for my wife. I'll be going back tomorrow." Lorin suddenly started to miss Robin. It's been nearly 2 months since they set out, and every day waking up without being able to hold the fragrant and soft Robin feels so hard. So that's it. Then let's have Minister Zwa pack up some specialties from Fishman Island later. "Oh ho, thank you very much." Lorin happily said that it's the best to have someone help instead of going out to buy things by herself. Watching Lorin, Fisher, and Tiger focus on their food, they didn't shy away and directly started talking about forming a pirate crew. "Your Highness, I've already made up my mind. Tomorrow, I will leave Fishman Island with Brother Lorin first. We'll talk about the pirate crew later. In any case, we can't involve Fishman Island. Are you in such a hurry?" "Yes, time is tight. But have you thought about it? You are a fisherman. Those humans above won't easily submit to you. So I suggest you first select some adventurous young people on Fishman Island to form a pirate crew with you. Hearing this, Lorin also put down the juice in his hand and thought to himself, here it comes, here it comes. Indeed, are there any fellow tribesmen willing to go with me? Your usual brothers, Jinbi and Arlong, are willing, and some young people who love freedom are also eager to join. Let's pick some after the banquet. So, thank you to the king and queen. After the banquet, the group arrived at the Jelonko Square, the place where Princess Odoheim was later assassinated and where the Straw Hat crew fought. A large group of fishmen had already gathered here, including Jinbi and others. A whale slowly descended. The four of them went down. Humans? How could there be humans here? Damn it. Did they sneak in? Should we take them out? The moment they saw Lorin, some fishmen became agitated, especially Arlong, whose hatred for humans was particularly strong. Don't get excited. Fisher Tiger waved his hand. Lorin is my friend and also my lifesaver. This time, I was able to escape safely from Mariehua, thanks to him, and another friend who held off two marine admirals. So what if they are admirals? They're just a lowly race that can't even breathe underwater. Arlong still looked disdainful, but his gaze was less hostile. It's a pity he had no idea how terrifying the marine admirals were. However, since the other party was his brother's lifesaver, it was fine. This time, I'm here to announce something. That is, after causing a ruckus on the surface, I've decided to leave here to avoid implicating Fishman Island and to form a pirate crew. Who wants to join me? Brother Tiger, I want to go. Meh, meh, meh. Me too. The fishmen were excited, each expressing their willingness to join him. On one hand, Fisher Tiger was highly respected here, and on the other hand, they had been here too long and yearned for life on the surface. In the end, Fisher Tiger selected dozens of people, including Jinbi, Arlong, and Hachi. Thus, the Sun Pirates were established. Ironically, Princess Odoheim dedicated her life to promoting peace between fishmen and humans. Yet she faced countless obstacles because of the existence of the Sun Pirates. Meanwhile, the harm caused to Fishman Island by countless human pirate crews went unmentioned. Lorin, what do you think? Fisher Tiger turned around and asked. He felt that with Lorin's strength, he could surely offer some useful advice. It's pretty good. Although the strength is a bit low, as long as you're careful, it should be fine. Moreover, fishmen have a natural advantage in being pirates. As long as you practice diligently, you should be able to traverse the first half of the Grand Line without any problem. The second half is extremely dangerous. It's best not to go until you're absolutely sure. Lorin pondered for a moment and gave some straightforward advice, which was quite clear. You can just jump around in the first half. Don't think about going to the back. After hearing this, Fisher Tiger fell into deep thought. But Aaron was not pleased, and even Jinbei's gaze sharpened a bit. Hey, what are you talking about, human? What do you mean the second half is very dangerous? And we shouldn't go if we're not sure? Don't think that just because you're the savior of Brother Tiger, you can say whatever you want. Bastard. So what if you blocked the Admiral? Is that really impressive? If it were me, I would have definitely bitten him to death. Lorin, you're really daring to say that. Aaron was getting more and more agitated, and finally said, come on, let's fight. When those words came out, no one else reacted much, as not everyone has the chance to witness the strength of a general. However, both Lorin and Tiger were stunned. Lorin, don't be angry. Aaron's just like that. Fisher Tiger was a bit flustered. There was no one present who could withstand a fierce person who could crush a piece of the Red Earth continent. It's okay, Tiger. We're friends. I won't hold it against you. As soon as those words were said, Aaron felt insulted. What's the matter? Are you scared? Lorin, Fisher Tiger, it seems that not taking action is not an option. Fisher Tiger, feeling nervous and ready to persuade again, was stopped by Lorin's next words. Don't worry. I won't go too hard. It's good for them to know the gap. The crowd slowly dispersed, leaving space for the two. You can strike at will. A little scratch counts as my loss. Aaron couldn't handle such stimulation. He lunged at Lorin. Iron teeth. Shark on darts. To others it seemed fast, but to Lorin, it was slow. He easily and casually dodged. Shark on tooth gear. Lorin dodged again. Damn it. Can you only dodge? Let's see how you dodge this. Water strike. Countless droplets turned into arrows flying towards Lorin. Imitating Zorro, Lorin used the hilt of his sword to block all the water arrows, maintaining a cold expression throughout, stunning the fishmen. Damn human. Why don't you face me head on? Aaron was almost furious. As you wish. Suddenly, Aaron lost sight of Lorin in front of him. Behind you. Just as he was looking around, he heard Lorin's voice from behind. Then he was knocked back like a cannonball and crashed into the reef, embedding himself into it. Aaron, he's fine. I know how to control my strength. Sure enough, As soon as the words were spoken, Aaron pulled himself off the reef, glaring at Lorin with fiery eyes. Do you dare to take one hit from me head-on? Why not? Lorin decided that if they were going to fight, he would make sure to win. Aaron took his weapon, chopping peak, from the fisherman beside him and charged in front of Lorin, jumping high and swinging down towards Lorin's head. Get down for me. Lorin stood firm and unyielding, striking with his sword clang. A moment later, Arlong was knocked back with even greater speed than when he charged in. It was the same human-shaped pit, but this time Arlong had fainted. Everyone except Fisher Tiger and the king and queen were left dumbfounded. Can humans really be this strong? The fishmen knew better than anyone that Arlong was a dominant force on Fishman Island, with formidable combat power, only subdued by Fisher Tiger and Jinbei. They had considered the possibility of Arlong losing, but never imagined he would lose so thoroughly. Queen Odoheim and King Neptune remained calm. After all, Queen Odoheim possessed strong observation haki, and Whitebeard was a friend of King Neptune. That's why this island was under Whitebeard's protection. Have you all understood? Don't underestimate humans. Just because the fishmen are naturally 10 times stronger, the sea is vast, and there are countless terrifying strong humans. The man standing before you is one of them. I have witnessed his battle with an admiral. He even shattered the Red Line, and the debris was enough to destroy Fishman Island. His fight with Arlong didn't even require him to take it seriously. Do you feel the gap now? Fisher Tiger lectured the young fishmen loudly, and as they listened, they whispered among themselves, seemingly in disbelief. At that moment, Arlong also woke up to the calls of his friends, still a bit dazed. Lorin himself had some doubts. Am I really that impressive? Although I did break a small piece of the Red Earth continent, that is a different concept. Mr. Lorin, please demonstrate your strength again. They are too restless. If they don't understand how cruel the surface is in advance, the Sun Pirates will soon be destroyed. Fisher Tiger pleaded with Lorin again. Well, I can do it. But what should I cut? As long as no one gets hurt, anything is fine. Oh, Lorin looked around and chose the farthest coral reef, which seemed to be about 100 meters high. One sword-style rift slash. A huge flying slash shot out and exploded upon contact with the coral reef, obliterating half of the 100-meter-high coral. This left everyone, including Arlong, with their mouths agape, and cold sweat trickled down Arlong's forehead. I would die. If that slash hit me, I would definitely die. This is an incredibly despairing power. That man must be a monster. The fishmen whispered among themselves, and Fisher Tiger, seeing that they were sufficiently intimidated, continued speaking. Now do you understand? Don't be arrogant. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Understood, Brother Tiger. The fishmen replied in unison, and Fisher Tiger nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Brother Lorin. Just a small effort. No need to mention it. After that, Fisher Tiger began to arrange matters for the pirate crew. The crew selection was completed, and it was relatively easy to acquire a ship on Fishman Island. However, with departure scheduled for tomorrow, there was still much to do. King Neptune and Princess Odoheim had already returned to the palace, while Lorin found Arlong, who was with Jinbei. Upon seeing Lorin approach, both men swallowed hard, their bodies slightly stiff. No need to be nervous. I won't strike casually. Lorin plopped down next to two people. So what do you want to do? It's nothing much. I just want to tell you that not all humans are bad people. There are good people among us. At least I don't discriminate against anyone from any race. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to save your brother Tiger, would I? The two listened and found it reasonable, easing their guard against Lorin. Also, I have one more thing to ask of Aaron. What? Now, it was Aaron's turn to be confused. He couldn't think of anything else Lorin might need help with. If you go to a place called Cocoa Village in the EC, don't kill anyone there. You can do whatever else you want. Can you do that? Is that all? Yeah. All right. For the sake of Brother Tiger, I agree. Hearing Aaron's agreement, Lorin breathed a sigh of relief, just hoping he wouldn't forget that while saving people, he also had to worry about not changing the plot too much. It really was exhausting, rewarding himself with an extra minute of watching the mermaid sister. Dear Robin definitely won't blame me for it. All right, then I'm counting on you. Don't forget. I'm leaving now. Brother Tiger, I'm off. Oh, take care. Remember to gather at Fishman Cove tomorrow to head back to the surface. Okay. Standing up and patting his butt, he casually greeted Fisher Tiger and slowly left the Jalonkate Square. Noticing that it was still early, Lorin wandered around randomly and unknowingly found himself in the Forest of the Sea. Is this the Forest of the Sea? How'd I end up here? Forget it. Let's go back. Just as he took 2 steps back, Lorin remembered that there seemed to be a historical text here, right? If I could take a rubbing of this historical text back to Robin, she would definitely be moved to tears. Then I could take the opportunity to hug and kiss her, and then, oh, ho, 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 let's do it. Originally planning to go back, Lorin suddenly felt energized. The historical text was not hard to find. He soon saw it, but it wasn't just one, there were two. There was even a red sign historical text here. However, Lorin realized he didn't bring the paper for the rubbing. But that didn't stump him. He quickly used moonwalk and shave, and in 2 minutes, he got the paper. He didn't even use these two skills when dealing with Aaron, which shows how hard he was trying to take advantage of Robin. Although he could still take advantage without them. Making his wife happy is more important than anything. That night, Lorin directly slept in a hotel near the snack street of Fishman Cove, because this place had the best geographical location in Lorin's mind. He could eat delicious food as soon as he woke up. The next morning, with a full stomach, Lorin came to Fishman Cove again. The boats had already been coated with a film, which the fishermen normally didn't need. But since Lorin was here, some living facilities couldn't be exposed to water, so they were coated. Hey, Lorin, little brother, you're here so early. Good morning, Uncle Tiger. I'm just going home, couldn't sleep. Then please wait a moment. The food for the voyage isn't ready yet. Since food is the easiest to gather, it was prepared last. No problem. I'll just wander around for a bit. About an hour later, the food transporters arrived. It was King Neptune and Queen Odoheim. Lorin, little brother, these are the specialties I promised you. There are various shellfish and snacks from Fishman Island, and a pearl from 10,000 meters deep in the ocean. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to carry too much, so I specially picked the biggest one. Your wife should like it. As Neptune spoke, the left minister directed 2 fishmen to bring out a huge package and place it in front of Lorin. Thank you so much. Robin will definitely love it. Actually, just various snacks would be enough. Lorin remembered very well what Robin liked, especially books, especially historical ones. Then sandwiches, not too sweet cakes and coffee. Pearls were also something she liked. After all, what girl doesn't like shiny things? After putting away his big bag of specialties, Lorin ran aside to wait. There was nothing for him to do next. Fisher Tiger and the king talked for a long time. After all, they were about to leave Fishman Island, so it was normal to chat more. After more than an hour, the discussions were finished, and Fisher Tiger returned to the top of the ship. Everything is ready. Brothers, set sail. The ship slowly started moving, and King Neptune, Queen Odoheim, and a group of fishmen waved goodbye to the ship. They gradually dispersed only after the ship disappeared from sight. On the ship, everyone except Fisher Tiger looked full of anticipation, including Lorin. The other fishmen were excited because they were now pirates and could roam freely on the sea, while Lorin was excited because he was going home. Only Fisher Tiger had a serious expression, as he knew the road ahead was unknown but definitely filled with dangers. Brother Tiger, we're about to set sail. I'm so excited. What is our pirate crew called? A little brother asked. I've already thought of it. Our pirate crew will be called the Sun Pirates. We're all fishmen. Why not call it the Fishmen Pirates? Because some of our compatriots were rescued from the celestial dragons and have the mark of a slave branded on them, to prevent them from being discriminated against. I discussed with Queen Odoheim and decided to brand everyone on the ship with the sun mark to cover the mark of the celestial dragons. That's why we named it the Sun Pirates. Anyone who doesn't want can leave the ship now, while we haven't left Fishman Island. We are willing. We will never discriminate against our compatriots. The people on the ship shouted. Lorin laughed at the scene, truly united. Indeed, only humans are keen on killing each other. With the help of the flowing passage, the ship quickly reached the entrance of Fishman Island. Comrades, once we leave this door, we will have nothing to do with Fishman Island. Everything we do has nothing to do with Fishman Island. Do you understand? Understood. Amidst the excited shouts, the ship left Fishman Island and floated upwards. The Sabeti archipelago is located a bit further from the civilian entrance of Island 44. The Sun Pirate ship suddenly surfaced from the depths, and as it completely emerged, the coating automatically fell off. We finally made it. Ha ha! The fishmen were all excited, with some who had never come up before gasping at the sky, the sea, and the distant mangroves. Uncle Tiger, it's not suitable for you to enter the Sabeti archipelago now. Let's part ways here. All right, that small boat is prepared for you. Just use it directly. If we didn't need a means of navigation, we wouldn't even need a ship. One side of the large ship's cabin opened, revealing a small boat that could only accommodate about 10 people, and some fishmen directly pushed the small boat into the sea. Ha ha ha. Thank you very much. Lorin picked up her special gift package and jumped off the small boat. I'm leaving now, Uncle Tiger. See you again if fate allows. See you again. You'll always be my friend. Of course. Aaron, don't forget the thing I asked you to do. Lorin waved her hand and directly rowed her small boat into the Shambadi Islands. After Lorin's boat disappeared into the channel in the middle of the islands, Fisher Tiger and his group slowly left the range of the Shambadi Islands. As for where they went, it remains unknown. Luo Lin paddled his small boat through the twists and turns without getting lost, and finally arrived smoothly at island number 13. Picking up his special gift package, he casually tied up the small boat and headed towards Xiaqi's bar, knocking on bamboo. When he reached the door, Luo Lin suddenly felt playful. He knocked on the door and lowered his voice, saying, "Open up. I'm from Navy headquarters, on a mission to search for suspicious individuals." To his surprise, it was eerily quiet inside, and it took a while before footsteps could be heard. The door was opened by Xiaqi, who couldn't help but roll her eyes upon seeing Luo Lin at the entrance. "Oh, it's you, Luo Lin. You're so mischievous. I thought the Navy really came, and I was ready to let Hancock and the others escape." "Ha ha ha. Miss Xiaqi, were you scared?" "Not at all." "I see." Lorin entered the bar with a disappointed expression, but Rayleigh was not inside. However, another gaze was fiercely fixed on him. "Alala, Hancock, and Marigold, Sandersonia, are you scared?" As soon as Hancock heard this, her eyes lit up with anger. "Damn it, I'm going to turn to stone because of this bastard." Marigold and Sandersonia hurriedly stopped her. "Sister, don't do that. Mr. Lorin is our savior. You can't." "Yes, that's right. You can't do this, Hancock. If you keep being so fierce, you won't get married. I'm telling you." Upon hearing this, Hancock became even angrier, and Marigold and Sandersonia nearly failed to hold her back. "Mr. Lorin, please don't tease my sister anymore. We can't hold her back much longer." The two of them looked distressed. Lorin was even happier to see them laughing like that, as her dark sense of humor was greatly satisfied. Speaking of which, didn't Lorin go to Fishman Island? How'd he come back so quickly? Lorraine went yesterday and came back today, hardly even a full day. Of course, she returned after finishing her business. "Look, this is the specialty I brought back." Lorraine pointed to the special gift package she brought back and took out a few snacks to hand to everyone. "These are special snacks brought back from Fishman Island, so you can't get angry after eating them." "Oh, thank you." "Oomph, I won't eat that." Lorraine shrugged and said it was up to him. Speaking of which, when I came back, I noticed there weren't many Navy personnel left on the island. It seems the world government wants to suppress this matter. If we're going home now, we can send them back. Upon hearing this, Hancock and the other two women's eyes lit up. "Can we finally go home? Really? Has it calmed down in just 2 days?" "In the past 2 days, only Mr. Rayleigh went out and hasn't returned. We haven't gone out, so we don't know." "Yes. I rode in from outside the island and didn't see many Navy personnel. It should be safe when the time comes. We just need to let Hancock and the others wear ordinary clothes and disguise themselves as fishermen going out to sea." Then let's wait for Mr. Rayleigh to come back and decide together which day to set off." "Sure, but it's best to be quick, or I'm afraid these snacks will spoil. Then my beloved Robin won't get to eat them." Around noon, Rayleigh returned from outside. He mainly went out to see what the situation was like. Otherwise, with food and drink available at the bar, he wouldn't be keen to go out. As soon as he walked in, he saw Lorraine sitting at the bar sipping juice. "Hey, Lorraine, you just went to Fishman Island for a day, and you're back already?" "Yeah, what else would I do after finishing my business? If I really wanted to travel, I could go another time. Plus, there aren't any girls on Fishman Island for me to hug, so it's better to hurry home and hug my wife." "Ha ha, Lorraine, you're really carefree." "Shocky, give me a drink. I've been running around, and I'm thirsty." Rayleigh plopped down next to Lorraine, and Shocky quickly handed him a drink, which he downed in one go. Then he glanced at Lorraine's juice and suggested again. "Hey, I say, Lorraine, alcohol is what a man should drink. Juice is for kids." Rayleigh treats Lorraine differently than he does Luffy and the others. To him, Luffy and the others are a group of cute juniors, with Luffy being his disciple and someone he respects greatly. However, he recognizes Lorraine's strength, and there's not much formality between them. They're more like old friends. "What are you talking about? Who says men must drink alcohol? That stuff is awful." Lorin really isn't interested in alcohol. In his previous life, as a top wealthy second-generation heir, he had plenty of good wine at home and often attended gatherings with classmates, but he never touched a drop. The reason is that he is allergic to alcohol. Just one sip would make him dizzy, short of breath, and break out in hives. When he was a child, he once stole a drink, which scared his parents badly. Even after 2 lifetimes, Lorin still remembers that uncomfortable feeling. This body cannot possibly be allergic to alcohol. But if juice is delicious, he still hates wine. Lorin, having lived 2 lives, will always be a loyal believer in juice. "Oh, don't be angry. If you don't want to drink, then don't." Rayleigh responded nonchalantly, and then continued, "By the way, I went out today, and there's no danger outside anymore. Let's have GOLD. Roger come to pick up Hancock and the others tomorrow or the day after." Lorin, as their escort. "Do you have any opinions?" "No, but I don't really agree with being called an escort. I'm just giving them a ride home since it's on my way." I have flowers at my own house. What about Hancock and the others? None. But if possible, we would like to set off early, because we feel a bit scared here. When Rayleigh asked her, Hancock, as the eldest among the three, immediately expressed her thoughts. At that time, Hancock was still quite polite. Very different from later when she became the queen of the Daughter Island, becoming more proud and love-struck. Of course, other than Lorin. Even he didn't understand what he did to offend her. After all, he was her lifesaver, yet only Marigarud and Sandersonia among the three respected him more. I can understand. Then let's set off tomorrow. Let Lorin escort you for a while. Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh. Hey, am I not the one escorting you? Why are you only thanking him and not me? Lorraine was unhappy. I did all the work, and you just want to thank Laylee? Yes. Of course. The one who deserves the most gratitude is Mr. Lorraine. The elder sister was so happy that she overlooked it. Mary Gollet and Sandersonia quickly explained to Lorraine. Even Hancock said thank you to Lorraine. Although she found Lorraine very detestable, she knew about the great favor he had done for them. Lorraine was instantly delighted, her eyes crinkling with joy. All right. Is the ship ready? If not, I have one. I'll come back tomorrow morning to take you all back. I'm going to check out the auction house first. After saying that, Lorraine ignored everyone's reactions, picked up 4 devil fruits, and headed out. Lorraine planned to sell 2 of the devil fruits and bring 2 back. After spending several years together, Lorraine had become familiar with Belmare and the others. And this time, she intended to take Robin away from Cocoa Village. Just in case Arlong forgot about the request she made, it was better to leave them with an extra safeguard. The auction house was on island number 1, and island number 13 wasn't far from it. Lorraine took a bubble car and arrived in no time. Welcome to our auction house. Please come in, sir. The auction house was open, with only 2 attendants at the entrance to greet guests, making it easy to enter the interior. After looking around the venue and not finding a place to consign items, Lorraine casually stopped a server to ask, Hello, excuse me. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Well, it's nothing much. I just want to know who to contact if I have something to sell at the auction house. I see, sir. We have passages on both sides of the entrance. The left passage leads directly to the backstage. If you need to sell items, there will be dedicated staff over there to assist you. Oh, got it. Thank you. You're welcome. It's our duty. After bidding farewell to the server, Lorraine headed straight to the left passage. After turning 2 corners, she arrived at a hall filled with about a dozen people, all seemingly there to auction items. Welcome, sir. May I ask what you would like to auction? As soon as Lorraine entered the hall, 2 attendants approached her. Good stuff. Lorin directly opened the cloth bag he brought, and with his strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone having designs on it. Devil fruit. The server's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing the contents, and he couldn't help but exclaim. In an instant, all the gazes in the hall turned towards them, many filled with evil and greedy glances. Because Lorin was so young, bringing devil fruits to auction at such a young age made him look like a fat sheep in their eyes. Of course, there were also those who were more astute. Being able to bring devil fruits to auction at such a young age, and apparently more than one, suggested that his background couldn't be simple. Lorin let out a cold snort, slightly releasing an aura of dominance as he looked at a few people, causing those with greedy eyes to break out in cold sweat. Even the waiter was trembling all over. I'm sorry, sir. This item is too valuable. I can't make that decision. Please wait a moment. After saying this, the waiter, suppressing the fear in his heart, quickly ran away. Shortly after, a well-dressed man approached, walking briskly to Lorin. Hello, sir. I'm a manager of this auction house. Are you here to consign the devil fruit? Please follow me. Lorin followed the person in charge into a room. After the waiter brewed the tea, he stepped back. Sir, please place the devil fruit that is to be auctioned on the table. We need to authenticate it. Lorraine placed 4 devil fruits directly on the table. Even though he already knew they were devil fruits, seeing 4 of them at once still surprised the person in charge. He hurriedly took out a magnifying glass and began to examine a thick book. It seemed to be a devil fruit encyclopedia, and after more than 10 minutes, the person in charge finally stopped. How is it? Sir, among your 4 fruits, there are 2 paramecia-type fruits and 2 zoan-type fruits. Oh, no logia-type? No. What are they? The paramecia-types are the air fruit and the rock fruit, and the zoan-types are the cat fruit and the dog fruit. The specific forms are unclear. You have to eat them to find out. Oh, I see. What is the effect of the air fruit? According to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, after eating the air fruit, you can manipulate the air around you. You can compress it to create air cannons. There are no further details recorded. Okay, got it. So, sir, are you sure you want to consign all 4 fruits? No. Leave the air fruit and the cat fruit. Sell the other 2. All right, sir. 2 fruits will still be enough to be the highlight item. We have 2 plans for your reference. One is consignment, where our auction house will promote and auction them, and we will charge 10 of the auction price as a handling fee. This method will yield higher profits for you, as each devil fruit should exceed 100 million berries. But it will take some time. The second option is for our auction house to buy these 2 devil fruits directly, and any price we auction them for will have nothing to do with you. The only advantage of this option is that you get the money quickly. How would you like to choose? Faced with the person in charge's question, Lorin pondered for a moment. When does the auction start? For treasures like these, we recommend auctioning them at the monthly auction, but if you're in a hurry, we hold small auctions every week. There's one at 2 p.m. today. What price can you offer if I sell them directly to you? Also, are there any slaves at the afternoon auction? Upon hearing this, the person in charge revealed a meaningful smile. Of course, our auction house's main items are slaves. I didn't expect you to also be interested in slaves. This time, there will even be beautiful female pirates among the efforts. Additionally, if we buy them, I can guarantee each devil fruit will be 100 million berries. Lorin thought about it and decided to sell it to the auction house. A few days ago, Marie Joy's had an incident, and there would be slaves at the auction in the afternoon. It was possible that a celestial dragon would come to buy new slaves. What if the items taken from someone's home were recognized when sold in the afternoon? Although he wasn't afraid, it would still be a hassle, and it would be even worse if Hancock and the others got involved. For safety's sake, it was better to sell to the auction house. However, he still wanted to attend the auction in the afternoon, just in case there were any good items. After making up his mind, the person in charge turned and left, and after a while, he returned with a large bag filled with the highest denomination of berries, a stack of 1 million, totaling 200 stacks weighing dozens of pounds. However, this was completely trivial for Lorin. Money was exchanged for goods, and the person in charge left with 2 devil fruits. With nothing else to do, Lorin went back and attended the auction at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sitting in the corner of the auction house, Lorin noticed the presence of celestial dragons. And not just one. As expected, the celestial dragons would come out to replenish their slaves. Fortunately, the devil fruits were not directly auctioned off in the afternoon. Lorin felt a small sense of relief. As the host began the opening introduction, the auctioneer Disco took the stage and immediately started the auction of the items. At first, Lorin was quite interested in watching, but gradually lost interest. This was because the auction items were all slaves, and there was nothing else. Lorin didn't need slaves, and he wasn't interested in using his money to buy slaves and set them free. While he might help someone who was freeing slaves, it was impossible for him to actively save them, so he simply left the auction house. Early the next morning, Lorin arrived at island number 13, where Rayleigh, Hancock, and others were already waiting. When they reached the spot where Lorin had tied up his small boat, their expressions darkened. "Lorin, is this the boat you were talking about?" "It's too small." "Of course. Isn't this a boat?" "It's big enough. 2 bags plus the food needed for the journey. And with 4 people, this boat is just right. Even if one more person comes, it won't be a problem." In fact, Lorin wasn't wrong. At this time, Marigold and Sandersonia were not as terrifying in size as they would be in the future. They were still youthful and beautiful girls. And this boat was more than enough for 4 people and their belongings. The reason it seemed small was that Rayleigh and the others had always sailed on large ships, including Hancock, whose ship before being kidnapped was also quite big. "Are you sure this small boat can safely reach the doldrums? It might be fine for you alone, but Hancock and the others are all capable users. It's very dangerous in a storm." Shachi was still a bit worried, while Rayleigh didn't say much more. "Don't worry. The boat I came with was much smaller than this. There won't be any problems." Your Highness. Hancock had been trying to speak for a while, but couldn't find the words. "Stop with the Your Highness. It's only a day or 2. Just hold on a bit." "Yeah, lady, we're lucky to be able to go home. Please endure a little longer." Marigold and Sandersonia softly persuaded her, and Hancock ultimately overcame her mental barrier and boarded the ship. After Shachi handed them a special record pointer, he waved goodbye to them. "See you next time, Lorin." "Ah, goodbye, Uncle Rayleigh, Miss Shachi." Lorin also waved in response, while Hancock and the others were tearfully thanking Rayleigh and the others frantically. Soon after, Lorin slowly paddled away from the Sabidi archipelago, heading towards the direction of Daughter Island marked on the log. After paddling for half a day, Lorin felt a bit hungry, so he stopped to prepare something to eat. While eating, a flash of inspiration hit him. "Damn it, why do I have to paddle the boat myself? I have 3 strong laborers on board. They're not Robin. Hey, you remember the direction to your home, right? You can paddle the boat from here." "Okay." The 3 answered so decisively that Lorin was momentarily stunned. He could understand Mary, Groud, and Sandersonia, but Hancock's straightforward agreement was unexpected. She simply thought that if she wanted to go home, it was only right to contribute. She couldn't just keep making him paddle. But don't overthink it. Oomph. Hancock glared at Lorin, feeling a bit angry at his surprised expression. After all, even if he was their savior, he was still irritating. What did he think she was? Although Hancock found Lorin somewhat despicable, he was undoubtedly their savior, and she wasn't someone who couldn't appreciate kindness. If she weren't so proud, she would have let her two sisters paddle long ago. Lorin didn't think much about Hancock's words, and, after a moment of reflection on the treatment of his savior, lay back contentedly. After a day and a half of sailing, Lorin and the others finally reached the boundary between the calm belt and the Grand Line. Hancock and the other two could finally relax a bit. One reason was that there were patrol ships that could appear at any time at sea, and the other was that their boat was quite small and nearly at full capacity. If they encountered wind and waves, it would almost certainly sink. Of the 4 people on the boat, 3 were capable users, and if the boat sank, it would be a life-or-death situation. The reason they weren't completely at ease was that the calm belt was a place where large sea kings were prevalent, posing a constant threat to their lives. Lorin, however, didn't think too much about it. Ever since Hancock and the others agreed to paddle, he had stopped moving entirely. He had no gentlemanly demeanor and justified it by saying, "I need to conserve energy in case of emergencies. What if the Navy catches up? What if we encounter a storm? Wouldn't it all be up to me to deal with it?" Mary growled, and Sandersonia thought this made sense. After all, it was just paddling, it was no big deal. Hancock was somewhat suspicious of his true intentions, and Lorin threw out another reason. If he kept exercising, there wouldn't be enough food on the boat for him to eat in one meal, and then Hancock said nothing more, deciding to let him be lazy. As the small boat slowly entered the calm belt, Lorin wasn't as lazy as before. Instead, he perked up, ready to face the sea kings that could attack at any moment. By himself, he wasn't afraid at all. If he got eaten, he could just cut his way out. But with 4 people on the boat, he feared he wouldn't be able to save them all. Of course, part of the reason was that he wanted to catch a sea king to pull the boat. Such good free labor shouldn't be wasted. However, after half a day in the calm belt without encountering any sea kings, Lorin, who had initially been excited, now felt a bit disheartened. "Hancock, why aren't your elders come and pick you up? Have they forgotten? Were you picked up?" Lorraine's words made Hancock's small face darken. "What do you mean we are picked up? Can't you speak less irritatingly?" "No, Mr. Lorin, it's not time yet. It takes at least a week to sail from Daughter Island to Mary Joa. Even if we set off at the same time and don't deviate from our course, it would still take 3 days." Marigold and Sandersonia hurriedly explained to Lorin. "Is that so? Then why not set off earlier?" "As expected, you still." Before Lorin finished speaking, Hancock's face had already turned as dark as a pot bottom. "Hancock, I'm so mad my fists are clenched. I really want to punch this bastard." The 2 younger sisters quickly tried to comfort her, then turned to Lorin and said, "Mr. Lorin, it's not like that. Originally, Granny knew was supposed to come to the edge of the calm belt, but she thought you would spend a few days at Fishman Island and didn't expect the situation to calm down so quickly, so she didn't set off in advance." "Oh, I see. Well, that's fine." Lorin was just teasing. There was no other meaning. If they were really picked up, those few people could never become the kings of Amazon lilies in the future. "Sigh, what's wrong with Mr. Lorin? Why haven't the sea kings come over yet?" "It's better if the sea kings don't come over. It's too dangerous, and the doldrums are filled with big guys." Mary Gollett said with some fear, "You don't understand." Lorin replied dully and closed his eyes, leaving a few people exchanging glances. The group wasn't in a hurry to travel that night, and there were no lights on the ship. Under the faint moonlight, they each looked up at the starry sky above. The 3 women of Hancock were presumably lost in their thoughts about the future, while Lorin was reminiscing about his previous life. It had been 11 years since he came here. He wondered if his parents could see this starry sky as well. After all, it had the same moon and sun. He felt a pang of guilt for not being able to inherit their family business to support them in their old age. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon, even thousands of miles apart. As he thought about this, Lorin couldn't help but feel a bit teary and rubbed his face vigorously. The 3 women of Hancock didn't know what was wrong with him, but they could feel his sorrow. Just then, Lorin suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as his senses picked up the presence of a beast-like aura. He quickly sat up from his half-reclined position, his aura and sharp gaze causing the 3 women to feel a sense of alarm. Soon, however, his demeanor changed to one of joy. They were in the doldrums, and apart from sea kings, nothing else could be around. "Mr. Lorin, what's wrong?" The sudden change in Lorin left the 3 girls puzzled, and they asked him curiously, "What's wrong?" "There's good news." "What?" "You'll find out soon." As soon as Lorin finished speaking, the originally calm sea suddenly surged up, Lorin and the other small boat was left in the middle of the water bubble. And then two huge jaws appeared next to the boat. The small boat was like a grain of rice in a bowl. It's a sea king. The three women were so frightened by this sudden appearance that they couldn't speak clearly and tightly huddled together. Hey, don't be afraid. This is the good news I mentioned. What good news is this? We're going to be eaten. Why, we finally escaped from there, and now we're going to die in a fish's belly? Marigold and Sandersonia were in tears, while Hancock gritted her teeth and stared at the giant mouth. I said, don't be afraid. Watch me deal with it. After saying that, Lorin directly used Moonwalk to reach the outer edge of the Sea King's mouth. At that moment, he could see clearly that it was a frog-like Sea King, and he used Haki to kick fiercely at one of its teeth. Crack! One of the largest teeth was directly broken by Lorin's kick, causing the whole Sea King to tilt to one side. Roar! The mouth, which was almost closed, opened wide again, letting out a painful roar, and the huge sound made Hancock and the other two cover their ears in pain. How could there be such a size difference? Just how strong is this guy? As the eldest sister among the three, Hancock was much stronger than the other two. While Marigold and Sandersonia had closed their eyes waiting for death, she stared intently at the giant mouth that was about to engulf them. At the same time, she witnessed Lorin's actions. Last time, she was too focused on escaping from the pursuing navy to have any direct sense of Lorin's strength. But this time, she was truly shocked. I must become this strong in the future. No, I must be even stronger. That way, I can definitely protect myself and my sisters well. Lorin was unaware that his actions had planted a seed of strength in Hancock's heart. Right now, he just wanted to catch this Sea King to pull the boat. Boom! The Sea King tilted to one side, slammed down on the surface of the sea, and Lorin's small boat steadied itself amidst the turbulent waves. We're saved. The three women sighed in relief as Lorin landed on the boat. I told you not to worry. There's nothing that can't be solved with one kick. If there is, then 2 kicks will do. Unexpectedly, Hancock agreed with his words this time, and then Lorin jumped toward the thrashing Sea King. Drawing his famous sword, True Constant, he made several cross cuts on its fish head. The wounds weren't deep, but they made the Sea King thrash even more, and then he unleashed his conqueror's Haki. I know you can understand me. Sea Kings possess intelligence equivalent to that of humans. I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, I cut you down and eat your meat. 2, you pull the boat for me. If you take me to the destination, I'll let you go. Choose 1 by moving your tail. If you choose 2, you don't need to move. I'll just kill you. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Lorin hadn't even counted to 2 when the upper body of the frog and the lower body of the fish-tailed Sea King began to flap wildly. This is more like it. Don't try any tricks on me. I can still finish you off even if you escape to the bottom of the sea. To prevent it from causing trouble midway, Lorin deliberately used all his strength to slash down, creating a crack over 1,000 meters wide across the entire sea surface, which took a while to be filled back in by the seawater. Only when the Sea King was trembling in fear did he finally put away his sword. Then he quickly called for Hancock and the other 2 women. Hurry up and catch the favorable current fish. Pull the boat up too. I told you it was good news. A free boat towing service just came to us. Oh, the 3 women of Hancock were completely bewildered by Lorin's series of flashy moves. It can be done like this? Let the Sea King tow the boat. They had never heard of this before, and no one had ever done it. Probably no one even dared to think of it. How could they have imagined that Lorin was a time traveler who gained countless inspiration from the original work? If Luffy and the others could get sea beasts to tow their boats, and Shirahoshi could even get so many Sea Kings to pull Noah for her, why couldn't he do it? Having the Sea King tow the boat was much faster than rowing it themselves, cutting down the originally more than a day's journey by more than half. Yo, I'm a man like the wind. Lorin overturned the boat on the frog's head. With one foot firmly planted on top and the hind leg straight, his left hand propped on the sword and his right hand shielding his eyes, Hancock's 3 women looked at him with a gaze that resembled that of an idiot. Then Lorin maintained this position while riding the fish for over an hour. Don't ask why, just know he thought this pose was very cool. Until a small black dot appeared in the distance. I see the boat. It should be the people coming to get you. Hurry, hurry, Lorin shouted at the 3 people. Gloria sailed alone on the unique, giant, snake pirate ship of Amazon Lily through the calm seas. As the former king of Daughter Island, she held a high position domestically. So borrowing a ship for a few days was not a problem. Only Hancock, that proud one, was not polite to her at all. It was also because the unique, giant, snake pirate ship of Amazon Lily would not be attacked by Sea Kings. And she didn't have to steer it to go out alone. Otherwise, steering would be a problem. She hadn't told anyone about Hancock and the other 2 girls because she already knew from Shaki what they had experienced in recent years. making it unsuitable for anyone else to accompany them. But now, she felt a bit panicked. She saw a giant sea king emerging from the water, its massive head charging toward her. Sea King, quickly turn. Gloria hurriedly commanded the two giant snakes to turn. But after turning, she found that the Sea King also changed direction and madly advanced towards her. How is this possible? The Sea King has actually started to actively attack the ships of Daughter Island. Wouldn't that make Daughter Island extremely dangerous in the future? It's a pity she couldn't reach those 3 poor children. She hoped that whoever sent them would safely deliver them to Daughter Island. But it seemed that they would have to endure a lot of suffering in the future, at the moment of life and death. Gloria was not thinking about her own safety, but about the future of Daughter Island and the well-being of Hancock and the other 2. Just as she prepared to meet her end, she saw the giant Sea King stop, and a voice came from above. Old Lady Nyo. Looking up, she saw the face of a young man, with 3 girls beside him. The girls were waving at her with tears in their eyes, their expressions filled with surprise. Normally, she would have been able to see Lorin on the fish's head, but she was too short. It turned out to be you guys. You scared me to death. I didn't expect anyone could ride on a Sea King. You must be the Lorin who escorted them back, right? Gloria suppressed her shock and spoke to Lorin. Yes, that's right, it's me. I brought them to you. Hancock, you can get down now. Live well when you get home. Lorin responded with a sound, urging Hancock and the other 2 girls to hurry down. At this moment, Hancock and the others were also filled with tears of emotion. They agreed and then jumped onto the ship of Giroliosa one after another. Then I'll take these kids back. Thank you, Brother Lorin. It's nothing, just on the way. Since I've delivered you here, I'll take my leave now. I still need to hurry home to see my wife. Bye. Silly fish, change direction. Go home. With that, Lorin prepared to leave. Mr. Lorin, what's wrong? Lorin turned around and saw Hancock and the 3 girls standing neatly on the deck. Thank you for your care during this time. We will never forget your great kindness. After saying this, they deeply bowed 3 times to Lorin, Hancock included. It's nothing. Just live well. And that old lady Nyo, you know their situation. Don't let them be discriminated against. I'm off now. Yahoo! The big frog quickly flew away with Lorin until they became a small black duck before Nyo turned back. This young man Lorin is truly amazing. Able to catch Sea Kings to serve as a ship. Mr. Lorin is very strong. He knocked over the Sea King with 1 move. I must become stronger than him in the future. Yes. Lady sister. Let's go back, girls. 2 days later, near Kokoja village in the EC, they had already reached the shallow sea area where the Sea Kings couldn't enter. We arrived so quickly. I was originally going to cut you up to let Robin taste the Sea King's meat. But seeing how hard you pull me all the way, I'll let you go this time. Let's go. Lorin stood on the small boat and spoke to the sea creature, and then the sea creature, as if granted amnesty, immediately bolted away. Lorin steered the small boat towards the dock and quickly made it ashore. He grabbed 2 large bags and rushed towards his little home, his heart racing with excitement. Robin, darling, I'm back. Lorin kicked open the gate to her front yard. Robin, sitting on the swing reading a book, immediately stood up when she heard the sound. Seeing Lorin at the door, a warm smile spread across her face. Lorin, welcome home. The moment Lorin saw Robin, all the fatigue she felt vanished, and her mood became very beautiful. She casually tossed aside the 2 large bags she was holding, quickly stepped forward, picked up Robin, spun around, and then gave Robin's cheek a kiss. Have you missed me? Lorin held Robin and carefully felt him. Not bad, although he's only 15 years old. Thanks to Lorin's good care, he's almost ready to join the D family. No, it's just that I'm a bit worried that you might get eaten by a sea monster. Lorin, forget it, I won't argue with a little girl. He then let go of Robin and prepared to get her a gift. Just as Lorin turned around to get some snacks, he heard Robin mumbling softly. If it weren't for Lorin's keen observation skills, he wouldn't have caught it all. In fact, she thinks about it every day. Lorin's mouth curled up to the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Come on. I brought you a lot of gifts. Controlling the wildly rising corners of her mouth, Lorin squatted down and began to pull out the gifts. What is it? Robin also squatted down next to Lorin. Of course, it's something good. Pajda. It's snacks. And they're special snacks from Fishman Island. I hope they haven't gone bad. Lorin took out the sandwich from her backpack, checked it to confirm it wasn't spoiled, and handed it to Robin. Robin took it and took a bite. It's so delicious. Much better than what I've had before. Robin's eyes lit up, and she quickly finished off the sandwich. Don't rush. There's more. Lorin directly opened the backpack and took out various small cakes, breads, muffins, egg tarts, and piled them up in front of Robin until there was no more room left. All the snacks were still fresh, likely because the people from Fishman Island had intentionally extended their shelf life a bit. Robin had a beaming smile on her face. Ever since she was young, Lorin had always brought her back many gifts every time he went out, never neglecting her in any aspect, especially when it came to food. In his words, how could one not eat well while growing? Lorin, you eat too. Robin picked up a cake and stuffed it into Lorin's mouth, leaving him covered in cream. Lorin swallowed the cake in one bite, while Robin ate in a very refined manner, finishing his food with a clean face. How is that possible? Surprise attack. Lorin gave Robin a kiss on the cheek, smearing cream on her face as well. Oh no, Lorin. Hey. The two started playfully wrestling with each other, and after a while, Lorin conceded and stopped. They washed up and returned to the yard to eat again. There was still so much left. They couldn't finish it all. Robin rubbed her belly, which was slightly bulging. Normally, she would stop eating once she was full. But the snacks from Fishman Island were beyond her expectations, so she had eaten a little more. It's okay. They had a freezer at home. They could save it and eat it slowly. In the world of pirates, there are refrigerators. Even Luffy's ship has a big one. What's in that bag? It's money. Oh, upon hearing it was money, Robin lost interest. She didn't care where the money came from. In the end, it would all be spent on the two of them. Ahem. Actually, I didn't just bring snacks as gifts this time, and you will definitely like it. What is it? I won't tell you. If you won't say, then I'll go find it myself. Saying this, Robin got up to rummage through another bag. After searching for a while, she finally found a pearl that was bigger than her fist. Wow, such a big pearl. Is this for me? Of course. Thank you. Lorin is so nice. Robin held the pearl and gave Lorin a kiss on the forehead. Lorin, it's really nice. But this isn't the real gift. Is there more? Yes. What is it? Is there something better than this? Then why didn't she find it? Lorin, who didn't know about it, was afraid that the copy would get lost, so she carried it with her all the time. Lorin's eyes rolled around for a moment. Originally, he planned to use a historical text rubbings to trick Robin, but unexpectedly, he managed to deceive her with just a pearl. It seems that Robin's childhood has changed quite a bit because of him, and her personality has become much brighter. When Robin saw Lorin stroking his chin with his eyes spinning, she knew he was up to no good again. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Immediately, she hugged one of his arms and leaned her face closer. Come on, just tell me. Facing Robin's assault, Lorin exclaimed that he couldn't take it anymore. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with what to threaten Robin with. He didn't even consider anything embarrassing. Both of them were still young. Lorin was old enough, but Robin was only 15, and he couldn't bring himself to do that for now. Moreover, their feelings for each other were already solid, so there was no need for unnecessary actions. Finally, looking at Robin's sparkling big eyes, he sighed and prepared to tell her directly. Halfway through extending his hand, a light bulb went off in his head. He could indulge himself without fulfilling obligations first. Ahem, unless you call me husband. I'll tell you. Lorin had a mischievous smile on her face. Robin's face visibly turned a bit red. Even though they had been living together for over a decade, she had never called him that before. In the end, she gave in, and amidst Lorin's satisfied expression, she stammered out the word husband. Lorin, hee the silly laugh. Stinky Lorin, I've called out. Where's the gift? Hurry up and take it out. Oh, don't rush. This husband call will definitely not let you down. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a rubbing of the historical text, handing it to Robin. What is this? It's a rubbing of the historical text. How about it? Do you like it? What? A rubbing of the historical text. I saw it at Fishman Island and got one for you. Robin doubted whether she had heard it wrong and asked again. Lorin repeated it to her. Robin hurriedly opened it to take a look, and her eyes gradually widened. Lorin had occasionally brought her some books over the years, but it was the first time she had a rubbing of the historical text. Thank you. Woo-woo. After confirming it was ancient writing, Robin suddenly leaped onto Lorin and started to cry softly. She hadn't cried for a long time. These years living with Lorin had been very happy and joyful, but that didn't mean she forgot her identity and the responsibilities on her shoulders. She was the last scholar of Ohara, carrying the hopes of Dr. Clover and her mother, Olvia, among others. Interpreting the historical text to uncover the blank 100 years of history was her lifelong wish and mission. Lorin felt a bit heartbroken seeing Robin cry, so he just held her and let her cry. When Robin had cried enough, she lifted her head from his embrace and gently wiped away her tears. There's no need to say thank you between us. From now on, I'll take you to find all the historical texts and uncover that 100 years of history. So don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, it won't look good. You're already an adult. If you cry again, I might call Nami to come see. Lorin said to Robin in a half-comforting, half-threatening tone, and the effect was quite significant. Robin wiped her tears and raised her smile again. You can look at this first, and I'll take you to find it later. Then Robin immersed herself in the study of historical texts, so much so that she sometimes didn't even notice Lorin calling her. With some free time on her hands, Lorin thought for a moment, prepared some snacks from Fishman Island, and knocked on Bel-Emre's door. The one who opened the door was 7-year-old Noki Gao. Lorin, brother, you're back. I'm back. Where are Bel-Emre and the others? Lorin bent down and patted Noki's head. They want to take care of the orange orchard. Please come in. Noki welcomed Lorin in, let him sit down, and even took the initiative to brew tea. It must be said that children from poor families grow up quickly. Noki was quite familiar with these tasks and handled them with ease. After brewing the tea, Noki sat across the table, resting her chin on her hands. The last time I came to find you, I heard from Sister Robin that you were out, and Nami was upset, saying you never tell her when you go out, making her come over for no reason many times. Ha ha ha, don't mind it. I brought you gifts back, didn't I? Lorin placed the snacks he was holding on the table, and Nokigo's eyes lit up. She had seen what Lorin was carrying earlier, but hadn't asked what it was. When she opened it, her mouth almost watered. It was filled with various exquisite snacks. Just then, Belmere and Nami returned, and as soon as they entered, they saw Lorin. Lorin, you're back. Before Belmere could speak, Nami's surprised voice came through. Then she immediately put on a stern face, as if Lorin had offended her. Good afternoon, Belmere and Nami. Nami was just talking about you. Belmere was a straightforward woman, and after a few years of getting to know each other, they were very familiar. So joking around was no problem. Nonsense. I wasn't. Nami's expression stiffened, and she immediately retorted. I brought you gifts. All delicious. Where are they? Nami immediately asked, her eyes searching everywhere, but unfortunately, she couldn't see them because Lorin was blocking her view. Ha ha ha. This made everyone burst into laughter. How ridiculous. Uncle Lorin, this isn't right. You're calling me uncle while Nokigo calls me brother. The hierarchy is all messed up. I don't care. You're just a smelly uncle. Belmere shrugged, indicating that she couldn't do anything about it. Lorin, why did you call me over? Taking advantage of Nami being distracted by the food, Lorin called Belmere to the edge of the forest. This is for you. Lorin handed over 2 devil fruits. What are these? There are few ability users in the EC, and no one has seen these devil fruits, so Belmere didn't recognize what Lorin gave her. Devil fruits. You mean the legendary fruits that grant abilities but are hated by the sea? Yes, but these things are very precious, right? They are quite precious, but they're useless to me. Robin is already an ability user and can't use them. I can't take them. Don't be in a hurry. Let me explain. Robin and I will leave here at some point, and after spending so many years with everyone, we have feelings for this place. I won't be in danger while I'm here, but if powerful pirates come to the village after we leave, it will be dangerous. So, I need you to protect this village, and these 2 fruits will give you the power to do so. There's one thing he didn't say. If he's around, it won't be easy when Arlong comes. Are you leaving? When? Why? I don't know when, but we will definitely leave. And it will be a long time before we come back. The reason is simple. Robin wants to study history, and she can't do that by staying here. Oh, but, there's no but, these things are useless to me, and I'm not short on money. It's decided, and I have other things to ask of you. Oh, what is it? Do you know about hockey? I do, but I can't use it. Do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Okay, but I still don't understand what you need me for. Don't rush. In the future, if a fishman pirate named Arlong comes here, you have to pretend you can't beat him. Just make sure he doesn't kill anyone, and follow his orders otherwise. If necessary, you can mention my name. Okay, Belmere. Though confused, agreed. Seeing this, Lorin didn't know how to explain further to her, as there were some things that couldn't be said. He could only come up with a reason that it was to train Nami, and that he wanted to take Nami to do something big in the future. So she shouldn't worry. Lorin has gone to great lengths to keep the main character group complete. Although all of this is caused by him. Everything could have been resolved if he hadn't brought those 2 devil fruits. However, he couldn't help but worry if he didn't give them. After all, his friendship with Along is too shallow. Poor Nami. She hasn't grown up yet, and has to be acted upon by her adoptive mother and Lorin. I wonder if she will kill Lorin when she learns the truth. You can choose one of the 2 fruits to eat, and give the other to Noki Gao. After that, come here every night, and I'll teach you to use hockey. Okay. After introducing the 2 fruits to Belmere, Lorin let her choose for herself. For the next 3 years, except for going out, Lorin would arrive at the edge of the forest on time every day to teach Belmere how to use hockey. Now her observation hockey and armament hockey have reached a basic level, and with the devil fruit, defeating Along is not a problem. All right, let's end today's practice here. You don't need to practice anymore. You have already mastered all the basics. From now on, you'll have to rely on constant fighting to improve. All right, thank you for these 3 years. You're welcome. I'm off. As he strolled back home, Robin was still in her room reading. Did you finish today's lesson? At first, Robin didn't know that Lorin was teaching Belmere hockey, but later, when Lorin went out for a few hours every night, she couldn't help but ask. And Lorin didn't hide it. Laura hugged Robin from behind. 18-year-old Robin was definitely part of the D family, and it seemed she would soon surpass it. Robin, my dear, I have a question for you. What? After living here for so many years, do you want to change places? Why change? Is it not good here? Because we've grown up. We can go out and explore now. Before we didn't go to the Grand Line because we were still young, but now we can. Don't you want to find the Rio Poneglyph? I do. Robin immediately replied, but to be honest, she felt reluctant. After all, she had lived here for so many years and had deep feelings for this home. Reluctant? We can come back to live here after we find the Rio Poneglyph. Okay, with you I can go anywhere. Robin wasn't one to hesitate. After thinking it over briefly, she understood that leaving was still necessary, and as Lorin said, they would come back. Once Robin made up her mind, things became much simpler. They just needed to decide when to set off. Lorin hasn't thought about where to go next, but the first stop is already decided. There is definitely one place he must visit, and that is Windmill Village. After all, he spent 10 years in the East Sea and has become familiar with the chosen one, Luffy. Since he doesn't know when he will return after leaving this time, he should at least go say goodbye. Another reason is that Luffy is now 7 years old, and this year will be a turning point in his life. Shanks is also in Windmill Village at this time. He had stayed there for over a year, and there's the incident with the bottle smashing the 4 emperors and the mountain bandit king, Zeeg, stepping on the pirate king. How could he not want to see such a scene? Just thinking about it makes Lorin excited. Lorin shared her general thoughts with Robin, who expressed no objections and agreed to follow Lorin's lead. She only asked when they would set off. Lorin expressed that there was no time to lose and that he would say goodbye to Nami and the others before setting off. After that, the two of them started to prepare. In fact, there wasn't much to prepare, just a ship and food. Lorin had certain requirements for the ship. Previously, when he was traveling alone, it didn't matter. Any small boat would do. But this time, he was going to take Robin with him. He couldn't bear to let Robin suffer from the elements, so the ship needed to be at least as big as the Mary. Therefore, Lorin went to the street in the afternoon. In the past, Lorin either bought a small boat or directly seized another pirate's ship. This time, he wanted to build a small home on the sea for himself and Robin, so he planned to hire someone to create a brand new one. After inquiring around, he arrived at a shipyard, and after explaining his intentions to the factory manager, the manager warmly welcomed him. Lorin is preparing to build a triangular sailboat similar to the Mary, with only one requirement: to use the best materials. In the end, Lorin paid a deposit of 5 million berries, and the factory manager promised to complete the construction in half a month, allowing Lorin to hold the launching ceremony in 2 weeks. Lorin didn't say much about it. Half a month would pass quickly. The 2 devil fruits were eaten by Belmel, who consumed the air fruit. She has now mastered it quite well and can injure Lorin with an air cannon without fully defending herself. Lorin's defense is terrifying. After years of systematic enhancement, his physical abilities can now match those of the giant race. The animal-type cat fruit was eaten by no Kigo a year ago, specifically the puma form. At first, it wasn't given to her because they were afraid Nami would think they were being biased. But later they found out that Nami didn't dare to eat the fruit covered in patterns. When no Kigo activates her fruit powers, she grows ears and a tail, along with sharp teeth and claws, which is quite different from Lorin's imagination of an ear girl, leaving him greatly disappointed. Half a month later, on the coast of Coco Asia Village, Lorin, Robin, and even Belmel are present. Today is the launching ceremony of the demon ship. Initially, Lorin wanted to name it the Goddess Robin, but Robin found it too embarrassing and refused to agree. After much consideration, they settled on the name Demon Ship, because one of them holds the title of Son of the Demon, and the other is the Demon Guardian. After this voyage, they will definitely re-enter the Navy's sight, so they simply named it after their titles. Moreover, with Lorin's terrifying financial resources, aside from not being able to obtain Adam's treasure tree for the keel, all other materials are of the best quality, with the wood being a type of pine known to resist decay in the sea for 1,000 years. Lorin held a bottle of wine in her hand, and with all her strength threw it towards the demon ship. With a crack, the bottle shattered. As the bottle broke, people nearby set off fireworks. In the pirate world, it is said that if the bottle thrown at the bow of the ship does not break or falls directly into the sea, the ship will encounter misfortune. After the launching ceremony was completed, Lorin generously treated everyone to a meal bringing back a mountain of food, along with specially caught sea beast meat. Cheers! Lorin still drinks juice in her unique way. After the banquet, Lorin called for the prepared food to be moved onto the ship. Then she took Robin to the Belmir's house. As soon as Belmir saw them, she understood their intention. The ship was ready, and they were probably here to say goodbye. She brewed them some tea and sat opposite them. Are you ready to leave? Yes, we plan to set off tomorrow. When will you be back? We don't know yet. Before that, we'll leave our house in your care. No problem. Belmir waved her hand grandly, agreeing with a cheerful face, while Nami and Nojiko looked confused. Not knowing what was happening, Nojiko, now 11 years old, had a feeling that Lorin and the others might be gone for a long time, while 8-year-old Nami didn't sense anything unusual. After all, Lorin often went to sea. The only difference this time was that she brought Robin along. In the end, Lorin left a large sum of berry with Belmir before leaving. At first, she refused to take it, but after Lorin kept persuading her, she accepted it, saying it was a reward for taking care of their house. After all, they wouldn't be back anytime soon, at least not within 12 years. The next day, Lorin and Robin boarded the Going Merry and slowly left Cocoa Village, while the Belmir family saw them off on the shore. Nami waved her little hand. Come back soon. Lorin, poor child, she didn't know that it would be 10 years before they met again, and before leaving, Lorin had dug a big pit for her. On the ship, Lorin was steering while Robin was learning seriously by her side. Since there were only the two of them at sea, she felt she should learn to steer and not always rely on Lorin. After teaching for a while, Lorin let Robin try steering, and surprisingly, Robin learned very quickly, which amazed Lorin. She truly was a genius who passed the history doctorate exam at 8. The ship slowly headed toward the East Sea, with the two taking turns at the helm. When night fell, they dropped anchor to rest. Soon, they reached the vicinity of Windmill Village. Lorin, there, S.A.C. King. Hearing Robin's exclamation, Lorin turned to look. Oh, it's a Sea King. However, the Sea King took one look and then quickly swam away. Why did it run away? Robin was startled. Having stayed in Cocoa Village for years without going to sea, she had never seen such a large sea monster, only learned about Sea Kings from books. I had beaten it a few times before, so it saw me and ran away. No need to worry. Is that so? I was wondering why it ran away. Robin couldn't help but laugh, and the two docked their ship at the harbor and disembarked in Windmill Village. Their ship didn't have a pirate flag, so there was no need to hide. Shanks and the others had parked their ship elsewhere to prevent Old Man Carp from suddenly coming back, right now. Shanks would definitely be handing Carp a meal if they faced off. Lorin and Robin made their way directly to the small tavern in Makino. The tavern was bustling with activity, as Shanks and his crew were present along with Luffy, who was being relentlessly teased by Shanks. The 7-year-old Luffy was furious, which only elicited more laughter from Shanks. Suddenly, the entrance was pushed open by Lorin and Robin, catching everyone's attention. Lorin had been here several times over the past half-year, so they all recognized her, but who was the stunning beauty behind her? Oh, they're having a feast. Lorin, you're just in time, Shanks and the others exclaimed. Luffy's eyes lit up at the sight of Lorin, ready to complain to her, but before he could finish his sentence, Shanks stuffed a piece of meat in his mouth, causing him to forget what he wanted to say and start eating instead. Lorin, come join us for the feast. Who is this? Shanks asked curiously. Before Lorin could respond, Shanks continued. Never mind, it doesn't matter. Since you brought her, she must be a friend. Brothers, let's feast. Oh. Lorin first made a cup of coffee for Robin and found her a relatively empty spot to sit before joining the party. Jojo. Lorin is drinking a beverage. How unmanly. Is he afraid of embarrassing himself in front of the ladies? Ha. Nonsense. What's so great about alcohol? Juice is the way to go. Robin is my future wife. What embarrassment. You idiot, I don't believe you. Unless you drink in front of me. Shanks had a very funny expression, and Lorin's forehead was bulging with veins, looking like he wanted to punch that bastard. Watching Lorin argue with Shanks and Luffy about whether to drink alcohol or juice was quite amusing, and she couldn't help but smile, her eyes squinting with laughter. She had never seen Lorin like this before. Suddenly, Robin reflected, is this Lorin the real him? Was he unable to make friends before just because he wanted to accompany her? Thinking about it this way, Lorin really is a wonderful partner. In fact, she was just overthinking. Lorin was happiest when he was with her. As evening approached, the group stumbled out, drunk, with Shanks and Locky walking arm in arm at the front. Shanks, when are you guys setting off? We're also preparing to go to the Grand Line. Huh? Go to the Grand Line? Do you want to board my ship? That's not possible. We don't have any ladies on our ship. No, I was just asking. Oh, I see. I don't really know when, though. All right then. Lorin, are you going to the Grand Line to become a pirate? Luffy, who was nearby and had been listening to their conversation about the Grand Line, perked up. He had finally squeezed in and already had the dream of becoming the Pirate King. Going to the Grand Line was a must, but he probably wouldn't be a pirate for now. Being a captain was too troublesome. Oh, really? Then do you want to come aboard my ship in the future? I'm going to set sail too, to become the Pirate King. You little brat, don't have a ship. How old are you to want to be the Pirate King? That's right. Luffy is just a little brat who loves to talk big. Oh. Lorin looked disdainful, and Shanks beside him also looked approving. How can you? Don't look down on me, you bastard. I said it's for the future. In the future, I will definitely gather a group of companions to set sail, find the legendary treasure, and become the Pirate King. When the time comes, Lorin, will you join me? All right. We'll talk about it when you set sail. Luo-Lin didn't take it seriously and casually agreed. Based on his understanding of Luffy, even a casual agreement from him would be taken seriously. Upon hearing Luo-Lin's response, Luffy couldn't help but laugh proudly at Shanks, but no one paid him any attention. In the end, everyone dispersed and returned to their own homes. For more than a month afterward, Luo-Lin and Robin didn't find a new place to stay and slept on the ship every day, including the 3 months they spent at sea. Shanks and his crew had been in Windmill Village for a year, and the iconic scene that Luo-Lin wanted to see should be coming soon. One day, while Luo-Lin was watching them play around in the tavern door was suddenly kicked open, and the room fell silent. A gaunt, unkempt man walked in. Lorin was trembling with excitement, and it took him a long time to calm down. He is here, the mountain bandit king Sig, the man who single-handedly reduced the 60 royal pirates at sea to just 4. What happened next was no different from the anime. Sig wanted to buy some alcohol, but all the drinks had been consumed by Shanks and the others, leaving only 1 bottle. The mountain bandit king Sig got angry and smashed his fist down on the bottle, spilling the wine and glass shards all over Shanks. Then Sig uttered the classic line, "I'm a criminal with a bounty of 8 million. After that, while Shanks was picking up the glass shards, Sig smashed a bunch of plates and insulted him before leaving. Shanks and the others burst into loud laughter, and Lorin suddenly understood why they could laugh. Because Sig was so weak that he couldn't even muster the interest to fight back. It was like a gang leader being threatened by an ordinary person. Even his brothers, including himself, would laugh out loud. The only person present who was really angry was little Luffy, and the laughter only made him more furious. He questioned them why they didn't fight back. Lorin, you two, ISN Shanks your friend? Aren't you angry? Even though the other side seemed to have the upper hand, Lorin was taken aback and thought to himself, what does it have to do with me? I'm just a bystander. Shanks helped Lorin out of the situation and explained a few things to Luffy. However, little Luffy didn't listen at all, turned his back on Shanks, and then got distracted by the nearby gum fruit. Lorin, here it comes. Hurry up and eat. After that, everything happened just like in the original. Luffy ate the gum fruit, and then Shanks, in panic, told him to spit it out. But he couldn't, and instead, Luffy got stretched out. After explaining the effects and side effects of the gum fruit to Luffy, he ran out with a look of disbelief on his face. Lorin found it so funny that her stomach hurt. It was hilarious to see Shanks and Luffy, 2 carefree people, together. Hey, Lorin, you've been laughing since just now. That's too much. Haha, I'm just not laughing out loud. Do you think I'm embarrassed? No. Strong people fight against stronger ones, and weak ones fight against weaker ones. It's just a little spilled wine, no big deal. I was just laughing because you and Luffy are too funny. Oh, I see. I also think Luffy is really interesting. Then she started laughing again. As for Luffy, Shanks thought he couldn't handle not being able to swim anymore and went out to cool off, not caring since they had already eaten. But unexpectedly, Luffy went out to seek revenge on Siggy. Lorin knows, but he doesn't say anything. Makino quickly returned with the news that Luffy went out for revenge and got beaten up. Shanks and his crew hurried out to support Luffy. After defeating the Mountain Bandit King, Zig's henchmen, they were caught off guard and Zig escaped, taking Luffy with him. Shanks jumped into the sea alone to chase after them. Lorin, seeing this, didn't prepare to follow. He knew what would happen next. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Shanks returned, holding the crying little Luffy. His left arm already gone. Lorin, you really are something, Shanks. It should have been a given that Luffy would set sail, but now there's an extra hand to thank. Once Luffy sets sail, not even 8 oxen could pull him back. He can feel the overwhelming aura within Shanks, like a raging flood. He can't believe that someone with such presence would lose a hand saving someone. Even someone like Sig would be flattened by a glimpse of that conqueror's haki. After thinking it over, Lorin could only come up with this explanation. The following week was much more peaceful. Shanks' lost left hand had healed, and Lorin couldn't help but marvel at the resilience of life in the pirate world. If this were on Earth, a serious injury like that would take at least 100 days, and you wouldn't be hopping around for 3 months. The time had come for Shanks to set sail. Shanks, are you guys leaving? Yeah, we've been here for a long time. We have to leave eventually. You'll be lonely from now on. Hee hee, it might be boring, but I won't let you take me with you anymore, because I'm going to be a pirate on my own. Haha, I'm not taking you along. You think a little kid like you could be a pirate? Shanks made a face, mercilessly mocking Luffy, who bared his teeth in response. Of course I can. I'll definitely find a crew even better than you guys. Then I'll find the world's greatest treasure. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Right, Lorin? Luffy shouted through gritted teeth. Huh. All right. Yes, yes, yes. The professional bystander Lorin was momentarily stunned before giving a positive reply. Upon hearing this, Luffy grinned widely, expecting to be mocked by Shanks again, but to his surprise, Shanks changed his usual demeanor and showed a gentle smile. Is that so? You want to surpass us? Shanks took off his hat and placed it on Luffy's head. Then this hat is yours to keep for now. When you become an outstanding pirate in the future, you can return it to me. This is our manly promise. Snap! Lorin held up the camera and captured this historic moment. Robin looked on with a puzzled expression, wondering what was so worth photographing. Wasn't this just a way to amuse a child? Although he had no idea where this old fellow got the camera, he believed that this would become a world-famous painting in the future. He thought it was necessary to commemorate it. Lorin named this photo the legacy of the king. Luffy, with tears and snot all over his face, is hugging his hat as Shanks' ship slowly set sail amidst everyone's waving goodbye. After watching the starting point of his dream, Lorin also put away the camera with a satisfied expression. He had really enjoyed the gossip these past few days. Just then, the system that had been silent for a few months popped up. Ding! Did the host miss me? I'm back. Lorin, why did you suddenly pop up? I called you and you didn't respond. If it weren't for the panel still being visible, I would have thought you were dead. System. This system is wise and powerful. That's impossible. Useless system. So what have you been up to? System. Ahem. This system is currently not quite suitable for the host situation, so I want to upgrade my permissions. Next, I'm preparing for an upgrade, and once I'm done, the host will definitely be amazed. Oh, an upgrade? You're going to surprise me? Upgrading from a useless system to a big useless system? Of course not. Anyway, the host will know after the upgrade. It might take some time, so I wanted to let the host know in advance, in case the host forgets about me. Oh, got it. Go ahead. Lorin coldly said to the consciousness in her mind, which expressed that it was quite hurt. Ahem, although the host is so heartless. This consciousness still needs to clarify its responsibilities. During the system upgrade, aside from being unable to issue tasks and communicate, all other functions are operating normally. So, aside from those two functions, you only have the panel left. It basically means you can only look at the panel, still claiming to not be a trash system. Ahem. Host, don't mind these details. Before this consciousness upgrades, there is still a task for the host. This is something that this consciousness has fought hard for, facing numerous difficulties and challenges. Oh, what task? Lorin was also a bit curious about what kind of terrifying task the system was referring to. Ding. Challenge task triggered. Host challenges Shanks. Fight with all your might. Task reward. The Supreme Great Sword, named Blade of the Spirit. Hiss, the Supreme Great Sword. A challenge task? Why wasn't there one when I spar with Rayleigh? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Surprised, huh? As long as the host completes the task, you could get the Supreme Great Sword. The reward has been stored, and it will be automatically issued upon completion. This system will withdraw now. The system's voice became quieter until it disappeared completely. Why so hasty without finishing its words? System? System? After calling out a few times with no response from the system, Lorin felt that it must have started upgrading. He then took a glance at his panel. Host, Port Gasti. Lorin age, 20 swordsmanship, Great Sword Master level hockey, Advanced Armament hockey, Intermediate Observation hockey, Intermediate Conqueror's hockey martial arts, Navy 6 styles, complete, training task, challenge Shanks and fight with him once. Task reward. The Supreme Great Sword, named Blade of the Spirit. There wasn't much change from 3 years ago. The only difference was that his swordsmanship had reached the Great Swordmaster level. Since the trip to Fishman Island, Lorin had a clearer understanding of his strength. After confirming that there weren't many who could threaten him, his lazy attributes re-emerged. And spending every day with Robin made him think only about how to take advantage, completely losing interest in training. No, the evaluation is gone. It turns out that evaluation was added by that dog system itself. However, this task came at the right time. It could test whether his skills had regressed over the past 3 years. After communicating with the system in his mind for a while and thinking aimlessly, only a little over 10 seconds had passed, and things here had already ended. Lorin originally planned to leave with Shanks and his crew. He immediately decided to catch up. He wasn't interested in waiting for Shanks to leave and then finding him in the new world. Hey, Luffy. Huh? Luffy, who was watching Shanks leave while crying and holding his hat, was attracted by Lorin's call. We're also getting ready to set sail. Hurry up and grow. We'll wait for you in the Grand Line. What? Are you guys setting sail too? Upon hearing that Lorin was also preparing to leave, Luffy was a bit dissatisfied. He had been very happy these past few days, except for the incident with Siggy. To this, Lorin could only say that they originally planned to head to the Grand Line, and this visit was specifically to say goodbye to him. He couldn't say they came just to eat melon seeds. However, Luffy only complained a little. It wasn't a life and death separation. On the contrary, he was even more looking forward to going out to sea. I understand. You can't get on someone else's ship, especially Shanks. Wait for me in the Grand Line. I will definitely come. All right, we're off. See you in the Grand Line. Lorin directly raised anchor, and the ship slowly sailed away from the coast under Robin's control, chasing after Shanks and the other's ship. At that moment, Shanks and his crew had already become a small black dot. Their ship was larger and faster. Lorin needed to accelerate with all his might to catch up. Of course, that was assuming Shanks and the others didn't speed up. After 3 hours of pursuit, Lorin successfully caught up with Shanks' red-haired pirates, though it wasn't exactly a chase. It was because Shanks and his crew had stopped on a small island to cook that Lorin was able to catch up. Otherwise, their ship would have been nearly out of sight. Shanks! Oh, Lorin? You came too. Are you really going to board my ship? Shanks was momentarily stunned to see Lorin, then jokingly asked, Of course not. I'm here to challenge you. Huh? Shanks looked confused, as did Beckman and Jesus Burgess, and even Robin was taken aback. At the same time, she had a moment of realization. She had been wondering why Lorin was suddenly so eager to catch up, given her understanding of him. He shouldn't be acting like this. Now, she finally understood the reason behind his earlier acceleration. Wasn't Lorin on good terms with Shanks? Why was he challenging him? The others felt the same way. The atmosphere was indescribably strange. Ha ha ha. Shanks was the first to burst into a huge laugh, followed by Beckman and the others who also started laughing. Tears were streaming down their faces from laughter. Lorin's face turned dark from embarrassment. Robin also showed a hint of a smile, seemingly enjoying seeing Lorin in trouble. Lorin, you fool. What silly talk is this? I wouldn't fight you. Ha ha ha. Exactly. There's no reason for a battle at all. Ha ha ha. Lucky Lou, who was always munching on meat, laughed indistinctly. Lorin certainly knew that it would be difficult to have a serious fight with Shanks. After all, Shanks had a pretty good temper, and, as a friend, he couldn't use extreme methods to provoke him. For a moment, Lorin felt a bit stuck. But then Robin leaned in and whispered something in his ear that made Lorin's eyes light up. Hey, Shanks, of course, I'm not looking for a serious fight. Just a friendly spar, you know. I want to see how strong you really are. Oh, is that so? Yes. Shanks pretended to think for a moment, then suddenly made a funny face. Huh, even if you say that, I still won't fight you. Silly. Ha ha. A group of people laughed and banged the table again. Lorin, damn it. It's hard. My fists are hard. Is this the future of the Four Emperors? So cocky. As a reward for your action, I'll give you a batch of the strongest alcohol in the world. This is what Robin just whispered in his ear, because Robin noticed from the previous red-haired pirates that this group of people probably likes to drink. In the pirate world, most of the alcohol, aside from the alcohol used by doctors, is around 50 degrees rum, and the rest, like beer, is hardly worth mentioning. Lorin had made a distillation device when he was bored before and produced dozens of bottles of highly concentrated liquor comparable to the water of life. And this time he took everything he could move from home, so the alcohol was naturally included. Upon hearing about the strongest alcohol in the world, Shanks' eyes lit up, but then he seemed a bit skeptical. The strongest alcohol in the world? How could that be? As one of the Four Emperors, what alcohol hasn't he tried? He has even secretly tasted alcohol. Don't believe me? Just wait a moment. Lorin jumped back onto the ship and rummaged through the boxes, finally pulling out a bottle of wine and returning to the shore to hand it to Shanks. Isn't this just ordinary rum? What's so special about it? You'll know after taking a sip. Shanks was still a bit skeptical, but he honestly opened the bottle, and in an instant he was captivated by the aroma. Then he took a big gulp. His eyes lit up as he downed the entire bottle. Lorin, how much of this wine do you have left? Give me all of it, and I'll spar with you. I have dozens of bottles, but you'll have to wait until after the fight. No problem. When do we start? Hurry up and finish. I want to drink. This wine tastes amazing. Hey, Don't think you can slack off just because you want to drink. I'll be giving it my all. It would be quite embarrassing if you lose to me." Upon hearing this, Shank's expression turned serious, and a powerful aura slowly spread out. "Of course, I give my all in every battle, even in a sparring match. That's exactly what I want. Beckman, please help me keep an eye on Robin." Lorin slowly drew his famous sword, Jinheng, while a powerful conqueror's haki began to emanate from him. This caused Shank's crew to widen their eyes in astonishment. They were shocked that Lorin also possessed conqueror's haki, and that it was so strong. Let's retreat a bit further. The two invisible forces of haki clashed, creating immense pressure that caused the surrounding trees to snap and the grass to fly. "Truly astonishing, Lorin. I had sensed your beast-like aura before, but I didn't expect you to be this strong." At this moment, Shanks also drew his sword, Griffin. Haki spread out. Both swords were enveloped in haki as they charged at each other. "Let's settle this with one strike. Otherwise, this small island can't withstand our power." Just what I wanted. One sword style. Demon slash. Divine avoidance. Clang. The two swords collided, and black-red lightning crackled everywhere, with sand and stones flying across the island. In the distance, Beckman and the others had retreated to the edge of the island, but they were still affected by the shockwaves. What a monster! It's one thing for the captain to be strong, but Lorin is incredibly powerful too. Yes, and he's only 20 years old. Monster is no longer sufficient to describe him. He is truly a prodigy. Among the shocked crowd, there was Robin. She knew Lorin was strong. He had escaped from Admiral Aokiji long ago, and after all these years, he should have grown even stronger. But she never imagined he would be this strong. Shanks and Lorin remained locked in a stalemate, and at this point, the center of the small island, about a kilometer in diameter, had already sunken, surrounded by cracks. After an unknown amount of time, Lorin slowly withdrew his power, and both of them stopped, looking at each other with eyes full of admiration, a recognition of strength. "No more fighting. If we go for another strike, the island will be gone. I never expected that this small East Blue would hide a powerhouse like you. It's truly astonishing. It seems we shouldn't underestimate the monsters in this world." Ha ha ha. The four emperors truly live up to their name. I suppose I'm still not your match. Luo Lin is also very single. Losing is losing. Maybe his swordsmanship is similar to Shanks, but Shanks is a bit stronger in hockey. I think so too. After all, I am one of the four emperors. Ha ha ha. So, how about coming on my ship? It's such a pity for someone with your strength not to venture out. Let's go find the great treasure together. Lorin's strength made Shanks change his mind and invite him on board. "No, I just want to protect Robin well. I'm not really interested in anything else, and besides, I've already promised Luffy. This is a promise between men." "Oh, is that so? That's too bad. Ha ha ha." At this moment, Beckman and the others also brought Robin back, and they looked at Lorin with admiration in their eyes. They were also smiling. Lorin took Robin's hand and said goodbye to everyone. "Then we will leave first, Shanks. Let's have a feast together next time we meet." Lorin couldn't wait to go back and collect his mission rewards. "Wait a minute, you bastard. Give me the wine. Don't even think about skipping out." Shanks shouted urgently, directly grabbing Lorin's other hand. Lorin's expression froze, and he awkwardly said, Here, here, here. I'll give it to you. I just forgot. Let's go to the ship and get it." Then Shanks followed Lorin onto the devil's ship, even moving the wine box together. "Goodbye. Remember to bring this kind of wine next time we spar." Lorin waved his hand and slowly maneuvered the demon ship away from the small island. On the ship, Robin kept staring at Lorin as if she was meeting him for the first time. "Am I that handsome, darling Robin?" You're amazing, Lorin. Of course. If I'm not strong, how can I protect you? But no matter how strong I get, I will always be your Lorin." Lorin never told Robin to stop staring, nor did he say anything like there are no flowers on my face, asking his wife what's wrong with looking. What? But then again, it's normal to charge for a kiss after staring for a while, right? Robin replied with a smile, her eyes curved like a flower, looking extremely beautiful. As night fell, Lorin casually checked the nautical chart. The two of them still had a distance to go to reach Upside Down Mountain, and if they sailed normally, it would take a few days. After dinner, Robin was in the study reading. This was specially instructed by Lorin to be made during the shipbuilding. The demon ship only accommodates the two of them, so there was no need to separate male and female crew cabins, thus it was turned into a study. Lorin stood alone on the deck, pulling out the supreme great knife spirit awarded by the system today. With a swish, he drew the knife, and a sharp sensation hit him, even more intense than when he first received the famous sword Jinheng. It truly lived up to its name as the supreme great knife. The entire knife is 97 centimeters long, with a blade length of 73. 32 centimeters. The blade has a wavy edge, and the guard is round with a 3-petal pattern. Aside from the blade, the entire knife is black. He scratched his head, pulled out a few strands of hair, and gently placed them a few centimeters above the blade of the spirit. When he let go, the hair fell without any resistance, breaking smoothly into 2 pieces. What a good knife. The previous famous sword Junhung had at least a slight pause before breaking, but this spirit cut through instantly. With this knife, Lorin's strength is likely to increase even further. As for the original famous sword Junhung, it has already fallen out of favor. He would toss it into the warehouse to gather dust later. Lorin held the soul for a while, then pulled it out to look at it again and again. It was simply too precious. It seemed that Robin would have to avoid the spotlight tonight. A few days later, Lorin and Robin returned to Rogue Town, walking hand in hand down the main street. Robin had rarely been out shopping since she was little, and Lorin's main reason for stopping here this time, aside from restocking the ship's food, was to take Robin out for a proper stroll. He hadn't had the chance to accompany his wife on a shopping trip since she grew up. Whether it was the remote Ohara from her childhood or the later Cocoa Village, they were both relatively secluded places with no large markets. And there wasn't much to explore outside. But Rogue Town was different. It was a necessary stop for anyone from the East Blue wanting to enter the Grand Line. Although the goods and markets here couldn't compare to those in Mariehua, they were still considered above average in the world. "Oh, Lorin, this is delicious. Try a bite," Robin said, using chopsticks to offer him a takoyaki ball. Lorin took a bite with a satisfying crunch. It's delicious. Hee. The 18-year-old Robin rarely showed her childish side, which made Lorin very happy. He secretly decided to take Robin out shopping more often. Until now, Robin had always displayed qualities of gentleness, grace, and elegance. Although Lorin liked this version of Robin, he still wished she could show a bit more of her little girl side in front of him. He had been trying to guide her, but to little effect. Unknowingly, they walked to the foot of the execution platform, and Robin was already full. Looking at the tall execution platform in front of her, Robin expressed her doubts. Is this the place where the Pirate King was executed? Yes, the Great Pirate Era also started from here. I came to see it back then, hee. However, Robin ignored him and just murmured to herself. Is there anyone who knows all of history? I will also know all of history. Then I will reveal that blank 100 years to the world. Yes, I believe you. Lorin, do you know where the historical texts are? How would I know? We'll just have to search slowly. Robin didn't expect Lorin to know. She just asked casually. After that, the two of them strolled around until it got dark before returning to the ship. After an afternoon of wandering, Robin felt a bit tired and went to sleep first. Lorin, holding her, suddenly had an idea to stay in Low Town for a while. He could tell that Robin was very happy today, whether it was from shopping or something else, and Lorin wanted her to be even happier. For the next half-month, Lorin took Robin around Low Town having fun, trying various entertainment activities and foods. They even tried things that kids liked. It wasn't until Lorin felt Robin's enthusiasm waning a bit that they decided to set off again. The two of them, who had been together day and night, could sense even slight changes in each other's emotions. After a few days of sailing, they arrived at Reverse Mountain. We're at Reverse Mountain. We're finally going to enter the Grand Line. The last time we were here was when we first came to the East Blue. Looking at the massive river flowing upwards in front of her, Robin couldn't help but exclaim. Lorin also nodded in agreement. Although he usually went out, it was mostly within the East Blue. The only time he went to the Sabeti archipelago was by crossing the Calm Belt. Then Lorin took out a bounty poster of Robin and handed it to her. It still showed her as a child. The two of them hadn't appeared in the Navy's sight for over a decade, so the photo had never been updated. Lorin cut out the part of the photo and threw away the rest. You were so little back then. So adorable. Robin, where did you get this? I had no idea. Seeing Robin's puzzled expression, Lorin felt a bit embarrassed. I bought this when we were in Rogue Town. It only cost 100 Bailey for a complete bounty list. Of course, they're all bounties over 10 million. There are too many bounties in the millions. I can't even count them. So I think over 10 million is more reasonable. Robin nodded in understanding, and Lorin continued. When we were kids, we didn't have a camera and forgot to buy one, so we didn't keep any photos of us growing up together. Now that I've seen this, I can't let it go. Look how cute you were as a child. And of course, you're even more beautiful now. And mine. I didn't expect I used to be a little handsome guy. Hee. We should keep these photos for when we grow old, or show them to our children. Let them be surprised. Otherwise, how can we boast to the kids without evidence? Lorin explained to Robin while taking out his bounty notice photo, describing excitedly what he would look like in the future. Robin couldn't help but laugh at Lorin's antics. Having Lorin around was wonderful. It was truly her luck to encounter him. Ahem. We're about to enter the canal. My dear Robin, you take the helm first. I'll go and stow the sails. Okay. Lorin coughed and put away the photo. They were about to enter the canal, which was quite dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead them into the whirlpool around the red Earth continent or crash into it, resulting in the destruction of the ship and loss of life. Although Lorin wasn't afraid of these dangers, he couldn't let Robin get hurt. With a series of maneuvers, the demon successfully entered the canal of the upside-down mountain. Even seeing it again felt amazing. No wonder it is considered one of the 3 great miracle currents. Robin looked at the current flowing upwards beside them and exclaimed again, "Ha ha ha. Yes, I also find it incredible. But what are the 3 great miracle currents?" Lorin asked strangely. He had some impressions, but not deep ones. The 3 wonders of ocean currents refer to the inverted mountain canal, the upwelling current, and the white dragon current on the seabed. Oh, I see. Lorin clapped his hands, and the memories in his mind suddenly revived, as if there were 3 such things. After half an hour, the demon ship reached the top of the inverted mountain. This time, Lorin did not take a break, but directly steered towards the only downward current. The speed going down was much faster than the last time he went to the East Sea. This was because going to the East Sea required the ship's own propulsion. Otherwise, it would be slowly carried up the mountain by the current. The speed should have exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, and the wind blowing against Lorin's face distorted it. No, this is too fast. I need to find a way to slow down. We're going down into the sea, right? I've read navigational records, and there shouldn't be any islands below, so we 1T crash. But there's a huge whale blocking the way. If we crash into it, the ship will be destroyed. What will happen then? Will we be eaten by the whale, or drowned by the sea? Or will we drown first, and then be swallowed and digested? Lorin, at this point, let's not get caught up in these things, okay? Is this the point? It's certain that we won't die, but he doesn't want the ship to be destroyed just as we enter the Grand Line. That would be so unlucky. Bruce, there are so many supplies on board. The only solution is to unfurl the sails, but if we do that at this speed, the mast might be in danger. Lorin jumped up the mast and untied one end of the rope, holding it in his hand. Then he untied the other end, holding both ropes as he slowly lowered the sail. If he released the mast all at once, it would surely snap with a loud crack. So he could only lower it a bit first, and after the ship's speed decreased, he would lower it completely. Under Lorin's operation, the mast didn't break, and the ship's speed also slowed down significantly. At this point, Lorin could already hear the sound of the whale breaching. The closer he got to the bottom, the more obvious the sound of the twin Cape whales became. It wasn't the deep sound described in the original text, but rather the ethereal sound that people imagined, accompanied by a series of rumbling noises. Is this the whale you mentioned that is blocking the way? What is it doing? Yes, that's it. And it's clear that it is colliding with the red Earth continent. Lorin casually blurted out something, and Robin rolled her eyes dramatically. I saw it crashing too. What nonsense are you talking about? At this point, they could already see the whale surfacing. However, it wasn't blocking the entrance to the Grand Line. Rather, it was somewhere farther away from the entrance. It shouldn't always be at the entrance. It was just that Luffy and his crew happened to run into it. As the ship gradually stabilized, the two of them moved to the bow together. Is this the most amazing sea area in the world, the Grand Line? Is the history scattered around here? Yeah, we've made it to the Grand Line. So where do we go next? Any plans? Of course not, Robin said. But no matter which route we take, we'll eventually end up at Sabeti Archipelago. Before that, we need to visit someone. Who? You'll find out soon. Robin didn't suspect anything. After all, Lorin wouldn't harm her, so she just followed him. Lorin docked the demon at the left side of Gemini Cape and climbed up to the lighthouse with Robin. Then he simply sat down on a lounge chair in front of the lighthouse and somehow produced a pair of sunglasses to wear. Lorin? Robin, who was beside him, found a bit strange. Lorin reached out and pulled her into his arms, and with her soft warmth nestled against him. He felt a bit distracted, but still explained. The old man who guards the lighthouse used to be a crew member of the Pirate King Roger, so he must know a lot of things, like the history text. Oh, I see. Then why not knock on the door? He should not be here right now. He should be over by the whale. Just wait a bit. How do you know that? Lorin's smug smile froze. Oh no. How can this be explained? Robin couldn't help but chuckle at Lorin's predicament and didn't ask further. Are we just going to wait here? Hey, isn't the view of the sea beautiful here? Come look with me. That old man will probably be back tonight. After giving Lab a dose of tranquilizer, Kuroka's decided to take a nap in its belly. He only came out after Lab stopped bumping into the red Earth continent. Upon returning to the lighthouse, he saw two people lying on what used to be his lounge chair. Hey, who are you two? How did you get here? Lorin. who had almost fallen asleep, perked up at the sound, and Robin quickly climbed off him. Being young is great. Hello, Uncle. I see the ship docked below. You guys must not have come here by accident. You came specifically to find me, right? Yes. We came to visit you since you are the famous ship doctor of the Pirate King. Kuroka's widened his eyes. Kid, not many people know about this. Oh, no need to be so hostile. We are friends with Shanks. Oh, right. And Mr. Rayleigh. I see. Did you hear about me from him? So, is there something you want to talk to me about? Of course, we just wanted to visit, and we also want to chat about the history texts. Luo Lin's initial plan was just this. Before setting sail with Luffy, he was prepared to take Robin on a tour of the first half of the Grand Line, hoping to find a few pieces of historical text along the way. He only knew that one piece was on Skypiea, and he didn't know any others. He even forgot how to get to Skypiea. It seemed to be related to the upward current, but he didn't understand the specific location, so he could only wait for Luffy. Huh? Why are you asking about this? No one can understand it anyway. It's precisely because of this that no one has been able to reach Laugh Tale in the past decade. I know that without deciphering the 4 red poneglyphs, one cannot reach Laugh Tale, but we are different. Lorin pulled Robin over and pointed at Coloca's, saying, We are the descendants of Ohara. We can understand. Upon hearing this, Coloca's eyes widened in surprise as he carefully examined Lorin and Robin. I see. I've heard about Ohara's situation. If there are descendants left, it must be just the 2 of you. That's right. We are the children of the devil and the devil's guardian. It's been over a decade. Everyone thought you were dead. Of course we are not dead. Uncle, can you tell us? Robin was a bit excited. This was her lifelong dream. You want to obtain the historical text to understand that 100 years of history, right? Yes. Unfortunately, I was just the ship's doctor accompanying Roger, and I hardly went ashore. So I don't know where the historical texts are specifically. However, if you can gather all 4 pieces of the Red Road sign texts, you will be able to go to Raftel, where all the history is. Oh, is that so? Robin was greatly disappointed upon hearing this, and Lorraine could only hold her hand to offer comfort. Don't be discouraged, little girl. I believe you will succeed. That part of history will one day be known by everyone in the world. Yes, Lorraine sighed. It seems that taking shortcuts is still not feasible. Then Uncle Coloca's. We will take our leave for now. If we don't take action, history won't come to us on its own. Go ahead. Luo Lin took Robin and left the lighthouse directly. There was no point in staying any longer. Their journey had just begun. Time flew by, and 10 years passed in a blink. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, this was the year Luffy set sail. In East Blue S Windmill Village, the weather was fine. All the villagers gathered on the shore. Hey Luffy, your boat is too small. It'll sink easily. Do you want me to lend you my boat? The villagers on the shore teased Luffy. No, I want to start like this. Luffy confidently replied, and then murmured to himself, Sabo was the first to set sail. Ace was the second. Although I'm the last, I will definitely not lose. Wait for me, Ace. I'll catch up to you soon. Luffy, what are you doing? Talking to yourself and shouting. It's nothing. This is my challenge to Ace. I'm leaving now. Bye, everyone. After saying that, without caring about others' reactions, he untied the little boat and paddled away. Who is Ace? How would I know? The villagers were still puzzled, while the village chief and Makino watched Luffy sail away. Luffy has finally set sail? Chief, the village is probably going to be quiet from now on. Good riddance. He has been causing a ruckus in the village every day, and he actually ran off to become a pirate, boasting about wanting to be the Pirate King. What a disgrace to the village. The village chief looked angry, but his tone was filled with affection for the younger generation. Luffy paddled his boat while looking at the seagulls flying in the sky, smiling and exclaiming, The weather is great. It's really a perfect day to set sail. The little boat hadn't gone far when suddenly waves surged on the sea, and the near Sea King revealed half of its body behind the small boat. The villagers on the shore became tense, secretly sweating for Luffy, while Luffy remained calm. Near Sea King, you've finally come. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come and see my move that I practiced for 10 years. Rubber pistol. This punch. 10 years of hard work. Can you block it? Luffy's fist struck hard against the near Sea King's fish head. With a boom, the near Sea King, who had been wreaking havoc near Windmill Village for many years, was hit by Luffy, bleeding and collapsing on the sea. The villagers on the shore cheered, and the Dayton family watched secretly. Luffy is amazing. He knocked down the near Sea King with one punch. Yeah, he has become much stronger. After defeating the near Sea King, Luffy shook his arms, looking proud. Now you know my power, you stinky fish. Oomph. Next is gathering my crew. I want 10 people. Luo Lin is one of them. That guy promised me a long time ago. I wonder where he is now, but I will definitely run into him. Also, the pirate flag. I need a design one sometime. No other issues for now. Set sail. I'm definitely going to be the pirate king. Haha. Meanwhile, in the first half of the Grand Line, on an unnamed small island, Lorin stood at the top of the small island, gazing silently at the distant sea, lost in thought. Now, he was already 30 years old, and he looked much more mature. Suddenly, a pair of small hands reached out from behind him, gently pinching his ears. Dear Lorin, what are you thinking about again? Where do you plan to take me for a stroll this time? It was obvious whose hands they were. The two of them had been on this island for several months. Hey, Robin dear, don't pull my ears. I wasn't planning to take you for a stroll this time. Really? Really? More real than pearls. Then tell me, why not take me to the second half of the Grand Line? We've almost explored the first half. Robin pouted a bit, not really angry, just a bit confused as to why Lorin had been bringing her back and forth in the first half of the Grand Line for so many years. They had traveled 5 of the 7 routes in the first half. The harvest was decent. At least they had found a few pieces of historical texts. Plus, they hadn't taken the route that Luffy wanted to go, and they hadn't been to Sky Island either. The reason was that Lorin had forgotten exactly where to access Sky Island. Considering the time, Luffy was also set to set sail this year, and he planned to follow the chosen one, Luffy, to Sky Island. If it weren't for this, Lorin would have already gone to Sky Island to grab Enel's Rumble fruit. Ahem, didn't I say that the second half of the Grand Line is very dangerous? We can't go far without companions. And Sky Island. Don't you want to see the island floating in the sky? Lorin didn't plan to go directly to the second half. He hasn't been to Skypiea yet. If he goes straight to the second half, he won't be able to get the Thunder Fruit, which he's been longing for a long time. But is Skypiea really there? Is it as recorded in the books? Of course. I learned from Mr. Rayleigh that the pirate King Roger has been there and left important information about the history there. Sorry, Rayleigh. You can carry this burden for now. I'm just a humble monk. I believe you. But how we get to Skypiea? What about our companions? Let's go to Alabasta in a few days. We will have companions soon, and we will go to Skypiea too. Oh, Robin didn't understand, but she unconditionally believed in Lorin. The happiest thing for Lorin in the past 10 years was that after sailing for more than 2 years, he completely won over the 20-year-old Robin, and then repeatedly indulged. Now, they can be considered like an old married couple. It's just that they haven't planned on having children yet. They haven't held a wedding either. He's not like Lu Xiaohui, who has his wife raised from childhood by his side every day. How could he not be impulsive? Being able to hold back until their 20s is already a sign that Lorin cherishes Robin very much. Robin started to tug at Lorin's ears back then too, but it was limited to that, and she didn't even use much strength. At most, it was just a little playful fun between the two. Also, the two of them were active on the sea again, and their bounty posters were updated. Since Lorin never kills Marines, aside from the updated photos, their bounty amounts remained unchanged. There were far fewer people chasing them than when they were younger. Mainly those with lower strength weren't worth considering, and those with high strength, like the 3 admirals, simply didn't have the time, and even if they did come together, they couldn't catch them. Lorin also took the time to sneak a look at Kokoyasi village. Belmere was fine, and Arlong was still collecting village fees as usual. The scene targeting Nami was indeed played out. As for other matters, there were too many to mention all at once. A week later, Lorin brought Robin to Alabasta, which had already been occupied by Crocodile, with half of the country covered in desert. After docking the Going Merry, the two settled down. They began to eat and explore. Robin dear, let's just wait here for a while. It shouldn't be too long. Lorin mumbled while eating. Waiting for whom? You know, waiting for Luffy and the others. Oh, I remember now. It's that little brother of yours from East Blue, right? The one you promised to join on a ship? Wasn't that just to cheer him up? Of course. Getting on the ship is out of the question. I don't want to lose face. But having him pull our ship is quite nice. Hum. Lorin had a smug look on her face. Mature my foot. Seeing the childish Lorin, Robin also smiled. It seemed that Lorin's mindset had never changed over the years. She was still like a child. Meanwhile, Luffy was at the Bartai restaurant, and Zoro's rookie package had arrived. Usopp had also boarded the ship. Sanji was about to board as well. The duel between Zoro and Mihawk had passed, and Lorin had no interest in looking back at it. A newcomer who didn't even know Haki challenging the current world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, was almost an insult to him. Forget about using a small knife. Even if Haki was covered on his fingertips, he could easily pierce Zoro to death. However, Zoro had the mindset of a strong warrior, challenging with the determination to die, and faced death calmly if he lost, earning Mihawk's respect. After Sanji boarded, Usopp told everyone about Nami's betrayal. The group set off for Koko Village. After learning the truth from Belmere, Luffy and the others resolutely decided to help Nami. Belmir also tried to persuade her, saying that acting was too exhausting, so it was better to end it quickly. In the 3 years of teaching her hockey, Lorin had said everything he could. When Arlong came, he held back before Belmir revealed Lorin's name. Aside from not killing anyone, he collected every penny owed and even said some very outrageous things, making her endure a lot of hardship. As for Arlong, even though Fisher Tiger was dead, he still remembered the fear and helplessness he felt when facing Lorin. A casual strike could heavily injure him and leave him unconscious. Even years later, that shadow still lingered. At this time, Captain Mouse happened to rob Nami's savings again. With the persuasion of her friends and Belmir, Nami, filled with anger, agreed to Luffy and the others' help without hesitation. They launched an attack on Arlong's Fishman Empire. Belmir, still worried, quietly followed to take a look, fearing that Luffy might not be a match for Arlong and prepared to intervene secretly. To her surprise, in the end, under Luffy's furious rubber stamp, they successfully destroyed Arlong's Fishman Empire and set sail with Nami. Just like in the original story, Nami even stole everyone's wallets on the shore when they left. Amid the villagers' gritted teeth, Belmir and Nojiko breathed a sigh of relief. With a sheepish smile, Belmir said to the surrounding villagers, "Sorry, everyone. Nami has been a bit mischievous since she was a child. Later, Nojiko and I will return the money Nami took to everyone. No need. Everyone knows Nami is a good kid. It's just that we are a bit reluctant to see her go. The wallets were intentionally left in easy-to-reach places. We just want little Nami to be happier when she sets sail." The village officer Kenjutsu smiled, and Belmir felt even more guilty. Nami's greedy and thieving habits were cultivated by her and Lorin. Poor Nami had been deceived by her adoptive mother Belmir, who was even closer than her biological mother, and her brother Lorin, who outwardly despised her but respected her internally for 7 or 8 years. How tragic, crying to death. While Luffy and the others were resting in Road Town, preparing to enter the Grand Line, his bounty was already soaring high, and Lorin's was no exception. "Wow, Robin, look, Luffy is here." What? Robin leaned over to look at the bounty notice. Is this your little brother? Not many pirates get a bounty of 30 million berries on their first wanted poster. Luffy looked pretty much the same as when he was a child, just proportionally larger. Very recognizable. He smiles like a silly dog, but he's still a bit behind us. What SA silly dog? It's a very cute animal. Oh, Robin didn't ask much. Lorin always had various strange words popping up. He would be here soon, and they would meet then. They still had other things to do. Follow me. Luo Lin vaguely remembers that Alabasta has a historical text, but he doesn't know its specific location. However, there is definitely someone who knows. And that is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And Crocodile's Baroque works is also easy to find. The people around Alabasta all know him. After all, he appeared in this country as a hero. Lorin and Robin barged in directly, and none of the people here could stop them. In the end, the two stood in front of Crocodile, followed by a group of small minions. One of them stammered and said, "Boss, I'm sorry for disturbing you. We couldn't stop them." "How dare you come in here? You have quite the nerve. Are you ready to be fed to the banana crocodile?" Crocodile sat in the boss chair with his back to the two, exuding a strong boss aura. Lorin was displeased, thinking, "Why do you have such an attitude? You probably aren't even qualified." As he spoke, his conqueror's haki erupted, instantly overwhelming the surroundings, causing the minor characters nearby to roll their eyes and faint one by one. Crocodile's body became somewhat stiff, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, feeling a bit shocked. Hey. Is it reasonable for this level of conqueror's haki to appear in the first half of the Grand Line? Even in the second half, only a few top-tier figures possess it. Taking a few deep breaths, he slowly turned around, somewhat stiff. It seems that an impressive Nico Robin really has arrived. And Port Gasti, Lorin. After seeing the appearances of the two, he froze. His main purpose here was to seize the Alabasta Kingdom and then decipher the historical text in the royal tomb to obtain information about the ancient weapon Pluton. But he couldn't decipher the historical text. The only person who could do that was Nico Robin, a survivor of Ohara. He had even sent people specifically to look for the two. In his view, the combined bounty of 79 million and 50 million berries for these two was not a match for him. After capturing them, killing Port Gasti, Lorin for the bounty, and leaving Nico Robin to decipher the historical text for him would be simply perfect. But now the two had been delivered right to him, which was quite different from what he imagined. This was a ridiculous 50 million berries. Who with a 50 million bounty has such strong conqueror's haki? Not to mention 50 million. Even 5 billion wouldn't be too much. Oh, they even know us. This makes things much easier. Crocodile was not a coward and quickly calmed down. He dared to make a move against Whitebeard. He didn't believe that Lorin would be stronger than Whitebeard. The fact that the other party didn't attack immediately clearly indicated they had other intentions. Of course I know, but I don't know what brings you two here. Not attacking directly, but asking us what our purpose is. Not too foolish, huh? Lorin tilted her head and said to Robin, who smiled in response, unafraid of Crocodile. Or rather, with Lorin around, she feared nothing. However, Crocodile's forehead was bulging with veins, nearly unable to suppress his urge to kill him. Just as he was about to retort, he heard Lorin continue, "Of course. I'm here to seek your cooperation." Crocodile was taken aback. "Cooperation? Of course. Otherwise, will we come to find you, a warlord of the sea? Just a party? I can't think of any areas where we could cooperate." After hearing Lorin's words, Crocodile found it a bit strange. He had never thought of it in terms of the historical text, as it was something he alone knew. Let me remind you, the reason you are here is that there is a historical text in Alabasta, and this text contains clues about the ancient weapon Pluton. As soon as Lorin said this, not only did Crocodile widen his eyes, but even Robin couldn't help but stare in shock. She had studied ancient texts and was familiar with ancient weapons, but she never expected that a clue to one of the three ancient weapons, the Pluton, would be here. "Kid, how do you know this?" Crocodile's gaze turned dangerous, as if he was ready to strike at any moment. Robin wanted to ask the same question, but clearly, this was not the right time. "Don't be nervous. This is something only I know. You don't need to worry about how I found out. So, are you interested in the cooperation I mentioned?" Lorin was calm and composed. If it weren't for the lack of a sofa beside him, he would have wanted to sit down and cross his legs. "You know what? You reminded me. If I take you out right now, this matter could be kept a secret, right?" Crocodile squinted his eyes, trying to threaten Lorin. "Lorin, where the hell do you get your confidence from? Oh, you think you're better than me? Then let's have a fight first, and we can talk about cooperation afterwards." Lorin is not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. And of course, he won't tolerate Crocodile's disrespect. The Conqueror's haki slowly emanated, and at the same time, the supreme great blade, Yuhuan, was drawn and covered with armament haki. Crocodile looked at the dark Yuhuan in Lorin's hand, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He was just talking big, but he didn't expect Lorin to be ready to take action. "Forget it. Let's talk about your cooperation." Crocodile took a deep breath and indicated he wouldn't fight. Although Whitebeard dared to take action, that was due to a grudge. He wouldn't provoke someone strong for no reason. Besides, he said he came to talk about cooperation. If they couldn't reach an agreement, it wouldn't be too late to fight. Well, cooperation. It means the two of us will help interpret that historical text and tell you what is recorded on it. I'm sure you know the identity of this person beside me. The scholar from Ohara. The only one who can interpret historical texts. And if we want to snatch it, we would have done it long ago. The reason we want to cooperate with you is that we don't want to fight for it. Plus, we're not interested in that ancient weapon or whatever. Okay. Crocodile pondered for a while before agreeing. Originally, he sent someone to find the two for this purpose. But it was different from the plan. Given Lorin's strength, he couldn't kill Robin after she interpreted it, increasing the risk of information leakage. All right, our cooperation is established. Before someone else takes you out, we will help you interpret the historical text. Take me out? What a joke. I'm one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a natural fruit user, who can take me down in the first half of the Grand Line. As long as you're happy. Where's the historical text? Luo Lin wants to go see the Poneglyph now, so he will wait nearby for Luffy and the others to come. After that, he can board the ship smoothly. That's great. Hee, as expected of me. The Poneglyph is not in my hands yet. I have searched for it many times, but each time I failed. The only thing I can be sure of is that the Poneglyph is in the royal tomb. The specific location will only be known after I completely become the king of Alabasta. Lorin, so that means you have nothing else besides preparing for a rebellion? Although I am very reluctant to admit it, that's indeed the case. Goodbye. Lorin pulled Robin outside. He had lived here for over 20 years, and he had mostly forgotten some plot points unless specifically reminded. He originally planned to have a talk with Crocodile, using the excuse of interpreting historical texts while waiting for Luffy over there. But since he hadn't found that idiot yet, he had to find another way. He wasn't interested in continuing to cooperate with Crocodile here. It would be bad if Luffy and the others misunderstood. Wait, it's just that he hasn't found it yet. Cooperation can continue. Let's wait until you find it before discussing it. Lorin casually replied without looking back. Pulling Robin outside, he certainly knew Crocodile could find it. But once he found it, wouldn't Luffy just take him down? This isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Sandstorm. A small sandstorm swept toward the two. Lorin's eyes turned cold as he released Robin's hand and drew his spirit sword. unleashing a sword chi that directly slashed through Sandora, making him vanish. The momentum continued as he charged towards Crocodile. Crocodile leaped high to dodge. Although he couldn't use haki, he still knew that this thing could cut him. Lorin, however, had no intention of letting him go so easily. With a whoosh, she appeared beside him and delivered a swift side kick right to his waist. Zulfust! Boom! Crocodile could only exclaim how fast it was, but he didn't have time to react before being sent flying sideways, crashing through the wall and falling from a height, which caused another room to collapse. Lorin glanced at Robin, turned around, and continued to hold her hand as they walked out. I have to say, this guy really has a thick head. He dares to go up and mess with anyone. He challenged Whitebeard before, and during the Marineford War too. Just now, he acted to see how strong Lorin really was. If he was strong, he would just leave after a few harsh words. But if he could sneak attack and defeat him, he would directly stay and continue cooperating. Even Shalon was being careful. Unexpectedly, Lorin wasn't an easy target. He kicked him away directly. Cough, cough, that bastard. In the distance, sitting up in the ruins of a flat house, old Shah touched his waist, which hurt like hell. Lorin had no intention of killing him. Just a little pain was enough. On the other side, Lorin swaggered out of the Baroque works building holding Robin's hand. Where next? Robin asked him. Lorin scratched his head and thought for a moment, then said, the palace. Huh? Oh. Robin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what Lorin wanted to do. Old Shah had not obtained the historical texts, which meant they were still in the king's hands. But there's no rush. The royal tomb. The king would definitely not let us in, but we can first get close to the king. How do we do that? Cough, cough. I've already planned it. Just follow me. Okay. Then the two of them slowly strolled towards the palace, and finally, with a slight twitch at the corner of Robin's mouth, Lorin entered with an overwhelming presence. Good heavens, is this your so-called plan? Fortunately, they met King Cobra, and the two presented their identities and intentions to Cobra, promising to help him regain the country in exchange, and also mentioned they were friends of Princess Vivi. The people in the palace found it strange that these two had never been mentioned by Princess Vivi, but at this moment, they couldn't care less and temporarily chose to believe them, though not fully. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were chasing Chopper on Drum Island. They had to catch him to help Nami recover. If they were to go to the Alabasta Kingdom, the little garden was a must-pass route. Nami got bitten by a strange mosquito and needed to detour to save her, so they were delayed for 2 days on the way, or else they would have already reached Alabasta by now. Without any surprises, Luffy successfully convinced Chopper with his outstanding charisma, and the group set off on their journey to Alabasta with Princess Vivi. 2 days later, after disguising themselves, Luffy and his group landed on Alabasta's territory, and in a corner, they removed the unnecessary disguises. Following Princess Vivi's suggestion, they prepared to stop the rebel army's ride first. Luffy was in a hurry to land and got separated from the main force, ending up lost outside the city by himself. As for Lorin, he was already in the shop where Luffy and Ace met, ordering a bunch of food and feasting. Robin was left in the palace. After all these years, Lorin had forcibly taught her haki, and during the first half of the Grand Line, no one should be able to harm her. At this moment, Ace had entered the shop and sat next to Lorin. The two had never met as children, so Ace didn't recognize Lorin. He found it a bit strange that this guy could eat as much as his own brothers. Then he ordered a huge amount of food and started eating heartily. As they were eating, Ace suddenly put his head into a plate and fell asleep. Lorin watched this scene and almost spit out his food. Damn, there really is someone who can eat and sleep at the same time. But he just took a glance and continued eating. Both of them already had a huge pile of empty plates beside them. Around them, a crowd had gathered. There was all sorts of chatter, but without exception, they were saying he was dead. Some were curious about Lorin. Never seen someone still eating so well next to a dead person. Lorin couldn't be bothered with them, and after finishing the last grain of rice on his plate, he gulped down a big mouthful of juice. Whew, burp, that feels good. Then he turned his chair around and pulled out a toothpick from somewhere to start picking his teeth. Suddenly, Ace revived, startling the people around him, and after a flurry of chatter, they gradually dispersed. There was nothing to see if no one was dead. After finishing their meal, Ace took out a wanted poster and asked the owner if he had seen the person on it. Just then, a voice came from behind. You really are bold to eat in a place like this. The 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gas D. Ace. Whitebeard Pirates? That silly little guy is actually from the Whitebeard Pirates? What does a notorious pirate like you want to do here? The surrounding civilians gasped, and Smoker also asked. However, Ace, the person in question, didn't react much. He looked at Smoker and calmly said, I'm looking for my brother. What do you want to do? You should obediently be captured and sent to the city prison. Ah ha ha. Just as Ace was about to say, I refuse, he heard the guy next to him, who could also eat a lot, burst into loud laughter. This made Smoker's forehead vein pop. Kid, what are you laughing at? I thought who it was. Turns out it's the Demon Guardian. This shop really is a hidden gem. I'm not interested in you, since you're not a pirate. Lorin. Hearing this, Ace was taken aback. Lorin? The one Luffy often talks about? How could he be here? Just as he was about to ask something, he heard a voice coming closer. Gum Gum Rocket. Bang. Smoker's eyes bulged, and Ace looked terrified. Before they could react, Smoker crashed into them, knocking them both out, crashing through several walls, leaving the onlookers in shock, almost dropping their jaws to the ground. Lin. Ha ha ha. Yay. It's a restaurant. Finally at the restaurant. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Time to eat. I want to eat. Boss, bring the food. Luffy eagerly banged on the table while urging the boss, completely ignoring the two people he had just knocked over, and not even looking at Lin. It seemed all his attention was on the food, completely unaware that he had bumped into someone. The boss looked bewildered at the big hole next to him, but still obediently brought him some food. Hey, Luffy. Lorin saw that he was ignored by Luffy, so he quietly called out. Hearing the sound, Luffy's hands didn't stop moving, slowly turning his head to look at Lorin. Then his actions suddenly froze. His eyes slowly widened. A look of surprise quickly spread across his face. Lorin, you guy, how did you end up here? That's great. Ha ha ha. Then he jumped up and wanted to give Lorin a bear hug, but Lorin quickly blocked him. Eat your food properly. We'll talk after you're done. Okay. Then he quickly stuffed more food into his mouth. The shop owner wanted to remind Luffy that he had bumped into someone earlier, but Lorin stopped him, saying it was fine. On the other side, Ace and Smoker rubbed their heads, getting up with angry faces. Which bastard? What does he want? Smoker had a skeptical expression. What is going on? Ace said while walking into the shop, also apologizing to someone on the way. As soon as he walked into the shop, he saw Luffy eating and drinking heartily at a table. His expression immediately changed to one of surprise. Just as he was about to shout, Smoker pressed him down to the ground. Smoker had followed Luffy here. What a pain to find you, Straw Hat Luffy. You're really here? Luffy stared wide-eyed, not stopping his actions, his clever little brain spinning rapidly. And after a long while, he finally remembered who this guy in front of him was. Is it you? Remember now? Smoker was about to make a move, but Luffy raised his hand. Wait a minute. Smoker was momentarily stunned. Then Luffy swept everything in front of him into his mouth and turned to run. Thanks for the meal, bye. His bold move left everyone in the shop stunned. Smoker quickly reacted, shouting stop, and immediately chased after him. Ace got up, and seeing both of them had run off, he immediately chased after them too. Lorin helplessly paid for the meal and set aside some money for renovations. Then he immediately chased after them. Luffy was running ahead like a gust of wind with his big cheeks, while Smoker was right behind him like a whirlwind. He even gave a pursuit order to Tashigi beside him. As Luffy ran to the seaside, Smoker caught up. As for Lorin, he had already run along the beach and directly boarded Luffy's ship, using Shave to travel fast, just as Smoker's white fist was about to hit Luffy. It was blocked by Ace's flame pillar. After a brief exchange of information, Ace told the others to go ahead while he stayed to hold off Smoker. Luffy and the others did not hesitate and immediately turned to run towards the ship. On the Mary, Lorin sat under the orange tree and reached out to pick an orange. Compared to the orange juice is indeed tastier. It's Nami's anyway. I'll have another one. By the way, why haven't they come yet? On the other side, Luffy and the others were escaping, and he was running backward, looking at Ace and Smoker's battle while marveling. I didn't expect to run into Ace here. Oh right, and Lorin. But this guy doesn't know where he ran off to again. Just like when we were kids, he disappears without a trace. When they reached a fork in the road, Nami's suggestion to run left caused him to get separated from the group again. Some people just scatter while walking. That's probably what it means. Oh, here they come. Lorin, who was lying under the orange tree enjoying the shade, heard voices below. Hurry up and bring the luggage up. We're about to set sail. Okay. Hoist the sails. After everyone hurriedly finished preparing, they were ready to depart. Then suddenly everyone froze. Wait, isn't someone missing? It seems so. That idiot Luffy. Finally, Zoro gritted his teeth and said, ha ha ha, this is really too funny. Indeed, the joy on this ship is unimaginable. The saying goes, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. From the captain to the crew, not a single one is serious. Lorin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who are you? Zoro was the first to react and drew his sword. Sanji also immediately took a fighting stance. Did the pursuers catch up? Usopp and Chopper huddled together, scared. and Vivi was also a bit flustered. Only Nami was stunned when she saw Lorin, and then her expression changed to one of surprise. Lorin, wait a minute, Zoro. Just as Nami was about to call out to Lorin, she saw Zoro charging at him with his sword. Zoro wouldn't have been so impulsive under normal circumstances. He didn't attack when Robin first boarded the ship, because she was a woman and didn't feel threatened. But this time was different. The person was not only a man, but also came on board, which made him feel a great threat. Most importantly, he was holding a sword, a swordsman. With multiple attacks, Zoro immediately grabbed his salted fish, drew his sword and charged. Of course, he couldn't hurt Lorin, and his attack was blocked in one move. Just as he was about to continue attacking, bang, a knock on his head made a visible bump pop up. I told you to wait a minute. Were you even listening to me? Damn it. Nami, what are you doing? He's a wanted criminal by the world government. He often robs treasures from other pirates. He must be an enemy. Zoro, originally a bounty hunter, had seen most of the wanted posters and naturally recognized Lorin. Don't be rude to Miss Nami. You green algae head. Sanji, who was also on high alert, couldn't help but jump in when he saw Zoro threatening Nami, and they immediately started fighting. Lorin laughed uncontrollably. Nami showed a helpless expression. Then her face lit up with joy as she quickly ran towards Lorin, tears sparkling in her eyes. Lorin. Lorin caught Nami, who was about to pounce. This scene stunned everyone on the ship, especially Sanji, who was almost furious. He had a look on his face that seemed like he wanted to chop Lorin up. Oh, how surprising it is that the mischievous Nami has grown up so much. Lorin was still talking when Nami suddenly punched him hard in the stomach. This girl had quite a bit of strength. Although it didn't hurt, it interrupted his words. Nami lifted her head from Lorin's arms, wiped her tears, and wore a fierce expression. You jerk. You left with Robin for 10 years. 10 years. Do you know how I spent those 10 years? I thought you would be gone for just a few months. When Arlong came, I was still looking forward to your return. Go to hell. The more she talked, the angrier she became, and she threw another punch at Lorin's stomach. With a muffled sound, Nami froze. She slowly retracted her hand, and then tears streamed out of her eyes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What the hell? Why is your stomach so hard? It hurts so much. Lorin is definitely doing it on purpose, directly using haki to cover herself. This girl, instead of catching up when they meet, is scolding him and even attacking. How can he not teach her a lesson? Hee, serves you right for being rude. Attacking as soon as you meet. How annoying. No matter how much time passes, you're still a smelly old man. Then Nami changed her posture, swooped behind Lorin, and executed a deadly bear choke. You tell me, what have you been doing all these years? Why didn't you come back? Oh, grown up and took Robin out to sea to look for the historical text. Laura didn't mind being in a chokehold and calmly answered Nami's questions. Oh, where's Robin? In the capital. As the two talked, the others realized he was an acquaintance of Nami, and Zoro sheathed his sword. However, his fighting spirit still surged. He could sense that Lorin was strong. Sanji looked at Lorin with envy, unable to help but wish to take his place. Damn, why isn't that person me? I really want to be choked by Miss Nami. Phew, he's not an enemy. That's great. Chopper and Usopp let out a sigh of relief. Once the two finished their conversation, Nami released Lorin and introduced him to everyone. Sorry, everyone, even though I really don't want to admit it, but this guy is indeed my older brother from next door when I was a kid. Huh? Is he the owner of that small villa not far from your house? Usopp recalled the small building near her home. Yes. So it turns out the Devil Guardian, with a bounty of 50 million berries, is your older brother. Zoro's words surprised everyone. 50 million. Luffy only has 30 million. So does that mean he's stronger than Luffy? Usopp looked at Nami with a somewhat incredulous expression, and Nami felt a bit of a headache. Zoro was right. Lorin has a bounty of 50 million, and Robin's bounty is 79 million. I already knew that. That's amazing. Chopper looked at him with admiration. Let's not dwell on this, everyone. Let's set sail. The Navy will surround this place soon. Wait. Although it's great that Nami has reunited with her older brother from childhood, don't forget about Luffy. He hasn't come back yet. Usopp's words darkened everyone's expression, and they gritted their teeth. In the end, Nami decided to leave the coast first, find a slightly more secluded bay to anchor the ship, and then go look for Luffy. Lorin didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. Instead, watching Nami skillfully directing the crew made him feel like a cabbage growing at home. After all, when he first met Nami, she was only a few months old. He had essentially watched her grow up. As the group slowly sailed along the coast, the shore suddenly became lively. Nami, using a telescope, spotted that idiot Luffy from a distance. Then Luffy reached out, grabbed the ship's railing, and quickly pulled himself in. With a bang, he crashed onto the ship. using Sanji and Chopper as a cushion. Zoro covered his face with his hand, feeling embarrassed to have such a captain. "You idiot! Be careful, or I'll kill you," Sanji shouted, grabbing Luffy by the collar and shaking him furiously. Even from a distance, it was clear he was very angry. Luffy turned his head, pouted, and said a half-hearted sorry, then suddenly remembered Ace. Everyone started asking about Ace, and Luffy said Ace was really strong and that he had never won against him. So there was no need to worry. He even boasted a bit. "Hey, I'm saying, Luffy, have you not seen me sitting here for so long?" "Huh?" Nami and the others were a bit surprised. Lorin knew Luffy? Luffy turned his head and saw Lorin sitting on the stairs. His expression instantly changed to one of delight. "Lorin, you're here too. That's great, ha ha. It's been 10 years since we last met." Just as he was talking, he was suddenly pushed to the ground by Ace from behind. "I say, what nonsense are you just saying? You think you can win against me?" Luffy adjusted his hat and spoke to Ace. "Look, these are the partners I told you about." Ace greeted Nami and the others politely and even mentioned some of Luffy's little flaws, asking them to be understanding. While they were chatting, several pirate ships surrounded them. Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy. "You won't escape our grasp." It was the Million Elder from Baroque Works. Luffy stared wide-eyed. "Not them again. I'll handle this." Ace jumped off the ship, and Lorin also stood up. They couldn't miss this, especially with Fire Fist involved. "Let's see the strength of the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard." Zoro had a cold expression on his face. Ace quickly steered a small boat toward the 5 ships. As he got closer, he leapt into the air, the small boat sinking beneath the waves and speeding ahead, while Ace soared above the 5 ships and landed steadily on the small boat that had resurfaced. Fire Fist. A ball of intense fire surged toward the ships, exploding one after another, sinking them into the depths. In the end, Ace even struck a cool pose, pushing his hat back. The people on the ship, except for Lorin, were wide-eyed. So strong. Amazing. He took out 5 ships with one punch. Lorin also gave his evaluation after watching. He should still not be a match for a general, but he is stronger than a vice admiral. Impressive kid. After taking down a few ships, Ace returned to the Mary with his small boat, and everyone started a feast. Luffy finally had the chance to catch Lorin and ask him questions. Hey Lorin, where have you been all these years?" "Me? I've been with Robin searching for the historical text in the first half of the Grand Line. Meeting you this time was just a coincidence." "Oh, I see. So, do you want to come on our ship?" I'll think about it." "Damn it. You promised me before." "Did I? I don't remember. Bastard. Do you want to fight?" "Ha ha." Lorin stopped bickering with Luffy and turned to Ace, clinking glasses with him. "What the heck? You're actually drinking juice." "Ha ha, don't mind it." "All right then. I often heard Luffy talk about you." What did he say?" "He didn't say anything bad behind my back, did he?" "Of course not." "You can ask him for specifics, ha ha ha." "Forget it. I won't bother asking. I'll just punch him later." "But Ace, you really need to practice hockey. Having a devil fruit ability is great, but it's ultimately limited." Hearing this, Ace was taken aback. He didn't expect anyone in the first half of the Grand Line to understand hockey, and to suggest he practice it. "We'll talk about it later. Cheers." Seeing Ace wasn't keen on discussing the topic, Lorin didn't say much more and clinked glasses with him. Suddenly, a head popped up beside them. It was Luffy. "What are you guys talking about? What is hockey?" Luffy's sudden appearance left both of them a bit helpless. They exchanged glances, and Ace smirked. "Go ahead. They'll find out eventually." "All right, Luffy, you remember that smoke guy, right?" "Of course. That guy is so annoying. I can never hit him." Luffy looked troubled as he talked about it. Lorin smiled slightly. "You can hit him with hockey." Upon hearing this, not just Luffy, but everyone else sat up straight, looking at Lorin with eager expressions, especially Zoro. Is that so? Then how can I get hockey?" "There are 3 types of hockey: Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. Armament and observation can be trained, but Conqueror's hockey is innate. With hockey, you can hit Logia users and also make yourself stronger." "That's awesome. 3 types of hockey. I wonder if I have Conqueror's hockey." Luffy looked hopeful and immediately asked, "So Lorin, can you do it?" "I can." "Great. Teach me. Teach me. I want to learn." Luffy immediately clung to Lorin, wanting to learn, while Sanji beside them exhaled smoke, looking helpless. "What an idiot. Training takes time. We still have to sail. Where's the time to learn? Besides, we should at least see it before deciding." "Yeah, that makes sense. Ha ha ha. Even if you want to learn, you'll have to wait until you're free. But wanting to see it first is no problem." Luffy and the others' eyes lit up, and they immediately wanted Lorin to demonstrate. However, Lorin said he couldn't show it on the ship and promised to show them once they reached the shore. This was a great opportunity to show off, and he wouldn't miss it. The group eagerly agreed and quickly sped up the ship, Soon, they arrived at the green city of El Maru. Luffy pulled Lorin and rushed to a nearby open space. A crowd of onlookers gathered around. Lorin covered her eyes with a towel and said to Luffy, "Attack me with your fastest speed." "All right, gum pistol." However, Lorin dodged by twisting her waist. How is that possible? She clearly can't see. Yeah, her eyes are covered. Usopp exclaimed in amazement, and Nami and the others widened their eyes, while only Ace revealed a meaningful smile. Although Luffy was surprised, he quickly returned to normal and attacked Lorin again. But she dodged all of his moves one by one. Luo Lin's inner thoughts. Little brat. Scared, huh? Hee hee. Rubber machine gun. The unyielding Luffy unleashed his ultimate move. But he still didn't hit a single blow. Is this a joke? With attacks like this, how can he miss even when not looking? Usopp swallowed hard, feeling a bit dry. While Zoro stared seriously at the movements of the two, the others were already dumbfounded. Sanji didn't even realize the smoke was burning his hand. At this moment, Luffy had already stopped attacking with a gloomy face, and Luo Lin also took off his towel. So, was that just now the observation haki? Strong enough? Not just strong. It's ridiculously strong. Even blindfolded, I can't hit you. I'm really too weak. Luffy sulked. Don't be discouraged. I practiced for a long time to succeed at this. Not wet. Armament haki. Should I show you? Lorin smirked, aiming at Zoro. Who told you to come at me with a knife right from the start? After losing to Mihawk, you're probably going to lose again. Ready for me to show you this time? It's truly an honor to witness the power of a strong fighter. Zoro drew his sword and walked towards Lorin, simultaneously tying his bandana. No need to be so serious. It's just a demonstration. I don't think so. Zoro charged at Lorin in a swift motion. Clang. How is this possible? If everyone was surprised before, now they were terrified, because Lorin was holding Zoro's sword with just one finger. The most shocked was Zoro himself. While he could somewhat accept losing to Mihawk, after all, he was known as the world's greatest swordsman and at least had a fruit knife in hand. But Lorin? He didn't even need a sword. Just one finger was enough to stop Zoro's blade. What a joke. I must be seeing things. Zoro's attack was actually blocked by just one finger. Idiot. How could everyone be seeing things at once? But it's possible he asked like Luffy and Ace. A fruit user. Ah, that's true. Lorin smirked, too lazy to explain, while Ace also showed a mysterious smile. So, do you realize the power of haki now? Zoro gritted his teeth, unwilling to believe that the gap between him and a true strong fighter was so large. Staring at that pitch-black finger, he could feel an inexplicable aura swirling around it. Underestimating others has its limits. Withdrawing the sword that was being held back, Zoro steadied himself, his gaze becoming sharp again. Seeing Zoro like this, Lorin couldn't help but admire him. There was a reason he gained Mihawk's recognition. Zoro regrouped and launched another attack. This time his swordplay was much more ferocious. But it was useless. Once again, it was all blocked by Lorin's finger. The onlookers were dumbfounded. At least let me draw my sword. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for me as a swordsman. As Zoro's attacks grew more violent, he let out a roar. Finally, he took a step back, positioning his three swords in a strange formation. Lorin saw that he was about to unleash his ultimate move and slowly drew out his spirit blade. Be careful, this knife is one of the 12 supreme great knives, known as the spirit blade. It's truly something hard to come by. As he spoke, he charged out. Three-sword style ultimate technique. 3,000 worlds. Lorin, too lazy to come up with a name, just a basic attack followed by a big move. Clang. The scene fell silent for a moment. How was it? Did it hit? I don't know, I can't see clearly. No, he probably still can't win against Lorin. Ace, being more understanding, took the time to explain things to them. Both sides slowly sheathed their swords, and Zoro took off his bandana. He handed his sword to Lorin. This time he wasn't injured. Lorin held back. I lost. Lorin, why do you always resort to violence when we disagree? I just want to show off a bit. There's no need for this. We are not enemies. And this isn't a duel. I just want to prove the existence of dominance to you. Zoro is a bit stubborn. I don't think so. Lorin, you're Luffy's partner, and I'm also his friend. There is no need for a duel between us. Keep your pride to face the upcoming enemies. There are many strong fighters on the sea, and losing is not a big deal. I've lost many times, but I always ran away, so I am not a pure swordsman. Therefore, we don't have to adhere to the etiquette of swordsmen, right? If you want to learn haki, I will teach you slowly in the future. After all, I might become your partner as well. Ha ha. Under Lorin's verbal barrage, Zoro gritted his teeth and accepted this statement. However, he expressed that one day he would surpass him, to which Lorin agreed. How nice. Lorin is willing to teach us haki. And and then we could go wild on the sea. Luffy chimed in at the right moment to share his opinion. Wait, Luffy. That term go wild is not used like that. Who cares? Let's keep going. Or should we throw another banquet? I'm getting hungry again. Nami punched Luffy on the head, saying, what banquet? You just ate. Ha ha. The group set off again amidst laughter. However, not everyone was happy. Zoro had a worried expression, as he was actually thinking about the earlier battle. Reflecting on the mysterious aura that Lorin had, it felt like he grasped something but then lost it again. Sanji, noticing that he seemed unhappy, approached him. Hey, green algae head, are you okay? Do you want to cry again like last time? Shut up, perverted cook. Stay away from me. Be careful, or I'll chop you. Well, seems like he's fine. Get lost. After a day of travel, the group gathered around a campfire at night, roasting the meat of some unknown animal, while Ace watched Luffy and his friends fooling around. Lorin was watching too. Ace was observing whether Luffy's companions were reliable, while Lorin was just enjoying the fun. The atmosphere in the Straw Hat crew was joyfully chaotic. The next morning, Luffy, tricked by a bird, chased it out angrily and returned with a camel. Plus, a big lizard was chasing behind. The three main fighters took action at the same time, taking down the pursuing lizard directly, and before Ace could act, Lorin swiftly chopped the other one in half. Zoro gritted his teeth. Indeed, this guy's swordsmanship was strong. He must defeat him. With two big lizards for breakfast, the group finally had a hearty meal. Nami, Vivi, and the others were stunned. What material were these three made of? The three of them devoured an entire large lizard. They all knew Luffy could eat, but they didn't expect Ace and Lorin could eat just as much. After the meal, the group continued on their way, with Nami and Vivi riding the camel up front, and they successfully got separated. After half a day's journey, a group of sand bandits appeared, and from their sand ship, Usopp spotted the tied-up Nami and Vivi. Luffy rushed over with a rubber gun, crashing into their mast. However, he didn't see Nami and the others. He was just thirsty and went over to drink water, even chatting with the sand bandit leader, mainly about how to eat that camel. Meanwhile, Ace was already playing with a lizard that was mimicking his movements. Luffy was preparing to help the sand bandits find a piece of wood for a mast when the sand bandits gave him a small sand boat. However, Luffy didn't know how to operate it. As soon as he raised the sail, a gust of wind blew it away, and he quickly pushed it back. I'm back. Stop wasting energy in a place like this, idiot. Ha ha. The partners all shouted in unison, and Lorin couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Then, with Vivi steering the sand boat, they followed Zasha and another sand bandit. Not long after Luffy and the others set off, a group of sand thieves attacked. The two groups were about to start fighting. Just as they charged, a dung beetle was rolling a huge dung ball over the sand dune towards the two groups. Boss, if we don't think away, we're going to get crushed by that dung ball. Leave it to me. The sand bandit leader jumped off the ship to confront the dung ball, but he couldn't hold it for even a few seconds before being crushed by it. Ha ha ha. Lorin laughed so hard that she almost cried. Indeed, anyone who can talk to Luffy is not a normal person. As soon as Nami heard Lorin's voice, she got furious. Lorin, what's wrong? Lorin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and finally understood why Robin always laughed at this group of people. Because there was nothing else to do but laugh. Joining would be too embarrassing, and you still have a mood to laugh. Hurry up and think of a way. I don't want to be crushed by a dung ball. Don't rush. If I have to handle such trivial matters, then your companions are really unqualified. That's right. Zoro's voice came, and he casually grabbed two knives from a nearby sand pirate, stepped on the ship's railing, and jumped out. With a few swift slashes, he cut the dung ball into many pieces. Sanji kicked away the dung chunks still flying towards the sand ship, and then wiped his shoes on the railing. See, I told you I wouldn't have to lift a finger. Nami turned her head and ignored him. Lorin didn't care. After all, she had been this rude since she was young. After a while, Luffy and the others returned with wood, and the group parted ways with the sand pirates to continue their journey. When they were close to the town, they encountered Ace riding a lizard at full speed. After understanding the situation, they continued towards the town. They tested the fake rebel group, but they ran away again. Lorin looked helpless and sighed. Forget it. As long as you are happy. If it were him, he wouldn't care about such things. At this point, he was already thinking about directly running to the royal capital to wait for Luffy and the others. Because it was too hot in the desert, and he hadn't seen his dear Robin for 2 days, he missed her. This opportunity came quickly. After traveling for half a day, the group sat in a stone forest, barbecuing in the wild, while Luffy chased after a piece of meat and disappeared somewhere. After catching up with 2 kids, Ace talked about his reason for coming to Alabasta, which was to find a man named Scorpion because he had heard that he defeated Blackbeard. Lorraine's eyelid twitched. Although it had been over 20 years, and he had mostly forgotten the details of the plot, he still remembered that Blackbeard had only lost to Magellan before the Marineford War. It should be false, based on your description of the first half of the Grand Line. There shouldn't have been anyone who could defeat Blackbeard. Who knows? Even if it's false, I still want to meet that man first. Just as he was speaking, Lorin turned to look in another direction, and Ace also stood up to look in the same direction. What's going on? Someone is coming. 2 people and an ostrich. Huh? How did you know? Nami and the others were still a bit skeptical, but it was soon proven that they were right. It was indeed Luffy and the man known as Scorpion. As soon as Scorpion approached, he challenged Ace, and Luffy peeked out from behind him. Upon hearing that Scorpion was challenging Ace, he became overly excited. Then, in one encounter, he got caught in the net he had launched. Ha ha! It was still Lorin's merciless laughter. He didn't want to laugh, but it was just too funny. Scorpion regrouped and launched another attack, which was still easily defeated. Then his 2 dolls came out and made a heartfelt confession. At the same time, Ace also realized that Blackbeard wasn't here. So he said goodbye to Luffy and the others. He prepared to continue chasing after Blackbeard. Lorin also took this opportunity to say goodbye to Luffy and the others. What? Lorin, are you also leaving? Aren't you going to stay and be our partner? Luffy pouted, a bit unhappy. Nami felt the same way. Although she had talked much with Lorin during the journey, she still cared about him. The most important thing was that she felt much more at ease with Lorin around. Of course not. It's just that Robin is still in the capital, Alabasta. I won't go back first. Besides, you all are going to the capital in the end, right? We can regroup then. That's fine. Just be careful on your way. I'll just need to defeat Crocodile when I get there. Luffy said happily, showing his big teeth, indicating it was no problem. Nami felt a little reluctant, but was too shy to say it out loud. Lorin patted her head. I don't want to part, but I want to be soft-hearted. After all, compared to a disobedient little sister, Robin is more important. Hey, you're so annoying. Get lost. Nami was furious and thought he would say something comforting. But instead, he acted like this, so she punched him. Lorin dodged directly and then used Moonwalk to ascend, disappearing in front of everyone with 2 shaves. Doflamingo also ran over, soon traveling from Dressrosa to Punk Hazard. So cool. So fast. Luffy didn't think much of it. He just thought this way of leaving was cool, while Zoro and Sanji marveled at Lorin's speed. All right, now that he has gone, we should continue on our way. Okay. About 2 hours later, Lorin arrived at the capital, Alabasta, which was not far away. However, he didn't go find Robin first. Instead, he looked for a restaurant to feast on. He hadn't eaten since that lizard meat meal in the morning and was now almost starving. After a hearty meal, he returned to the palace, but he didn't use the main entrance. Lorin and the 2 of them managed to fool King Cobra into agreeing to help him quell the rebellion. So Cobra arranged for them to stay in a place specifically designated for guests. It wasn't really a deception. After all, they were going to board the ship, and Luffy's efforts to quell the rebellion could be rounded up to be equivalent to theirs. No problem. I'm back. Robin, darling, did you miss me? Lorin jumped in from the balcony and saw Robin reading on the sofa. He immediately wanted to pounce on her, but was dodged. Welcome back. Why are you back so soon this time? Did you see Nami and the others? Of course. How could I not see them when I'm here? But let's not talk about that right now. Let me give you a kiss. You're all dusty. By the way, Nami should have grown into a big girl now, Robin said, extending a hand to block Lorin's eager head. Yeah, she's still a big beauty, but her personality is just like when she was a child, fierce and lacking in manners. That's because you often bully her. Robin pointed out the root of the problem directly, and Lorin scratched his head a bit embarrassedly. That's true. So what about Cobra? What did he say? Well, we've been in contact. He said we are willing to help Alabasta through this tough time. He can show us the historical texts. But he is the only one who knows how to access the royal tomb, and he is busy with other matters right now, so we haven't gone yet. Oh, I see. Should we ask him tomorrow? Yeah, let's do that. With that, the matter was settled. Lorin looked around and found there seemed to be nothing else to do, so he leaned towards Robin again. You should go take a shower first. You're filthy. Okay. He dashed off to take a shower, and after finishing without caring about it being broad daylight, he picked up Robin and rushed into the bedroom. After discussing a multi-billion deal with Robin, Lorin lay on the bed, feeling refreshed, while Robin was sweetly asleep on his chest. His physique was now much stronger than that of the giant race, and Robin found it hard to bear. Feeling the soft touch from his chest made Lorin a bit restless. Robin had graduated from the D race long ago, crossing from EF and GH to the I race. This made Lorin both satisfied and enamored. However, he ultimately didn't want to disturb the sleeping Robin. He quietly got up, kissed Robin on the forehead, and went to the balcony to check the weather. With the sunset slanting, Lorin prepared to make Robin a heartfelt dinner. It had been a long time since he cooked a big meal for her, and since the palace had everything, he decided to take this opportunity to make her a feast. He remembered that Robin loved sandwiches, cakes, and coffee, so after requesting all the ingredients from the temporary butler, he got to work. He decided to make the cake first since it took the most time. He could wait on the sandwiches and coffee, and cook the meat he wanted to eat last. He boiled milk with sugar, mixed egg yolks, and flour into a paste, then added the boiled milk to continue cooking into a paste. After it cooled, he added butter and whipped it into cream, and then it was time to steam the cake. He was busy until nightfall, and when Robin groggily woke up, she saw Lorin still working outside. "Lorin." She sat up and softly called out, and with a whoosh, Lorin appeared right in front of her. She was startled. This was too common. "What is up, my dear Robin? Any orders? What are you busy with?" "Humph. Of course, it's a heartfelt dinner. I prepared a ton of good stuff. Get up quickly. You'll be able to eat soon." Lorin pinched Robin's cheek, and it felt great. He loved pinching since he was little. "All right." Hearing this, Robin directly threw off the blanket, got out of bed, and started getting dressed. Lorin almost drooled. After all, they were an old married couple, and Robin showed no signs of embarrassment. But Lorin really couldn't resist that tempting view. "Robin, do you want me to help you get dressed?" "Hee hee. No, you're just thinking of something naughty." Robin flashed a beautiful smile and directly rejected Lorin's lewd proposal. Lorin sighed and went out to tend to the meat in the pot. Robin smiled gently. She knew that as long as she refused, Lorin would never force her. With such a husband, she felt incredibly lucky. Of course, Lorin understood when she was playing hard to get. As Lorin brought the last dish to the table, Robin finished washing up and came out, seriously lighting 2 candles to prepare for a candlelit dinner. The two of them sat side by side, not facing each other like in a TV drama. The essence of a candlelit dinner for an old married couple was warmth. Sitting apart didn't feel warm at all. It wasn't like Luffy could sit in one spot and eat an entire table's worth of food without a problem. Lorin first revealed the large cream cake he made and cut a big piece to hand to Robin. "Try this cake I specially made for you, darling." Robin took a small bite, and her eyes lit up. It's so delicious." "Lorin, you should try some too." I can't help it. But don't eat too much. There is still a lot of food. The cake will be dessert after the meal. For now, just have a taste." "Okay." The two occasionally fed each other, creating an indescribably warm atmosphere. Lorin gradually lost himself in Robin's praises. Eating was secondary, and taking bites while looking at Robin was the main focus. After the meal, they lay together on the balcony, watching the stars. The stars here are more beautiful than any they had seen before. Because it's a desert city." "Lorin?" "Yeah." "What will we do after we find all the historical texts?" "Of course, we'll go back to Cocoa Village and have a bunch of kids to enjoy our old age. You can continue traveling the world if you want. I'll go with you." "Not too many. I've heard that having kids is really tough." "Right? Then let's just say a few." "Okay." The next day, Lorin was awakened by Cobra's voice. He groggily opened the door, realizing the sun was already high in the sky. "Oh, King Cobra, what is the matter?" "There's trouble. The rebel army has come." "Mr. Lorin, didn't you say you had a way to help us quell the rebellion?" "What do we do now?" Before Cobra could speak, his aide Bell anxiously chimed in. "Don't panic. How many of them are there?" "At least 2 million rebels. They're advancing towards Albana from 15 kilometers to the south." Hearing this, Lorin smirked. 2 million? Where did so many come from? That's just a wild claim. The whole of Albana can barely hold 200,000, let alone 2 million. Got it from the south, right? I'll guard the south. You 4 can handle the other gates." "But Mr. Lorin, are you going alone?" "Yeah, I'm enough on my own. You all go back. The soldiers at the south gate can retreat. I'll get there before the rebels attack." "Okay, Mr. Lorin, please, don't want to say more." But Cobra spoke up and left with the guards. From what Lorin had learned during his days out, 2 million was impossible. At most, there would be 200,000 to 300,000. Divided among 5 gates, even if the south had a bit more, it would top out at 70,000 or 80,000. They were all just cannon fodder. He could handle them alone. Luffy, after 2 years of training, could instantly take down 50,000 on Fishman Island. Lorin had been training for over 20 years, plus his great swordsman-level swordsmanship. Dealing with them would be a piece of cake, even if there really were 2 million. Split among 5 gates, each would only have 500,000. No matter how many cannon fodder there were, they were still cannon fodder. He wasn't afraid. In the face of absolute strength, sometimes numbers don't matter. "Robin, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Be careful. Robin had also heard Lorin's conversation. While she was confident in his strength, she still felt the need to remind him. Don't worry. Come here for a kiss for encouragement. Lorin pouted and leaned in close to Robin, who didn't refuse and pecked her lips. Lorin looked unhappy. Too perfunctory, that doesn't count. Come back and make up for it. Saying this, she picked up her spirit weapon and jumped out of the window, not knowing when she had developed the habit of not using the front door. The residents on the street had already been evacuated or were hiding in their rooms, too scared to come out. Now the streets were bustling with squads of soldiers. East, west, south, southeast, southwest. Hold all the city gates firmly. We absolutely cannot let that group of rebel troops step into the royal capital, Albana. Yes, Jaguar shouted during the pre-battle mobilization. Lorin glanced over as she strolled leisurely towards the south gate. However, the king's army here had not retreated. It seemed that Kabura didn't fully trust him. There was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, a man resembling a sergeant stepped forward. Hello, are you Mr. Lorin? Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Nothing. Just confirming. Captain Bell instructed us to cooperate with you in battle. Got it. I won't need you later, just watch. Do you have a megaphone? Give me one. Here it is. The sergeant immediately turned and left. After a while, the king's army began to move, and only a small soldier brought over a lounge chair. Lorin looked at the moving royal army and remained noncommittal. It was obvious that his suggestion to cooperate in fighting was just empty talk. Even if he had a plan, they probably wouldn't listen to him. However, he didn't care and casually tucked the trumpet into his waist before walking to the very edge in front of the city gate and sitting down. He gazed at the dust rising several kilometers away. Just less than 5 minutes after Lorin sat down, the rebel army finally arrived not far from the southern gate of the royal capital. Lorin almost laughed when he saw them. They were even more deceptive than Usopp. Although they appeared to be a massive crowd claiming to be 2 million, in reality, there were likely not even 400,000, though some might still be on their way. Once the rebel army reached just outside the royal capital, they began to split up and attack other gates, leaving only about 100,000 at the southern gate. When the rebel army finished their division, the remaining 100,000 charged directly at the southern gate. Everyone prepared for defense. They must not let them step into the city gate. The royal army behind also began to execute the defense order. Lorin couldn't be bothered with the people behind him, stood up and drew his spirit sword. One sword style void slash. A sword chi shot out from the blade, growing larger in midair. By the time it neared the ground, its length was already over 1,000 meters. The rebel army also noticed the massive sword chi at this moment and quickly halted their charge. Boom! A huge cloud of dust was raised, taking a full 2 minutes to disperse. The sword chi struck about 20 meters from the front of the rebel army, creating a massive chasm over 1,000 meters long and 2 meters wide, with an unknown depth. Both sides were dumbfounded. The royal army watched as Lorin unleashed that sword chi. Their throats felt choked, and they made a cough-cough sound, unable to speak for a while. The rebel army was equally confused, looking bewildered. There were also swordsmen among the rebels, but they found it hard to imagine how such an attack could be unleashed. At that moment, Lorin's voice rang out. You have already been surrounded by me. Surrender and lay down your weapons. It is your only way out. Otherwise, the next attack will fall upon you. Lorin raised a horn in his left hand and held a spirit in his right, creating an indescribably strange scene. The rebel army also reacted. They looked at the figure on the city wall. Was that attack just now launched by him? It seemed like it. How could anyone achieve such a feat? Is he a monster? What are we afraid of? We have a 2 million strong army. Even one person can take him down. Charge. Some in the rebel army were disdainful, and soon everyone agreed with his statement, charging forward while keeping their eyes locked on Lorin. Lorin shrugged and unleashed another slash. This time, the rebel soldiers clearly saw that the incredible attack really came from the person above. Danger! Stop! Help! I don't want to die. The second slash struck the same spot as before, deepening the ravine a bit more. The rebel soldiers in front tried to stop, but those behind couldn't react in time, and many fell into the ravine. Hope they aren't dead. On the king's army side, after the initial shock, they regained their composure and erupted into loud cheers. Amazing, Mr. Lorin. It's simply unimaginable how powerful he is. Woo! Lorin was somewhat annoyed by the huge cheers. He turned around and shouted angrily, Shut up. The king's army immediately fell silent. Lorin nodded in satisfaction and turned back, but as soon as he turned his head, there was another huge cheer from behind. Lorin's expression darkened. He jumped directly down from the city wall. The king's army was startled and hurried forward to check. They relaxed only after seeing Lorin land steadily. The rebel army, after experiencing panic, also calmed down. He jumped down. Don't be intimidated by his strength. We have hundreds of thousands here. We could trample him to death. For our utopia. Charge. Yes. For our utopia. Defeat the tyrant Kabura. Alabastan will be liberated by us. The rebel army, emboldened, charged fearlessly. Lorin heard these slogans and sneered. What a bunch of pathetic people, toyed with by the Baroque studio. Watching the approaching rebel army, Lorin felt no waves in his heart. Just as the rebel soldier at the front jumped up and swung a knife down at him, Lorin narrowed his eyes. The powerful conqueror's haki quickly spread out, enveloping nearly 100,000 rebels at the south gate. In an instant, it seemed that the world lost its color, turning black and white. The knife aimed at Lorin stopped half a meter in front of his head. Thud! As the first person fell, the others followed like dominoes, and eventually, out of about 100,000 rebels, only a few hundred were still barely standing. Those who remained standing were not doing well either, cold sweat pouring down their faces, barely propping themselves up with their weapons, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Damn, what happened? I almost lost consciousness. What did that guy do? I don't know. He must be a devil. Did he just take out hundreds of thousands of us in an instant? Poor guys thought they had hundreds of thousands. This is what it means to be caught in the bubble. The king's soldiers on the city wall were also shocked, staring wide-eyed and speechless, even forgetting to breathe. But they knew the south gate was definitely secured. At this moment, Lorin's voice came again. Now do you understand? No matter how many of you there are, you're not my match. The only reason you are still alive is that I don't want to kill you. So just stay here. There will be equally strong people guarding the other gates. You have no chance at all. Dare to cross that ditch, and I'll kill you. After saying that, Lorin ignored their reactions and went back inside the city gate. This time, the king's soldiers did not dare to cheer again. If they once admired Lorin, now they were filled with fear. In the end, the captain of the king's army trembled and asked him, Mr. Lorin, you just said there are strong people like you at the other gates. Is that true? Of course it's false. Do you think strong people like me are as common as cabbages on the street? The first half of the sentence made the captain's face beam with joy, but the second half made his expression fall instantly. However, he didn't dare to say anything. Lorin ran back directly. He single-handedly took down a third of the rebel army, which amounted to over 300,000, so it was enough. It was time to go back and check the historical text with Cobra. Anyway, Luffy and the others should be arriving soon. From here on, it would just be about watching the show. At this moment, the other gates hadn't been breached by the rebels yet, and the city was still relatively peaceful, but it wouldn't be long before that changed. After all, the king's army was far outnumbered by the rebels, as Kosa had gathered all the capable citizens of Alabasta to resist. Lorin strolled leisurely down the street, which was now unusually quiet. The residents were hiding in their rooms, too afraid to come out, while the king's soldiers stood guard at various doors. Lorin strolled down the street, having rushed out without eating breakfast. However, all the shops on the street were closed, so he could only resort to petty theft. Meanwhile, on the south gate side, Princess Vivi had planned to stop Kusha from starting a rebellion before Lorin arrived. But due to an undercover agent who opened fire prematurely, smoke and chaos ensued, and the two successfully brushed past each other. If it weren't for Karu's desperate protection, he might have been trampled by a camel long ago. After that, Lorin showed up. Kusha was originally among the rebel army at the south gate, planning to attack from there, and after Lorin used his conqueror's haki, he was one of the few who remained conscious. After an internal struggle, he decided to continue pursuing his dream and fight for his ideal world. He then led the remaining people towards other gates. As for Lorin's remark about others like him at the other gates, they would only find out by going to see for themselves. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had successfully entered Alabasta, scattered across various corners fighting against the Baroque Works executives. After an unknown amount of time, Princess Vivi struggled to get up from under Karu and was instantly stunned by the scene before her. What happened? Were they all killed? Looking at the unconscious rebels around her, Vivi felt dazed but breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that they were still alive. However, there was no time to waste. Karu was gravely injured, and there were many rebels at the other gates who had already breached the city. She needed to gather herself quickly to stop Kusha. At that moment, Usopp rode in on horseback, but Princess Vivi recognized him as transformed by Von Krieg. The two then engaged in a chase, and Vivi ultimately managed to enter the city. Meanwhile, Lorin was still on the street, shopping for free. Hearing a commotion behind him, he wondered, what's that noise? Holding a small bag and eating as he walked, he headed towards the source of the sound. After turning a corner, he saw Princess Vivi fallen on the ground and the barely conscious duck, Karu, while Von Krieg danced ballet behind them. Lorraine's mouth twitched at the corners. It must be said that this guy really is a sore sight. He's stiff. His fists are stiff. Why would a good man like him want to act like a she-male? With a whoosh, he appeared in front of Feng Keelii and kicked her in the stomach. And the poor little Feng-chan was sent flying with her eyes rolling back. However, Lorraine didn't go too hard on her. He vaguely remembered that this guy was a good person. Oh, Princess Vivi, have you had breakfast yet? By the time Lorraine made his move, Princess Vivi had already seen it, and a look of surprise quickly spread across her face. Although a bit dirty, it's worth noting that the princess is indeed beautiful. Mr. Lorraine, thank you. Just then, Sanji and 2 running ducks arrived. Seeing Feng Keelii, who was already unconscious on the ground, and Lorraine next to Vivi, Sanji angrily pounded the floor. Damn it, he was late again. It was already bad enough that he became Nami's older brother in childhood. And now Princess Vivi was also saved by him. What kind of luck does this guy have? Lorin, Vivi, 3 ducks. That's Sanji? Don't mind me. My broken heart can't be repaired anymore. Is that so? I also want to say that I have other things to attend to, so I'll leave the protection of Princess Vivi to you. Don't worry, it's in my hands. In an instant, Sanji stood up and struck a cool pose, taking a puff of smoke. You're really something, Sanji. Although your brain is normal, your skills in flirting with beautiful women are truly unmatched. Lorin waved his hand and left, not caring about what happened next. He was off to deliver breakfast to Robin. After Lorin left, Feng Keelei, who had been kicked away by him, also woke up. What has happened? I couldn't see who made the move at all. Sanji glanced at him. Is that you? The one who can transform into anyone? Feng Keelei, who are you? Vivi, you go first. Aren't you supposed to stop the rebellion? Vivi nodded. Then I'll leave this to you, Sanji. Without looking back, she ran off, and the 2 ducks took Karu away. Sanji looked at the man in front of him, feeling furious. Why isn't such a great ability mine? The 2 exchanged insults before starting to fight. Lorin strolled back to the palace, noticing quite a few rebel soldiers along the way. He couldn't help but think, is the king's army just sitting around doing nothing? I just finished my meal at the south gate, and they've already come in? However, he didn't bother to care. As long as he could fool Kabura into calming the rebellion, a symbolic effort would suffice. Any further action would require more money. Robin, darling, I'm back. Welcome home. You haven't eaten yet, right? I brought you something. Lorin raised the small bag he brought back, filled with various foods he had bought for $0. Once Robin finished her breakfast, Lorin took her along, leaping from rooftop to find Cobra. Door? What door? True masters never use doors. When the 2 arrived at Cobra's place, they found Crocodile there as well, having already beaten Cobra and pinned him to the wall. Princess Vivi and her aide Gaka were also present, and the 2 of them decided to sit back and watch the commotion for a while. Let go of my father, Vivi shouted in exasperation. Old Sand, unhurried, lit his cigar, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. I've put so much effort into reaching this point. Why should I let him go just because you say so? Do people nowadays speak without thinking? Father. Cobra struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with guilt as he looked at Princess Vivi. I'm sorry, Vivi, I've wasted your efforts. Old Sand, seemingly uninterested in the father-daughter emotions, interrupted directly. Oh, a long-lost father and daughter. But I don't have time to watch you cry, Miss Wednesday. Vivi yelled back, don't call me that name. Well, I can agree to that. But I should let you know, I don't plan to let you live. After all, if the kingdom falls, the royal family should perish with it. But before that, there's something I need to ask the current king. That's my ultimate goal. Crocodile stepped in front of the pinned Cobra. Where's the Pluton? Cobra's previously calm expression changed dramatically as he widened his eyes and questioned Crocodile. How the hell do you know about Pluton? Lorin and Robin, squatting on the roof above, have been watching for a while. Robin quietly asked Lorin, are we going down? Wait a bit longer. Let me watch a little more. Robin found it strange, but didn't ask further, just following his lead. Crocodile explained the power of Pluton and showcased his ambitions for when he acquired it, completely unaware of the 2 above him. Although I don't know where you heard that name, I don't know where it is, or even if it's in this country. I see, you don't seem to be lying. I'm prepared for that. Even if it doesn't exist, I wouldn't be too surprised. Meanwhile, outside the palace, a group of soldiers was trying to find a way to rush in and rescue Cobra. But they couldn't break in due to Crocodile's natural abilities blocking the door. Old Sand also noticed the situation outside and continued, according to my plan, the rebel army will reach that square soon and engage in battle with your people. but I've already arranged for a powerful bombing to take place there in half an hour. By then, everyone will die. From here, it should be quite a spectacle. And when the royal family perishes along with it, I, as the national hero, will naturally become the new king. I will continue to realize my ambitions. As he laughed, the others gritted their teeth, wishing they could bite him. Lorin and Robin above felt their scalps tingle, realizing how ruthless old Sand was. He was indeed a formidable figure, intelligent and cunning, though not very lucky. All right, enough chatting, Cobra. One last question. Where's the historical text? Cobra gritted his teeth, ready to die without revealing it, but then seemed to think of something, a smirk appearing as he agreed. Princess Vivi and Gaka beside him looked on in disbelief. Crocodile laughed, as expected of a wise ruler. You're much more perceptive than ordinary people. Just then, Gaka drew his sword. Sorry, Princess Vivi, I can't hold back anymore. At that moment, Old Sand turned around and noticed Gaka preparing to attack him. His eyes instantly sharpened, and his body began to elementalize. Gaka lunged forward, transforming into a jackal. However, it was useless. He passed straight through Crocodile's body. Useless? Do you want to die for this country? How foolish. Having the courage to die isn't enough. Crocodile's taunts kept coming. He was indeed infuriating, especially for Gaka. Without saying a word, launched another attack at Crocodile. Crocodile injured Gaka with just one move. Sandstorm. Crocodile unleashed his fruit ability, preparing to end Gaka's life. Gaka! Vivi cried out. Boom! A cloud of dust flew up. Crocodile was somewhat surprised, as he knew the sandstorm was triggered by an attack. I told you this guy's fruit ability is weak. It easily leads to a sandstorm. Robin, darling, I suggest you use more skincare products when you go back. Otherwise, it's very harmful to your skin. A teasing voice rang out, and Crocodile gritted his teeth. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the brat who kicked him. The others looked on with surprise. Mr. Lorin, Vivi, the three of them shouted in unison as the dust gradually settled, revealing Lorin and Robin standing in front of Gaka. How did you get here? Are you going to stop me? Not at all. Don't misunderstand. I'm just here to watch the fun and to find King Cobra. He promised to take us to see the historical text. Oh, is that so? Then we can go together. After we find the historical text, we can continue our previous cooperation. Crocodile's words shocked Vivi and the others, especially Vivi. She had seen Lorin's power. If someone like him were to cooperate with Crocodile, then this country would truly have no hope. Just as she was about to speak, Lorin seemed to know what she wanted to ask and interrupted directly. Don't say nonsense. We have never cooperated with you, the usurper. We only approached you under the pretense of cooperation to see if you actually had the historical text. Even if you do, we don't intend to tell you after we see it. Now we just need to rescue King Cobra and can directly go see it. You're no longer useful. And cooperation? Dream on. Crocodile was nearly choked by Lorin's words, while those around him felt a wave of satisfaction at seeing Crocodile at a loss. Lorin continued. Princess Vivi and Nami have a good relationship. Although she is not cute at all, she should at least call me Big Brother. You can't touch her friend. In short, this is no longer your business. You can leave now. He waved his hand in front of his face in a dramatic gesture. Bastard. Sandstorm. Lorin calmly drew his sword and chopped down randomly, causing Shalon to dissipate. Seeing this, Crocodile transformed his lower body into sand and flew towards Lorin. Be careful, Mr. Lorin. Our attacks are ineffective. Don't worry. Lorin directly slashed out a sword energy towards Crocodile, and contrary to what the others imagined, Crocodile actually hurriedly dodged. It's worth noting that he never dodged attacks before. After missing his strike, Lorin didn't let his guard down. He jumped next to Crocodile, who reacted by swinging his hook towards Lorin with his left hand. Clang! Bang! The hook was blocked by Lorin, who also kicked him in return. This guy relied too much on his fruit ability, making his physical skills as bad as a pile of dung. With a loud crash, he landed next to Vivi. Vivi and the others exclaimed, so strong. Crocodile, who had taken a hit from Lorin, didn't faint but instead endured the severe pain and got back up. At the same time, he realized that he was no match for Lorin. Looking at Princess Vivi right in front of him, anger surged from his heart, and malice surged in his gut. He directly reached out with his hook towards Princess Vivi. Vivi! Princess Vivi! Cobra and Jaka shouted simultaneously. Vivi looked horrified, and Lorin's expression turned cold. The big boss, who was originally meant to be dealt with by Luffy, might now fail to make it. He had a way to stop it, but it might mean directly taking down Crocodile. He rushed towards Crocodile at extreme speed. Then, to Lorin's bewildered expression, An arm grew out from Crocodile's neck, white and tender, looking quite good. Smack! A big slap landed on Crocodile's face, knocking him off balance. Lorin stopped and looked at Robin, who crossed her arms and gave him a brilliant smile, nearly making him transform into Sanji on the spot. Mom, I saw a fairy. Then he kicked Crocodile outside the palace, and that kick would take him half an hour to recover from. Job done, wrap it up. Lorin clapped her hands and walked back to Cobra, helping him down from the wall. Vivi and Jaka also came to Cobra's side. King Cobra, can you take us to see the historical text now? Of course, but I have a few things to explain first. As Princess Vivi and the king discussed the next steps, Kusha also arrived at the palace, panting. Upon seeing Lorin, he became somewhat agitated, drawing his sword and preparing to fight. It's you, the one who wiped out 500,000 of our people at the South Gate. Hearing this, Robin was shocked. 500,000? Lorin killed that many people? She wasn't doubting Lorin's ability, but was astonished at how she could have killed so many, considering she had only killed a portion of the scum from the navy they had been pursuing before. Lorin's face darkened. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I just let them sleep for a while. At this moment, Vivi stepped forward to explain for Lorin. It's true, the rebels just fainted. I can prove it. Kosha was taken aback. He had been too eager to fight and hadn't carefully checked whether the fainted rebels were dead or not. After a lengthy discussion among Vivi, Kosha, and Cobra, Kosha decided to surrender. He immediately expressed his intention to inform everyone that the square was about to explode and urged them to evacuate quickly. However, he was stopped by Vivi, who feared that spreading such news would cause panic, making a large-scale battle between the two armies inevitable. The final decision was for Vivi and Kosha to persuade the rebels to surrender first, and then go to the square to prevent the explosion. This way, panic could be avoided and war could be prevented. The division of labor was clear. As long as they succeeded, the rebellion would stop, and peace would be restored to the nation. Meanwhile, Cobra took Lorin and the others to see the historical text. Being injured, this king couldn't help much and could only take Lorin and the others to see the historical text. Soon, everyone left the palace entrance to do their respective tasks. However, quelling the rebellion was not as simple as they thought, because there were bad people among the crowd. Both armies had Crocodile's undercover agents. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult for Kosha to start a rebellion just based on his relationship with the royal family. At that moment, Crocodile, who had been kicked out by Lorin, also woke up and slowly stood up from the pit, highlighting the importance of finishing off an enemy. Just when Vivi and Kosha were about to persuade the rebels, an undercover agent intervened, causing Kosha to collapse after eating a few peanuts. At the same time, Crocodile used his powers to create a sandstorm, obscuring the vision of both sides. The Baroque Works personnel seized the opportunity to open fire and kill the rebels. Not understanding the situation, retaliated immediately, and the battle broke out. Princess Vivi sat helplessly on the palace walls, crying out when Old Sand arrived at her side. Starting the classic villain taunt, Vivi realized that even though war had broken out, if she could prevent the explosion, it could still reduce casualties. But she had no chance. Crocodile grabbed her by the neck, taunted her a bit, and then threw her off the city tower. Crocodile, Straw Hat Kid. In Vivi's despair, Luffy, carrying a large barrel of water, rode on Belle and flew to the palace at that moment, catching Vivi as she fell. Crocodile gritted his teeth, watching Luffy descend from the sky, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth, while the other members of the Straw Hat crew gathered below the palace. Luffy declared that he would handle Crocodile because he had already lost to him once before and would not lose again this time. He instructed Vivi and the others to end everything happening outside. The crew unconditionally trusted Luffy and immediately went off to find the cannon fire location. Luffy jumped onto the palace's city wall and punched Crocodile, who, just as he revealed a disdainful smile, was hit hard and flew out, landing on the ground. As long as you encounter water, you can't turn into sand, right, Crocodile? Get up and continue fighting. Facing Luffy's provocation, Crocodile first let out a low laugh, which gradually turned arrogant. You want to defeat me? Of course. I'm here to knock you away. Anyway, you can't turn into sand anymore. Well, your observation skills are indeed excellent. But even so, there is still an irreparable gap between us. I'm a Shichibukai. So what? I'm an 8 warlord. Saying that, Luffy shot a rubber pistol, but unfortunately, Crocodile dodged and grabbed his arm, draining all the water from it, causing Luffy to hurriedly drink some water to recover. At first, Luffy relied on his clever tricks to gain the upper hand. But for Crocodile, this was a huge insult. After being hit hard by Luffy's rubber rocket and crashing into a building, Crocodile could no longer tolerate it and turned everything around him into sand. Luffy barely managed to grab the edge of the city wall, avoiding falling into the sea of sand. However, Crocodile grabbed him by the neck, and Luffy spat several mouthfuls of water at him, but missed. Crocodile stopped holding back and directly turned him into a mummy. He threw Luffy off the city tower, taunting him a few times before determining the direction and heading toward the royal tomb. By now, he still couldn't forget about the historical text. Not caring whether he could win or not, he was quite stubborn. Mummy Luffy lay on the ground, and the large amounts of water he had just spat out fortuitously fell back on him, instantly reviving him. One couldn't help but admire the power of the protagonist's halo. That was close. I thought I was dead. Crocodile is gone. He ran that way. Luffy stood up and chased after him. This guy seemed to be the most stubborn. Meanwhile, Lorin, Robin, and Cobra had already arrived at the royal tomb's funeral hall. I've been here. Didn't find it. Cobra, I knew it. Of course, Mr. Lorin. The historical text can't be placed outside. Only the kings of each generation know its location. Other places are just randomly placed. Cobra, I don't want to talk to you. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. Lorin could be quite infuriating when chatting with others. Mr. Lorin, my hand is injured now. Please turn that statue counterclockwise. Oh, sure. As the statue turned, an entrance to a basement appeared before the three of them. They slowly walked down. The historical text is deep underground. Let's go down. Lorin took the lead and walked down. Before seeing you, I thought there was no one in the world who could understand the historical text. But unexpectedly, the two people who stirred up discussions around the world 20 years ago appeared before me. Cobra said while walking that he had known Lorin and the other person's names for a long time. You have no idea how much more there is. Yes, even I still have many things I don't understand. The three arrived at the bottom of the funeral hall. Lorin looked around. It seemed to him that this place was a site for sacrifice. He couldn't see the historical text at all. The historical text is right behind that door. Creak, creak. With a painfully squeaky sound, the door opened, revealing the historical text before the three of them. It's really here. Robin showed a happy expression, picked up Lorin, and gave him a kiss before stepping forward to start reading the historical text. Lorin, who was kissed, was like. Cobra silently moved 2 steps to the side. Is there something you want to see up there? Why are you asking me? Robin is the scholar. I can't understand it. Cobra, I shouldn't have asked. Soon, Robin finished reading the historical text and turned to ask Cobra, is that all? Are these the only secrets of this country? Isn't there anything you want to see? Then there's nothing we can do. This is all the historical text we have in our kingdom. If there are any others, I will definitely take you to see them. Well, that's okay. After all, I just want to understand the true history. Let's go. All right. Lorin was staring intently at the relief on the wall in his eyes. The relief was even more beautiful than that tadpole script. Upon hearing Robin say it was time to leave, he immediately agreed. Wait a minute. Kabira seemed to have objections. What's wrong? You should at least have some consideration for the old man. I've been injured and lost a lot of blood, and I've walked such a long way. I should rest a bit longer. Lorin looked at Robin, who nodded in agreement, as there was nothing else to do if they returned now. All right then, let's rest a bit longer. By the way, Cobra, you really need to exercise more. The queen isn't even in this bad of a shape. Cobra's forehead twitched, but he didn't respond. Robin pursed his lips and tugged at Lorin, signaling him to stop talking. What if he upset someone? During their break, Lorin glanced outside and sensed the presence of a fierce beast. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes of rest, footsteps could be heard outside, and looking up, they saw a crocodile approaching. Truly a state secret. If one didn't know the mechanism, it would be nearly impossible to find it. Crocodile. Cobra looked at the slowly approaching crocodile in disbelief. Lorin also took a glance, having already anticipated this. You dare to come? Aren't you afraid of dying? What do I have to be afraid of? We have no conflict of interest, so there is no reason to fight. After all, in the past 20 years, you haven't even killed a few of the Navy that were hunting you. Crocodile walked over to the historical text and stared at the tadpole script on it. So this is the historical text? I really can't understand it. In fact, Crocodile had been there for a while, and his purpose in coming was merely to test his luck and see if the three would mention the location of the Pluto. But since they hadn't said anything, he revealed himself. Well, forget it. This country will eventually fall into my hands. Even without relying on the historical text, I can still find Pluto. Lorin was almost unable to hold back from striking him, as he looked like he was strolling through his own backyard. I advise you to tone it down a bit. If you keep talking so arrogantly, I might really take action. Ha ha ha. Anyway, the things recorded in the historical text you won't tell me. So there's no point in staying here. In a few minutes, this country will belong to me. As for you, crocodile, even though I can't kill you right now, in the end, you'll only be a stray dog and no longer the king of this country. Ha ha. Once again, it was the classic taunt of a villain, which Lorin was tired of hearing. Couldn't they change it up a bit? Saying that, he turned around and walked outside, while at the same time, Luffy also arrived at this side through the entrance of the basement. As Crocodile stepped out of the door of the historical text room, he ran into Luffy, who had broken through the wall. I've caught up to you, Crocodile. Straw Hat Kid, it's you again. Why are you still standing? How many times do I have to kill you before you give up? I must knock you away and take back what you stole. Lorin and the others inside the room also heard the voices of the two and walked out of the room where the historical text was stored. Hey, Luffy. Huh? Lorin, what are you doing here? Wait for me. Let me defeat this crocodile first. Seeing Lorin again surprised Luffy, but he still focused on Crocodile in front of him. Need any help? I've been holding back from attacking him because I was afraid you wouldn't want me to. That's best. This is my battle. You just watch from the side. Don't interfere. Oh, go for it. Lorin agreed and pulled Robin aside. Luffy shouted a few words at Crocodile before charging at him. No matter how excited you are, without that person's help and without water, thinking you can win against me is just a pipe dream. Bang! In Crocodile's confident expression, Luffy's big foot directly stamped on his 43-sized face. Then he flew out and crashed into a wall. What is going on? How can he hit me without water? Just as Crocodile was in a daze, Luffy charged in again and landed a punch on his face, sending him flying back into the same wall. He. From the rainforest to the palace, and now to this underground palace. The person who has survived being sent to hell twice actually dares to refuse help and challenge me. Saying this, he slowly removed the outer metal shell from his left hook, revealing a poison hook inside. Then let us settle this properly. This time, you won't have another chance to survive. Luffy also took a stance and prepared for battle. The two exchanged blows, and of course, it was mostly Crocodile who was getting hit. Besides the hook occasionally grazing Luffy, he couldn't touch him at all. Robin, darling, do you see now the importance of physical combat? That fool Sandman can't hit Luffy at all. I'm working so hard for you, and you're not learning. Others want to learn, and I don't even want to teach them. Lorin watched the battle between the two and took the opportunity to tease CPU Robin, her little expression perfectly showing a hint of grievance. But Robin was completely unfazed. Yada, so rude. Aren't you here? You're so strong, as long as you protect me. It's fine. Upon hearing this, Lorin's invisible tail perked up. It felt so good to be relied on by his wife. If she doesn't want to learn, then so be it. Robin successfully countered CPU. On the other side, Crocodile had been unable to hit Luffy, and the poison couldn't kill him right away. Seeming a bit anxious. This country shouldn't have what you want, after all. What's the point of losing lives for unrelated people? How can there be such fools like you in this world? Luffy was feeling dizzy from the poison. But when it comes to trash talk, who can rival Luffy? You don't understand anything. Vivi says she doesn't want anyone to die, yet she keeps wanting to give up her own life to save others. She is my partner, and we don't want her to die. As long as she hasn't given up on this country, we want stop fighting. Is dying nothing to you? Even if we have to die, it's unavoidable. Crocodile listened to this and was a bit stunned. He couldn't understand. In his eyes, partners are something that can be discarded at any time, and Cobra was also wide-eyed. In the end, Luffy was still dizzy and lying on the ground, and Crocodile began to smugly boast about his plan, saying that even if they stopped the cannon fire, it would be useless, and the bomb would still explode. Everyone would still die. How despicable. Crocodile. I thought you would praise me for being thoughtful. ISNT war about considering the worst-case scenarios? I've been prepared for the worst from the very beginning. Lorin, aren't you going to take action? He looked so infuriating. Now even Robin felt this guy was too much. No need. Luffy hasn't lost yet. He won't be able to gloat for long. Lorin also wanted to take action, but Luffy still hadn't lost his fighting spirit. If he made a move, this little brother would definitely get angry. However, after waiting for a while, the explosion that Crocodile had imagined in his heart never came. On the ground, Bell sacrificed himself to bring the bomb into the sky. You can't defeat me. I am a man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy struggled to stand up and shouted angrily. Hey, how naive. If you had even a slight understanding of this, you wouldn't say such a thing so easily. Crocodile charged at Luffy, and after one move, Crocodile's poison hook was broken. No matter how much I understand, I still want to be the Pirate King. 2 punches landed. Why do you still get up? You little brat who popped out of nowhere? Just die already. Do you think who I am? A dagger extended from Crocodile's broken hook and stabbed towards Luffy. Luffy ducked, and kicked him into the air. D. Sandstorm. The entire underground palace was in ruins, and Lorin was dodging flexibly while holding Robin. Luffy looked at Crocodile on the ceiling, took a deep breath, and jumped into the air to unleash his ultimate move. Gum Gum Gatling. The force was so great that the entire underground shook, rocks continuously crumbled, and even the buildings on the ground trembled. Eventually, the ceiling of the basement was broken through, and Crocodile was blasted into the sky, losing consciousness. The royal army and the rebel army on the ground were still fighting in the sand, but as Crocodile fainted, his fruit ability also vanished. It started to rain in the sky. The rain washed away the dust on the ground, and the two armies that were still fighting slowly felt the raindrops and stopped fighting. The square became quiet. Please don't continue this meaningless battle. Princess Vivi's voice spread to every corner of the square. At this moment, both the rebel army and the royal army heard Vivi's voice. It's Princess Vivi's voice. Princess Vivi? Didn't she run away? How could this be? Everyone was surprised and looked for the source of the voice, eventually turning to the figure on the clock tower, while Crocodile, who had just been punched into the sky by Luffy, fell into the crowd. The huge sound at this moment stood out particularly in the square, and everyone turned to look. Huh, it's Mr. Crocodile. How did Mr. Crocodile end up here? What happened? A group of people surrounded the unconscious Crocodile, raising questions. You idiots! You still call him Mr. Crocodile? Let me tell you what good things he has done. Usopp, wrapped up like a mummy, was furious upon hearing their conversation and angrily walked over, dragging his bulky body, only to be stopped by Sanji. Hey, wait. It's better to leave this kind of thing to Vivi to resolve. Hearing this, Usopp calmed down, and everyone looked up at the same time to see Princess Vivi with tears in her eyes. From this moment on, rain like this will fall regularly on every inch of this country's land. The demon has been defeated. The nightmare of this country is over. Below, Sanji and the others smiled, recognizing their partner. As a princess of a country, Vivi was stronger than any other princess. In the underground temple, Luffy lay on the ground, laughing happily, because he had defeated Crocodile, fulfilling the hopes of his friends. Lorin squatted next to him. Hey, I said, how can you still smile like this with such an injury? Huh. Anyway, I'm not going to die. The rest is up to you. Hey. Then he tilted his head and fell asleep. Lorin poked him but got no response, and then tugged at his cheek, pulling it long. It seemed he really was out cold. Robin, looking helpless, pinched his ear. You're seriously injured and still in the mood to play. Get up there already. No. I'll go now. Lorin wore a flattering expression, which made Cobra sneer. To be honest, he really wasn't worried. Luffy's vitality couldn't even compare to that of a cockroach. As long as he wasn't decapitated on the spot, he basically wouldn't die. On the ground, was the nightmare over? What a joke. No way. How could it be over just like that? We saw the King's army attack, that no era. How do you explain the actions of the King's army on this land? Right? Mr. Kocha was almost killed by you too. How do you account for those who fell in this war? The anger of the rebel army, which had been slightly quelled by the rain, was reignited, and they raised their weapons again, aiming at the King's army. King's army, put down your weapons and do not resist. Gaka's voice came through, and all eyes turned back to him. Huh? What's going on? There are still rebels. You all put down your weapons too. Cough, cough, mama. A disheveled uncle holding a child arrived at the center of the square. It was the perverted uncle from Whiskey Peak. Captain. The newcomer was none other than Icolum, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard. She did not respond to her subordinate's call, but looked at the little boy in her arms. Hey, can you still speak? Huh? He was attacked by the King's army at no era. At this moment, others also noticed the little boy in her arms, revealing his identity. The boy struggled to lift his head and slowly squeezed out a few words from his throat. No, the one who attacked me was someone else. I saw with my own eyes that it was Mr. 2 from Baroque Works who transformed into the king and did it. That's right. This war, including everything that has happened in this country, was all planned from the very beginning. Kocha also began to explain. Just as Kocha was explaining the misdeeds of Baroque Works to everyone, Lorin had already brought Luffy and Cobra back to the ground. This kind of heavy lifting couldn't be left to Robin. Princess Vivi had also run down from the bell tower and hurried to catch up when she saw Nami and the others had left. On the other side, Nami and the others discovered that the truth of the matter was starting to surface and quietly slipped away. They still didn't know how Luffy was doing. They had to go find him. Then they unexpectedly ran into Lorin and the others coming from another direction. That's Lorin. The sharp-eyed Zoro was the first to spot Lorin and the others approaching in the distance. Jewel, it's you guys. I brought Luffy back for you. Saying this, he gently placed Luffy on the side of the road. Zoro was about to say something when a figure suddenly shot past him. A punch was thrown straight at Lorin. Bastard, why didn't you come help us over here? Do you know what kind of suffering I've been through? You're obviously so strong. Why didn't you take action? Lorin dodged Nami's punches while speaking. Hey, why do you always start with a fight? You're still so unlikable. I don't know what's going on, but please stop. Things aren't as you think. Cobra couldn't help but intervene, seeing Nami's frantic attack on Lorin. He knew they were acquainted and that there might be a misunderstanding. Upon hearing his words, Nami actually stopped. It wasn't that she didn't want to fight anymore, but she was really tired. She turned and threw herself into Robin's arms, starting to cry while blaming Lorin for his wrongdoings. Robin, I missed you so much after 10 years. Uncle Lorin is too much. He didn't even bring you back to see me. He bullied me when we met a couple of days ago, and he didn't come to help me today. It hurts so much. Wah. Lorin had a black line on his face, while Robin gently patted Nami's back. It's all his fault. Once you recover, feel free to hit him. I won't stop you. Sanji saw Nami dive into the arms of such a gentle beauty like Robin, and his heart-shaped eyes sparkled even brighter. He immediately wanted to move closer, but was pushed back by Lorin. Cobra coughed and continued. You must be the pirates who brought Vivi back. Thank you for everything you've done for this country. Although I don't know what your relationship with Mr. Lorin is, he has helped us a lot. Father, everyone's here. Vivi ran over from a distance, and upon hearing this, Sanji's eyes bulged. Father? You're Vivi-chan's dad. You're the king. Everyone's gaze then focused on Cobra. Yes. Although I don't know what your relationship with Mr. Lorin is, he has faced battles you can't even imagine. How is that possible? This guy looks completely unscathed, Nami said, lifting her head from Robin's embrace. Yes, that's right. The number of rebels trying to retake Alabasta was far greater, but Mr. Lorin single-handedly held off 100,000 rebels at the South Gate. He also intervened to stop Crocodile when he wanted to kill Vivi. So please don't misunderstand him. Is that true? How is that possible? 100,000 people. Nami had an incredulous expression, her eyes losing focus. Is this something a person can really do? It is true. I was at the South Gate with Koza. I didn't know who did it at the time, but later Koza said it was Mr. Lorin. He saw it with his own eyes. Vivi also stepped forward to vouch for Lorin, and the group finally believed this fact. Is that so? He really is strong. No wonder he's Luffy's friend. A monster's friend should indeed be a monster. I'm becoming more and more interested in surpassing you. Zoro found a corner to sit down, showing a cold smile. Nami felt a bit embarrassed for misunderstanding and didn't dare to speak, appearing a bit shy. Lorin couldn't help but want to tease her when he saw her like this, clutching his chest with a pained expression. Exactly, that's 100,000 people. Although I look fine on the surface, I've actually sustained very serious internal injuries and might be dying soon. Dying? Doctor. Quick, doctor. Oh, I am a doctor. Chopper looked terrified and wanted to examine him right there. Nami was also a bit scared, tears welling up in her eyes. Did blocking for 100,000 people really cause serious internal injuries? Only Robin rolled her eyes dramatically, and then an arm grew from Lorin's shoulder, pinching his ear. Stop talking nonsense. I'm sorry. Robin, darling. I'm fine, I was just kidding. Upon hearing this, Nami, who had been worried, instantly turned furious. The others also looked displeased. Once I'm better, I'm definitely going to give you some internal injuries, you idiot. All right, everyone has sustained quite a few injuries. Let's go back and bandage them up. Kabura suggested that everyone take care of their wounds first, but no one agreed. Forget about that. You all should hurry to the square. Yeah, this country has finally regained new vitality. It wouldn't be perfect without a speech from the king and princess, right? But everyone. Sanji lit a cigarette. There's no but about it. We're pirates. We don't want to get involved with any country. Chopper, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Nami, I'm so tired. I want to go back and take a nap. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Princess Vivi smiled and nodded, turning with Kabura towards the square. Once the two figures completely disappeared around the corner, the group could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Lorin hurried over to check and, thankfully, they were just exhausted. It's not a big problem. Let us move them to a place without rain first. It will be troublesome if their wounds got wet. For the sake of my companion's wishes, even if I'm exhausted, I want to let Princess Vivi worry. Nami as comrades are very trustworthy, right? I think so too. Hey. On the other side, everyone in the square understood from Kosh's explanation that the root cause of everything was Crocodile, although some were still reluctant to believe it. However, with the arrival of Dasky, they began to believe. She brought news that the Navy had just seized a Baroque Works ship, which was loaded with a cargo of dancing powder. Immediately, in the name of the Navy headquarters, It was announced that Crocodile would be stripped of his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and all members of Crocodile's organization would be arrested. Kosha, seriously injured, felt a wave of regret, while Vivi stood beside him, unsure how to comfort him. Cobra stepped forward. It's natural to regret or want to make amends when you know you've done something wrong. No matter what, the war has already happened, and it's over. What has happened cannot be changed. Since the war is over, let us end all of this and live well. Everyone was stunned by Cobra's words, knowing that it meant he forgave them. The king's magnanimity is truly beyond our reach. Gakka wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and sighed. Meanwhile, Lorin had already moved Luffy and the others to a rain-free area and was looking outside. This rain is really heavy. I don't know when it will stop. Yes. After all, it hasn't rained for 3 years, so a longer rain is normal. Just as they were sheltering from the rain, Dasky passed by with a group of Navy soldiers, and upon seeing the sleeping Luffy and others, some Navy officers immediately suggested capturing them. Before Dasky could say anything, Lorin spoke up. No way. I want to let you take Luffy and the others. Don't worry. We want to make a move. But it's definitely not because we're afraid of your strength. Next time we meet, I will definitely defeat you and take your famous sword. Dasky also stated that she wouldn't make a move, but she would not let Lorin and the others go next time. As a woman who carries a sword catalog with her, she had long recognized Lorin's supreme great blade and had her eyes on it. Lorin shrugged, indicating that as long as you're happy, it's fine. After making a strong statement, Dasky left with the Navy. It's unclear how much time passed, but the rain had stopped, and Lorin was still thinking about where to take Luffy and the others, as he couldn't move so many people by himself. Just as he was in a dilemma, someone from the palace arrived and took Luffy and Lorin to the palace. They said they hadn't seen Luffy and the others after returning to the palace, so they sent someone to look for them, only to find they hadn't moved from their spot. The group had slept for a whole day, while Luffy slept for 3 days before waking up. As soon as he woke up, he saw his companions playing around. Lorin and Robin were there too, taking turns feeding each other breakfast. Luffy happened to be hungry as well. He reached out and grabbed a sandwich from Lorin's table. Lorin's eyes widened, and in an instant, he appeared next to Luffy and gave him a knock on the head. Ouch. What the heck? Lorin, why did you hit me? Lorin? How can you still ask? If you were just taking meat, that would be one thing, but you actually dared to take Robin's favorite sandwich. Who told you to steal my food? Hey, Luffy, you mean it hurts? Aren't you rubber? How can it hurt? I don't know, Lorin's fist hurts, just like Grandpa's. Bang another smack. I told you it's hockey. It hurts, it hurts. Nonsense. You clearly never said that. Didn't I? Then I misunderstood you. Haha. Robin let out a tinkling laugh, and at that moment, Zoro also came back from outside. Chopper immediately jumped in front of him. Did you go train again? Didn't I tell you that you can't move around recklessly right now? That's my business. Zoro replied coolly and walked straight towards Lorin. I felt the kind of power you demonstrated before, and I used it to cut through steel, but I still can't control that power freely. So I want to ask you to teach me. Saying this, Zoro bowed deeply. Facing Zoro's request, Lorin showed a slight smile. Didn't I already say I would teach you when I have time? Why the urgency? Is it for your own ambition or something else? Lorin's words drew the attention of the others in the room. Faced with so many gazes, Zoro remained calm and openly expressed his thoughts. Everyone has their own strengths. If it weren't for feeling a new power this time, I wouldn't even be able to defeat that guy who can turn into steel. If I can't master that power freely, I won't be able to become stronger. How can I call myself a crew member of the Pirate King like that? Good. Very ambitious. As I said, I'll teach you when I have the time. But be prepared. Training hockey is really tough. It might even be life-threatening. That's exactly what I want. You can't gain powerful strength without paying a price. Zoro grinned. He could endure any tough training, but he was afraid the intensity wouldn't be enough. Luffy also expressed his desire to learn together. After all, he was interested in anything dangerous. The people nearby watched the two of them play charades for a long time and finally understood that they were talking about hockey. Upon hearing that it could be life-threatening, Usopp and Chopper showed expressions of terror. Wait, we could die. That's too scary. Maybe we shouldn't learn it. Anyway, if Luffy and Zoro know it, that's enough to protect us. Exactly. The two chimed in, clearly reluctant to learn. Robin, is this true? Nami asked Robin with a tearful expression, believing that Robin, who had been with Lorin since childhood, would definitely know. Yes, it's true. When I was learning before, I nearly died countless times. This statement was half true and half false. Robin initially didn't want to learn, but later couldn't resist Lorin's daily persuasion to start training. The armament hockey was somewhat manageable, but the observation hockey was quite tricky. Everything in the world has its unique aura, and any object will cause a change in aura before making its next move, in addition to being able to sense naturally. The basic observation haki requires careful perception of these aura changes to make predictions in advance. This process cannot be seen. In fact, the eyes can become a distraction. Therefore, beginners need to cover their eyes and have another person attack from different directions. They must train until they can sense the change in aura and dodge accordingly. What Robin was talking about was the surprise attack part. Lorin definitely wouldn't want to hit Robin, stopping every time he was about to strike. If Lorin hadn't stopped, it would have been quite dangerous. So, Robin saying she nearly died countless times wasn't entirely untrue. It just scared Nami, Usopp, and Chopper terribly. Lorin has understood Robin's mischievous little thoughts over the years, and together they scare them. You want powerful strength, but you can't do it without paying some price, right? You all need to learn. You can't always rely on others to save you. Don't worry. I won't let you die easily. No, I don't want to learn. I'm still young and so cute. I don't want to die yet. Me too. Yeah. The three of them lay on the ground, looking very dejected, as if they were about to die. Ha ha ha. So funny. Luffy looked at the three of them and laughed heartily, attracting their unanimous protests. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a person resembling Icolum pushed in a cart of fruits. I heard the captain has woken up. The feast is still being prepared, and we need to wait a little longer. Oh, curly-haired uncle, you're still alive. Luffy greeted enthusiastically, while Zoro had a look of terror on his face. You really have a special preference. It's not like that. This is Mr. Icolum's wife, and also the head chef in the palace. Vivi quickly explained to clarify the misunderstanding. Princess Vivi and my husband have really been taken care of by everyone. What a joke. There should be a limit to couple resemblance, right? Aren't they really the same person? Zoro turned around and complained with a black line on his forehead, then saw the guards pushing the cart of fruits next to Luffy, and Lorin quickly grabbed a few back to Robin. The princess said you all can eat a lot, so have some fruits to fill your stomach first. As soon as to finish speaking, Luffy showed a look of sudden realization. Oh, I got it. Then Luffy opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the fruits in one bite. Yet his belly showed no change at all, leaving Lorin dumbfounded. Is there really someone who can finish so much in one bite? Although he also has a big appetite, it's impossible to digest that fast. Unless it's an exchange for life. Zoro and Sanji, hey, are you performing a magic trick? Luffy didn't care at all about his partner's complaints and continued to ask, Auntie, when are we eating? I want to eat enough for 3 days. Zoro chopped Luffy's neck with his hand. Didn't you just eat a cart full? Ha ha ha. You really can eat a lot. But please eat to your heart's content. I've been a chef in the palace for 30 years. I will definitely not lose. The feast quickly began, and with Luffy around, everyone ate very hurriedly. Otherwise, the next moment their food might be snatched away by him. Luffy sat in the middle, eating voraciously, his cheeks puffed up like balls, still snatching food from his partner's plates. One moment taking Zoro's meat, the next moment grabbing Usopp's lobster. The only ones he couldn't get to were Lorin and Robin, caught in the act and still not admitting it. He was punched by Nami because he was spraying rice particles everywhere while eating. Of course, his partners were not completely helpless against him. Right on the spot, he was spiced up by Usopp's hot sauce and spewed fire, causing everyone to burst into huge laughter. Even Princess Vivi laughed heartily. As the group ate without any semblance of image, the guards were stunned, because even their princess was like this. In the end, the guards started laughing heartily too. Among the whole table, Robin looked most like a noble, very elegant. As for Lorin, his eating was not much better than Luffy's. After the meal, everyone rested for a while and then went to the bathhouse together. In the bathhouse, Chopper and the others didn't stop their play, and Luffy rarely became serious. Hey, Lorin, come be my partner. Not really. What about my dear Robin? I don't want to be separated from her. Of course, we could be together. Are you an idiot, Lorin? How can you say that with such confidence? But I'm actually quite happy. Luffy's charisma is really strong. How about we team up and sail together? But we won't go on the merry, and in return, I'll teach you haki. Even though I don't quite understand what that is, it's still sailing together. So I agree. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Sanji quietly approached Icolum and asked him, Hey, where's the women's bath? Upon hearing this, Icolum's expression instantly turned fierce. Are you an idiot? How could I possibly tell you? The princess is over there, just on the other side of this wall. Cobra pointed to a wall nearby. Your Majesty? You bastard. Sanji, Usopp, and the others praised Cobra. And then he walked towards the wall, preparing to lean over it. Even Cobra himself went along. What a beast. Only Zoro was quietly soaking in a bath. Lorin's eyes widened. Others can be ignored, but Robin is right next door. Woos, bang bang bang. It hurts. Who? Who is it? So many stars. A group of people were left dizzy and seeing stars after Lorin gave each of them a knock on the head. Peeking is not something a gentleman would do. Lorin stood by the wall and spoke to a few people. Then he lay down himself. Damn it, you won't let us see why he lay down. Is this how you act like a gentleman? Sanji was already angry that he couldn't see the beautiful woman bathing, and Lorin lying down made him even angrier. I never said I was a gentleman. My wife is over there. I just want to see what's going on. How dare you? Do you want to fight? Calm down. Calm down, Sanji. You can't win against him. Be careful. He might beat us all up too. And you don't want to be targeted when you're training hockey later, right? Usopp and Chopper quickly held him back, trying to persuade him with kind words, barely managing to stop him. In the women's bath, Robin was sitting by the pool with a towel, while Vivi and Nami were scrubbing each other's backs. Hearing the commotion next door, they looked over and saw Lorin lying against the wall. Mr. Lorin, what are you doing? Vivi's face turned red, Nami clenched her fists, and Robin showed a mischievous smile. Don't get the wrong idea. Those guys just now were trying to peep, and I sent them back. Nami, wrapped in a towel, gritted her teeth and said to Lorin, so you climbed up to peep yourself? Robin, hurry up and hit him. Okay. Robin rested her chin on one hand and waved the other, and arms sprouted from both of Lorin's shoulders, directly grabbing his ears. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Robin, darling, I know I was wrong. This time, Robin didn't hold back. How could she let him off easily for peeping at other girls in front of her? With a bang, Lorin fell back, rubbing his ears with a pained expression, while Sanji and the others were extremely happy to see him get punished. You got taught a lesson, didn't you? It really feels great. Exactly. However, Lorin's next words made him explode on the spot, wanting to tear him apart. Oh dear. Although my ears suffered, that Nami girl has really grown up. Her figure is really nice. Princess Vivi's figure isn't bad either. What? You bastard. Forget about it right now. Do you believe I'll kick you until you lose your memory? Usopp and Chopper were in tears, quickly stepping in to stop him. Sanji, don't be impulsive. Lorin will beat us all up. Lorin, you little rascal, can't I handle you? Actually, just now, 2 out of the 3 people were facing away from him, and they were both wrapped in towels, so he didn't see anything he shouldn't have. It was all Sanji's fault. Thank you. Kabira sincerely thanked the Straw Hat crew and bowed. As a king, isn't it inappropriate to perform such a grand gesture? No. Authority lies in the attire. In this bathroom, at this moment, I'm just an ordinary person from Alabasta. Thank you for everything you've done for this country. Hey. Luffy grinned widely like a big dog. That night, in the room, the group decided to leave Alabasta and set sail. However, Princess Vivi seemed very unhappy. On the other side, Ikelim had already obtained the bounty orders for the Straw Hat crew. Roronoa Zoro's bounty was 60 million berries, and Monkey D. Luffy's bounty was 100 million berries. This bounty came too quickly. This is bad news. Well, that's normal. After all, they defeated a warlord of the sea. Ikelim immediately put away the bounty order and headed toward the room where the Straw Hats were, only to find Princess Vivi sitting by the window, hugging her legs, looking cold and lonely. What's wrong, Ikelim? Why are you in such a hurry? Your Highness, where are Luffy and the others? They've already left. After all, they are pirates, and they can't stay in one place for too long, right? Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were riding camels across the desert under the moonlight, with Luffy munching on meat while riding. Chopper quickly noticed that Nami was in a bad mood. Nami, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to share some meat with you? I feel better quickly after eating meat. After his question, the others also paid attention. Luffy's simple-mindedness made sharing a piece of meat seem like true love, but Nami still didn't speak. Only Sanji, the pirate who understood women best and was a top-notch flatterer, pointed out the problem directly. Nami, are you thinking about Vivi? I can understand your feelings, but no matter how much you think, it won't help. You still have to cheer up. Yeah. The others also kindly advised her, and finally, Nami spoke up. I give up. After all, it's for Vivi. I don't want the 1 billion berries anymore. Everyone was stunned. Of course, you can't want it. You actually did it for the money. Don't say things that can cause confusion. Usopp fell down. Huh? What's wrong with you guys? What's all the noise about? Hey, Usopp fell down. Chopper shouted again. Don't mind him. It's still because of you. Ha. The next morning, Luffy's crew had received the Going Merry from Von Clee. Originally, the Merry had been discovered by the Navy, but he took it away and handed it over to Luffy and the others. In his heart, he considered Luffy and the others as friends. Lorin, it's a good thing I didn't take him out back then. I remember him being a good person. At this moment, the Merry is under attack by the Navy, led by Colonel Tina from the Navy headquarters. Usopp fired a cannon and hit one of the warships, creating a gap in the encirclement, leaving him stunned for a moment before he quickly started boasting again. Fong Cly saw the gap and urged the Straw Hat crew to escape in that direction, but at that moment, Tina was already approaching with her warship. However, Luffy and the others refused to leave because they had made an appointment with Princess Vivi to meet at the Eastport at noon. Regardless of whether she showed up or not, they would wait until after 12 before leaving. Hearing Luffy's explanation, Little Fong was moved to tears. He was deeply touched by the thought of risking his life for his comrades. He then sacrificed himself, using his fruit ability to change the crew's appearance to that of Luffy and the others to distract the Navy. It must be said that he is indeed one of the most loyal guys in One Piece. Luffy and the others watched as Fong Cly was surrounded by the Navy and couldn't help but feel sad. Hey, Lorin, you're strong. You must have a way, right? Please help him. Yeah, just this once. Please help him. We're begging you. Lorin might not have listened to others, but when Luffy and Nami came together, he was swayed. Both of them were people he had known for a long time, and in his eyes, they were like a brother and sister. Faced with their tear-filled big eyes, he couldn't hold back. Luffy was fine, but Nami still looked very cute. Lorin originally planned to stay out of things unless it was a life-and-death crisis after getting on the ship, but since it was to help someone else, it was no problem. However, he had to set some ground rules and not intervene too often, otherwise it would be too tiring. He got on the ship to take it easy while searching for historical texts. After all, some of the historical texts were in the hands of the Yonko, and he could let Luffy do the work while he enjoyed a vacation. All right, just this once. But in the future, I won't intervene in your battles. Of course. We don't need your help. Just help Little Fong. That's more like it. Lorin disappeared from the ship with a swoosh, and when she reappeared, she was already on Fong Cly's ship. She reached out her hand towards Black Jail Tina. Hey, I don't want to fight. Can we discuss this? How about pretending I didn't see them and letting them go? Tina's expression was serious. Forecast D. Lorin, why are you here? As a colonel in the Navy headquarters, Tina had heard of Lorin, rumored to be stronger than a vice admiral. However, she wasn't sure how strong exactly, and since she had seen her, she couldn't just stand by. As you can see, I want to become a pirate from now on. I see. Then you're also a target for Tina's capture. Can't we avoid fighting? Tina couldn't do that. Lorin, as the Navy's #1 beauty, Tina seems to have an army of sycophants on her ship. But then, in an instant, Lorin had a knife at Tina's throat. Don't move. Admiral Tina. The ship's sycophants gasped, and Tina herself was stunned, finding it hard to believe. Her strength ranked among the top in the Navy, yet she was subdued in an instant by Lorin. Tina felt humiliated. Don't worry about Tina. Hurry up and catch him. Admiral Tina. Did they not hear her? Stop shouting. As long as you're in my grasp, they won't dare to move. Although this scene is quite touching. I don't want to watch it. Hey. Tina. Tina gritted her teeth, feeling immense humiliation. She never imagined she would become a hostage one day. Rarely encountering such a situation, Lorin wanted to indulge in the role of a villain. Von Clay on the Swan's ship and his crew were already dumbfounded. This guy managed to capture the tricky hostage Tina right away. Truly impressive. Hey, aren't you guys going to run? Von Clay and the others finally reacted and hurriedly moved away from the warship. Lorin-chan, what will you do? Little Vaughn, with tears in his eyes and an unwilling expression, looked at Lorin, making her shiver at his garish outfit. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "They're no match for me, so don't worry." Wow, this is so touching. Lorin-chan. Lorin couldn't take it anymore. Get lost. As he watched Fong Cly walk away, the veins on Lorin's forehead gradually subsided. If he didn't leave, Lorin would want to chop him up. Useless. Even if he left, the Straw Hat Kid's ship hadn't departed yet, and he would have to go back, right? Unless you kill Tina. Otherwise, Tina would definitely capture you all and bring you back. You reminded me. Major Tina. As soon as he said that, the surrounding Navy became tense. Lorin had originally planned to let her go and return directly, but since she mentioned it, he felt it was troublesome and decided to handle it all at once. The Conqueror's Haki was instantly unleashed, and the Navy on the surrounding warships collectively fainted. The remaining standing people, including Tina, couldn't even make up a full table. Conqueror's Haki? Tina couldn't comprehend it. There are many things you don't understand. Lorin casually replied, delivering a swift chop to the back of her neck, knocking her out before returning to the Mary. Impressive, Lorin. You resolved it so quickly. Usopp was the first to come up and praise her. He had seen everything clearly through his binoculars. As soon as Lorin arrived, she captured the naval female commander. Just a small matter. Catch the leader first. But aren't we the pirates? Luffy showed a thoughtful expression. Everyone else, this idiot. Ignoring him, Usopp continued to ask, but how did those Navy soldiers go down just now? Yeah. Everyone had seen that scene and was very curious. Lorin, actually, I have a kind of deadly poison on me. I can control it to spread into the air, and all those Navy soldiers have been poisoned by me. Robin rolled her eyes. This guy is lying again. If others don't know, how could she not? She knows every hair on Lorin-'s body. However, Chopper, Usopp, and Luffy believed it without a doubt. Their eyes sparkled. Is this a monster? Yes. I almost poisoned an entire country before. So scary. Wait, being this close to you, we get poisoned too? Maybe we're already poisoned. Nanny, Chopper, hurry and detox me. I'm dying. Be quiet. We're about to set off for Eastport. The two of them were in a frenzy, then were knocked to the ground by Nami's punch. The others didn't believe it at all. Just looking at him, it was clear he was lying. Only those 3 fools would believe it. Noon, 12 o'clock. This is Tamalisk, right? Why hasn't Vivi come yet? Luffy was leaning on the ship's rail, looking a bit bored. She's a princess. It's normal for her not to come. You should have heard the voice on the broadcast. I don't believe it. It just sounded a bit like her. Let us go. It's already past 12. If she were coming, she would have arrived by now. We still need to find Lorin-'s ship. Just then, Usopp came down from upstairs and shouted to everyone. The Navy is coming again. That woman is chasing us again. Didn't you take her down, Lorin? Why would I kill her? She's a beauty after all. Killing the Navy would be quite troublesome, right? Thinking of Robin being nearby, Lorin immediately changed his tone, or else his ears would suffer. However, since the Navy is already chasing after them, it's time for them to leave. Luffy's mood was a bit down. He valued his partners a lot. Just as the ship turned around, Vivi's voice came from the shore. Hey, partners. Ohara, it's Vivi. Quick, turn around. The Navy is almost here. Hurry up and pick up Vivi to escape. The few of them excitedly got moving. Sanji was the fastest and had already started steering the ship. I'm here to say goodbye. The voice rang out again, stopping Luffy and the others in their tracks. Although I really want to go on adventures with everyone, I still love this country, so I can't go with you. I see. Luffy smiled. But if one day we can meet again, can you still consider me your partner? Vivi was in tears, looking hopefully at the distant going merry. Just as Luffy was about to shout of course, he was covered by Nami's hand before he could say it. Idiot. What do you want to say? The Navy has already noticed Vivi. Do you want a princess of a country to be associated with pirates? Let us just say goodbye like this. There was no response. Vivi on the shore looked increasingly aggrieved, and in a daze, she saw Luffy and the others all raise their left hands, where there was the mark of a promised partnership. Her face instantly lit up again, and she raised her left hand as well, while Karu beside her also raised his wings. Lorin, world-famous paintings, take pictures, take pictures. Every time at this moment, some dead memories always start to attack him, and he recalls a classic scene. Luffy, Lorin, what are you doing? Come join us. Lorin, I'm busy, and I don't have a fork on me. You guys just say your goodbyes. Huh? What are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Sanji rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, but Chopper quickly stopped him because the Navy was almost catching up. Sanji, calm down. Hurry and take the helm. The Navy is closing in. Then, amidst the barrage of cannon fire, the Mary slowly left the port of Tamalisk. But the Navy was still in hot pursuit. The people on board were also frantically dealing with the situation, and in the end, Luffy threw back the iron spear fired by the Navy, hitting the warship and successfully escaping the chase. On the other side, Von Cray had also escaped, but in his panic, he chose the wrong direction and ran into Smoker's warship. If it had been Luffy's warship, Smoker might have let him go this time. But since he was from Baroque Works, this unfortunate guy was captured. After Luffy and the others escaped the Navy's pursuit, they headed towards the place where Lorin had stopped the ship. Except for Zoro, Lorin, and Robin, everyone else was weakly lying under the railing on the second floor. What's wrong with you guys? You look so listless. Zoro was a bit puzzled. They seemed fine just a moment ago. Luffy and the others exchanged glances, and finally, with tearful expressions, they shouted in unison, so lonely. Zoro, Lorin, I'm not laughing. Stop showing that expression. You should have just taken her up here forcefully back then. Chopper, yeah. Barbarian. Nami, really annoying. Sanji, green algae head. Luffy, three-sword style. Wait a minute, Luffy. The three-sword style isn't meant for insults. Usopp wanted to insult too, but he first corrected Luffy's mistake. Luffy, four-sword style. Even with one more sword, it's still not meant for insults. You could call him Stinky Natto. Luffy turned and smiled. Don't worry, even though Vivi didn't come on this adventure with us. We still have new companions, Lorin and Robin. This guy is really strong. Hearing this, everyone's gaze gathered over and Lorin was resting on Robin's lap, enjoying a lovely afternoon. Meanwhile, Robin was reading, and this scene made Sanji grit his teeth. Huh? Why are you looking at me? I told you I'm strong. But I won't step in even if you guys are in danger. We're here for the historical texts. This guy. Robin, aren't you going to do something about it? Nami's fist clenched tightly, and Robin put down her book and smiled. She would be following their ship from now on. Since everyone else was meeting her for the first time, she had to introduce herself a bit. Well, Lorin has always been like this, so don't mind it. From now on, we are all companions. Let's introduce ourselves a little. My name is Nico Robin, and I am an archaeologist. Lorin will be my husband in the future, and we grew up together. He has been protecting me all these years. Otherwise, I might have been captured and killed by the Navy long ago. We were both wanted by the world government when we were very young. That's why we went to the East Blue to hide, where I met Nami and the others. There's nothing special beyond that. As Robin spoke, she gently stroked Lorin's face, her gaze almost dreamy. Lorin, oh no, it's the feeling of a heartbeat. Although it's been beating for a long time, moving again is not a problem. In the evening, the group finally arrived at the coast where the Devil's ship was docked. Lorin picked up Robin and jumped on his boat. Hurry up, this is still the coast of Alabasta. The Navy might come at any moment, so let's quickly pack up and leave here. Huh? Why do we need to pack? Can't we just sail away? What? Didn't you want to be on the same boat with us? No way, we have too much stuff. The Mary can't hold it all. Besides, didn't I say yesterday that we're not going on the Mary? Did you? I forgot. I still feel like there is a lot of meat on the ship. That's not a problem. All right, let's go. Bang. Nami punched him and gave him a bump. Even so, if I'm the only navigator, having two ships will be confusing for me, and I'm the only female crew member, so it won't be crowded in the room. Uncle Lorin doesn't need to worry about him. One ship is better. There are still many treasures, plus a famous sword and a photo of a mermaid sister. Lorin counted the items on the ship one by one with her fingers. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper must bring them along. Okay, total defeat. Successfully convinced all members. The Straw Hat crew successfully split into two ships. Lorin took out a huge iron chain to tie the two ships together, then lay back on a beach chair and put on a pair of sunglasses. The boats had people to pull them. There were people to fend off dangers. And he didn't even have to steer. All he and Robin had to do was lie back and relax on their way to each little island. Isn't that wonderful? Robin looked at his lazy demeanor with some helplessness. Is finding partners just to use them as tools to pull the boat for you, so you could slack off? The term tool was something she learned from Lorin. Lorin widened his eyes and quickly stood up to cover her mouth. Robin, you can't say that. Am I that kind of person? Robin replied. You're not like that, you are that. Seeing the doubtful look on Robin's face, Lorin began to persuade her earnestly. Look, when it's just the two of us sailing. One of us has to steer, and there's no time to enjoy the sea scenery. Plus, the demon ship is filled with memories we've shared. You wouldn't want to just throw that away, right? Also, the Mary ship only has male and female crew quarters. If we don't stay on our own demon ship, we'll have to sleep apart. Do you want to sleep apart from me? I don't want that either. So, you see, everything else is secondary. The main thing is I don't want to be apart from you. Oh, now I understand. Robin was a smart person. Others definitely couldn't fool her. Only Lorin could. Successfully convincing Robin, Lorin felt even more justified lying back on the beach chair. He didn't know where he pulled out another pair of sunglasses, and feeling that wasn't enough comfort, he reached out and pulled Robin into his embrace. Feeling much better. Meanwhile, Sanji and the Mary ship was lying on the deck, constantly pounding the floor. Why isn't that person me? All right. I've heard you say that many times. Let us hurry and set off. That evening, everyone stopped the ship and held a banquet at sea. To celebrate Lorin becoming our partner, cheers. Lorin finished a glass of juice in one gulp and started feeding Robin. Zoro raised a glass of wine and leaned towards Lorin. Lorin, now that we have time, can you teach us hockey? Zoro could ignore other things, but he couldn't resist getting stronger and obtaining a famous sword. Lorin, didn't you see me and Robin baby being all lovey-dovey? You really have no sense, kid. You're doomed. You're really impatient. Of course. I don't want to waste a single minute on getting stronger. Let's talk about it tomorrow. For now, let's drink. What are you talking about? You're clearly drinking juice. Don't mind it. Ha ha ha. The next morning, two ships arrived at an island that looked like a pineapple, and there were many pineapple-like fruits on the island as well. After drawing lots, Chopper ended up staying on the ship to watch over it, while the others were responsible for gathering ingredients. As for Lorin and Robin, Nami didn't plan for them to work at all, so she didn't even prepare lots for them. In fact, they weren't even awake yet. When Lorin finally opened the door feeling refreshed and stretched, he saw Chopper on the lookout of the Mary, singing a big show. Hey, Chopper, what are you doing? Ah. Chopper got startled by Lorin and fell down from the lookout, making a clattering noise. After finally getting up and telling Lorin what was going on, he went back to his room to do his own thing. Lorin looked left and right, picked up a stick that looked like a baseball bat, jumped off the boat, and walked towards the forest. Lorin, where are you going? I'm going to help them train their dominance. After saying that, Lorin excitedly ran into the forest with the stick. Robin slapped his forehead with one hand. You don't look like you're going to teach them at all. You look more like a troublemaker looking for trouble. Lorin sneaked into the forest and headed straight for the most lively spot, for no other reason than that Luffy was definitely over there. Then he saw Luffy climbing a tree, laughing and playing with a monkey. As the monkey made a move, Luffy immediately responded with the same action, creating a seamless communication, which could be described as a large-scale family reunion. Lorin silently gave him a thumbs up. You really are something. With a bizarre posture that would make any bystander want to punch him, he snuck up behind Luffy and, with a whoosh, struck him on the head with a stick. Luffy was having a great time playing with the monkey when he suddenly felt his vision spinning wildly, and then everything went black as he got stuck between some rocks. It took him a while to pull himself out. Sitting on the ground, he looked completely confused. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What happened? How did I end up here? I was just playing with the monkey. Hey, Luffy. Huh? Lorin, how did you get here? Hearing the familiar voice, Luffy looked up to see Lorin holding a wooden stick. By the way, did you see how I flew over just now? I saw it, I did it. Huh? So it was you? Yes. This is a way to train Haki. From now on, I'll periodically ambush you until you can dodge. Oh, so that's it. Let me think. Luffy poked his finger at his temple, showing a serious expression as his face turned bright red. Mo. So, you were helping me train? Luffy punched his palm. Lorin, do you want to listen to what you're saying? After holding in for so long, I thought you had some insights, but you only figured this out? This kid is done for. Let Dragon have another one. Taking a deep breath to calm down a bit. Yes, that's right. Do you want to learn? Of course. I'm ready to go. After half an hour of muffled sounds, the monkeys had long since disappeared, and Lorin left the monkeys' territory looking refreshed. Luffy was lying on the ground, bruised and swollen, constantly sniffling, missing a tooth. On the other side, Nami and Sanji were measuring the island, and Sanji's eyes still hadn't returned to normal, with his eyebrows shaped like hearts. Lorin quietly sneaked behind two people and, using the same method, knocked Sanji, who had heart-shaped eyes, off the cliff with a stick, startling a few flying birds below. This is bad. He probably won't be able to climb back up for a while. This position isn't great. Next time I'll hide. Nami, what are you doing? Lorin lowered his head to dodge a fist and turned to see Nami baring her shark-like teeth, her eyes glowing red as she roared at him. Lin, you better give me an explanation. We are busy drawing. Why did you knock Sanji down there? Oh, I'm sorry. I was helping him train. I'll be more careful next time. You wait for him to come up. I'm leaving first. Don't let me see you again today, you jerk. Lorin decided to avoid the spotlight upon seeing Nami's furious demeanor and thought it would be better to find Zoro first. Lorin still remembered how this kid had ruined his sweet interaction with Robin, and he was holding a grudge. He had to take good care of him. At this moment, Zoro was still buried in a pile of pineapples, completely unaware of the miserable treatment he was about to endure today. By the beach at night, everyone was gathered around the bonfire. Except for Sanji and Nami, everyone who had been to the forest was in a battered state, including Usopp. After this encounter, Usopp and Chopper's fear of Lorin deepened significantly. When Luffy and the others returned, they almost scared Nami to death, thinking they had been trampled by a gorilla. However, upon recalling Sanji's situation today, she realized it must have been Lorin's doing. Ahem, today's training was quite fruitful. From now on, I will be launching surprise attacks on you at irregular intervals. This is the training for Haki. Lorin is very satisfied and unusually refreshed by today's beating process, eating, sleeping, and hitting Luffy. This should be maintained. Of course, there are other methods to teach, like Rayleigh teaching Luffy by first explaining the theory of Haki and then starting from the basics. This is the best way to learn the fundamentals. But Lorin doesn't want to spend too much time teaching, as he wants to enjoy sweet moments with Robin. Getting beaten up every day can also lead to gradual understanding. Just a bit slower. Kaido, I don't quite agree with your point. What? It's clearly just us getting hit. What kind of training is this? That's right. My face still hurts. I've caught a disease that says I'll die if I just practice Haki. Lorin shrugged and said, that's how it is to cultivate. Who told you not to? You have to carefully feel the flow of the surrounding aura when I make a move, and the attach to the stick will eventually be evaded. If you don't believe me, ask Robin, darling. A few people turned their pleading eyes towards Robin, who was sipping coffee on the side, and without looking up, she gave her answer. Well, although it's a bit different, it really is like that. You might actually die. You know, eek, that's too scary. I'm just the ship's doctor. I only need to be responsible for treating injuries. I won't learn. Chopper was the easiest to fool, and he jumped up like a deer, crying as he hugged Nami's thigh. Nami remained relatively calm. I won't learn either. Luffy and the others can learn it. If they know it, it'll be enough to protect us. Oh, by the way, you said it's a bit different. What's different? Well, I haven't been injured. Every time it looks like I'm about to get hit, Lorin always stops. Everyone. Lorin? Damn, Robin baby, you got me into trouble. Nanny? You beast. What the heck? Then what do you mean by almost dying every time? Nami isn't very angry, since she wasn't beaten today, but she quickly asks Robin about an important point. If you get hit, won't it hurt like hell? Everyone. Lorin's clever little brain started spinning wildly. He wasn't afraid of a few people ganging up on him. They couldn't beat him even if they all came at him together. Instead, he was thinking about how to talk his way out of the situation, so he could continue beating them up. Hitting people with a stick felt exhilarating. Ahem. Although that's true, Robin is a girl, and you guys are different. Besides, that was when we were kids. You're all grown up now, so you wouldn't still be afraid of pain, right? And if that's the case, the training effect would be much smaller. I taught Robin for over 10 years before she learned. Can you wait 10 years? Or do you want to be outdone by a girl? After saying that, he frantically signaled to Robin. This time, Robin didn't undermine him. She nodded in agreement. And in fact, she learned in about 3 years, just like Belmare. How could you possibly be outdone by a girl? Stop underestimating people, you jerk. Come on, I'm not scared at all. The three main fighters were filled with excitement, while Usopp cowered in the corner, tears streaming down his face, quietly pleading, calm down. You guys are really going to get beaten up. Lorin turned his head. 3 people together can't even come up with a single clever idea? Compete with me? Only Robin noticed his smug little expression and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Also too mischievous to speak, her little wicked pleasure already satisfied. Serving as a bit of revenge for the time, he forced her to learn domineering tactics. Now Lorin had to satisfy him too. As for Luffy and the others, they could just consider it a blessing in disguise. Ami Tofu. The next few days were quite boring, though not for Lorin. With his beauty in his arms, he got to beat up Luffy and the others every day. Life couldn't be better. During this time, Lorin and the others didn't leave the ship. But Luffy and his crew went to an island after passing through a fog and didn't come back until evening. After resting for a night, they set off again. Now, the 2 ships had arrived at a place called Raruja Island. The last time they docked, the 2 ships almost collided, and it was Lorin's quick thinking and swift actions that prevented the crash by positioning himself between the 2 ships. This time, Lorin was prepared. With a whoosh, he ran to the Mary and picked up Luffy, placing him between the 2 ships. Luffy, looking terrified, stared at the approaching Going Merry, struggling wildly but unable to break free from Lorin's grip. Rubber balloon. The Going Merry crashed into the balloon like Luffy and bounced back. Phew, that was dangerous. What are you doing, Lorin? Luffy exhaled deeply and turned to loudly accuse Lorin. Lorin, cough cough, Captain is really useful. Ignoring Luffy's protests completely, Robin couldn't help but laugh. What a clever way to do it. After docking the ship, Lorin and the others saw a market nearby and went out to stroll around a bit. They bought Robin a few beautiful outfits and replenished the food on the ship before returning aboard. Lorin was sunbathing when he heard Luffy and the others returning noisily. However, he didn't pay much attention, thinking they were just getting ready to depart after shopping. Then the Mary began to move in another direction, eventually sailing into a colorful mist. The change in the surrounding environment alerted Lorin, and he quickly sat up from his beach chair to get on the Mary, where Robin was also present. Wow, Lorin, you finally decided to get up. You lazy pig who just lies around whenever there's time. Upon hearing Robin's words, Lorin's expression stiffened. Was that a complaint from his wife? He pretended not to hear. Where's this place? It's so strange. Before Robin could respond, an old man next to them spoke up. Eps. Consod. Huh? What the heck is that? Robin tugged at his ear. After all these years, she had become quite familiar with Lorin's strange vocabulary, but she still explained it to him, only for Lorin to run back and lie down again. This time, the memories that had died did not attack him, so it probably wasn't an important plot point. However, he hadn't laid down for long before Robin yanked his ear and forced him to get up again. What are you doing, Robin babe? We'll definitely be able to go out later. Isn't it nice to just lie here and relax together? Robin was somewhat helpless. This guy was great at everything. But when he got lazy, even lifting a hand seemed like a punishment for him. Even so, you shouldn't just keep lying there. Let's think of a way together. All right, whatever you say, Robin babe, I'll listen. But there was truly no way to find an exit from the colorful mist. They were just going in circles. Luffy was already lost, running around the map, and even took a little kid with him, while Lorin took the opportunity to move a lot of jewels onto the devil's ship. Meanwhile, outside, Nami was preparing to have Chopper hold one end of the rope while she went inside to look for Luffy and the others, and eventually, she successfully found her way to the Mary. Lorin, I told you we would go out. He winked at Robin, who turned her head and ignored him. After understanding the situation from everyone, they expressed that Luffy would definitely be fine, and everyone could go out first. The Straw Hat crew had a kind of blind confidence in Luffy. But just as everyone was getting ready to go out, a pirate named Ian kidnapped a little kid and threatened Nami to hand over the rescue rope. Nami naturally wouldn't listen to him, stating that the life or death of a stranger's kid was none of her business. However, another girl named Isoka pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Nami's neck. Please do as he says. I don't want to lose any more friends. Lorin? At a speed invisible to the naked eye, bang. A big slap sent the little girl flying. Where did this brat come from? So annoying. Hey, you there? If you're going to kill, hurry up and do it. After you're done, go die, thanks. Lorin picked his nose with an impatient expression, leaving everyone stunned. Since he didn't remember this part, he must have imagined it happening like this. He had long been annoyed by the little girl. Why should he listen to her? He only cared about the safety of those around him, especially Robin. He thought it would be better if someone like him, who didn't understand the situation, just died. Lorin is so unreasonable. He actually hit a child. Yes, like a villain, and still picking his nose. He is not allowed to sleep in bed tonight. Lorin? Aren't you guys also planning to take action? I just couldn't help it. Am I supposed to take the blame for this? And technically speaking, that little girl is over 50 years old, right? He doesn't care about the rest. But what kind of nonsense is it to not let someone sleep in bed just for picking their nose? This punishment is too harsh. Robin, darling, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Aren't you also not planning to hand her over? Yeah, but we would never lay a hand on a child. That's really unfair. Scumbag. In the end, Nami made the final call. Lorin, you little girl, do you want to get hit? Robin, baby. Lorin looked at Robin with a pitiful expression, and Robin almost couldn't hold back her laughter, forcing herself to turn away. Oh no, Lorin instantly became emo, hanging his head as he ran back to the devil's ship. He lay on a beach chair in a posture as if he had been shot and died in regret. Hey, don't ignore my existence, you jerk. Meanwhile, Ian, who was holding a little kid hostage, looked at their interaction and was furious, feeling extremely disrespected. Be careful, he doesn't blow up. A furious shout drew everyone's attention back. Oh, so what? Zoro crossed his arms and looked at him calmly, and Ian, caught off guard by Zoro's question, became indecisive, unsure whether to shoot or not. Since you're having such a hard time deciding, let me help you. Zoro drew his sword, Wad Ikamanji, and unleashed a 36 Troubled Winds attack. Hey, are you kidding me? Don't you care about this kid's life at all? Ian panicked and abandoned the little kid, jumping straight into the sea. In fact, Zoro's slash was aimed off target. It wouldn't hit him at all, but he was still nearly scared out of his wits. We are pirates. Even if they are small, they are still pirates. There's no reason to let them go just because of their age. Besides, they just threaten my companions with knives, right? If you've chosen to be a pirate, you must be prepared to face death at any time. Zoro's expression was cool, and Nami slapped him on the head, looking very pleased. Well done, Zoro. Lorin is covered in black lines and has already lost it. When he fights, it's impressive, but when I fight, I'm just a scumbag. As long as you're happy. Destroy it already. Hurry up. Nami tied the lifeline to the sheep's head of the Mary and maneuvered the ship out. Before long, they successfully left the range of the colorful mist. Usopp kindly brought a few little kids along, and Zoro and the others didn't stop him. However, just as they exited the colorful mist, they suddenly disappeared. When Ameri got a bit closer to the coast, they saw Chopper lying on the ground, burned and trembling, with patches of fur missing. Sanji was still fighting bravely, but he also bore the marks of being electrocuted. Sanji, Chopper, that bastard. Nami gritted her teeth, and Zoro immediately grabbed his sword and rushed out. Hang in there, Cook. It would be too embarrassing to lose to this guy. Three-sword style, tornado. Zoro launched his ultimate move, sending the surrounding minions flying. Mayor Wydon saw the Mary emerge from the colorful mist and didn't care about the minions being battered by Zoro or Sanji being electrocuted by his grandson, Rake. He directly asked Nami how things were inside. There is nothing inside. It's a deserted, silent place. In fact, there were many treasures from sunken ships inside. But Nami didn't want to mention it since she couldn't take them all. Usopp thought, does this guy want to go in and take those treasures? But if there is no rescue line, he won't be able to come back. Great. Tell him the truth. Then cut the rope he s left on the shore while he goes in for treasure. Let that be his punishment for hurting Chopper. The great Captain Usopp's plan is flawless. Hee hee, ah ha ha ha. Usopp couldn't help but laugh slowly, getting more twisted with each chuckle. After half a minute, he stopped and realized everyone around him was looking at him like he was an idiot, making him somewhat embarrassed. Cough. The situation inside is very complicated, with countless sunken ships and countless treasures. Each one can be said to be a rare treasure. Usopp, huh? What's wrong, Nami? With a bang, Nami punched him on the head, causing a large, smoking bump to form. Why are you telling him that? He'll take all the treasures. All of them. Don't worry, Nami. He can't take them all. The great Captain Usopp, said so. Seeing him so confident, Nami was stunned. It was the first time Usopp had made such a solemn guarantee. Mayor Wydon, hearing their conversation, nodded in satisfaction. 50 years, a full 50 years. My dream is finally coming true. Lower the Rainbow Tower for me. With Wydon as command, the base of the Rainbow Tower exploded, and after a huge rumble, the tower fell onto the sea without damage. The Iron Tower extended section by section, piercing directly into the colorful mist. This scene left Nami and the others dumbfounded. Whoa. Seeing this, Usopp felt as if something was stuck in his throat. The development of events was beyond his expectations, and the great Captain Usopp's plan had failed. Usopp, look what you've done. The treasures are going to be taken by him. I wanted to come back for them later. Nami angrily punched him twice and then sat down with a duck-like posture, covered in black lines. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji were still fighting against Wydon's grandson and the minions. Wydon called for a retreat, and even Rake, who was still electrocuting Zoro, abandoned him to escape. Bastard, don't run. I must cut you down. Zoro had many charred spots on him. Seeing Rake about to flee, he couldn't let that happen. That guy had shocked him for so long, and now just wanted to run away. His sword wouldn't allow it. He swung his sword at Rake again. At this moment, apart from the minions lying on the ground, everyone else had already been taken away by his grandfather. So Rake, realizing he couldn't shake Zoro off, didn't rush to escape anymore. Since you're looking for death, I'll play with you some more. I'll shock you. Zoro slashed at Rake, injuring him, and was surprised that he wasn't electrocuted this time. Then he heard Robin's voice. If it's electricity, just unplug it, right? Why do you keep getting shocked without unplugging or cutting the wires? Goddess Robin expressed her confusion. Zoro looked behind Rake and saw that his armor was plugged into a socket, which Robin had used her powers to unplug. Zoro, with a dark expression, he approached Rake step by step. At this point, Rake had no means of attack left apart from his armor and could only keep retreating. Don't come over. I was forced by my grandfather. Please let me go. One sword style, lioness song. Swish. Zoro appeared behind Rake and slowly sheathed his sword. Rake's armor was split open, blood spurted out, and a wound extended from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen, causing him to collapse to the ground. As Wydon and the others left, the entire coast quieted down, and after a while, Sanji and Chopper got up and boarded the ship. Huh? You guys left Luffy behind? Yeah. Nami said Luffy must still be alive and fine, so we came out first. Sanji wanted to say something else, but thought that it was indeed the case, and didn't dwell on it. What a disgrace, that lecherous Kappa. He was actually defeated by that kind of trash. What? You damn green algae head, what are you saying? Do you want to fight? If it weren't for Miss Robin's help, you would have been electrocuted into pig head meat long ago. I won. You lost. Damn it. Pork. Clang. You too. Be quiet. The two of them started to wrestle right there, only to be punched by Nami, one for each. Sanji, starry-eyed, hey, angry Nami is so cute. Nami sighed deeply. She didn't know what kind of trouble it would be if she lost this ship. She was having a hard time. All right, everyone, since Luffy hasn't come back and there's nothing going on now, let us wait on the ship for a while. Okay, everyone casually sat down. Robin jumped back onto the Going Merry, remembering that Lorin seemed to be emo. She needed to comfort him a bit. So she gently walked over and squatted down next to Lorin. At this moment, Lorin's posture hadn't changed. He was still lying face down on the beach chair. Lorin? She reached out and gently poked him, but there was no response. After checking carefully, she found that he had actually fallen asleep. Robin, she directly grabbed his ear and shook it a few times before Lorin finally woke up. Huh? Who is poking me? Do you believe I'll catch you and spank you? What came into view was Robin's flawless face with a gentle smile. Lorin, why does Robin look so scary when laughing? He must have just woken up. Let us sleep a bit longer. Wiping away drool, he turned over to continue sleeping. Watching this guy avoid reality, Robin smiled even more mischievously, slowly tugging at his ear with a little hand, even using a bit of force. Ouch! That hurts! I didn't tee, just wake up. I didn't tee, just wake up. Robin, let go quickly, my ear is gonna fall off. What did you just say? Am I really scary? Lorraine's serious face. I was just saying which lovely beauty called me, and I actually didn't hear it. It's unbelievable. Hee hee, that's more like it. Robin didn't intend to make things difficult for him, showing a genuine smile and lying down next to Lorraine. The thought of comforting him had already been thrown to the wind. The two had been lying down for 18 minutes when a series of explosions sounded. They sat up from their beach chairs and looked over to find that the Rainbow Tower, which had previously collapsed into the colorful mist, had exploded. They had no idea what had happened. Lorraine just took a glance and lay back down again, while Robin reached out and pushed him. Aren't you going to do something? What's the point? It's definitely that guy Luffy. He can handle it himself. If he can't deal with this, then he might as well die here. Robin thought about it and agreed, lying down as well. The others were slurping their porridge. Laziness is contagious. The Mary was not so calm, though. When the explosion sound came, everyone turned to look in that direction. That explosion, it came from the mist. It must be Luffy. Let's go. Steer left. The Mary slowly turned to head towards the Rainbow Tower on the left. Although they didn't know the specifics, they were at sea, and Luffy was a power user. He might need help. Soon, they arrived at the water surface where the Rainbow Tower used to be. But apart from some debris, they saw nothing. Look, the colorful mist is disappearing. Chopper noticed that the colorful mist was already very thin. The others' faces showed anxious expressions, except for Lorraine. That idiot, he wouldn't really be stuck, would he? When he comes back, I will definitely beat him up. All he knows is to play around. Nami clenched her fists in anger. If Luffy hadn't been so reckless, they would have already left Reluca Island. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she slammed her fist on the ship's railing. Ultimately, the colorful mist disappeared, and everyone sat on the deck dejectedly. Usopp was the first to prepare to pack up and run away. At this moment, Lorraine also walked over and saw Usopp preparing to split from the group, thinking, "Are you Zhubeiji? Every time something happens, you want to go back to Gao Laozhuang?" When Nami saw Lorraine come over, her eyes were filled with tears. Lorraine, Luffy. Don't panic. You have to believe in your captain. But what? It doesn't matter if he comes back or not. Crying won't help. Saying this, Lorraine suddenly took out a camera and snapped a shot of Nami. Oh ho! Nami crying, this is rare. I have to capture this and take it back to show Belmare. Nami, I'm sad right now. Can you not do such a boring thing? Go die. She swung her fist to hit him. Hey, I'm dodging. Can't hit me. Can't hit me. Hey, hey, hey. Nami was so angry she was about to explode. Yet she couldn't do anything about him. However, this commotion did lift the spirits of the others who were initially downcast. Sanji secretly approached Lorraine and said, "Big brother, can I have a copy of that photo?" After all, crying Nami-san is quite cute too. To his request, Lorraine replied, "How can I do that? Nami has grown up in front of me. She's not just a sister, she's better than a sister. That'll cost extra." Then the two struck an undisclosed deal. Just after they finished their transaction, a swirling, colorful mist suddenly appeared at the top of the highest peak on Reluca Island, accompanied by lightning. It seemed that there was some kind of suction in the mist, pulling various sands and stones from below up, and something was falling out from inside. A voice that sounded like Tarzan came through, and everyone instinctively looked over, but only saw a small black dot. What is that? It's too far to see clearly. As the small black dot got closer, they could finally see it was Luffy, but they didn't know why he was flying out from that place. Oh, it's Luffy. Great. Luffy is back. That idiot. The landing point isn't here. He fall into the sea. Hurry and go catch him. Zoro cursed first, then anxiously shouted for Nami to turn around and prepare to catch him. At this moment, Luffy also saw the Mary. Yo, brothers. You're here. Ah, we are. Do you know how worried we were about you? Nami said with a hint of complaint. Sorry, I'm coming back now, rubber. Rocket. While still in midair, Luffy stretched out a hand and directly grabbed the ship's railing. Seeing this move, Zoro's eyes widened. He knew what would happen next. Hey, don't. Boom. Luffy crashed into Zoro and Sanji, sending them both crashing into the main mast of the Mary, which broke, and the fallen mast hit the stun chopper. Below wave Q, Zoro and Sanji were knocked out, foaming at the mouth, and it took a long time for them to recover. When they woke up, they saw Usopp grabbing Luffy by the collar. I told you, you idiot. You've damaged the Mary like this. Be careful, or I'll beat you flat. I'm sorry. Luffy's apology had no sincerity, and Zoro gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. One day, I will not be able to help but cut this bastard. I think so too. so I might as well beat him up first. After saying that, Sanji walked towards Luffy, and Zoro, for once, agreed with Sanji. Usopp saw the two coming over with fierce expressions and quickly retreated to the side. After a chaotic scene, Luffy, with a pig's head, was repairing the mast he had broken under Usopp's supervision. Lorin grinned. Take pictures, take pictures. These will all be black history in the future. P.S. They said we can't talk over there. 2130691444. The Mary has now been damaged beyond recognition. From the outside, it's all various patches, and from the ship's perspective, it's even more heartbreaking. After all, it's a ship that has had the main mast repaired several times, so it really can't be that great. Except for the keel. Every replaceable part has been changed, some even multiple times. That's why Lorin is reluctant to go to the Mary, because one misstep might send her falling into the hold from the deck. Although her devil ship has been sailing for 10 years, it hasn't been damaged much. Even if it were damaged, Lorin spent a fortune to repair it to look as good as new. Not everyone is as reckless as Luffy. That's it. You damn pirates. Luffy, who was repairing the mast, looked up in confusion. Oh no, it's that group of Navy that has been chasing us. What should we do? The mast isn't fixed yet. It's all Luffy's fault. Are we going to fight? Zoro was the calmest, his hand already resting on the sword hilt. To their surprise, the warship didn't fire at them, but instead turned to capture the former Mayor Wydon, who was a pirate before. Huh? What's going on? They're not attacking us? Who knows? Let's focus on fixing the ship first. What if they attack us later? Let's all help. Even though the Mary wasn't attacked, Zoro felt they couldn't relax and joined in the mast repair efforts. If Luffy was left to fix it alone, it might not be done by tomorrow. Lorin didn't care much anyway, as he had already given up. Luffy and the others were unaware of what was happening on the shore. But before the ship was repaired, Dr. Hanso showed up with a few Navy officers, dragging along the tied-up descendants of Wydon from 3 generations. Oh no, the Navy is coming. The others were busy fixing the ship, and Chopper, running with panic, shouted and hid behind Zoro, just covering his face. The few still working on the ship heard Chopper shout and stopped what they were doing to gather together. Sure enough, they came. The Navy wouldn't let pirates go. Damn it, the ship isn't fixed yet. Then we have no choice but to fight. Zoro drew his sword. Sanji lit a cigarette, and Luffy had a fierce look, clapping his hands. Yosh, brothers, get ready. Then he charged out ahead. Wait, huh? Luffy hit the brakes urgently and, unable to stop, fell flat on the ground with a thud. Adjusting his hat, he looked up. What's wrong? At this moment, Hanso spoke up. We're not here to fight. This is Rabani, and this is Isoka. They won't attack. The group's eyes bulged out, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Nanny? That explosion turned you into an old man? And you joined the Navy? No way. Luffy's face was filled with shock. Idiot. Something must have happened. They were still on the ship when we left, and then they disappeared. Is that so? Nami slapped her forehead, feeling embarrassed to have such a captain. At this time, Rabani on the opposite side also spoke up. Yes. The explosion sent you out, and I came out the same way, but we ended up on Lulu-Gia Island 50 years ago. When I woke up, Isoka was right beside me. So that's it. They traveled through time. Robin, being a scholar, was very interested in this and took out her notebook to jot down notes furiously. So why are you here? Oh, I almost forgot to say, I'm here to arrest you. The crowd? Are we still going to fight? Then bring it on. Usopp and Nami had already scared themselves into hiding on the Going Merry, because the current Merry was too flimsy. If a fight broke out, they were afraid of falling into the sea. Lorin was comfortably lying down with Robin when they saw 2 people, a reindeer, rushing up behind their beach chairs. I said, what are you doing? I just kissed Robin a few times, and you want to come and watch? Sure, don't talk. Luffy and the others are about to fight with the Navy. We're here to protect you and Sister Robin. Lorin, are you 3 sure? It really is safest to hide behind Lorin. I'm not afraid at all. Nami and Usopp. Chopper, don't say what's on your mind. On the other side, the 3 main forces have already taken their battle stances, and Rabani continues. We carry the flag of justice of the Navy, so we cannot let any pirates with bounties escape. All right, then let's have a fight. Saying this, he prepares to rush out, but Rabani changes his tone. However, we now need to escort the Wydon group to prison and can't spare any manpower, so we can only head towards the Navy for rescue. But we don't know if the rescue will arrive tomorrow or the day after. What if the Straw Hat Pirates take this opportunity to escape? That can't happen. Rabani grabs his hair, looking very frustrated. Isoka, here, let's hurry and send the Wydon group to prison and then come back to chase the Straw Hat Pirates. I hope they won't take this opportunity to escape. Huh? Isoka is a bit dazed. What are you still dazing for? Hurry up and set off. Yes. Then Luffy and the others watched as Rabbani, holding his hair, left while cursing. This works too. This guy's just as much of an idiot as Luffy. So fun. Ha ha. 2 or 3 people lowered their guard and returned to the ship to continue repairing the mast, while Rabbani took the Wydon 3 generations towards the prison. The next day, the Mary was slowly moving through the sea when suddenly something started falling from the sky. In Lorin's incredulous eyes, a ship much larger than the Mary or the Devil fell from the sky. Watching Luffy and the others in chaos, a flash of inspiration hit him, and memories long dead suddenly began to attack him. A ship falling from the sky. It's Sky Island. Lorin's mouth began to curl up at the corners. Finally, it has arrived. Hee. No, it should be Kikik. Robin, who was reading and sipping coffee beside him, rolled her eyes at his creepy laugh, wondering what trouble he was up to this time. However, she wouldn't ask. After all, Lorin wouldn't do anything to harm her. But she was very interested in the ship that had fallen. That ship was a rather old style. Robin ran over, and Lorin naturally didn't want to be left alone, but when he saw Robin preparing to open the coffin to examine the corpse, he became displeased. How could this be something for his precious Robin to handle? Those delicate little hands of hers should only be used for daily tasks, and should not touch anything dirty. He would not allow it. Under his strong insistence, Lorin ended up doing the DIY on the skull. To be honest, it felt a bit like building a Gundam when he was reconstructing the skull. Nami, Chopper, and Usopp, this weak trio, stayed far away. Seeing Lorin getting more and more excited, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Indeed, these two were worthy of being called the children of demons and the demon's guardian. Their interests were the same. Nonsense. Clearly, only Lorin was the pervert. Robin was doing it for research. It's so scary. In the end, through Lorin's haphazard assembly and Robin's professional analysis, they obtained a pile of useful information, even clearly stating the era of the ship, the age of the deceased, and their health condition, leaving everyone shocked by Robin's extensive knowledge. Lorin is also honored. Did you see that? My wife. Help. Luffy, hurry up and climb up. A flurry of panicked voices came, and Nami turned to see Luffy struggling desperately on the water, while Usopp was cheering him on. Clearly not a devil fruit user, but not helping him. He probably wants to drown him and become the captain himself. Zoro jumped directly off the ship and swam towards Luffy, and after finally rescuing him, he excitedly pulled out a map, which was the map of Skypiea. Luffy got into a fight with Nami to go to Skypiea and was violently suppressed. But anyway, Luffy is still the captain, and although Nami is fierce, she still spoils him. Then she said that one map is not enough. They also need the ship's log and recorded data. Without hesitation, the 3 of them put on the diving suits made by Usopp and went down to salvage. It must be said that Usopp might not be good at other things, but in terms of hands-on ability, he is definitely top-notch. Whether it's Nami's climate attack, repairing the Going Merry, or the current diving suits, the things he makes are very reliable. Just as they were salvaging, a ship full of monkeys came sailing by, or rather, a boat full of monkeys. Confirming with a glance, they looked like Luffy, but they were too noisy. Before they could get close, Lorin made a flying slash that split their ship in half. Can't you see I'm fishing? Don't you have any sense? Nami, Usopp, Chopper. I must be dreaming, So it turns out I was dreaming. Then it's fine. This was the first time they saw Lorin use swordsmanship, because whether in Alabasta or usually fighting, Lorin had never really made a move. They only knew that Lorin could block Zoro's 3 swords with one hand, which meant he was definitely stronger than anyone, but they didn't understand how strong exactly. But this time was different. He really drew his sword. He showed a kind of power they had never imagined before. Casually holding the fishing rod in his left hand and the soul cutter in his right, gently swinging it. It looked like he hadn't even put in much effort and had split a ship several times larger than the Going Merry in half, with an exceptionally clean cut. They instinctively thought they were dreaming. Nanny, my ship, which bastard did this? Boss, help! But the cries for help in their ears told them this wasn't a dream. This isn't a dream. The 3 of them stared wide-eyed and shouted in unison, mechanically turning their heads to look at Lorin. After making the slash, Lorin casually stuck the soul cutter into the deck. This scene happened to be seen by Usopp. His eyes almost popped out again. Lorin, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly remembered something and quickly silenced himself. What's wrong? Gulp, it's nothing. I just wanted to say that your sword is very precious. If it gets corroded by seawater, it won't be good. Do you want me to help you put it away? Oh, okay then, thanks. No need. No need is the least I could do. Usopp wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. If he had spoken his mind just now, he might have already been split in half. Truly a great Captain Usopp. I'm so clever. After comforting himself, he cautiously pulled the soul cutter out of the deck and put it back into the sheath. So heavy. Usopp felt that the soul cutter was outrageously heavy, and at that moment, the group whose ship had been cut also swam over to the Going Merry. Hey, did you see who attacked our ship just now? What the hell? Monkeys? Usopp couldn't help but comment on the appearance of the incoming person, and the person on the opposite side not only did not get angry, but looked embarrassed. Oh, do I look that much like a monkey? Ha. I'm not praising you. Wait, even if you praise me, I wouldn't be happy. I'm asking you, did you see? No, I didn't see. Although Usopp really wanted to scold Lorin a few times, it didn't mean he would sell out his teammate. The monkey man didn't pursue the matter further and directly believed Usopp's nonsense. Can we come aboard? It's too far from the island. No way. Nami preemptively refused before Usopp could speak. What about that other ship? I can trade treasure for it. Really? No. It won't work. Nami's eyes lit up at first. Then she shook her head wildly to refuse, and the monkey man did not press further. He just crossed his arms and bobbed along with the waves, but his subordinates were not happy. Boss, it's not a solution to just keep floating like this. Why don't we just take their ship? Baka, only a sunken ship belongs to me, although this ship is very broken. But I will never lay a hand on a living ship. Oh, I understand. Brothers, sink the ship. Just drill a hole to let the ship sink. And then this ship will belong to us. We can fix it and use it again. That's not what I meant. Come back. The monkey man shouted anxiously. But his subordinates were completely unmoved. They directly dived to the bottom of the water, preparing to drill the ship. Oh no, if the Going Merry sinks, I will definitely drown. What to do? Hurry up and think of a way. Nami and the others panicked, but Robin and Lorin had no reaction at all. After a long time, they found that the Going Merry showed no signs of any problems and gradually calmed down. Peeking out, all the little subordinates were floating on the water like dead fish, motionless. Only the monkey man was awake. What happened? Masaka, did Lorin poison them? Hearing this, Lorin's mouth twitched. You guys really believe it? That's right, it was poison, and you guys are also poisoned. Nanny, hurry and detoxify me. I don't want to die. Just drink a bowl of lemon juice. So simple. Yeah. Usopp and Chopper immediately rushed into the kitchen. Nami was a bit clever. Lorin, you're not just talking nonsense, right? What poison can be cured with lemon juice? Yeah, I'm just kidding. Robin, pohaha. Nami, just as she was about to ask something, Luffy and the others surfaced with a giant turtle. And Luffy was holding a permanent record pointer with JY written on it. As the three of them climbed aboard and took off their diving suits, the whole sky suddenly turned dark. Everyone was puzzled because it wasn't dark yet. Then they noticed that the giant turtle's eyes were wide open, looking ahead in fear. Following its gaze, everyone turned pale, their throats feeling like they were stuck. In the distance, several towering giant shadows stood in the direction the Going Merry was heading, growing larger as they approached. The Going Merry was only as big as the giant turtle's eyes, while the huge shadows were much larger than the turtle. Even Robin was no exception, instinctively leaning against Lorin and tightly hugging his arm. Lorin, move his arm. Hiss, what a touch. Robin didn't care about Lorin's indecent behavior. And similarly, Lorin was indifferent to the huge shadow. He had already been attacked by the memories of the dead. It was just the shadow of an ordinary person thrown from the Sky Island, and he wasn't afraid at all. There are monsters. The screams echoed through the heavens and the earth. Even the Merry's expression turned fearful, but no one noticed. Then, in just a few seconds, the Merry completed its acceleration from 0 to 100. The oars were almost about to break, and with a whoosh, it rushed out. After an unknown amount of time of sprinting, a bright light suddenly appeared ahead, and the Merry burst out of the range, shrouded in darkness, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. They survived, great. What was that thing? I don't know, but it's definitely a monster. Truly, this is the Grand Line. Anything can happen. Sanji's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, and Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper all nodded in agreement. Nami sat on the deck, her tone filled with the joy of having survived, and even Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Only Lorin was different. He was holding Robin with a satisfied expression. It was the first time Robin had shown such a demeanor since growing up, so soft and cute. Lorin said, so fragrant, so soft, hee. At this moment, Robin, now safe, did not lift her head. Lorin's gentle, comforting hug made her feel nostalgic, just like when she was a child. The others were puzzled by Lorin's lewd appearance. Only Sanji looked at Robin with envy and love-struck eyes. Even frightened, Miss Robin was so beautiful. Lorin black-faced. If it weren't for holding Robin tightly, he would have given that dog a couple of big hits. I don't care if you covet Nami, but Robin is off limits. He secretly decided to hit harder next time. Oh no, It's to increase this guy's training intensity. During this period, the one who has been beaten the worst is not Zoro, but Sanji, who told him to constantly try to please Robin. Lorin, aren't you afraid? Such a big monster. Nami asked him curiously. Lorraine's complexion improved a bit as he spoke. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a monster and so huge. It's already dark. It's just a shadow. Haven't you seen a mirage before? And have you even seen the real thing? Everyone was taken aback by Lorraine's question. They indeed hadn't seen the actual entity, only that towering black shadow wielding a weapon, which had truly frightened them. Now, with Lorraine's question, it seemed like they hadn't seen anything. Well then, if just a shadow can scare you this much, what are you doing? How embarrassing. Oh ho ho ho. Everyone's faces turned awkward. How infuriating. They had been outsmarted again. Robin nestled in Lorraine's arms and gently poked his chest, signaling him to stop talking. Have some dignity, because she was also quite frightened. Lorin understood immediately, and Robin felt a bit embarrassed, realizing they couldn't tease anymore, or they wouldn't have a bed to sleep in tonight. Ahem. All right. In fact, great courage comes from one's own strong abilities. The reason you still feel fear is that your strength is not yet sufficient. Huh? Is that so? Of course. Just think, if you had the world's strongest combat power, would you still fear those monsters from earlier? Probably not, right? No, definitely not. Well, that settles it. Given that your current strength can't bring you immense courage, I've decided to increase your training intensity during this period. Lorin had a serious expression on his face, as if it were really the case. Huh? Really? Why do I feel like you just want to beat me up? Luffy, rarely clever for once, was immediately interrupted by Zoro. Are you an idiot? We were already going to train. Do we really need another reason? When it comes to getting stronger, Zoro had no resistance in his mind and directly believed that Lorin had no bad intentions. Makes sense. After Zoro said that, Luffy felt like there was no problem with it, so he didn't think any more about it. Lorin, so understanding. No need to put in the effort to deceive anymore. It's still you, Zoro. After more than half an hour, Lorin and Robin finally hugged enough. Robin, feeling a bit embarrassed, ran back to the Thousand Sunny and locked herself in her room, not daring to face anyone. Lorin stood up and stretched his body, revealing a hint of mischievous smile, while Nami and Usopp focused on navigation and didn't he notice. Zoro was sleeping, Luffy was sitting at the bow of the Mary, and Sanji was in the kitchen. When Chopper, doing nothing, glanced at Lorin, he felt a powerful malice that almost made his whole deer fur stand on end. His animal instincts made him slowly retreat back into his room, though he left a small crack in the door to peek outside. Sure enough, he saw Lorin finish stretching and pull out a wooden baseball bat from the corner. In an instant, he became a blur, and a series of sounds accompanied by the screams of Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji rang out. 2 seconds later, the three of them lay on the ground with their butts in the air and heads down, Luffy and Zoro each sporting a large bump on their heads, while Sanji had 4 or 5. Smoke was rising from him. The commotion instinctively caught the attention of Usopp and Nami, and even Robin came out to take a look. After seeing the 3 had been beaten, she went back to her own activities. Sigh, they're used to it. So brutal. Chopper, hiding in his room, was too scared to speak loudly. So painful. How could this be? Lorin, you attacked again. That's right, so despicable. Zoro didn't say anything, but had a dark expression as well. Despicable? Enemies 1T wait for you to be prepared before they strike. There's no denying that. They couldn't argue back. They had been training for more than a week. Today, let us test your results. Now everyone blindfold yourselves and sit properly. Hearing this, the 3 obediently blindfolded themselves and sat side by side on the deck. At first, they had some objections to Lorin's brutal beating, but in the past 2 days, they had begun to feel a hint of energy. They could only feel the energy, not accurately capture its fluctuations yet, but it was enough to dispel their doubts. Lorin walked back and forth behind the 3 people with a stick, making them feel anxious and unable to help but swallow. Bang, bang, bang. Unsurprisingly, the 3 were hit on the head again. One back. Lorin almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cough, cough. This won't do. It's been a whole week and you still can't avoid it? Are you the worst group I've ever trained? The training intensity must be increased. And then a new round of beatings began. In reality, this was fake. Anyone who can sense the aura after just a week already has pretty good talent. And Robin is smart enough that she can't avoid it at this point. Listening to the chaotic screams coming from behind, Nami sighed. Well, whatever, let them make a fuss. After collecting her thoughts and looking ahead again, a small island suddenly came into view. She didn't care what they were doing anymore. Hey, everyone quiet down. We're almost at the island. Upon hearing this, everyone simultaneously stopped their actions and leaned forward. Luffy and the others' pig heads almost scared her. Instinctively, she threw a punch, knocking Sanji to the ground. Don't get so close to me, you scare me to death. Angry Nami is so charming too, now that they've seen the island. Lorin's training temporarily stopped. They couldn't keep beating them once they got on the island. As the Mary slowly approached, Nami noticed something was off. Why do all the ships docked at the port look like pirate ships? No way. Would pirate ships dare to dock so openly? Are you kidding me? However, when the Mary got closer, the reality slapped them in the face. All the ships docked were indeed pirate ships. Seeing so many pirate ships at the port, the Mary also stopped here. Then Luffy and Zoro went to Magic Valley Town to gather information about Sky Island, both walking forward calmly with their pig heads. But Nami felt uneasy watching them and directly followed along. Lorin wasn't idle either. He was dragged by Robin to go shopping, and then became a walking human shelf until they finally stopped at a tavern. Shopping really is a labor-intensive activity. It's even more exhausting than fighting with someone. Lorin gulped down the glass of juice handed to her by the boss and sighed. Robin smiled, indicating that would be all for now and that she would buy more next time. Then she inquired with the tavern owner about news of the Sky Island. Suddenly, the tavern fell silent and then erupted into loud laughter. What's she talking about? Sky Island? Ha ha ha. Can you believe there are still people who believe in that? How ridiculous. She looked so good, but what a fool. One person, sipping his drink and chewing food, mocked her to those around him, and the people nearby responded in agreement. Lorin's forehead showed and with a whoosh, he quickly approached the person and struck. The spirit blade sliced through the neck of the one who called him a fool, then pressed against his neck, breaking the skin. Another inch would sever the carotid artery. Is it funny? Laugh again, and let me hear it. Thud. After Lorin said this, the person slowly fell to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The one who was still laughing just moments ago seemed to have their throat grabbed, and the tavern became silent enough to hear a pin drop. Fights weren't uncommon on this island, but seeing someone strike so quickly was a first. It was clear this guy was not to be trifled with. I am not. Get lost. Okay, I'll get lost. This person didn't curse. Perhaps he didn't have the chance, but at least he saved his life. After a chaotic noise, only the tavern owner and Lorin were left inside. Miss, aren't you going to manage your companion? I can't do business like this. People didn't usually die, even during fights. But Robin seemed to ignore him, continuing to ask the owner about the floating island. Lorin was helping her, so how could she turn around and blame him? As if, seeing her like this, the owner probably wouldn't intervene, sighed, and shared everything he knew. Then Robin took Lorin and left the tavern, preparing to head back, when Lorin suddenly remembered something. Oh, Robin, sweetheart, I just thought of something. You go back first. I'll catch up in a bit. Saying this, he handed his clothes to Robin, who rolled her eyes, suspecting he was trying to slack off. However, she didn't mind and decided to return first. Lorin wandered around for a while and found a fruit stand, buying a huge pile of fruits. It's much heavier than the clothes from before. It's not for laziness. This is very useful. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro encountered Blackbeard and got beaten up by the hyena Bellamy, making their heads look even worse. At this moment, Nami was dragging the two of them back to the street. They ran into Blackbeard again, and Nami threw the two of them on the ground. They got up by themselves and dusted themselves off. Luffy? Zoro? Are you okay? We're fine compared to that guy. It felt like a tickle. Exactly. Hearing this, Nami sighed. Worried about these two. The guy they were talking about must be Lorin. Recently, only Lorin has been beating them up. After replying to Nami, the two of them looked at Blackbeard, who continued to talk to himself, ignoring them. People's dreams will never end, right? The crowd erupted in laughter. But Blackbeard didn't care at all. Enduring foolish people isn't a pleasant thing. Let the fools keep laughing. To reach the peak, one will always encounter unreasonable provocations. It's impossible to respond to them every time, right? Ha ha ha. Let's go. Zoro was the first to turn around and walk back, and Nami called out to Luffy several times before he turned around to follow. Seeing them leave, Blackbeard apologized and took his cherry pie in another direction. When both sides disappeared at the end of the road, Lorin leisurely slipped over to this side and looked around at the place where they had just been talking. From the conversations of the surrounding people, he learned that they had already crossed paths. Damn, I missed that iconic scene. What a loss. Frustrated, he slapped his forehead and was about to leave when he heard laughter coming from the tavern behind him, talking about what he had just done at the tavern on the next street. His face darkened as he kicked the tavern's door open and swaggered in. At this moment, the tavern was silent, and Bellamy's gang stared wide-eyed at the person walking in from outside. What happened to the Sky Island people? We couldn't hear clearly outside. Can you say it again? He placed the fruits on the table, casually picked a chair to sit on, and even propped his feet up on the table. Puffed. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Another idiot has arrived. Before Bellamy at the bar could speak, the people next to him had already started to laugh. Lorin didn't say a word and couldn't tell if she was angry. After laughing for a while, Bellamy, who was sitting at the bar, took a swig of his drink and swaggered over to Lorin, his expression exceptionally arrogant. People who fantasize about the Sky Island are really stupid. People like you are just an eyesore. Just a bunch of fools who can only daydream. The woman from the next street was interrupted mid-sentence as she was suddenly sent flying, crashing into the tavern wall. Lorin had already appeared in the position where Bellamy had just been. The sudden turn of events left everyone else stunned. They rubbed their eyes and looked again. But it was the same. Could it be fake? Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million berry, was knocked away? I've already crossed the line today. A few more wouldn't matter. I'm not like Luffy and the others. I just want to enjoy my own mood. Lorin's voice came without a trace of emotion. And then there was a loud bang as Bellamy, who had been thrown out after crashing through the wall, flew back in. Just as he struggled to stand up from outside, he was kicked back again, crashing into several tables. How can you, who have no dreams at all, dare to mock those who pursue their dreams every day? You think a mere bounty of tens of millions makes you special? I've seen plenty of trash, but it's the first time I've seen such ignorant trash like you. Lorin slowly walked in from the entrance, and Bellamy's eyes were filled with fear as he struggled to get up. But the pain throughout his body made every movement difficult. This was still with Lorin holding back. Otherwise, a single kick could kill him. As he reached Bellamy's side, he stepped on his chest, and the sound of cracking ribs filled the air. It was hard to tell how many were broken. With trash like you, I originally had no interest in killing you. But why did you insult my Robin? Is it funny to question the Sky Island? Bellamy was in so much pain that he couldn't speak or muster any strength. And after a long while, he couldn't even let out a single sound. Lorin suddenly felt very bored. There was no pleasure in torturing such trash. It was better to kill them directly for a quick end. He drew his knife and swiftly slashed his throat, leaving the remaining 7 or 8 people no chance to escape. They must have all cursed him and Robin just now, so why not just finish them all off? After killing Bellamy and his gang, Lorin felt much better. He glanced at the sky and realized it had been quite a while, so he prepared to head back. Lorin walked out of the tavern with his fruit, and the onlookers nearby scattered in fear. Ever since Lorin burst into the tavern, many curious bystanders had started peeking in from outside the door to watch. When Lorin kicked Bellamy out of the tavern, more and more people gathered around, with half the street rushing over to witness Lorin's swift and decisive action against a group of people. At that moment, seeing Lorin emerge, everyone was terrified, fearing that if Lorin was in a bad mood, he might kill them too. It wasn't until they watched Lorin walk away from the tavern that they slowly began to speak. Was that guy a monster? That was the hyena Bellamy and his gang. Just one person, and he did it so easily. Shut up. Are you trying to get yourself killed? What if he suddenly comes back? Magic Valley Town is a pirate's paradise. It's completely normal for a few people to die, and soon everyone scattered to go about their own business. Lorin had only left for a short while when a thunderous rumble echoed from her stomach. I'm hungry. Shopping with Robin is definitely a workout. I'll eat first and then go back. I'll bring something for Robin too. They shouldn't mind. She randomly found a restaurant, ordered a bunch of food from the owner, and then sat down to feast vigorously, her eating style quite fierce, causing the owner to be secretly amazed. While eating, Lorin suddenly remembered something important. After chewing a few bites and swallowing the food in her mouth, she pulled over the fruit she had placed beside her. Since there were many types of fruits, the top ones were those that could easily get bruised and spoiled, like strawberries, mangoes, and bananas. As she opened the package, a unique strawberry caught her eye. Not larger than other strawberries. It was entirely yellow with spiral patterns all over it. It was obvious that this was a devil fruit. The moment Lorin saw this fruit, her heart leaped with joy. The reason she was going to kill Bellamy today was not only for venting her anger, but also to conduct an experiment. She vaguely remembered that after an ability user died, their power wouldn't disappear. Instead, a devil fruit with the same ability would regenerate nearby. Hey, perfect. She then pocketed the devil fruit and continued to enjoy her meal. After finishing 50 servings of rice from the restaurant, Lorin burped, feeling satisfied as she picked her teeth and walked outside. After slightly orienting herself, she headed toward the docking area. Humming a cheerful tune, she strolled back to the port, where Nami and the others were waiting for Lorin's return. Seeing her sauntering over with 2 packages, Nami was furious. Lorin, huh? What? Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting for you? Where have you been? Weren't you out with Robin? She is already back. Nami's chest was heaving. and her two eyes were shaking, making Sanji nearly nosebleed. An angry Nami was also quite charming. "Oh, I want to buy some fruit, and then had a meal." Lorin speaks honestly. "How dare you say such a thing so calmly? I really want to kill you. Don't be angry anymore. Here you go." Lorin took out the devil fruit from his pocket and threw it at Nami. The big strawberry flew onto Nami's chest and bounced up, and then she caught it with one hand. "What is this? A strawberry? The shape and color are so strange." Nami examined the strawberry in her hand, feeling a bit unfamiliar. No way. They've been at sea for so long and encountered so many users of abilities. Have they never seen a devil fruit? No. Wait, you said this is a devil fruit? Nami was momentarily surprised, looking eager for knowledge, and the people nearby, hearing her exclamation, gathered around to see what a devil fruit looks like. Although there are ability users in the team, either they accidentally ate one and have forgotten what it looks like, or they have only seen the users and not the devil fruit itself, so they are quite curious. Oh, except for Luffy. He clearly remembers when he ate the fruit while being angry at Shanks, but that doesn't stop his curiosity. Is this a devil fruit? It's so ugly. No wonder it's called a devil fruit. That pattern looks very eerie. Nami's focus was a bit different as she tugged at Lorin's shirt and asked, "Where did you get this?" "I heard that devil fruits are very valuable. I found it by the roadside. As for its value, each one is worth at least 100 million berries." Red bean paste. Nami's eyes immediately turned into the shape of berries. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Hey, Lorin big brother, are you full? Did you have fun? Do you want Sanji to make you some more food? Or do you want to go out and play for a while longer? Don't worry. I'll make them wait for you. If Robin gets angry, just leave it to me." "Lorin, I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now. Get back to that." No need. I'm going to find Robin now." "Okay, brother Lorin. Hurry up." Nami had a flattering expression, looking like a good girl. Lorin rolled his eyes and ran back to find Robin, jumping onto the Going Merry and rushing to her side, proudly taking out the food he had packed to share with her. After seeing Lorin return, Nami turned around to prepare for everyone to set sail. Robin had already shared clues about the Sky Island and mentioned they needed to find a dreamer named Mont-Blanc-Noland. Just as she turned back, she noticed Luffy and the others staring at her, or rather, at the devil fruit in her hand. She quickly stuffed the baby fist-sized devil fruit into her chest. "What are you doing? No one is allowed to covet this fruit. Do you hear me? Now hurry up and set sail." "TCH, so stingy. What did you say?" "Nothing." As a talented navigator, Nami had quite a say when it came to sailing matters. Aside from the next destination being whimsically decided by Luffy each time, everyone else followed her lead. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the other side of Kaya Island and saw the castle. However, upon entering the castle, they discovered it was just a painted wooden board. The houses on the other side, while not small, were certainly much more substantial than the painted board. At this moment, two gorilla-like men were sitting on the ground, looking worriedly at a person lying on the floor, one of whom was the ape they had encountered earlier. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Doctor, do you have a doctor on your ship? Our big brother seems to be sick." Seeing a ship approaching, the two gorillas seemed to have grabbed onto a lifeline, desperately calling for help from Luffy and the others. "Nanny? A patient? Doctor, doctor. Oh, I'm a doctor." Chopper immediately became anxious upon hearing there was a patient. After a quick search around, realizing he was the doctor, he grabbed his little medical kit and rushed out to save the person. After Chopper's diagnosis, he quickly identified the cause. It was decompression sickness caused by long-term diving and insufficient decompression, and he provided targeted treatment. Luffy was outside, chatting happily with the two gorillas, bursting into laughter from time to time, feeling like he had found family. Zoro had found a place to take a nap, while Luffy was having a great time. Suddenly, Chopper rushed out shouting, "Luffy, that uncle is awake." Upon hearing this, everyone squeezed into the room, though the two gorillas didn't enter because they kept getting stuck at the door. Due to their life-saving grace, Mont-Blanc-Noland, though somewhat hesitant, explained everything he knew to the group and gave Nami a sailing journal from the great liar Noland from 400 years ago. Nami read out the important contents, which also mentioned the Sky Island. After hearing it, Luffy became very happy, and Usopp and Chopper started dancing. After all, this was a sailing journal written by someone who had truly existed, which added to its credibility. However, putting aside the fact that the journal contained Noland's speculations, even if the existence of the Sky Island was confirmed, they still didn't know how to get there, since it was an island in the sky. Facing the downcast expressions of Luffy and the others, Mont-Blanc-Noland smiled slightly and began sharing what he had discovered and seen on this island over the years, along with his own guesses. Usopp raised some doubts in between, but he wasn't angry. He felt happy and comforted to meet a group of dreamers in this island where dreams were often ridiculed. He was willing to do everything he could to help Luffy and the others achieve their dreams, because he was also such a fool. In the end, Usopp sincerely apologized, and Mont Blanc Nolan gladly accepted his apology, inviting Luffy and the crew to a feast at his home that night. Naturally, Luffy and the others had no objections. Soon, night fell, and Luffy and the others were having a feast, while Lorin and Robin were not present. This was because he had already devoured food for 50 people in the afternoon and brought a huge bag for Robin. The two weren't hungry, so they skipped the feast. At this moment, Lorin was on the going merry, discussing a multi-million project with Robin. As the saying goes, lightly touch, slowly twist. Pour over the red candle while sailing at night, sharing joy like fish and water, going to Wushan. Ahem, that's the situation. Time passed, and Lorin lay on the bed, holding the sleeping Robin, who looked small, while contemplating that the next step would probably be to go to the Sky Island, where the thunder fruit he had longed for was finally within reach. But this damn system, it had been upgrading for 10 years and still hadn't finished. What a useless thing. If it weren't for being able to see the panel, he might have forgotten he even had this system. Speaking of which, Lorin glanced at his panel. Host, Port Gasti, Lorin age, 30 swordsmanship, great swordsman level hockey, advanced armament, advanced observation, advanced conqueror's body technique, Navy 6 styles complete. In the past 10 years, he had only trained hard during the first few years when the system started upgrading, getting the remaining 2 types of hockey to advanced levels, mastering flowing cherry, seeing the future, and learning conqueror's hockey from Rayleigh. After that, Lorin had turned into a slacker, because whether he trained or not, there was no significant change. After thoroughly enjoying Robin, he ramped up his laziness. Originally, he would train once in a while, but now he spent all his time thinking about how to bully Robin. Beast, aside from fighting, he might not even swing his sword once in 10 days or half a month. If it weren't for these skills being system rewards, he feared that now. Not to mention anything else, his swordsmanship would have dropped back to great swordsman level. With his current strength, against an admiral or one of the 4 emperors, he would say it was a guaranteed win, but at least he couldn't possibly lose. If he got a devil fruit ability on top of that, it would be a sure win. Who knows when this silly system will finish upgrading? Sigh. And even after it finishes, what use will you be to me? Lorin couldn't help but think of this and let out a sigh. Chirp? What kind of strange noise is that? Just as Lorin was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a peculiar call, a rough sound that seemed to come from deep in the chest, as if someone was straining to lower their voice and resonating through their chest. Is someone here to cause trouble? Lorin couldn't help but think, and then was startled. Hiss. Could it be that someone was eavesdropping just now when I was feeling embarrassed? No, I didn't notice anything with my observation hockey. Forget it. I should go take a look. No matter what dares to spy on me, I'll make you pay. Lorin, lost in thought, decided to get up and take a look. What if there really was some unknown method of eavesdropping? Eliminate the threat. It was a must. Reluctantly pulling back her hand from the big white rabbit, she kissed Robin on the forehead, quickly got dressed, and stormed out with a knife in hand. Outside, the moon was bright and the stars sparse. And from a nearby house came the occasional laughter of Luffy, like the sound of a barbell. She glanced casually and then ignored it. Standing on the deck, her observation hockey instantly spread out, covering most of the island. If she were in the middle of the island, it could probably cover the entire place. Just as Lorin's observation hockey enveloped the area, Usopp in the nearby room shivered, but he didn't pay it any mind, thinking it was just the chilly weather. Lorin did not notice anything unusual after the observation hockey covered half of the island. Could it be an illusion? No, it must not be an illusion. Perhaps it's further away. Let's check the forest. With that, he walked into the forest. He didn't know how long he had been walking, and by the time the observation hockey was about to cover the entire island, Lorin still hadn't discovered anything. How strange. Why is there nothing? Lorin collected his imposing demeanor and prepared to leave. He didn't want to go any further. Since there was no one around, it could be some other kind of monster. Perhaps even something from a seabed. Just then, a sound came. Chirp. This time, the sound was very close. Lorin? So cunning. I just retracted my domineering aura, and here you come. Today, I'm going to confront you. I have to find you. Luckily, you're close by. Even though I retracted my observation hockey, he still sensed me. After discerning the direction, I quickly rushed over there. 1 minute later. Chirp. Lorin, what the hell is this? There's a bird perched on the trunk, incredibly ugly. It looks a bit like a hornbill from Earth in my past life, just without a neck. Its head is almost as big as its body. There are 2 bulges on the top of its head, and the back of its head looks like a fishtail, shaped oddly like a cut wooden board. Chirp, 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 chirp. The bird let out a series of chirps under Laurelin's gaze, and it sounded really awful. Forget it. No matter what you are, I'm here for you today. Let us catch you first. I'll take you back and ask Robin if he knows you. Then I'll stew you to give Robin some nourishment. Lorin jumped up and directly reached for the bird. The bird was also alert and prepared to fly away when it saw Lorin jump. But it couldn't be faster than Lorin. He knew exactly where it was going to fly. In one move, Lorin caught it in his hands, and it struggled wildly. Lorin gave it a big slap on its head, and that quieted it down. After the strange bird calmed down, Lorin prepared to head back, but after looking around, he realized he seemed unable to distinguish where he'd come from. Don't get me wrong, he wasn't directionally challenged. It was just that the forest was so dark that even the moonlight was blocked by the tall trees, and everything looked the same, which left him confused. Which way did he come from? Lorin scratched his head, feeling a bit confused, but it didn't stump him. He quickly jumped to the top of a tree and, using the moonlight, looked around to determine the direction. He then jumped down and headed toward the sea. As a normal person, he really couldn't understand how Zoro got so lost. It was ridiculous. Lorin hummed, the most dazzling ethnic style engraved in DNA as he walked, the sound echoing far through the silent forest. Suddenly, a commotion came from ahead. How did they get to the forest? Weren't they having a banquet? The sound was unmistakably from Luffy and the others. His signature laughter was easy to recognize. They had learned from Mont Blanc Noland that to accurately find the ascending current, they needed a south bird to guide them. Yes, the very one Lorin intended to take back for soup, but Lorin didn't know. He had already forgotten. Now, feeling playful, he wanted to scare Luffy and the others, but little did he know that Robin was also among them. If he had been willing to use his observation haki, he would have known. How unfortunate. He quickly climbed a tree and hid among the branches. Before long, Luffy and the others came through, chattering loudly. Robin was sandwiched between Nami, but it was too dark for Lorin to see clearly. Usopp and Chopper were trembling at the back of the group, their eyes darting around suspiciously. It was really too much to ask them to come to such a dark forest at night. It had been a long time since he had eaten a person, and finally, they had come to offer themselves. Ha ha ha. A deep, hoarse voice, like it had a pound of sand stuck in its throat, echoed in everyone's ears. It was quite a feat for Lorin to produce such a sound. His throat was sore from straining. There's a monster! Chopper and Usopp screamed, their eyes rolling back as they fainted to the ground, little ghostly figures drifting from their mouths, mumbling about how scary was that monsters eat people. Not at all reassuring. Nami-san, don't be afraid. I will definitely protect you. Zoro and Sanji immediately took a fighting stance, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Nami, tears streaming down her face, climbed onto Luffy's neck and pleaded, let us go back. There are monsters in the forest. Even if we find it, we might not be able to go to Sky Island. Even Robin looked very tense, a rare cold sweat appearing on her face. But there was one person who was different. Luffy. He completely ignored Nami, who was pleading on him, and instead looked delighted. How interesting, ha ha ha. This must be the incredible bird. Saying this, he pulled Nami, wanting to find the source of the sound. Nami was involuntarily dragged forward. Hey, are you even listening to me? From the shadows, Lorin listened to the commotion below and almost laughed out loud, then cleared his throat. Once I take off its head, I'll eat it. I'm going to hang their intestines on the wall. After saying this, he switched to a sharper voice. Yes, yes. Let us start with that little girl. Upon hearing this, Nami's hair stood on end, tears streaming down her face as she pounded Luffy furiously, baring her teeth and roaring at him. Eek. I don't want to look for any guide bird anymore. Take me away from here. I'm too cute to be eaten by a monster. Sanji, hearing this, quickly forgot about being jealous of Luffy and stepped behind him, turning his back to him, and Zoro did the same, surrounding Nami in the middle. On the other side, Robin's expression was strange. She had been sleeping well until Nami woke her up, saying they were looking for some guide bird and asking where Lorin was. Of course, Robin didn't know where Lorin had gone, so she came along with the mindset of looking for it together. The first time she heard that voice, she was very nervous, but it felt strangely familiar. When she heard it again, her expression became even stranger, and combining that with Lorin's absence, she began to form a guess. She slightly closed her eyes, quietly releasing her observation haki. Her haki wasn't as strong as Lorin's, but probing the surrounding area for dozens of meters was no problem. Then she suddenly froze, a clear appearing on her forehead. 6-petal flower. Lorin was trying to suppress a laugh on the branch when suddenly 6 hands grew on her body. 2 were holding her hands, 2 were tugging at her ears, and the remaining 2 were resting on her ribs, probably ready to tickle her wildly. Lorin was taken aback. What? Robin is here too? Oh no, this is bad. Just as he was about to struggle free, he remembered that the hands that had grown out were the same as Robin's, and if he hurt her, she would feel pain and bleed too. So he hesitated to escape. In that moment of hesitation, the 6 little hands on him had already started to exert force, and Lorin lost his last chance to run away. Ha ha ha. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ha ha ha. I was wrong. Everyone, what is going on? Then, amidst the laughter and cries of pain and pleas for mercy, a figure crashed to the ground with a bang, writhing about like a big maggot. Even though Lorin had already fallen to the ground, Robin didn't stop her righteous little hands, making him experience pain mixed with joy. Nami and the others had already forgotten their fear and leaned in closer, discovering that it was actually Lorin. Lorin? What are you doing here? What's going on? He was the one trying to scare you just now. Robin ruthlessly exposed Lorin's misdeeds. Instantly, Nami and the others, who were still confused, changed to expressions that looked like they wanted to eat him alive. Luffy, on the other hand, had a face full of disappointment. No monsters. Not happy. What? You bastard. I want to kill him. Do you know that scaring someone can actually kill them? Nami glared at Lorin, who was on the ground laughing and shouting in pain, grabbing his collar and yelling at him angrily. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Ha ha, I was wrong. The others became even angrier at his reaction. There was no sense of apology at all. Nami immediately threw a punch towards Lorin's eye. Seeing this, Robin quickly withdrew her fruit ability. She had never hit Lorin. At most, she would just pull his ear. How could she let someone else hit him? Not to mention that Nami was just like a younger sister. Even a biological sister couldn't do that. Nami was caught by Lorin's collar and couldn't escape, so she went straight for the iron block. Bang! One bag. Nami screamed, tears flying out of her eyes. It hurt so much. But you can't blame me. You were the one who wanted to fight. Not cute at all. Beast. How dare you let my beloved Nami suffer? Rough. Zoro had no reaction, and Sanji kicked up in anger, but was also strongly suppressed by Lorin's hand chop on his head. Sister Robin. Nami looked at Robin with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged. Robin smiled. I already punished Lorin just now. Look how badly he fell. It was obvious she was siding with Lorin, and upon hearing this, Lorin became happy. He transformed into a husky, proudly coming to Robin's side. Robin, you're so good to me. It's worth it that I caught this strange bird to give you a treat. He raised the south bird in his hand. Earlier, in the dark, no one noticed, but now that Lorin pointed it out, everyone paid attention to the bird in his hand. After being squeezed like that and still not letting go, it was quite a feat you wouldn't know until you looked. And when you did, you would be shocked. Wow, doesn't this look exactly like the totem from Uncle Luffy's house? Everyone except Luffy. South bird. Luffy, whoa. Incredible bird. Lorin? What is this? Seeing Lorin's confused face, everyone quickly started explaining, fearing that if they weren't careful, he would actually kill the bird and give it to Robin for her health. After a while, Lorin finally understood what this thing was, and then a flash of inspiration hit him. All right, it seems like there's something to it. This bird even mocked Zoro for getting lost. Not even as good as a bird. Serve him right. Knowing that this bird was of great use, Lorin temporarily set aside the idea of making soup out of it, at least until they reached Sky Island. The others were also not in the mood to pursue Lorin's prank, and after finding the South bird, there was nothing else to do, so they took the terrified chopper and headed home. The next morning, Lorin woke up on the couch and stretched lazily. As for why he wasn't in bed, after having some fun last night, did he really want to sleep in bed? When he opened the door, he saw that except for him and Robin, everyone else had already gotten up early. Lorin, you're finally awake. We're about to set off. You're so lazy. Lorin, hey Luffy, are you asking for a beating? He shot a fierce glare at Luffy and then turned his gaze elsewhere. At this moment, the Mary had been reinforced by the two brothers. The ram's head had been fitted with a comb, wings were added to both sides of the ship, and all damaged areas had been repaired, looking far better than Usopp's handiwork. The two brothers truly excelled in salvage work. Their expertise in repairing ships was remarkably on point. The Going Merry, on the other hand, had not been repaired much, just a wing added, which was completed last night. Checking the time, it was almost 7 a.m. Everyone was getting ready to set off, and the Monkey Brothers were providing escort for the group. Lorin still felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had cut down someone else's ship, so he didn't attend the banquet. Fortunately, the other party didn't know. Out of conscience, Lorin left them some money. Enough for them to buy a new ship, although they had already bought a bigger one. The Monkey Mountain Union. Are you confident in helping Luffy's pirate crew find the rising current? Mont Blanc Kurikai shouted loudly from ashore. Of course, we are professionals. Set sail. For ships slowly sailed on the sea. Sanji saw that the bird was tied to the Mary by Luffy to prevent it from flying away. Through Chopper's translation, he found out that this guy actually planned to lead everyone north, but couldn't resist his instincts and panicked if he wasn't facing south. Luffy laughed at him for a while. Around 10 in the morning, a signal was detected to the southwest. Yoshi, Monkey Mountain Union, go into the water to detect the current direction. Okay. With a command from the two monkeys, two crew members jumped off the escort ships. The green gorilla began to scream into the microphone, and Lorin held down his restless hands, rationally telling himself that if he cut it, they wouldn't be able to reach Sky Island. Before long, the diving gorilla surfaced. Report. The reflected sound wave confirms. There is a large current surging beneath the surface of the sea in the shadow of the cumulonimbus cloud. It's right in front of us. Report. A large sea king was detected at the 9 o'clock direction. Report. An opposing current was detected at the 10 o'clock direction, which may form a huge whirlpool. The monkeys perked up at the news. That's it. The place where the rising current erupts. All hands, steer the ship and lower the sails. Head towards the 10 o'clock direction. We are going to the whirlpool. Hearing this, Nami and the others were quite scared. Nanny? We're going into the whirlpool. We'll be crushed to pieces. That's right. This is supposed to be a disaster. You should have been prepared for this. As the ships got closer to the intersection of the two currents, the wind and waves grew stronger and the whirlpool began to take shape. Kaka. Two flying claws shot out from the gorilla ship, clamping onto the sides of the Mary and the Devil. Following the whirlpool will lead to the center, where the rising current will erupt. It will take you to Sky Island. The whirlpool grew larger, and the Mary and the Devil successfully entered its range. The Monkey Mountain Union's grappling hooks were released. They could only take you this far. If they went deeper, they would be swept away by the whirlpool. Guys, from here on out, you have to rely on yourselves. Okay, thank you. Luffy waved goodbye, his face full of excitement. The others were somewhat nervous. Unlike before, this time only Usopp was scared to death. Chopper was even a bit excited. On the Devil, Robin looked at the large whirlpool and the Sea Kings struggling within it, and couldn't help but hold Lorin tightly. He knew this wasn't a time for jokes because it was really dangerous. It was not the same as a mirage. This is the first time I've seen such a large whirlpool. If the ship gets torn apart, we will drown. Don't be afraid, okay? I'm here. On the Mary. Two people had a deadpan expression, namely Nami and Usopp. They frantically persuaded Luffy, but he became even more excited. Chopper, wow, what a powerful whirlpool. No matter what, it's too late to regret now. The speed of the two ships increased, and they swooped back into the whirlpool, then safely landed on the surface of the sea as the whirlpool disappeared. Everyone, what happened? Where's the whirlpool? It's gone. No, the eruption from the seabed is coming. Nami, a genius navigator, immediately spotted the problem, just then. Stop it, you bastards. Then everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a few people standing on a wooden raft. Luffy recognized him at a glance as Blackbeard, whom he had encountered in Magic Valley Town. Zia, I've finally caught up with you, Straw Hat Luffy. I'm here to collect your bounty of 100 million. Luffy, huh? Who? Me? 100 million? When? You really don't know, huh? Your latest bounty is worth 100 million berries. And the bounty hunter Zoro, your head is worth 60 million. Usopp confirmed it several times and told the two that it was indeed true. Lorin also stretched his head to take a look. Wow, isn't this Blackbeard? How'd he end up here? Joe, teach. Huh? Blackbeard glanced over there, and just that glance made his expression slightly freeze. Bolgadidoren, how come you are here too? Ah, it's a long story. To make it short, I'm also going to Sky Island. I see. Dad often thinks of you and wants you to be his son. Not interested, but you probably can't call him Dad anymore, right? Ziahaha, so you know. Do you want to come be my partner? Not interested. What a pity. I'm here to collect the Straw Hat Kid's head today. But since you're here, I can let him go for now. It's not the right time to fight you. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Ziahaha, never mind. Brothers, return. Just as Blackbeard commanded the retreat, the sea suddenly heaved, as if some monster was about to break the water. It's coming. Everyone, hold on to the ship. Boom! The huge rising current burst out of the water, and the tremendous force broke the iron chain connecting the Mary and the Devil, shattering Blackbeard's raft. Lorin tightly embraced Robin and firmly grasped the ship's railing, while Robin used her abilities to secure both of them to the hull. The two ships were rising constantly with the current, but logically, the ships were merely riding along the surface of the water. However, considering the weight of the ships themselves, it was not enough to ascend to the Sky Island just by riding the current. Ever since the surface of the sea began to rise, he had activated his observation haki, sensing that the bow of the ship had already tilted up slightly. It wouldn't be long before they would break free from the current and fall, shattering into pieces. Lorin hadn't anticipated this situation beforehand. At this moment, he was also a bit anxious, trying hard to awaken the memories that seemed to have faded from his mind. The wind was howling, and suddenly an idea flashed in Lorin's mind. He thought of something. Robin, hold on tight. I'm going to the mast. Huh? What are you going to do? I'm going to lower the sail. Be careful. Although Robin found it strange, she chose to trust Lorin. He must have his reasons for doing this. Using moonwalk, he leaped 2 steps to the lookout, slashing down with a sword on each side, and the sail was immediately lowered. With a whoosh, the speed of the devil's ship increased another notch. Lorin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he remembered, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. After opening the sail, Lorin didn't leave, but instead controlled the sail, trying to keep the ship in a dual acceleration of the ocean current and the rising airflow. Not long after Lorin opened the sail, Sanji also noticed that the bow of the ship was starting to rise. Raise the sails immediately, Nami decisively ordered, knowing that there was an updraft in the ocean current. As long as they opened the sail, they could ride the updraft straight to Sky Island. Sure enough, the moment the Mary's sail was opened, the bow, which had already been lifted and was at risk of falling, was freed from the ocean current and soared vertically upward with the updraft. Yo, we're flying. With that, they charged ahead to Sky Island. Luffy cheered, feeling exceptionally excited. Meanwhile, Lorin's devil ship had already rushed into the depths of the cumulonimbus clouds, and both of them felt a bit breathless. After all, they were at an altitude of 7,000 meters, and the air was much thinner compared to the ground. Robin felt it more severely, even gasping for breath, while Lorin, with his stronger constitution, only felt a slight tightness in his chest without much discomfort. Lorin held Robin close, allowing her to lean against him, which made her feel a bit more comfortable. However, there was a downside. Lorin was struggling to maintain control. Robin was wearing a white shirt that had become completely soaked from the ocean currents and the rain, clinging to her fair skin, with the lace she had specially chosen clearly visible underneath. But Robin was feeling uncomfortable at the moment and had no mind to pay attention to these details. After a while, Robin adapted a little and slowly moved to the side of the boat. Is this the Sky Island? It's amazing that the ship can sail up here. No, the compass is still pointing upwards. We must not have arrived yet. Lorin pulled out a permanent recording pointer and handed it to Robin, his gaze mischievous as he scrutinized her. It was quite a sight. Robin glanced at the recording pointer. Indeed, it seemed they were only in the middle layer of the Sky Island, with the upper layers still above. But what about Nami and the others? I don't know. The sea current explosion severed the iron chain connecting the 2 ships. Is that so? I hope they didn't fall. A fall from this height would probably turn them into mush. They'll all be fine, I'm sure of it. Well, I hope so. Then she noticed Lorin's mischievous gaze again, and, following his line of sight to herself, couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, yet also happy. No matter how much time has passed, Lorin has never changed towards her in any aspect. Hee. With only the 2 of them around, Robin wasn't shy at all. She even puffed out her chest towards Lorin, almost bumping into him, as if to say that even more embarrassing things had happened, and this was just the beginning. Lorin only felt a rush of heat surge to the top of her head, unable to bear it. She quickly turned her gaze away, but was still unwilling to give up, and continued to look until her clothes were dry. It wouldn't do to stay like this. Since we can sail up here, let's walk around and give it a try. Lorin looked around and found everything was the same, except for one place that was slightly different. The clouds there hung down like a canopy. Immediately, she headed in that direction. In the middle, she encountered jelly-like clouds, and it took several minutes of winding around to get through. Lorin said, if it weren't for Robin urging me, I could play there for a whole day. After circling around the jelly cloud, a huge door stood in front of the 2, with the words Heaven's Gate written on it, which translates to Paradise Gate. Lorin, if I didn't know this is an empty island, I would seriously think I'm dead. In fact, Robin thinks the same. Huh, so we're already dead? When did that happen? Well, I shouldn't be dead. I never closed my eyes the whole time. Really? Me too. So does that mean Nami and the others are dead? Robin looks deep in thought. Lorin, no, my darling. What are you thinking about every day? No more arguing, as long as my Robin is happy. Controlling the demon ship to enter the gate of heaven. At that moment, an old woman walked out a small door next to the gate, wildly taking pictures of the 2 of them. Lorin and the other 2 also noticed her presence. No one spoke. They were not like Luffy's crew. In the end, it was the old woman who broke the silence. I am the Amazon, the inspector of the gate of heaven. Are you here to fight or to travel? Lorin, go travel to the Sky Island. Lorin said without thinking that she wanted to travel, and that going to war would probably just be asking for trouble. It didn't matter which option it was. If they wanted to reach the upper level, they had to pay the Heavenly Kingdom's entry fee, which was 1 billion per person. The two of them. Is this old woman looking for trouble? Which tourist spot would dare charge 1 billion? Over the years, I've always been the one to take advantage of others, and no one has ever dared to take advantage of me. I have no money, but I still want to go in. What will happen? Lorin's expression turned cold as her hand rested on the handle of the knife. Seeing this, Robin didn't stop her either, as she also found it quite absurd. Although she didn't know what it was as a currency, 1 billion was definitely not a small amount. Just as Lorin was about to make a move, the Amazon across from him spoke up. Actually, you can go in without paying. Lorin, what a lunatic. Almost lost my grip on the knife. All right, shall we go in? Just to confirm, both of us are entering the kingdom of heaven, right? That's right. Old lady, are you annoying or what? Fine. This is the exclusive express shrimp of the White Sea. Riding it will take us straight to the kingdom of the gods. A large red shrimp emerged from beneath the devil's ship, propping up its wings on both sides, and quickly soared towards the cloud waterfall. Just after Lorin and the other person left, Amazon took out a strangely shaped shell. This is Amazon, the monitor of the gate of heaven, reporting to the Almighty God and all the deities. There are 2 illegal intruders invading the kingdom of the gods. Please impose divine punishment upon them. Unbeknownst to Lorin and the other person, they were rushing along the waterfall into the entrance of the kingdom of the gods. After the shrimp delivered the ship through the gates of the kingdom of the gods, it jumped back into the cloud waterfall. After they successfully entered the kingdom of the gods, Luffy and his group also arrived at the entrance, similarly extorted for an entry fee of 1 billion each. Of course, they had no money, so they were also reported and wanted by the old lady. After rushing through the gates of the kingdom of the gods, the devil's ship lost power, crashing onto the cloud surface with a bang and bouncing a couple of times. After stabilizing, Lorin focused his gaze and saw buildings scattered among the mist, with styles similar to certain maritime nations, as well as huge vines and cloud pathways connecting the islands. With green trees and red flowers in between, it truly looked like paradise. Lorin couldn't help but stare in awe, and Robin was the same. Soon, Lorin became excited. He had finally arrived at the sky island he had been dreaming of. In his excitement, he picked up Robin and spun her around several times, then gave her a passionate kiss. Although Robin didn't understand why he was so excited, she felt happy as long as Lorin was happy. At this moment, the devil's ship had not yet docked, so they couldn't get off the ship to play just yet. As for whether they could stand on it, Lorin wasn't worried at all. The ship was another matter, as it was in the sea, but those buildings would never deceive him. As the devil's ship slowly approached the shore, Lorin found himself in a dilemma. How the hell was he supposed to anchor this thing? This damn place shouldn't have a seabed, right? With a mindset of just trying it out, Lorin dropped the anchor, and surprisingly, it didn't fall down. It even bounced a little. Lorin hesitated for a moment before jumping down, and the anchor of the boat bounced up, so the person was definitely fine. With a plop, he landed safely and tried to feel his feet, as if stepping on a yoga ball, then suddenly realized below was that kind of jelly-like cloud. He rolled around a bit and found it extremely fun, splashing joyfully on the water surface while letting out a laugh like a barbell. Robin went to change clothes when the boat reached the shore. Although he was already dry, the seawater made it uncomfortable to wear. Lorin, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, felt nothing. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lorin rolling around below, with an expression of pure joy. It's been a long time since I've seen you so happy. Lorin's personality is calm, with a touch of silliness. When nothing is happening, he is more serious than anyone else, but once something fun pokes at his heart, he can be as wild as a runaway donkey. Luffy is in that state every day. Wow, Robin is so beautiful. Lorin's eyes lit up as he looked at Robin, who was dressed lightly, and with a whoosh, he was by her side again. Robin, darling, what you said isn't right. I'm happy every day with you around. But today I'm even happier. Me too. Let's go play. But aren't we going to find Luffy and the others? It's fine, forget about them. After playing for a while, Lorin's enthusiasm waned a bit, and his eyes rolled around. Hey, Robin, darling. Do you think this counts as being on Cloud 9? Strictly speaking, yes. Then should we do something more meaningful up here on Cloud 9? Lorin made a funny face, slyly coaxing. What? Robin was originally curious about what more meaningful things there could be, but upon seeing Lorin's expression, she instantly understood. Her pretty face turned red, then darkened. Lorin took a look and thought, oh no, this is bad. Robin directly grabbed his ears and pulled hard to the sides. Oops, that's wrong. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lorin's ears had already been stretched to twice their length, but he still had no intention of giving up, shouting that they would talk about it tomorrow. Robin couldn't do anything about him. This guy was shameless. With a huff, he let go of Lorin's ears. The two of them played around for a while longer before calming down and starting to think about what to do next. Lorin is here to deal with Enel, and Robin is here to search for the historical text. From the experiences of the past few days, Lorin recalls some things. The historical text should be on the other half of Sky Island. As for Enel, he really doesn't know anything about him. Let's go. Huh? Where to? Let's find a place with people and ask. Oh, since there's no clear goal, we might as well ask someone. The two of them walked along the coast towards the place they saw when they came up, and Lorin had already shouldered the fruits he bought, because on the Sky Island, they could encounter that arrogant Enel at any moment. After a while, they reached the residential area. The people on the Sky Island are different from those below. They have two antennas on their heads and wings on their backs. The two of them observed the residents of the Sky Island, and the residents were also observing them. It's rare for them to see anyone without horns. Why do I feel like they're looking at us like we're monsters? I feel that way too. Lorin and Robin couldn't stand the feeling of being watched like monkeys anymore, so they quickly left. There are shops on the Sky Island. Otherwise, there would be no need for currency. After walking for a while, they found a place that looked like a shop with fewer people and decided to ask about it. They just sat down and were happily chatting with the owner when a loud noise came from outside. Also, a group of people in matching uniforms marched in orderly and struck a pose. The shop owner also responded with "also," leaving the two confused. The captain leading the group looked at Lorin and Robin. It must be you. The 8 illegal intruders reported by the old monitoring officer from Qinghai. Where are the others? Come out quickly. His words surprised the people around them. Illegal intruders? They are actually such dangerous people. It's better to leave here quickly. Saying this, everyone ran away, leaving only the owner still inside. 8 illegal intruders? It seems Luffy and the others have already come in. I told you not to worry about them. The two continued their conversation, oblivious to their surroundings, while the captain's eye twitched in annoyance, grinding his teeth as he plotted how to add more charges against them. No more excuses. You are illegal intruders. The photos have already been sent over from the monitoring officer. We didn't argue. Yes, that's right, it's us. What's wrong? Lorin had a nonchalant expression, leaving the captain somewhat at a loss, who then cleared his throat. However, you don't need to worry too much. This charge is quite light. As long as you're willing to pay 10 times the ick, you can become a legal tourist. No money. That ick you mentioned, I've never even seen it. Lorin is single. Oh right, you are from Qinghai, and the common currency is Bailey, so using Bailey is also fine. The exchange rate between ick and Bailey is 10,000 ick equals 1 Bailey. So for the two of you, you only need to pay 2 million Bailey. Lorin suddenly realized after listening that the 1 billion IKA mentioned earlier was actually 100,000 belly. But that's still expensive. Chopper is only 50 belly. 100,000 belly is enough for a family of 3 to live for over a month. So that's how it is. 2 million belly isn't that expensive after all. This left Robin shocked. In her impression, Lorin was not the type to willingly hand over money. But I refuse. Daga, verbally expressing it. Robin showed an expression of as expected. The captain on the opposite side was already filled with anger. It seems necessary to remind you that we are the White Beret BU team, a unit directly under the priest. Resisting us will only make your punishment worse. Oh, what kind of attitude is that? Do you want to be subjected to divine punishment? That so-called god of yours. I can't wait for him to come find me. Lorin's words made the boss break out in a cold sweat, looking around suspiciously as if searching for something. The white berets across from him also had expressions of astonishment. Insane. Absolutely insane. Do you dare to show disrespect to the gods? This is a level 1 offense. Arrest them. Lorin's expression turned cold as he was about to draw his blade, but Robin stopped him. Lorin, don't kill them yet. We haven't figured out what that so-called god is. Oh, Lorin knows about that so-called god, but Robin doesn't. And it's not just Enel. The history text should be able to ask him too. As the captain directly under the priest, he should know more than an ordinary shop owner. The Conqueror's hockey precisely took out all the people behind the captain. Then, in a speed that he couldn't see clearly, a knife was placed against his neck. This sudden turn of events left the shop owner so shocked that his jaw hit the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down. Help! He screamed. And in an instant his legs ran out of the illusion, disappearing from the shop with a whoosh, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Lorin and the other person glanced at him and ignored him. After all, he was already of no use. In an instant, all his companions were dealt with. and the white beret captain, with a knife at his throat, gritted his teeth. Yet he remained calm, wearing a fierce expression, so foolish to dare resist us. You truly don't know when you're going to die. The Almighty God will surely impose punishment. Prepare to have no place to be buried. His arrogant tone made Lorin extremely unhappy. He punched him in the stomach, and, as the captain bent over in pain, Lorin elbowed his back, causing the white beret captain to open his mouth wide, unable to utter a word from the pain. After the beating, Lorin still felt uncomfortable and turned to seek Robin's opinion. I really want to kill him. Ugh, hold on for now. Ask first, then kill. Oh, then I'll give him a beating first. He's infuriating me. With that, he unleashed another flurry of punches and kicks, turning the captain's face into a mosaic. Not knowing how many teeth he had lost. Robin, the treasure is in your hands. Go ahead and ask. Robin stepped forward and crouched in front of the mosaic face captain. Have you seen the historical text from your sky island? It's a kind of square stone. It has unfamiliar writing on it. And what exactly is your god? Lying on the ground, the captain gasped for breath and took a while to speak with great difficulty. You will all die a terrible death. Stupid trash. The Almighty God and the priests will surely kill you all. Lorin, are you really not afraid of death? Just answer the questions. Why make it so complicated? It seems you still don't understand the situation. With a swift motion, he chopped off the man's entire arm at the shoulder. Before he could scream, Lorin stepped on his mouth, leaving him only able to glare and make muffled sounds. No need to think now. All your teeth are gone. Are you a bit more awake now? We don't know what will happen, but even if the omnipotent God comes, I can still kill you and chop you into pieces to feed the fish in the sea. Most people are afraid of death, and this so-called captain is no exception. Faced with the choice between life and death, he compromised. The gods are everywhere, but the gods and their priests won't come here. They will wait in the forbidden land of Oppiato for the defiant to ascend to Oppiato, and then the omnipotent God and the priests will personally deliver judgment. Oh, you speak so convincingly that someone who doesn't know might actually be fooled by you. Captain Wenyan's body stiffened. This is definitely not to scare you. When the judgment of the gods descends, you will realize how ignorant you are right now. Don't give me that nonsense. Have you ever seen the historical texts? Lorin clapped her hands twice again. I don't know. Even if there is, it's in the Apaya where the gods reside. So where is Apaya? Long was taken aback indeed. Is it still fear? Wanted to clarify where the holy land where the gods dwell is, and then stay away from it. Impossible. Lorin does not know his inner thoughts. If he had known, he would have asked, where do you think I look fearful? I'm just trying to get through this, okay? God already knows everything that has happened here, and soon he will impose sanctions. So even if I want to escape now, it's useless. But it wouldn't hurt to tell you that Apaya is just next door on this island. If you head east and enter the cloud path, you can get there. Lorin nodded in satisfaction and looked at Robin, who also indicated that he had finished asking questions and had nothing else to inquire about. After Robin expressed his stance, Lorin thought for a moment and decided not to kill this so-called captain after all. He had already beaten him up and chopped off one of his hands, which was enough to vent his anger, so leaving him alive would suffice. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty devil. The two then left the shop and stepped onto the street, which had once been bustling but was now deserted, as Lorin and Robin were considered blasphemers. There had been many such people before, but their outcomes were rarely good. Even the locals would instinctively keep their distance from those about to face divine retribution. Just as the two were about to head back, Lorin suddenly looked up at the sky. What's wrong? Something was coming. Lorin's mouth curled slightly at the corners. Being able to strike from such a distance, it truly lives up to being one of the strongest nature-type devil fruits. What? Robin also looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. Suddenly, Lorin picked up Robin and zipped to the other side. At the same time, two massive bolts of lightning fell from the sky, one crashing down where Lorin and Robin had originally been, and the other striking the shop they had just been in. Lorin managed to dodge this attack, but the captain in the white beret inside had no ability to evade it and let out a painful scream as he was shocked. After Lorin and the other person dodged, they noticed the screams coming from inside and took a glance. Wow, how terrible. The person is completely charred. Is this the punishment sent down by the gods? Robin felt a bit dazed. The ability to control lightning seemed a bit strange, and she had a thought in her mind but wasn't sure. Well, no need to worry. It's just a natural-type devil fruit user. These natives just haven't heard of it. Is that really the case? The people on Skypiea are very strange. They know about devil fruits and that Luffy is a paramecia type, but they firmly believe that Enel is a god. What a big pit. On the other side, Enel sat on the sofa with a look of astonishment, which quickly turned to relief. Did he dodge it? Another user of the Mind Network? This is getting more interesting, but it doesn't matter. They will all end up here eventually. Lorin and Robin left the store's vicinity, preparing to return to the ship Thousand Sunny parked at Angel Beach, while countless residents peeked at them along the way. Look, Lorin, the Mary. Yeah, I see it. It seems like Luffy and the others have arrived here. But where are they? I don't know. Let's wait a bit. At that moment, Luffy and the others were guests at Koni's house. When they arrived, they also spotted the Thousand Sunny, and even Nami, Chopper, and Usopp excitedly boarded the ship to explore. After all, they felt safest being near Lorin. Unfortunately, they soon realized that Lorin and Robin had disappeared somewhere. Later, a group playing on the beach encountered Koni's walking her fox. They then had a friendly conversation with Koni's and her father and were invited to their home as guests. Lorin and Robin got back on the boat. Lorin felt a bit hungry since she hadn't eaten anything since coming up in the morning, so she was getting ready to eat something. Although Robin's cooking skills were decent, they were still a bit lacking compared to Lorin's. So usually, it was Lorin who took charge in the kitchen, and that was the case now as well. Lorin went into the cabin to prepare some food for himself, while Robin sat back under the sunshade to read. Robin, Hearing someone call her name, Robin closed her book and looked around. The voice seemed to come from quite far away, but she couldn't see anyone in her line of sight. Over here, over here. Robin stood up, and Lorin couldn't help but come out of the kitchen. Then she immediately spotted Luffy and Usopp waving at them from a window of a house in the distance. It's them again, in just a little while. They've already managed to sneak into someone else's house to eat and drink, and I still have to cook for myself. Ha ha ha. Robin couldn't help but laugh joyfully at Lorin's antics, and then Lorin ran back into the kitchen. Luffy and the others were excited to see Lorin and Robin again. Hey, Robin, the food up here is amazing. Want to come up and try it? No thanks. Lorin is already cooking. Upon hearing this, Luffy didn't insist, but turned around to continue grabbing food with Usopp and the others. Robin settled back in her beach chair, then felt something was off. It seemed like the boat had moved a bit. Lorin was in the kitchen adding seasonings when suddenly the whole ship shook. Startled, he spilled half a jar of salt into the pot. The perception of color is not always active, but it can be passively detected in case of danger. Lorin, with a bang, he opened the door, wanting to see which blind fool had ruined the hard-earned empty fish. He still wanted to taste something fresh with Robin. As for whether this commotion was caused by Robin, he never even considered it. Robin had always been synonymous with gentleness and tranquility. Okay, occasionally a bit mischievous, but absolutely wouldn't suddenly cause such a big ruckus unless there was danger. But if there was danger, he would have noticed it long ago. At this moment, Robin also stood up from the beach chair, peering over the side of the boat to look down. What happened? There was a huge shrimp. Huh. Lorin quickly walked up to Robin. Wow. A shrimp bigger than a fast shrimp is carrying the devil's ship. Huh. Is this an automatic delivery of ingredients? Robin, why do you think of eating first? Could this be a mode of transportation like the fast shrimp before? It looks quite similar. It's just larger and the color is much darker. Just as they were talking, the entire ship was already on the shrimp's back, and then with a splash, it started to rush out. It's confirmed this is that kind of fast shrimp. Looks like it. Lorin was puzzled. Where are we supposed to go? It should be to that place where the god is, right? Huh, how do you know? Doesn't it have words on its head? Lorin peeked out and saw that the 3 big letters God were indeed engraved on top of his head. Just after the demon ship rushed out, a person wearing a white beret appeared not far from Angel Beach. Hee, the trial of the gods has begun. Board the Super Express shrimp I specially called for. Go and accept the judgment of the omnipotent god. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others in Koni's house were enjoying their meal. Suddenly, they heard Chopper shout, "Wow, Luffy, Lorin, and the others have left." Huh, how is that possible? He didn't wait for us? Luffy mumbled while eating. It's true. Luffy, let me see. Wow, they really set off. Where are they going? Usopp, wait. Look, the ship is sailing backwards. Luffy, that's amazing. It's just like Lorin to be able to sail the ship backwards. Everyone, idiots. What ship can sail backwards? They definitely didn't do it willingly. Zoro was feeling a headache. It wasn't the first time he felt uncertain about the future with such a captain. Hey, uncle, do you know where they're going? Koni's dad thought for a moment and shook his head, indicating he didn't know either. Forget it. We'll go find them later. Lorin is strong. No need to worry. After saying that, he turned back to eat while asking about the Forbidden Land. Since Nami had ridden on the Wiba and disappeared somewhere, Koni's mentioned something about the Forbidden Land. Luffy was super interested in such things. The more dangerous the place, the more he wanted to go. Meanwhile, Lorin and Robin were just standing on the ship watching. Once we arrive, this shrimp will be useless. It made me ruin the empty fish. Let it compensate. Hey, that sounds good. I also want to taste the specialty of Sky Island. Poor Super Express shrimp. Its fate has been decided like this. It seemed to be to prevent Lorin and Robin from jumping into the sea to escape. Behind them followed a large number of empty fish, all sorts of shapes. And they were all very large. Lorin, sending me to find Annaloo is one thing, but sending so many ingredients? I feel so embarrassed. While saying this, my hands didn't stop moving. With a whoosh, I ran into the cabin and then out again, now holding a large fish spear. I tied one end of the rope to the bow of the ship and the other end to the spear, then gripped the spear tightly. Watch me spear a fish for you. With a strange shout and a few slaps on my mouth, I threw the spear out, successfully hitting the head of an empty shark. With the rope taut, the speed of the ship suddenly slowed down, then returned to normal. Super fast shrimp. You're amazing. You're so high and mighty. If you want to eat fish, let me pull in. About 10 minutes later, super fast shrimp carried the devil ship into an island. Is this Appiato? It should be, but it might just be passing through. Soon, super fast shrimp proved it wasn't just passing through. The destination was right here, because ahead was the end of the river, and there was an altar in the middle. As we approached the altar, super fast shrimp leaped up and tossed the devil ship onto the altar. After a rumble and the creaking of the ship's body, the devil ship landed steadily on top of the altar. After throwing the devil ship down, super fast shrimp also prepared to dive into the water and leave. Damn it, the ship got hurt from being thrown. Today, I'm having your shrimp tails. Lorin drew the spirit and directly shaved it onto the shrimp's head, raising the knife to slash. With a crisp sound, the super fast shrimp was done for. Lorin happily stowed away the soul and dragged the super fast shrimp ashore. He also pulled back the rope tied to the stern, where a vacant shark was still skewered on the harpoon. After casually handling the two specialties from the empty island, he immediately began preparing for a barbecue. He had been hungry for a long time. Robin, after seeing his smooth actions, expressed disapproval of his decision to cook again. Lorin? What's wrong? Are we eating here? Yeah. What else is there to do? I mean, we should be careful. This shrimp probably brought us here to face punishment. And we don't know when someone might come to attack. Don't worry. What are you afraid of with me around? There's nothing bigger than eating. Besides, I'm already hungry. Let's eat first. Oh, Robin unconditionally trusted Lorin. She only said that to remind him to be a bit more cautious. Lorin is really not worried. It's just Enel. Aside from his fruit abilities, he can at most add some observation hockey. Although both are top tier, he doesn't know Conqueror's hockey or armament hockey. And what about me? A great swordsman, wielding the supreme great sword, with top tier 3-color hockey and perfect Navy 6 forms. As long as I wrap him in Conqueror's hockey, I will already be in an invincible position. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is on my side. Lorin started to handle the two fish in her hands after finishing her words, while Robin examined the altar. This altar looks very ancient. It must be at least 1,000 years old. Oh, after we finish eating, come with me to see if there are any other buildings. The historical text should also be here, right? If their god knows about it, it should be with that god. Lorin is focused on cooking super fast shrimp and empty shark, while Robin responds with just 2 words no matter what. Robin slowly walks over to him, and Lorin feels Robin coming and looks up. Robin, darling, don't rush, we can eat soon. Robin cups his face with both hands. What's wrong? Did you hear what I said? I heard. After dinner, we can go find something together. That's more like it. Robin gives Lorin's cheeks a good squeeze, and then lets go, not bothering to read, just quietly resting his chin on his hand, watching Lorin grill fish. Due to too much meat, Lorin's tools are not enough, and he's using the soul tools as meat skewers. If Zoro saw this, he would probably kill him. Of course, there is more than just meat. There are also vegetables and fruits, and he even cooked a big pot of soup. Raising Robin up to this point, the focus has been on balanced nutrition. All right, it's ready to eat. Robin, darling, try it. After grilling the meat, he used the soul tools as knives to cut a large plate of meat and handed it to Robin, along with some sliced fruits and barbecue sauce. This plate could make at least 100 servings of the same grilled meat at a Michelin star level, each selling for $19.99. Robin took a bite. So delicious. Your cooking skills have improved. I think so too. At this moment, Lorin's mouth was stuffed with roasted, empty shark meat, making it hard for him to speak. The reason was simple. The taste and texture of the empty fish were the most delicious he had ever experienced. While the two were eating, a voice suddenly echoed in Lorin's mind, both familiar and unfamiliar. Ding! The upgrade of the main system is complete. It is now the strongest cultivation system too. 0. Host, have you missed me? Lorin was stunned. It had been 10 years, a full 10 years. He even thought this trash system would upgrade for a lifetime. But he was still somewhat happy inside. After all, half of his current powerful strength was due to the system. Long time no see, trash system. Do you know how long it took for this upgrade? Just 10 years. This host has a record of time. And don't call this host a garbage system. This host is very powerful now. Okay, so do you know what my current strength is? I know that too. Then what use do I have for you now? The little rewards you give me are no different from having none. Still useful. Well, this host just completed the upgrade. Many functions still need to be perfected. So I'll be quiet for now. Remember to cultivate host. 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 You just ran away? Damn, this trash system. When can it be more reliable? Cultivate? What a load of nonsense. He bit down hard on a piece of empty shark meat again. Robin, sitting across from him, found his expression extremely amusing. After more than a decade, Lorin was finally acting up again. This mix of dazed looks and grinding teeth, occasionally showing surprise. Hadn't he appeared on Lorin's face for a long time? What a nostalgia. After a while, a super fast shrimp and a piece of empty shark were completely devoured by the two of them, with shrimp shells and fish bones piled up beside them. Of course, most of it went into Lorin's stomach. Robin didn't even finish that large plate of empty shark meat. Over the years, apart from Luffy, Robin had never seen anyone else who could eat as much as Lorin. If he were an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't be able to support himself. After finishing the meal, Lorin directly lay on the beach chair to digest, while Robin continued to enjoy her coffee with a book. Right after eating, Robin wanted to go down and look for other buildings. She was always proactive in this regard, but Lorin said it was not suitable to exercise right after eating, and they shouldn't waste a good afternoon. They should lie down for a while first. Is it just the two of you? Living sacrifices. They really don't know what fear is, eating without restraint at the altar. The person approaching was one of Enel's 4 high priests, Priest Shura, also known as the Celestial Knight. So ugly. Robin put down her book, glanced up, gave her evaluation, and then stopped looking at him. Lorin had already noticed that he had come, but this guy felt quite weak in his perception. If he weren't lying down, he wouldn't even have the desire to get up. He was currently pondering about the system, and, after trying to call out several times with no response, he had even less interest in dealing with him. If Aniru came, he would be more interested. The priest Shura across from them was infuriated by the indifferent attitude of the two, especially that woman, who dared to call herself ugly. How could she display such an attitude? It was truly infuriating. Since that's the case, she must be ready to die. The priest Shura charged towards Robin on his mount, and before getting close, he used his observation haki to predict Lorin's move. A kick to the chest. No, it changed. With a low murmur, he dodged to the side. But just halfway through, his expression changed dramatically, and then with a bang, both he and the bird flew out and crashed into a tree by the riverbank. How could this be? He had clearly predicted it. So how could it change? Could he also be a user of the mind network? Shura, who crashed into the tree, wasn't seriously injured, just a little pain, which was also why Lorin didn't go all out. This guy should be a good talker. What's going on? Even if you can see through it, you still have to dodge. Predicting the trajectory of the attack is impressive, but did you ask me before attacking my precious Robin? Lorin, carrying the Soul Guardian, had a smug expression, looking just like a big villain. So he is indeed a user of the mind network? Interesting. This live sacrifice should be much more fun to kill than the previous ones. However, this level of kick won't take me down. The Azura, not believing in evil, picked up the fire lance that had fallen to the side and rode back towards Lorin. As he approached, his mount suddenly spewed out a burst of fire, preparing to take Lorin down in one go. Since the mind network can't capture you, if you stay in the air, you won't be able to attack me, right? I am the priest, known as the Celestial Knight. Turn to ashes before me. You worthless beings who only rely on external power. Without your shells, you are nothing. I despise people like you the most. Lorin's calm voice came through, and he knew that on the Sky Island, the only one truly fighting with his own abilities was Enel. Everyone else relied on various shellfish, and their actual strength was quite lacking. If it was to make walking easier by adding a vent shell to his shoes, he could understand. But if even their means of attack were entirely dependent on other shellfish, that was just too ridiculous. Just as the flames approached the altar, Lorin also pulled out a vent shell he had snatched from someone else and blew the fire back. So satisfying. Watching the priest Shura hurriedly dodge the flames of his mount, Lorin happily put the vent shell back in his pocket. Ha ha ha. Robin couldn't help but laugh at his antics. She had just said she looked down on such people, and now she was using it herself. Robin, darling, have you ever heard a saying? What? It's that people ultimately become the very thing they dislike the most. Robin, you have so many twisted theories. chatting so casually during a battle, completely ignoring my presence. Don't wait until you're dead to regret it. Priest Shura, furious and embarrassed, charged at Lorin on his giant bird. Lorin was well prepared. The priest could not be killed for the time being, but his mount could. In the blink of an eye, it vanished before Shura's incredulous gaze. He hurriedly stopped to look around, but could not find Lorin's figure. When Lorin appeared, he was already at his side, kicking the neck of his mount with one foot, producing a crisp crack. The mount's neck bent at a 90-degree angle, letting out a mournful cry as it fell straight down. With a thud, the large bird plunged into the river, where it was immediately torn apart by the frenzied air sharks, staining the river red. The priest Shura took the opportunity to jump away before falling into the water, now standing on the altar, gasping for breath. That was close. What kind of monster is this guy? Even I, as a priest, can't do anything to him. Is being a priest so impressive? What? When did he get behind me? The priest Shura was taken aback, realizing he had failed to notice Lorin's presence. He quickly turned and retreated several steps. Picking up the fire spear that had fallen to the ground and assuming a defensive stance, his eyes fixed on Lorin. How infuriating. My heart network has been disrupted. This is troublesome. Put away that posture of yours. Encountering a little setback and you can't even concentrate to use observation hockey. What a waste. You don't even qualify to make me draw my blade. Lorin's words made Shura feel an immense humiliation, forcing him to grit his teeth and launch another attack to defend his dignity as a priest. Lorin's expression was cold, as if devoid of emotion. When facing the rushing Shura, he merely sidestepped slightly and then slapped the fire spear used for the attack into two pieces. Then, amidst Shura's astonished gaze, Lorin's hand, which had been extended, turned into a fist and struck him in the stomach. The priest Shura opened his mouth wide, spat out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying back at a speed far greater than when he charged in, crashing into the altar and causing stones to splinter everywhere. He briefly lost consciousness. Done. Hee. Robin, aren't I awesome? After seeing Shura fly out, Lorin's cold expression instantly transformed into that of a goofy dog, and he scampered over to Robin to seek praise. Robin only gave him a disdainful eye roll. She could have easily dealt with such a small fry herself. How dare he ask for compliments? She was determined not to indulge him. Lorin saw that Robin didn't praise him and wasn't discouraged either. So he happily ran off the ship to pull Shura back on board, and the two of them just watched him. After about 10 minutes, Shura slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lorin's face close up, which scared him into retreating quickly. Unfortunately, he couldn't move except for kicking his legs, because Lorin had already tied him up with a chain as thick as a bowl. Robin, my treasure, he's awake. Didn't I say I have a measure of restraint? Quickly praise me. Yes, my Lorin is the best. Robin reluctantly praised Lorin after putting down his book, then slowly walked up to the priest Shura. He. Lorin was genuinely happy from the praise and made way for Robin. Then Robin asked Shura the same questions he had previously asked the captain in the white beret. Of course, Shura wouldn't cooperate, but under Lorin's severe interrogation, he eventually confessed. Come on. Lorin had seen the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. How could mere coercion be difficult for him? In fact, he just described a bit of Ling Qi and mentioned hitting him until he defecated and then feeding it back to him. This priest really didn't have such a hard bone. This time, both of them got the information they wanted. There is indeed a huge ruin in the south, and you can reach it by walking straight south. The omnipotent God Enel shrine is also over there. Whether it's the land of gold is unclear, but there is indeed a lot of gold. However, they have already taken it all away, and he had never heard of or seen any historical texts. Also, this island is actually the other half of the island of Aegea that was pushed up by rising ocean currents. Of course, this was not said by Shura, but guessed by Robin herself. After asking all the questions, Robin fell into deep thought, and Lorin, seeing her expression, did not disturb her. Even the priest Shura, who wanted to speak, was knocked out by his powerful conqueror's hockey. So, my dear Robin, where should we go first? When Robin finally came back to her senses, Lorin asked, and Robin thought for a moment. Let's go straight south, as he said. After all, you have to see it with your own eyes to know. I just don't know if this guy's lying to us. What if he tricks us into a dangerous place? As long as the direction is right, it should be fine. There shouldn't be anything on this sky island that can ambush and kill both of us. Then let's go. Even if it's not, we can come back. All right, when do we set off? Right now. Robin couldn't wait any longer. Lorin didn't refuse either. After all, he had rested enough and even exercised a bit. As for Priest Shura, of course, he was disposed of. He had originally come to kill the two of them, and he expected Lorin and the others to let him go, not even leaving him a corpse. They directly tossed him into the river to feed the empty sharks. The two of them tidied up a bit and then ran south, with Lorin again carrying a big bag of fruit. He wasn't in a hurry to get to Enel's side. After all, they would definitely encounter him. It was better to resolve Robin's matters first. On the other side, Luffy and the others had also set off for Appiato, and they were similarly being pursued by the White Berets, but it was a different team. After dealing with all the White Berets, they sailed the Mary towards the direction of Appiato. Below the White Sea, in a layer down, the warriors of Sandora, led by Weber, were having a meeting when the little girl, Aisha, suddenly barged in. "What's wrong, Aisha? We are discussing how to take Sandora back from Enel. This is not a place for you." Riki, being gentler, comforted her softly. "There is a voice that has disappeared. It's the priests." Hearing this, Weber and the others straightened up. "Are you sure?" Aisha's words invigorated all the Sandora warriors. They had just been discussing how to take Appiato back from Enel, and now this opportunity was delivered to their door. One of the 4 priests was gone, and it was the perfect time to launch a large-scale attack to reclaim their homeland, while Enel's power was diminished. They had no doubts about Aisha's words. Since Aisha could use the mind network from birth, and her range was comparable to Enel's, she had never made a mistake. With this in mind, Weber immediately ordered all Sandora warriors to launch a full-scale attack on Appiato. Aisha wanted to go along, but was stopped by Weber because she was too small. Instead, Riki carried her precious Bayes, which was dirt, saying she would help her bring back more. Lorin and Robin were walking in the primeval forest like Appiato, where the trees were extraordinarily large, blocking out the sun. The sounds of insects chirping and birds singing gave the two a sense of being out for a spring outing. Lorin walked while daydreaming. Just now, the system had come back to life and told him that all functions had been integrated. Function integration? Yes. Based on the host's current strength, which has reached the top level of this world, this system will no longer issue tasks. Oh, so that means you're really useless now. Of course not. After integrating the upgraded functions, a new feature has been formed, which is that the host's daily cultivation will generate cultivation points. And this system will automatically collect the points. So what are cultivation points used for? Ahem. This is the key point I want to talk about next. Cultivation points can be used to redeem items in the system all. The redeemed items can be used by yourself or given to others. How about that? Impressive, right? Well, it is quite impressive, but what about them all? I don't see it. It's still under preparation. It will be out in a few days. Trash system. So what can I buy in them all? Everything available in this world can be purchased. Ignoring Lorraine's complaints, the system chose to act as if it hadn't heard. Is there nothing beyond the products of this world? There is, but this system can't get it. Lorin, I can't be as confident as you say. You piece of trash. Lorin angrily ended the conversation. Indeed, even an upgraded system can't be expected to perform miracles. The truth is, with his current strength, aside from the thunder fruit that he particularly desires, there doesn't seem to be anything else he urgently needs in this world. And he is already here to get the fruit. The essence of Apaya is essentially the other half of Gaia Island, which is slightly larger than the lower half. But ultimately, it won't be that much bigger. As he walked, the path ahead suddenly opened up. What came into view was a vast expanse of ruins, with various broken walls and debris lying ahead. Robin's pupils dilated, showing an unusual excitement, and she rushed into the ruins in a few quick steps. Hey, Robin, wait for me. Lorin saw Robin rushing excitedly into the ruins and quickly chased after her. It's always like this. As soon as she sees something related to history, she completely forgets about everything else. I can't live like this anymore. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others aboard the Mary had already entered the area of Appiato. Nami was terrified, grabbing his neck and shaking him incessantly. I told you not to come here. There are gods here. Didn't I say I saw someone get struck by lightning with my own eyes? Are you even listening to me? Luffy didn't give Nami any reaction, not saying a word. Nami, stop shaking. After all, Luffy is the captain, and if he misses this adventure, he probably won't be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. In the end, it was Zoro who stepped in to ease the situation. He was the first one on the ship and understood Luffy the best. Seeing that the river was nearly at its end, Nami slumped down on the deck with despair. Boo-hoo, I'm doomed, I'm still so young. Luffy squatted down beside her with a big smile. Don't worry, we were supposed to find Lorin and the others anyway, and this kind of adventure is interesting. Hee. It's all your fault. Nami lifted her head and snapped back irritably, then froze. Up ahead, that's the devil's ship. Great. Lorin and Robin, you must be on the ship, and then we can leave this cursed place immediately. Her words caught the attention of the others, especially Luffy. Awesome. Lorin and the others really came here too. Guys, get ready for an adventure. As the ship slowly approached the altar, the group climbed down. The first thing that caught their eyes was a pile of shrimp shells and fish bones, very conspicuous. The nearby campfire was still smoking. This made Nami's eyes light up. It was obvious that Lorin and the others had a picnic here not long ago, and they eagerly climbed aboard the devil's ship. Lorin, Robin, are you there? Unfortunately, no one responded to her. Undeterred, she went into the cabin to search. In the end, she confirmed that both of them were not on the ship. Seriously, these two are usually lazier than each other. How come they both ran out today? They must have also been unable to resist going on an adventure. So sly. They didn't even wait for us. Ha ha. Luffy, never one to shy away from trouble, added fuel to the fire, directly provoking Nami, who was already in a down mood. And she hit him with 2 punches. Nami, you're so scary. After getting beaten up, Luffy, with a big bump on his head, shivered as he apologized to Nami. Well, no matter what, we should wait for them to come back. Or we could go look for them. Zoro leaned against the mast with his arms crossed, looking cool, while Sanji lit a cigarette. With their strength, they should be fine. They would probably be back soon anyway. It's better not to go out so we don't get separated again, especially you, Mosshead. Hearing this, Zoro's expression stiffened, gritting his teeth. You idiot, chef. Do you want to die? I wouldn't mind cutting you right now. Did I say something wrong? You're such a directionally challenged person. The two started their usual bickering, ready to fight. Shut up, both of you. It was Nami who played peacemaker, stopping them from fighting and letting out a sigh. Sigh. Sanji is right. They will definitely come back since the devil's ship is here, and they won't be in danger with their strength. So let us just wait for them to return. Everyone agreed. Only Luffy sulked, looking displeased. I don't want to. I want to go on an adventure. Nami, unusually not scolding him, softly coaxed him. Luffy, listen. Let us wait for Lorin and the others to come back, and then go on an adventure together. Adventure is important, but so are friends, right? Yeah, I don't need to worry. I'll go by myself. Don't make me take action. Nami glared at him with a sinister look, causing Luffy to shiver. He immediately gave up the idea of going on an adventure alone. It's not that I'm scared. It's out of respect for the navigator. And then looking at the pile of shrimp shells and fish bones beside him, he got hungry again. I'm hungry. Yo-ho, let us eat something. Others. Hey, didn't you just eat? What is wrong? There is nothing to do here, and I happen to be hungry again. What is wrong with eating something? I really can't deal with you. Sanji complained and went inside to cook, and upon seeing this, Luffy couldn't help but smile happily. So everyone, let us go fishing. The ingredients on the Mary aren't enough to eat. At this time, Lorin and Robin had already entered the center of the ruins. Reading about the history of the Golden City from various inscriptions, discovering that this once prosperous city perished 800 years ago, and this coincides with the time of the establishment of the world government. Robin speculated that the destruction of this city was closely related to the world government. Perhaps it was destroyed to cover up that blank 100 years. This also indirectly indicated that there must have been real history in this place, and it's likely related to that blank 100 years. Robin became more and more excited, taking notes as she walked. But soon she noticed something was off. Wait, this is too different from what was recorded. Huh, what? Is this not it? Lorin was surprised, that's right. He had just seen that it said Chandora here. After years of Robin's influence, Lorin could understand a portion of ancient text, but not much. It was equivalent to a kindergarten level. The scale was far too different from what was recorded. It was the island cloud. Robin looked down at the island cloud, pondered for a moment, and quickly climbed to the highest building in the city center. Oh, so is this? Wait for me. Lorin quickly caught up. After entering the building in the city center, she saw that there were indeed island clouds inside. After Robin identified the location, he began to dig down. Let me do it. Lorin pulled out the spirit and was ready to take a decisive step. Wait, don't destroy this place. Robin quickly stopped her and Lorin froze, reluctantly putting the knife away and obediently starting to dig into the cloud. After a while, they had dug through this layer of cloud. Then the two of them jumped down, twisting and turning, not knowing how many vines they had cut through, until a light appeared ahead. So spectacular. The two of them were now at a lookout point, with an endless expanse of buildings below, some of which had remained well-preserved even after 1,000 years of erosion. Various murals recorded the former glory of this city. The golden city of Mandora, which fell 800 years ago, turned out to be so magnificent. After gazing for a while, Robin jumped down directly. Oh, what a hard life I have. More exhausting than shopping. Robin strolled through the ruins of this ancient city, her expression solemn as she seemed lost in thought, while Lorin quietly followed behind, not wanting to disturb her. Suddenly, Robin's body shuddered, and she quickly ran to a dilapidated building. There was a monument here, but it wasn't a historical text. It just used ancient characters, but that was enough. If she could understand this city, then this trip would not be in vain. Robin stepped forward to read carefully, and Lorin also focused on watching. Heart history. The big clock tower, forget it, I don't recognize that. What does it say on Robin's treasure? Lorin struggled for a long time and only recognized a few characters, then turned directly to Robin and asked, keeping our thoughts to ourselves in silence. We're the ones who write history, alongside the chimes of the great clock tower. Oh, the great clock tower and the golden bell, that thing is up on that big vine. Lorin suddenly remembered at this moment. He blurted out instinctively, Huh, how do you know? Robin was astonished. Lorin hadn't left her side the whole way, and he couldn't understand the ancient characters very well. So how did he know? Lorin, oh no, I misspoke. Although it's fine to tell Robin about this, it's a bit hard to explain how I know. I guessed. Robin's big eyes sparkled as she stared at him, her expression seeming to say, Do I look like a fool to you? Ahem, actually, when I first arrived on this island, I used observation hockey to check every corner. I once vaguely sensed something like a bell. Really? I can use observation hockey too. How come I can't sense anything? Oh well, because mine is already at the top level. I can even foresee the future. So it should definitely be possible to accurately find something. Haha. After hearing this, Robin found it reasonable and temporarily believed him, while Lorin wiped a cold sweat. Realizing that making up a reason to fool her was not easy, he almost burned out his CPU. The brief foresight of the future was indeed real. But accurately finding a bell tower was pure nonsense. Observation hockey can sense the changes in the aura of all things. But for something like the golden bell that hasn't been touched for thousands of years, to have any aura change is strange. Or like Enel, who can accurately hear certain things due to his fruit abilities, but it doesn't have the function of finding things. Fortunately, Robin was convinced. So shall we go up? What do you mean by up? Of course, to the top of the vines. We haven't found the historical text here, and the golden bell is up there. So the historical text is likely up there too. Well, that's not impossible. What you said makes sense. But isn't that too high? It might take a whole day to climb up. So I have an idea. What? How about I just cut the vines? That way, whether it's the golden bell or the historical text, they'll fall down. No way. Such a huge thing falling down would definitely destroy this ruin. And who knows if there are more important things up there. What if we destroy it? Robin quickly expressed her refusal, which was also within his expectations. After all, besides herself, Robin should value history the most. And then he thought of another reason. Well, it's too late today. Let's rest and go up tomorrow. Lorin felt wronged. That huge vine looked difficult to climb. However, Robin didn't agree, and it wasn't good to act directly. Robin looked at the sky and realized it was getting late. So she agreed, but the two of them didn't plan to return to the Thousand Sunny. On Luffy's side, after finishing his meal, he waited a long time. He still didn't see Lorin and the others return, and finally became impatient. Under his persistent requests, everyone went into the forest, leaving Chopper alone to watch over the ship. Then he was ambushed by another priest, Shadori, who came to kill them all, and Chopper was knocked around badly. He also blew the whistle that Gon had given him, and the two of them ended up in a terrible state. It was truly disastrous. In the end, they were saved by Nami and her birds. When Zoro and the others returned at night, Chopper was so moved that he cried out. Strangely enough, although Zoro always got lost, he always managed to reach the destination the fastest. Everyone couldn't find Lorin and Robin because at that moment, the two were sweetly enjoying their time together. Lorin, with his mischievous heart, always wanted to do something more meaningful with Robin in the clouds. Robin shot back with a single sentence. That God can accurately strike down lightning from so far away. This is where he lives, and he might just come over suddenly. If you don't mind, Robin said as she gently pinched the hem of her clothes, and Lorin's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, quickly pressing down. Damn it. Enel, you have another reason to die now. Lorin thought fiercely to himself. Robin looked at his expression and smiled slightly. Got it. Hee. The night in Appiato was very quiet. Lorin, with nothing to do, leaned against what appeared to be a sturdy corner wall, while Robin leaned on Lorin's shoulder. Resting his eyes, the dim firelight illuminated Robin's face, making her look charming. Over the years, Lorin's initial ulterior motives had transformed into deep affection. What are you looking at? Looking at you. Having watched her grow up, he still couldn't get enough. No, he could never get enough. A lifetime wouldn't be enough. Go to sleep quickly. Today was tiring. Lorin hugged Robin gently and slowly closed his eyes. In contrast to the warmth on Lorin's side, there was a place that was brightly lit and bustling with activity, the altar. Luffy and his crew were having a feast again, and Sanji and Chopper had already recovered and joined in the festivities. Even the wolf pack, which had come over to pick a fight due to the noise, had been won over by Luffy. It could be said that he truly is capable of making friends with anything. The next day, which was the day the trial of the gods began, Lorin woke up before dawn, and there was no other reason. It was simply because it was too uncomfortable to sleep outdoors. Leaning against the wall all night made every part of her feel uneasy, and at that moment, Lorin missed her 3-meter-wide bed intensely. Robin, on the other hand, was feeling a bit unwell and had dozed off in a daze, curled up in her own embrace, sleeping soundly. Damn it, this lousy system. Host, what does it have to do with this system that you didn't sleep well outdoors? You don't even have a system space. If I could bring a tent and bedding, would I still need to sleep in the open? And you say it's not your fault? System. That seems to make some sense. No, wait. But even if it's not something produced by the system, it shouldn't be able to come in, right? Don't give me that useless talk. If you had opened the shop earlier, you could have bought it, right? It's still your fault. Host, you haven't cultivated and have no cultivation points. Lorin was taken aback and made up her mind to pass the blame onto the master. Putting aside the facts, do you have any fault at all? The cultivation value is not something that comes easily. The trash system is even talking back. Master, this person is unreasonable. I'm out. After venting at the system, Lorin felt quite relieved and didn't make any rash moves, because Robin was still not awake. Lorin kept holding Robin until she naturally woke up. Robin, sweetheart, you're awake. You were just holding me to sleep. Silly. Sitting like this must be uncomfortable. Of course not. Don't you know my constitution? In fact, with Lorin's physique, even hibernating in the wild would be fine. It's just one night after all. Besides, except for not being able to sleep well due to the position, there really wasn't anything uncomfortable. Robin smiled and gave Lorin a sweet kiss before climbing out of his arms. Robin, sweetheart, for breakfast, let's have bananas and apples. We finished the meat yesterday. I'll do as you say. Lorin was carrying a large bag of fruits, which wouldn't affect what he had to do today if he had a little for breakfast. The two of them tidied up casually and headed to the upper level. There was a major project to work on today, and Ainalu was also above in the vines. They had been slow on the way here because they needed to record various histories. However, going up now was much simpler, and they arrived at the center of the upper ruins where they had jumped down in just over 10 minutes. Upon arriving beneath the gigantic vine, Lorin swallowed hard. Robin, do we really have to go up there? I think it might be quicker to cut it down. Shouldn't we reconsider? No cutting. These are precious legacies left by ancient people. We need to cherish them, Robin said seriously while pinching Lorin's face. All right. If we're not cutting, then we're not cutting. With a long sigh, he began to ascend. The massive vine twisted and intertwined like a braid as it grew upwards, making Lorin feel as if he were walking up a spiral staircase. Robin walked ahead, with Lorin 2 steps behind, simultaneously using observation haki to conceal his presence. The two walked, stopped, and, after more than an hour, they reached the level where Ainalu's shrine was located. At this moment, Luffy and the others were slowly waking up, and after looking around, they noticed that Lorin and Robin had not returned yet. However, they didn't have the energy to worry about them at that moment, as they had discovered that this island was the other half of Gaia Island. This confirmed that the great liar, Nolan, was not truly a great liar. Everything recorded in his nautical journal was real, so the Golden Bell was also real. The group decided to find the Golden Bell and ring it. They also needed to be cautious about the peculiar trial that was unknown when it would occur. They roughly divided the tasks and set off in their respective directions. Lorin and Robin ascended to the layer of island clouds where Ainalu's shrine is located, and then a huge circular building appeared before them. A large character god was written above the main entrance facing them. Lorin, Chinese characters are awesome. At this moment, there were no members of the God Squad outside the shrine. Ainalu was inside, focusing on the trial he had initiated, and even asked others how many people they thought would be left after 3 hours. The remaining 3 high priests were not present. They had gone to the lowest level of Appiato to prepare for the trial last night. At this time, he was only accompanied by 2 female divine attendants and 3 male divine attendants. Lorin and another person arrived at the entrance of the shrine and knocked on the door, which was somewhat polite. Moses, is anyone inside? Anairu, who was in high spirits, suddenly looked a bit displeased upon hearing this voice. This was because his kin Bunchaku had not sensed anyone approaching. Some of the divine attendants beside him were also surprised, Who would come here at this time? Could it be that the three priests or the commander of the divine soldiers had returned? That's impossible. Has the trial ended so soon? Shut up. You, go open the door. I want to see which little mouse has sneaked in. The whispers from the people around made Aniru a bit irritated. He then ordered a divine attendant to open the door, yet he still hadn't sensed anyone at the entrance because Lorin had not retracted his kinbunchaku. Although Aniru's kinbunchaku was strong, it was still a bit lacking compared to Lorin's. Just as the divine attendant reached the door, bang, the entire door exploded open, sending the divine attendant flying. Except for Aniru, the other four stared wide-eyed, their tongues flicking out like snakes in disbelief. They couldn't believe someone dared to act here. It was just a door, and there was no dust stirred up, yet the figures of two people appeared before Aniru and his divine attendants, and at the same time, Lorin saw them as well. I told you there was someone. Why didn't you open the door? Just kick it open. Robin beside him nodded noncommittally. After all, Lorin had already said there was no golden bell inside, so let him kick it open. The divine attendants. The person who opened the door was kicked out by you. Two little mice from the sea. How dare you sneak in here? Although I don't know how you avoided the heart net. Aniru's expression remained unchanged as he spoke to the two. Your pants are so ugly. Yeah, I think so too. Lorin ignored Enel's words and instead criticized his pants, which Robin agreed with. Indeed, Enel's lantern pants really didn't look good. Yahaha. Interesting. Enel was so angry that he laughed. In his eyes, these two were really a bit oblivious to danger. They dared to come here and even ignored his words to criticize him. He wasn't planning to ask anything else. Killing these two little mice was what he wanted to do most right now. 50 million volts, discharge. Just as he raised his hand, Lorin picked up Robin and directly shaved to the other side. Dodged. Two little mice had already evaded my punishment before. It seems like it's you too. Are you also users of the Mind Network? Enel was somewhat shocked because Lorin's speed was too fast, and through this move, he realized that Lorin could also use the Mind Network. However, on the surface, he still appeared indifferent. Rude. I'll let you live for one more day without gratitude. And yet you dare to make a move right away. Lorin dropped Robin not far from Enel and spoke with dissatisfaction. Aren't most experts supposed to exchange some banter before throwing punches? Why aren't you following the script? Upon hearing his words, Enel let out a laugh, but his expression soon darkened. Do you want to kill me? Yeah, I've set my sights on something of yours. If it weren't for the numerous matters yesterday, and then helping Robin find ruins afterward, he might have shouted, Enel, you big fool, and waited for him to deliver his own head. Ya ha ha ha. You really have some guts. Do you know what kind of existence I am? Of course. You're a user of a natural system ability. To be honest, you aren't worthy of the title God. Enel was taken aback by the words, gritting his teeth. Little mouse from the Qinghai, you know quite a bit. Are you ready to be personally punished by me? Oh, you're quite confident? Of course. I am the embodiment of thunder, revered by people as a god. Even if I stand still, you can't possibly attack me. Fool. Robin, sweetheart, help me hold this. After handing the fruit to Robin, Lorin didn't even draw his knife, and in a flash appeared beside Enel. Although Enel was still astonished by Lorin's speed, he maintained an expression of disdain on the surface. Well then, let me first let you mortals understand what kind of existence I truly am, and then you can truly feel despair as befits a god. Yaha! Boom! Before Enel could even laugh, Lorin's armed, color-covered fist smashed into his face, sending him flying to the left. He only stopped after crashing into the wall of the shrine, narrowly avoiding a concussion. See? I told you there are always self-proclaimed invincible foolish natural ability users in this world, right? After Lorin punched Enel away, he didn't rush to chase after him, but instead started mocking Enel for being a big fool. Well, that's quite normal. After all, very few people know about the existence of hockey in the first half of the Grand Line. Robin quietly watched from the side and shared her thoughts upon hearing Lorin's words. The other four gods, seeing Enel being sent flying, once again showed their terrified expressions with wide eyes and sticking out tongues, and then they quickly ran away. Why would they stay here waiting to die when their god was beaten up? Luo Lin put a lot into that punch, and it took Enel a long time to recover, with blood oozing from his mouth and nose. No, impossible. How could there be someone in this world who can attack lightning? Could it be some kind of strange ability user? Enel sat up from the ruins of the wall, feeling pain all over his body, having lost several teeth, and wiped the blood from his mouth with a cold gaze. I admit you have successfully angered me. Damn those from the blue sea. Since you can attack me, as long as I don't get hit by you, it should be fine, right? I hope you still dare to launch an attack next. Oh, give it a try. Lorin remained non-committal as Enel took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and struck the 4 giant drums behind him with his golden staff, enveloping himself in lightning. He was going to use his strongest move to send these two to hell. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Enel transformed completely into white, surrounded by lightning, and his body swelled several sizes, resembling a full Luffy, with his hair turning into an explosive hairstyle. Lorin, be careful. Robin couldn't help but remind him, as she felt the air around them charged with electricity, making her skin tingle. Don't worry, Lorin replied and slowly drew out his sword, coating it with armament hockey. He had to admit that Enel in this state was very strong, but there was still a bit of a gap compared to him. Seeing him draw his sword, Enel breathed a sigh of relief. Using a sword was good. Electrocute him. Yahaha. Using a sword, Metal conducts electricity. After saying that, he charged straight at Lorin. Thunder Dragon. One sword style, slash. With a loud bang, the two attacks collided in the air, exploding the clouds apart. Enel showed a shocked expression, unable to think of anything that could split the Thunder Dragon. I said, getting distracted in battle is not a good habit. While Enel was still in shock, Lorin's voice came from behind. Enel turned around and saw Lorin holding his sword high. At this moment, the sword was not only covered in armament hockey, but also had Conqueror's hockey entwined around it, radiating black-red lightning. Wait, puffed. With one strike, a wound appeared from Enel's right shoulder to his left waist, nearly splitting him in half. His internal organs were faintly visible. As he was sent flying, Enel also exited his god form, reverting to his normal state and lying on the ground, continuously spitting out blood. Impossible. How could there be someone stronger than a god? I haven't even reached infinite land yet. Lorin shook his hand, feeling a bit numb. He didn't expect to get shocked, even after using hockey. During the Marine-Ford War, Aokiji froze him along the blade of Whitebeard's sword. However, Whitebeard was not injured, so it's fine for the protagonist to get shocked a little. Right? I can only say you're too ignorant. You're just a natural-type devil fruit user, and you dare to call yourself a god without even knowing hockey. Lorin shook hands again, switched the soul to the other hand, and walked over to Enel. The wounds from the sword were not just enough to stop his heart. They were the kind that couldn't be saved even with electric therapy. Enel, still unwilling to accept defeat, lifted his head and stared fiercely at Lorin. I am a god. How could I possibly lose to a mere mortal like you? Divine judgment. Enel wanted to use his last bit of strength to unleash another divine judgment to kill Lorin. But as soon as his right hand reached out, he hadn't even begun to exert force. Lorin swiftly decapitated him, leaving only his unwilling gaze fixed ahead. But soon, it lost focus, and then Lorin slowly sheathed the knife. Lorin let out a breath and walked back to Robin with a cheerful step, asking her for the fruit he had just given her. He immediately opened the cloth bag and began searching. What are you looking for? Good stuff, Lorin replied, seeming to find it too slow, and directly dumped all the fruits out. Then a yellow fruit covered with lightning-shaped spikes appeared in his line of sight. Found it, Lorin quickly picked up the fruit. A devil fruit? How could it be here? Robin was full of surprise. She had seen every fruit in her bag, and there was definitely no devil fruit inside. This is the rumble fruit. How could this be? I'll explain later. He wasn't anxious before he got the fruit, but once he had it in hand, he couldn't help himself and took a big bite. Then he froze, his whole body trembled, and his face turned pale. Robin was scared to see this. Tears welled up in her eyes. What's wrong, Lorin? Don't scare me. Stop eating. Spit it out, she said while trying to pry open Lorin's mouth. She had also eaten a devil fruit, though it was by accident, and she had never experienced such a situation. Could it be that this fruit wasn't a devil fruit, but another poisonous fruit? Would it kill him? She had to get him to spit out quickly. At this moment, Lorin was overwhelmed by the taste in his mouth, his head buzzing, and he had no mind to pay attention to what Robin was saying. This taste was 100 times more terrifying than described in the original work. It was like a mixture of herring, pickled sea sparrow, stinky tofu, and vomit fruit, all blended together and fermented inside a stinky sock. At this point, Lorin's mind was filled with only one thought. I can't throw up. After his face changed several times, he finally swallowed it down with a gulp. It tasted so bad. Hearing this, Robin was taken aback. Her tears that had already fallen were immediately retracted, and several blue veins popped up on her forehead. She had been so worried. And you tell me it's because this fruit tastes bad? Her fists clenched in anger. Anyway, one bite was effective, so just throw the rest away, Lorin thought to himself, and just as he was about to throw it away, he felt his ear being pinched. Oh no, danger. As he looked up to prepare his excuse, he saw Robin's reddened eyes, and the words got stuck in his throat. Robin hadn't shown this expression in a long time. I am sorry, Robin Div. I worried you. This time it was because this fruit was just too awful. I promise I won't do it again. Lorin tightly hugged Robin and gently comforted her. Robin, feeling soft-hearted, let go and allowed Lorin to hold her after such an apology. She had truly been scared just now. Now, Lorin was the only most important person left in her life. If anything were to happen to him, she really wouldn't want to live anymore. After a while, Robin finally spoke up in Lorin's embrace and asked, "So, have you become an ability user now?" Her voice was muffled, with a hint of cuteness, which made Lorin feel quite comfortable. "All right, let me check." In a moment, Lorin swallowed. He felt as if he could control thunder and lightning. But before he had the chance to savor it, he was grabbed by the ear. Now, he could clearly feel the immense power of lightning within him. He even felt like he was lightning itself. As long as he wished, any part of his body could become lightning. And it didn't stop there. His observation haki was enhanced by the fruit. Now he could clearly hear Luffy singing. The southern island is really warm. Luo Lin, what the hell is he singing? Hurry up and put away the observation haki. He doesn't like eavesdropping unless there's a special situation. Only that idiot Enel doesn't know if he can't control it or if he wants to monitor the whole island. Keeps it on all day long. With so many sounds ringing in his ears, isn't he annoyed? He's already a devil fruit user. The user of the rumble fruit. Lorin gave a precise answer, and a spark of electricity appeared at her fingertips. She casually tossed it out, and it hit Luffy on the head. "Luffy, what just happened? This is incredible. How did you know that?" Robin knows that Lorin is asking how he knows that is the thunder fruit, and that he even ate it directly. Well, I've heard before that if a devil fruit user dies, their ability doesn't disappear. Instead, a corresponding devil fruit will regenerate nearby. I see. So how did you know there was a thunder fruit here, and even prepare the fruit in advance? Oh, well, that fruit was really meant to be eaten. I didn't know before. It was a coincidence. The one I gave to Nami before was the same. Haha. Robin stared at him with wide eyes, making Lorin feel a bit nervous. Oh, I see. Robin didn't press further and buried her head back into Lorin's chest. Since Lorin was unwilling to talk, it was fine as long as he was okay. Robin didn't move, and Lorin just held her like that. No one said anything, and after a while, Robin suddenly lifted her head. I thought of something. What? Now you're a devil fruit user too. If both of us fall into the water, does that mean we'll both drown and then be eaten by fish? Lorin, can you think positively? No, don't worry. I haven't heard of any ability users drowning, and there's still Nami and the others. Oh, let's go, Robin replied, and then let go of Lorin, heading outside. Huh, where are we going? Didn't you say the golden bell is on the vines? Since it's not here, it must be higher up. Of course, we have to go up. Kaldo Madai. Lorin tossed the half of the thunder fruit in her hand aside, lowered her head, and shouted, What's wrong? I'm hungry. How about you go first, Robin darling? I'll come later. I really can't do anything with you. I'll go with you. Robin sighed, thinking Lorin must have some important matter to attend to. With such a large shrine that previously housed so many divine soldiers and priests, how could there not be any food reserves? Lorin immediately dashed into the back of the shrine. Sure enough, there was a large amount of food here, and a considerable portion of it was already cooked. Lorin pounced on it and began to feast. Seeing how deliciously he was eating, Robin, who had already eaten fruit in the morning, couldn't help but eat a little too. The various dishes from Sky Island indeed had a unique flavor compared to those below. For a whole hour, Lorin's mouth didn't stop, almost eating himself into a ball. And he devoured 1/3 of the food in the warehouse. Are you full? Yeah, then come with me. All right. Saying that, Robin shouldered her small bag and walked out. After just 2 steps, Lorin realized he was overly stuffed, saying, Look at my life returning. His stomach instantly shrank, and then he happily followed along, leaving behind the fruit. Now that he had eaten the thunder fruit, why carry that thing around? As the battle between Lorin and Enel was about to begin, he no longer concealed his aura. The 3 priests engaged in battle with the Straw Hat crew, and the Shandians sensed 2 new voices coming from the shrine. But in less than 2 minutes, one of them disappeared again, and they instinctively thought it was their divine warrior who had dealt with the 2 unexpected guests, never considering that it could be related to their own divine god. Only one person was different, and that was Aisha. She could distinguish which voice belonged to whom. The moment Enel's voice vanished, her eyes widened. The god Enel's voice was gone. It was the Qinghai people who did it. A look of surprise covered her small face. It took her a while to regain her composure. She couldn't believe how a Qinghai person could defeat a god. No, I have to tell Laki and the others. After saying a word to the elder, she hurriedly rode a vehicle towards Apaya. Lorin and another person left the shrine and continued to climb up. The vines above became thinner and had transformed from a spiral staircase into a spiraling column. They needed to use a knife to steady themselves on top. Robin's words became much simpler. With their own ability, they grew hands on the vines, making it very convenient for them to step on. Lorin felt increasingly uncomfortable walking, wanting to fly up directly with her powers. How could it be that, with such an amazing ability, she still had to walk? Where is the justice in this? For a moment, she looked at Robin with the gaze of a resentful woman in a deep boudoir. Robin naturally noticed Lorin's melancholic look, but she just smiled secretly without saying anything. No matter how powerful you are, you still have to walk with me. Oomph. After more than an hour, the two finally reached the very top of the ruins, where there was indeed a huge golden bell. They also saw a historical inscription at the base of the golden bell. It's really here. When have I ever lied to you? The night before last. Luolin, although, indeed, there's such a thing, but that was just for fun. Who knew you were also here? In the chapter about catching birds, hee, just kidding. Mua. Seeing Luolin in a tough spot, Robin smiled at him and then excitedly walked in front of the golden bell, her eyes sparkling with light, as if she were meeting an old friend after many years. The ancient weapon of the name of the god, Poseidon. Robin quickly finished reading the content recorded in this piece of historical text. However, she didn't obtain the historical information she wanted and looked a bit disappointed. What's wrong? Doesn't this piece record any history either? Lorin could tell from her expression that this piece of historical text probably didn't contain the history she wanted to understand. What is recorded here is the location of an ancient weapon. I don't want to know this. It's okay. There are only a few pieces of historical texts in total. We will find them all sooner or later. The Pirate King found them all in just over a year. No need to rush. Robin also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed, but she was still a bit unhappy that the last two pieces did not record history. Robin, darling, look here. Hearing this, Robin looked at the base of the golden bell that Lorin was pointing to. Just now, her attention was entirely on the historical text, and she hadn't noticed that there was a line of text next to it, which was the line carved by Kazuki Oden. I came here to guide this text to the final island. Pirate King, Gold, Roger. He took all the history to Raftel. Lorin was right. Pirate King Roger was the one who knew all the history. One day, I will also interpret that blank 100 years of history and announce it to the world. After reading that passage, Robin silently said to herself, while Lorin scratched his head, looking confused. What exactly is written here? Ugh, forget it. It's useless for you to read. I told you to study, but you didn't listen. Robin couldn't help but laugh, called out, and started to go down. Huh? Are we still going? Didn't we finish everything? Aren't you going back? Yes. But this matter isn't urgent. Luffy and the others are still fighting down there. It won't end so soon. Let's rest for a bit. That's fine. Then the two of them sat down and began to enjoy the scenery. This was the highest point of the Sky Island. Also the top of the knock-up stream. They could see the farthest places. What a pity. Such a beautiful view can't be preserved. Wait. Robin, darling, wait for me. Saying this, Lorin suddenly vanished with a zap, and Robin was taken aback. Where'd he go? He said to rest, but he ran off? When Lorin reappeared, he was already on the devil's ship. It must be said that this light-speed movement is really fast. He could make a living delivering takeout. He dove into the cabin and rummaged through the boxes to find the camera he had bought at a high price. With a zap, he returned to the top of the ruins. Come on, Robin, let me take your picture. This fruit ability is really convenient. Robin rolled her eyes, realizing that this guy had brought a camera. It just so happened that she also had something to use it for. So she took Lorin's camera and started taking historical photos on her own. Lorin, huh? Just when she mentioned delivering takeout, it turned into a delivery of goods. Suddenly abandoned, Lorin found herself at a loss for what to do, and then activated her observation haki to watch the battle below. At this moment, the battle below had reached its final stage, with Zoro fighting Ohm and Wiper battling the giant mountain fiercely. The giant snake, the Sky Lord, was also here, and Luffy and Nami were playing roller coaster inside its belly. Just a few minutes ago, Isa and Nami had arrived here riding Wiper, and Isa told Wiper that Enel was already dead. But no one believed her. The two priests even mocked her. In their perception, Enel was impossible to defeat. Wiper also didn't really believe her and got aggressive with her. She got scared and hid, and seeing the tense situation, Nami also prepared to hide, only to be swallowed by the giant snake together with Isa. Wiper's eyes widened at this sight, and he immediately opened fire on the Sky Lord. The Scipians here didn't suffer too many losses due to Enel's fall, with over 30 survivors remaining, and these remaining Scipians launched an attack on the weapons chief. The giant mountain. Zoro saw this, and prepared to join Wiper in attacking the giant snake. But he was constantly being interrupted by Ohm. Then Zoro directly grappled with Ohm, and when he was dropped by the guidance bird, he saw Ohm slice Chopper away, leaving his fate unknown. This guy had injured Chopper so badly and was now preventing him from saving Nami. This was simply unforgivable. But the opponent's observation haki was also quite troublesome. Back to the present, both Wiper and Zoro were wounded to varying degrees. With the enhancement of the heartnet, the priests were not easy to deal with. Observation haki. Indeed troublesome, but we have someone here who's much stronger than you. Zoro gasped and complained about Ohm, casually tying up his bandana. But no matter how strong he is, that's his business. If he can't even defeat you, let alone protect others. Then he started reciting poetry about the 36 troubles of a lifetime, and Lorin heard it clearly from above. After finishing the poem, Zoro used the technique 108 Troubles Wind to take down Ohm. Meanwhile, Wiper seized the opportunity and risked his life to use the rejectile to directly take down the giant mountain, thus annihilating Enel's team. The two exchanged glances. Next, they should wholeheartedly save the people they needed to save. Both rushed towards the Sky Lord. Huh, why are they still fighting? Let's go down and take a look. Lorin was taken aback, but these two people shouldn't be here just to eat snake meat. Weibo was unclear, but Zoro definitely wasn't that kind of person. Robin, wait for me for a moment. I'll go take a look. MHM, go ahead. Then he disappeared with a zap and appeared not far behind the two. Hey, why are you attacking it? Want to eat snake meat? Although Weibo didn't know how this Qinghai person appeared, he glanced at him casually and ignored him, instead focusing on pulling the trigger again. Damn it, Lorin, you finally decided to show up. Come on me fight this big snake. It ate Nami. Zoro was also quite surprised to see Lorin appear, thinking that he couldn't do anything to the Sky Lord, but Lorin definitely could. Lorin was also shocked to hear that the big snake had eaten Nami. Huh? What? Hurry up and save her, you idiot. Lorin didn't care that Zoro called him an idiot. After all, he would get punched back anyway. Right now, saving Nami was the priority. If they waited any longer, she would be digested into poop. Although Nami, this little sister, wasn't that cute in front of him, it didn't mean Lorin didn't like her. He couldn't let the snake eat her. It was also a good opportunity to test his new ability. Lightning Strike. As soon as Lorin finished speaking, a flash of white light appeared in the sky, and a massive bolt of lightning struck directly at the Sky Master. Hiss. The Sky Master only had time to let out a hissing sound before being rendered immobile by the electric shock. Even its snake skin was scorched. Weber's eyes widened. This was clearly Enel's ability. Suddenly, he remembered what Aisha had said. Enel was killed by a person from the Blue Sea. Could it be true? With that thought, he couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Lorin. Zoro didn't know whose ability this was since he had never seen Enel in action, but he was mentally prepared for Lorin's strength. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. Nami and the others were also inside. Wouldn't this electrocute her too? Lorin's smug expression suddenly froze. It shouldn't be possible. Go take a look. I pulled Lorin forward, but when we got to the mouth, I was at a loss again. Should we split the snake open? Or go in through the mouth? Lorin definitely didn't want to go in. He suggested splitting the snake, but Zoro disagreed. Since that guy just got electrocuted, Nami and the others still don't know what's going on. If he takes another hit, it's definitely going to be bad. Lorin also felt the same, unsure of where Nami was. If he were to strike down and not see anything, wouldn't he have to keep chopping? It's better to go in through the mouth. Fortunately, the giant snake didn't have bad breath and was big enough. The two of them entered without encountering any obstacles and smoothly made their way into the snake's belly. It was quite spacious in here. Of course, with such a large body, it was only natural that there would be ample space inside. They should look for Nami and the others first. But why does this guy eat everything? The belly of the Sky Lord wasn't as they had imagined. They didn't encounter any slime or stomach acid. Instead, there were ruins everywhere, with various stones and construction debris. It was like a Gobi desert, but aside from the area close to the mouth, it was pitch black deeper inside. Lorin held up a lightning ball for illumination. After an unknown amount of time, they finally saw Nami, Luffy, and a little girl. It seemed they hadn't been electrocuted. Hey, little Nami and Luffy, what are you doing here? Lorin, Zoro. Nami's eyes lit up when she saw the two. Although she wasn't too scared with Luffy around, it was still not good to be stuck inside. Oh, you guys got eaten too. That's great. Luffy was also very surprised to see the two, but what he said was quite irritating. Lorin? He was confused by Luffy's words. What as I was eaten too, that's great. Mean? Can he even talk properly? Nami was initially very happy to see Lorin and Zoro come in. With them around, it would definitely be fine to go out. But after hearing Luffy's words, she helplessly rubbed her forehead. This idiot, since being swallowed. Nami had encountered Luffy running around barefoot over here, and the great joy of being free was nowhere to be found. Then the two explained their current situation to Luffy, who still didn't realize he had been swallowed, which was simply embarrassing. The three of them then prepared to leave the snake's belly. Since Luffy had walked from the lower half forward, the three were clear about the direction, but the process of getting out was not smooth. Because Weber and Zoro were constantly attacking the Sky Lord outside, it was writhing its body, causing chaos inside the belly. Just when they had finally stopped for a moment and were about to get out, Lorin caused another lightning strike, and with a violent shake, the three of them fell back in again. How miserable! Cough cough. Since we're already here, let's get out. Hey, but there is so much gold here. Let's take some first. After Lorin arrived, Nami was no longer worried about not being able to leave and started thinking about the gold here. All right, but you have to carry it yourself. Don't even think about using me as a laborer. Lorin is so lazy that if a few people take out what's in the big snake's belly, each person would at least have to carry 2 large bags. And he doesn't want to carry them. Besides, he is not short on money. On the demon ship, not to mention anything else. There is at least 1 billion berries. And he has accumulated quite a bit of other treasures over the years. All right, you two, come over and pick up the gold. When he turned to Zoro and Luffy, his face immediately changed, and both of them had huge drops of sweat visibly hanging on their foreheads. Why can Lorin be lazy? Luffy isn't convinced. Because I'm her brother, sorry. Big brothers can do whatever they want. Lorin wore a smug expression. If he weren't unable to defeat Zoro, he would have wanted to chop him down directly. But soon, he happily picked up the gold. There was no helping it. The Straw Hat crew was too poor, as most of the money went to feed Luffy, the big eater. As for Lorin having money, that was his own business. It wasn't that he was unwilling to spend it on Luffy and the others. Everyone knew that Lorin and Robin were a couple, and they didn't have any other thoughts about their money. On the contrary, Lorin often bought a large amount of ingredients to share with them. He even gave a devil fruit to Nami. Before long, the three of them were carrying bags full of gold. Let's go. Huh, go. Aren't we just cutting our way out? Nami was confused. That's right. This snake is stunned by my electric shock, so leaving now won't be like before. We shouldn't just go around chopping people down. Don't you understand that heaven has compassion for living beings? Lorin was teaching, and Zoran beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he had never seen Lorin kill anyone, he didn't believe Lorin was some kind-hearted person. He had already killed quite a few. Soon, Aisha proved his guess right. The group walked out of the mouth of the Sky Lord, and Weber was waiting on this side. When he saw Lorin directly deal with the Sky Lord, he couldn't hold on any longer. Using the repulsion shell twice in one day had caused great damage to his body. Moreover, Aisha had come with Nami, and they would definitely rescue people together. So they didn't follow inside. Weber. Aisha. Weber thanked Lorin after seeing Aisha was safe. Weber, I'm telling you the truth, Enel was really killed by someone. And that person is this uncle, Aisha said, hiding behind Nami and pointing at Lorin. At this moment, Weber had already believed her, but before he could speak, Lorin opened his mouth in surprise. How do you know, little girl? This question was equivalent to indirectly admitting what Aisha said. Not only Weber, but even Luffy and the others were very surprised. They thought Lorin had gotten lost while going out to play, but instead, he had taken down the so-called god of the Sky Island. When Aisha was asked this by Lorin, she was a bit scared and hid behind Nami. After all, this guy had even killed a god. Heartnet. I can use the Heartnet since I was born. Oh wow. Lorin suddenly remembered that there was a little girl on Sky Island who naturally possessed the observation haki that enveloped the Holy Land. His eyes immediately fixed on Aisha like searchlights. She was a genius. Does the little girl have any interest in being my apprentice? Aisha, terrified, hid completely behind Nami. This uncle. You scared her. Nami pushed Lorin away a bit. Lorin, if I don't want to do it, then I won't. It's too much trouble for me. I'm leaving. With that, he disappeared to find his Robin's sweetheart, leaving the others staring at each other in confusion. Enel was taken out by Lorin. What should we do next? Luffy scratched his head, feeling a bit lost after spending the whole day fishing. Idiot. Of course, we need to find a golden bell. All right, I still need to ring the golden bell. I can't let Uncle Corey and the others down. Just as Luffy was feeling confused, Weber had already started climbing up the vines, saying he needed to confirm what Isa told him. Luffy and the others quickly followed him up the vines. Lorin suddenly appeared beside Robin, and Robin stood up upon seeing him. Let's go. It's over, let's head back. The way down wasn't exactly easy, but it was much lighter. Then they encountered Luffy and the others again near the shrine, and Weibo was watching by Eneru's body, unable to hold back tears. 6 years. A full 6 years. The Sandians had been struggling with Eneru for 6 years to reclaim their homeland, suffering countless casualties along the way. Now, Eneru's body was right in front of him. Although he hadn't killed it himself, he still felt a great sense of relief. Lorin was taken aback when he saw Luffy and the others, but then he remembered they must be here to look for the Golden Bell. You're here for the Golden Bell, right? It's not here. Oh, where is it? It's at the top of the vines. Oh, arigato. Luffy said thank you and let Nami ride on the flying Nimbus to take him further up. Weibo also heard them talking about the Golden Bell. The Golden Bell is a treasure that has been guarded by their family for generations. 20 years ago, when Roger and the others came, he was still young, but he knew the Golden Bell was up there. So he immediately asked Lorin, "Are you here to steal the Golden Bell?" "Lorin, which of your eyes sees me as someone here to steal? I have to take that thing away, 2 to count. You can ask them," Lorin casually remarked and led Robin down, while Weber gritted his teeth and chased after Luffy. At the same time, he thought, although you helped us defeat Enel, I won't be polite if you come to steal the Golden Bell. Lorin didn't know this. What he wanted to do had already been accomplished, and now he just wanted to take Robin back up to the Going Merry. He didn't sleep well last night, so he should take a good nap in the afternoon. He had to bring Robin along. Hey. On Luffy's side, he had already arrived below the clouds with Nami. "Charge up, Nami." Lorin said it's definitely up there. "Got it. Shut up." Nami stepped on the accelerator, and the Wibba shot straight into the clouds, then burst out from above with a bang. After steadying themselves, the two were stunned. Above them, there was nothing but a massive clock tower. The clock tower was enormous, estimated to be over 10 meters high. A huge golden bell hung from it. Below was embedded a piece of historical text, and Luffy was not even half the height of the historical text. So spectacular. So much gold. We're rich. Compared to Luffy's shock, Nami's eyes turned into the shape of berries. She kept touching the clock tower. At this moment, Wibba also arrived. "Hey, are you here to steal this Golden Bell?" Facing Wibba's question, Luffy surprisingly remained calm. "No, we're here to ring it. Let me ask you. That bell's sound can reach the blue sea, right?" "Huh? What?" Wibba was somewhat confused. There was a man below with a chestnut on his head. His ancestor was executed for saying something about the Golden Bell, being considered the world's biggest liar. His lifelong wish was to ring this Golden Bell, to prove his ancestor was not lying. So if he hears the sound of this bell, his wish would be fulfilled, right? Although Luffy's explanation was vague, Wibba still understood. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that chestnut guy you mentioned? What's his name? That chestnut guy is Mont-Blanc-Noland. Before Luffy could finish, Nami interrupted him. She knew this guy wouldn't remember others' names. Mont-Blanc indeed. Ha ha ha. All right, you go ahead. Hearing this, Luffy also smiled. "I see you're quite nice." Hee. After complimenting Wibba, Luffy walked straight towards the Golden Bell. Rubber rocket. With a bang, Luffy's hand hit the Golden Bell with all his might. Dong. The Golden Bell emitted a deep sound. But this Golden Bell was heavy, and the island's cloud was only supported by a vine. It was fine if it didn't move, but once it did, it lost its balance. The Golden Bell tilted to one side. Both Luffy and Nami were shocked, and Wibba was no exception. "Holy crap, we're in trouble. Idiot, you overdid it." Nami punched Luffy on the head, her eyes nearly popping out. "Don't panic. Watch me." Luffy stretched out his hand and grabbed the Golden Bell. Wibba also ran to the other side to try to push it back, but it was useless. How could they hold up something that weighed thousands of tons? In the end, Luffy and Wibba fell down with the Golden Bell. "Luffy, let go, you idiot." Nami couldn't help but worry. Falling from this height wouldn't kill them, would it? After cursing the idiot, she quickly rode Wibba down. If they crashed through the clouds and fell straight into the sea, they would definitely be dead. Meanwhile, everyone in the upper ruins heard the massive bell sound and looked up. People in other parts of the Sky Island also heard the bell. What a beautiful sound. A farewell song from 400 years ago. The people of the Sky Island heard the sound and began to come out of their homes. Is that Basis singing? Yes. This must be the island's song. An elderly man wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes. He had grown up listening to these legends and never expected to hear such a sound in his lifetime. Below the cloud of GD, Mont-Blanc-Noland and the 2 ape men from the Monkey Mountain United group were also shocked by the bell sound. "No way. That's right. There's only one bell in the world that can produce such a sound. Well done, Straw Hat Boy." Mont-Blanc-Noland was filled with tears. His years of perseverance finally paid off. The Golden Country. It exists. The people in the upper ruins looked on, feeling something was off. It seemed something was falling from above, accompanied by screams. Upon closer inspection, oh my, the golden bell? Holy crap, it's falling? Lorin had just ascended to the upper ruins with Robin when they heard Luffy's pig-like scream. Looking up, they saw a huge golden bell, trailing exhaust, coming down towards them. Damn it, Luffy, you fool. How did you bring the bell down? He picked up Robin and sprinted 100 meters away from the area where the golden bell might fall. After setting Robin down, he looked at the massive golden bell. The bell fell vertically. With a loud bang, it smashed through the clouds above Enel's shrine, and without losing momentum, it crashed through the clouds of the upper ruins, landing inside the true ruins of Sandora. The clouds rolled violently, and a shockwave spread far and wide, causing significant damage to the ancient Sandora ruins. Lorin could clearly feel the cool air around Robin's baby. Oh no! After the descent speed stabilized, the two ships began to land slowly, and neither Lorin nor Robin moved much, at most just gazing at the scenery. The situation was quite different on the Mary, as Luffy was being a troublemaker. Just after they started descending, he ran up to the balloon octopus's head to jump on a trampoline. Nami shouted in panic, fearing he would break the octopus. But in fact, it was already damaged, and the octopus started leaking air. At a critical moment, Usopp stood up again and stuck the wind shell he had traded for a pile of garbage from the Sky Island residents onto the bottom of the Mary. With the wind shell, the Mary's descent speed slowed down significantly. Lorin and Robin leaned over the railing of the Devil to get a clear view. But the wind noise at high altitude was too loud for them to hear what they were saying, and Lorin didn't use his observation hockey. He only saw Luffy jumping on the octopus's head. Then the Mary suddenly dropped a bit, and the chaos on the Mary was evident. It was obvious that it was Luffy's doing. They really had so much energy. Robin couldn't help but sigh. She found it amazing that wherever Luffy was, it was always lively. Being young is great. Lorin couldn't help but exclaim. Although his mindset hadn't changed much, he was indeed already 30 years old. You weren't this raucous before. That's right, I was a quiet, handsome guy. Robin didn't want to respond to him anymore and started climbing up the pole. The high altitude of 7,000 meters didn't last long. Although the floating island had nights, they were very short. At this moment, it was still not dawn in Shanghai. Soon they approached the sea surface, but the distance between the two ships was significantly greater, roughly several hundred meters apart. Moreover, the balloon octopus on the Mary had run out of air while still quite a distance above the sea, and with a whoosh, the Mary quickly fell into the sea. The demon drifted a short distance before starting to descend, and it was estimated that the two ships were now over 1,000 meters apart. With a bang, the ship crashed onto the sea surface, and the two of them held tightly onto the mast to avoid being thrown off. Lorin used to be someone who didn't need to worry, but now he is also away. Now there are two on the ship, and if one falls, the other won't be able to save them. After the ship stabilized, Lorin first checked on Robin to make sure she was okay, and after confirming she was fine, he hurried into the cabin. With the person safe, the next priority was to ensure the ship's safety. If it started leaking, they would be in big trouble. Upon entering the bottom of the cabin, he found that there were indeed many places leaking. There was no way the ship wouldn't be damaged after falling from such a height. He had to fix it quickly. Otherwise, neither Robin nor he could swim right now. Woo! Lorin was just about to patch up the vulnerabilities when the piercing air raid siren blared, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet night. She froze for a moment and then quickly rushed out of the cabin. At this time, Robin also looked nervously into the distance. Lorin followed her gaze and saw lights glowing in the distance. The air raid siren was coming from that direction. That should be Luffy and the others, right? Did they fall directly into the Navy headquarters? If nothing unexpected happened, then yes, they must have. Wouldn't that mean they are done for? Robin shot him a glance. She understood that term. Even if it's a Navy base, they shouldn't be in trouble for a while. Let's focus on our own matters first. If we don't fix the leaks, we might not be in danger, but the ship will sink. Okay. Lorin immediately picked up a piece of metal and started banging it around to patch up the leaking spots. Robin was helping out on the side. Soon, the leaking areas were mostly fixed, and Lorin suddenly had an idea as he looked at the seawater that had entered the cabin. Since he had traveled through time, could his physique be different? He quickly collected the seawater and put it into a large bathtub, which he had specially prepared for Robin to take baths in. Then he jumped right in. Water splashed everywhere. Gurgling, he found himself at the bottom of the bathtub, blowing bubbles, unable to move at all. Robin, I thought you were going to do something serious. Turns out you're just playing? She pulled him out, barely managing to suppress the urge to give him a beating. Clean the bathtub. Robin tossed out a line and turned to leave, fearing that Lorin would come up with some other crazy idea. Who put seawater in a bathtub at home? Luo Lin chuckled in response. It really is true that falling into the sea leaves one feeling weak all over. What exactly is the principle behind this? When the whole body is submerged, one feels weak, but when only part of the body is submerged, it's fine. Where is the critical point? Luo Lin, an expert in practice, must figure this out today. He found a bucket nearby and filled it with seawater. He put one hand in, no problem. Both hands? Still no problem. Lorin started with one hand and slowly tried for half a day. When the seawater reached his chest, he panicked and lost control of his body, ultimately having to call for help from Robin. This time, Robin didn't indulge him. Playing around earlier was one thing, but now he was making a mess with water everywhere. How old are you? His ears turned red from embarrassment, but he also came to a conclusion. As long as the chest area doesn't get submerged in seawater, it's fine. Once the chest is wrapped in seawater, it's game over. Although he paid the price of red and swollen ears, the joy of resolving this confusion was enough to overshadow the pain. However, the pouting Robin seemed harder to coax this time. After a while, Lorin finally mustered the courage to approach Robin after cleaning everything up. After some coaxing, Robin finally acknowledged him. You must not do such dangerous things again, understand? If I hadn't heard you, you could have drowned. I won't. There will definitely be no next time. I just wanted to figure out where getting submerged in seawater would make me weak. Lorin hugged Robin from behind in the same way Jack hugged Rose, babbling away while secretly thinking about trying freshwater next time. The two of them were messing around until it was almost dawn when they suddenly remembered that Luffy and the others were still inside the Navy branch. It's been so long. Should we go check on Luffy and the others? If you want to go. Then let's go. It wouldn't be right to leave them behind. After a brief thought, they steered the devil ship towards the distant Navy branch. However, they definitely couldn't enter through the main gate boldly, as it was already closed, and even without the pirate flag, they would get caught. They weren't a warship. So the two of them circled the island slowly. Most of the personnel were patrolling inside the branch, trying to capture Luffy and his gang. And there were mostly only one or two Navy officers at the gate and the surrounding sentry posts. Naturally, they noticed the two ship, but only thought it was a fishing boat going out to sea, so they didn't chase them away. After circling for a long time without finding a way in, several warships approached them. Hey, fishing boat in front, please give way. Our warship is too big to turn. Quickly move aside, otherwise you'll be sunk. Lorin and the other person were taken aback. Isn't this the opportunity that has come? All right, got it. We'll step aside now. Lorin controlled the demon to move aside a little, and the warship slowed down a bit to wait for Lorin and the other person to get out of the way. It only resumed, accelerating after they had moved aside. Lorin directly stopped the boat on the surface of the sea, but was somewhat troubled. It's not easy to anchor the boat here, but if I don't anchor, it will drift away with the current in a while. What should I do? Should I go in and take a look? Robin, my dear, will you wait for me here? Lorin asked Robin in a negotiating tone. That's fine. Robin also knew that it wouldn't be of much use for him to go in. With Lorin alone, it was enough for the battle. This small branch definitely wouldn't have a match for Lorin, so it was better to just wait here. As soon as Lorin heard this, he became very happy. Robin is so understanding. I'm dying of laughter. He started pecking at Robin wildly. The Navy on the warship looked on from a distance with contempt. Having a wife is impressive. Having a beautiful wife is something to brag about. I'll be just as affectionate when I go back this time. Robin wiped the saliva off her face, looking completely calm and not at all embarrassed. Hey, you two over there. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be fishing this far out, right? Finally, a Navy officer couldn't hold back anymore and raised the question. You two better have a good reason. Lorin had already thought of an explanation. Since they ended up here, it meant that the storm clouds were nearby. And the presence of storm clouds indicated that there was a storm. Yes, Commander. We wouldn't have come here originally, but we encountered a storm while fishing. And we sought refuge here. We'll rest for a bit and then leave. The Navy had nothing more to say, as they too had suffered significant losses due to encountering a storm at sea and had come here to rest. Lorin's explanation was reasonable and convincing. Oh, so you're also unfortunate victims of the storm. It's a pity that this is a Navy base and civilians can't enter. Otherwise, we would definitely let you in to rest. You can rest here. You won't be disturbed by pirates, and I wish you good luck. The Navy major who initiated the conversation was quite friendly. After chatting for a bit, he led the fleet into the G8 division. Lorin also responded to him with a few words, saying that there is still a majority of true, just individuals in the Navy. Therefore, he basically does not kill those who captured them in the past. After the entire fleet entered, the door of the Navy G8 branch rose again. The door is closed. Robin's voice came through. Then how do you get in? Lorin was taken aback for a moment. and then said, "Am I afraid I can't get in alone? Just watch." With that, he disappeared with a whoosh. Robin was also momentarily stunned. She had forgotten about this. "You stinky Lorin. So it turns out I was the one getting in the way before. Without me, you would have gotten him long ago, right? Fine. You can sleep on the sofa tonight." At this moment, Lorin had no idea what Robin was thinking. He had already entered the G8 branch. Using his observation hotkey, he quickly found Nami, who was talking to herself. "Hey, Nami." Ugh. Nami was startled half to death by the sudden voice behind her and screamed. Lorin quickly covered her mouth. "Don't shout, it's me. Lorin, what are you doing here? Didn't you and Robin fall into another place? I can't find you guys." Oh, where's Robin? She's outside, didn't come in." Upon hearing this, Nami didn't ask much more and decided to discuss with Lorin about finding the others. Lorin already knew where they were, but he couldn't take Nami there. Just as the two turned around, Nami was startled again because two people opened the door behind them and asked where the kitchen was. "Hey, what are you afraid of?" Lorin had long sensed the presence of the two people and was not flustered at all. Nami smiled awkwardly, indicating that it was nothing, and then saw Lorin appear behind the two, knocking them out with a hand knife. "Hey, what are you doing? Huh? Didn't you see? Knock them out and hide them. That way it won't cause a commotion, right?" Lorin said matter-of-factly. Nami gritted her teeth. "Listen up. From now on, you will listen to me. Don't act recklessly. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand so many guns and cannons." Lorin remained non-committal about this. Guns? Forget it. Unless it's sea-stone bullets that can break through his hockey defense. Otherwise, forget about causing him any harm. Can we just follow along like we're at home? The reason he didn't argue with Nami was that he found it too troublesome to explain, so he was too lazy to do so. Just following her was fine. It wasn't a problem to treat it as a stroll. Nami led Lorin through twists and turns to a place where clothes were stored, found a suitable outfit, and directly disguised him as a Navy officer. After changing into the clothes, Lorin suddenly felt hungry. Since he was already dressed, why not go grab a meal? Lorin thought it was a good idea. "Nami, I know where Luffy and the others are. I'm going to find them." Nami was taken aback and hadn't reacted when Lorin suddenly disappeared. How infuriating. When did this guy become so unreliable? "At least listen to me for a moment." Rubbing his temples in frustration, he continued forward and arrived directly at the kitchen door. With his ability, he could reach any part of the G8 base in an instant. He opened the door and walked right in. "Mina-san, I'm here." Seeing everyone staring at him, Lorin wondered if he had exposed himself. Should he knock everyone out, have a big meal, and then run away? "Is it you? Wasn't there supposed to be two people?" Lorin secretly remained vigilant in his heart. After carefully recalling what he had done and confirming that he had not exposed himself, he asked, "What? Didn't you say there were two chefs from the city? Where's the other one? Do you think it only takes one person to challenge us?" The Navy on the opposite side continued speaking, and Lorin understood that they had mistaken him for someone else. Sorry, you got the wrong person. I'm not a chef. I just came along with them. I smelled the delicious food and came over because I'm really hungry." "Oh, I see. Sorry about that." The Navy chef on the opposite side scratched his head apologetically. "It's okay. I'm really hungry right now. Can you give me some food?" "Oh, of course. Eat as much as you want. Quickly prepare some food for this colleague." The Navy immediately agreed and quickly instructed his companions to prepare food for Lorin. At first, it was fine, but when Lorin reached his 10th meal, the chef started looking at him differently. "Wow, you can eat a lot. Sorry, I have a big appetite. Please give me another serving. Your dishes are amazing." As a chef, it's an honor to hear others praise the dishes you make. This filled them with motivation. They even increased the portion size of each meal for him. When Lorin finally finished 50 servings, he felt full and wiped his mouth. "Thank you for the hospitality. Your dishes were delicious." Not at all. It's our duty. Normally, the Navy wouldn't receive such thanks. Lorin's actions greatly increased their goodwill towards him. "But I have some comrades who were injured in the storm and can't come over to eat. Can I pack some meals?" "Of course. We can make as many as you need." "Thank you. Then I'll take another 50 servings." "No problem. Just wait a moment." Lorin thought about bringing back some food for Robin and keeping the rest for lunch. If she couldn't finish it, she could take it with her. How delightful. The chefs at the G8 branch were very efficient, preparing 50 servings of bento in about 10 minutes. And they even increased the portions, saying that since she had just gotten injured and was weak, eating more would help with her recovery. With so many servings, it might be difficult to carry. "Do you need us to help you take it?" The chef had a good impression of Lorin and wanted to help her. But how could Lorin let him? Where'd she send it? No, you all keep busy. I can handle this little bit by myself." Lorin took the bento with a displeased expression and walked out. As soon as he opened the door, he ran into Luffy and Sanji, who were also wearing Navy uniforms. Sanji's eyes widened. He recognized Lorin at a glance, while Luffy, being face-blind, didn't recognize him. He thought he had been discovered. To prevent this guy from shouting, Lorin spoke first. "Hey, you guys just got here? I'm already full. But don't worry, there's still a lot of delicious food inside." After saying that, he didn't care about their reactions and slipped away with his big bag. Sanji was still in a daze, while Luffy swaggered inside. He was already hungry, and hearing Lorin say there was still a lot of food inside, how could he resist? Lorin leisurely walked outside and took a look around. There was no one. With a zap, he disappeared and reappeared on the ship. Robin looked at Lorin, who had suddenly appeared, with a look of surprise. How could he come out so soon after going in? And he was wearing a Navy uniform. Were Nami and the others not inside? And what was that big package on his back? Before Robin could ask, Lorin directly opened the backpack to reveal the lunch inside. "Robin, you said you were going in to find Nami, but instead, you disguised yourself to raid their kitchen? Robin, my dear, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Here. I specially packed this for you. It tastes really good." Lorin took out the bento from inside and handed it to Robin. Robin instinctively reached out to take the bento Lorin offered, opened her mouth wanting to ask, but didn't know how to start. There were too many points to address. "Robin, you eat first, okay? If you can't finish it, put it in the fridge. I need to go back in for a bit." Saying this, Lorin was about to slip away, and before she disappeared, Robin hurriedly spoke up. "Wait, aren't you going to explain this?" "Oh, I got hungry after going in, so I snuck into the kitchen to eat something, and I packed a little for you too. Nami and the others are inside as well. Don't worry." Lorin briefly explained, and Robin felt reassured and stopped asking questions. After reminding Lorin to be careful, he started to eat, as he was indeed a bit hungry. Lorin directly entered the G8 division, moving around as casually as if it were her own home. Where next? As Lorin reappeared in the division, she pondered where to go next. How about moving some more? After all, the food on the ship wouldn't last many days. Without hesitation, she acted. Her figure vanished in an instant. This time, Lorin didn't go to the kitchen, but headed straight for the warehouse. Since Lorin was wearing a Navy uniform, the people in the warehouse found it strange, but didn't ask too many questions. It was unlikely that pirates would come here to steal things. Carrying so much stuff, they couldn't possibly escape. Besides, what kind of serious pirate would come to a Navy base just to steal some food? That would be a bit foolish, right? So it must be someone from their own side. Lorin has moved back and forth several times, emptying a small portion of the G8 branch's food storage warehouse. It's impossible to empty it completely. After all, the food inside is enough to feed the thousands of Navy personnel in the branch for at least a week. Robin on the ship watched in astonishment as Lorin moved things about a dozen times. "Wow, are you restocking? Do you really treat the Navy branch as your own home?" As Robin wore a face full of black lines, the merman's draft deepened by another 20 centimeters before Lorin finally stopped. After giving Robin a brief explanation, Lorin entered the branch, where Zoro and Usopp had already been captured, while Luffy and the others had just come out of the kitchen. "Do whatever you want. I'm going to the ship." Lorin strolled leisurely towards the dock, and the soldiers he passed either ignored him or, if they spoke to him, were immediately knocked out and dragged into a small room to be hidden away. The power of the Thunder Fruit was simply amazing. Not only was the instant teleportation cool, but he had previously thought about stealing Blackbeard's dark fruit, which was also said to be the most fearsome fruit. But now it seemed, what piece of junk the dark fruit was. How could it compare to the coolness of his Thunder Fruit? Strength aside, being cool is a lifelong matter. With the enhancement of observation haki and instant teleportation, you'll never be able to learn the dark fruit in your lifetime. When Lorin arrived at the dock, only a group of shipbuilders remained, as everyone else had gone to capture Luffy and the others, before they could even ask questions. Lorin directly used his Conqueror's haki to knock them out. After checking the Mary, he found that the reparable parts had already been fixed. He then walked to the bow and took a look at the iron block used to secure the ship, kicked it away with a swift motion. With a series of painful cracking sounds, the Mary slid into the water. Lorin climbed onto the ship, feeling satisfied. No need to worry about Robin outside. Just take a rest for now. He didn't know how long he had slept. "Hey, you over there, Navy, don't slack off. Get up and prepare an ambush." Lorin was awakened by a loud noise, feeling a bit dazed. Why were there so many Navy personnel in the dock? After using his observation haki to sense the situation, he understood. Oh, so they are waiting for Luffy and the others to arrive here? Well, sorry, you're going to fail. With this thought, he unleashed his Conqueror's haki. and hundreds of Navy soldiers instantly fell down like wheat blown by a fierce wind, with none spared. Huh. Lorin yawned and expressionlessly lay back down. After a while, another group of Navy personnel arrived at Dock 88, and as soon as they entered, they were stunned by the scene inside. The Navy personnel were sprawled all over the place, many of them having fallen from a height. But even though they were injured, none of them woke up. What's going on? Why is everyone down? Hey, get together. What happened here? Could it really be ghosts? Idiots. It's been said that this ship belongs to the Straw Hat Kids. How could there be ghosts? Just as they were bewildered, Luffy and the others ran in. Like the Navy, they were also shocked by the scene before them. However, they didn't take care too much and directly started fighting with the Navy. Although there weren't a large number of ambushed Navy personnel, their situation wasn't too optimistic either. Seeing the others caught in a tough battle, Lorin had no intention of intervening, since he had already dealt with so many Navy personnel, and Luffy and the others hadn't noticed he was on the ship. The number of Navy personnel kept increasing, and the encirclement was becoming tighter. Nami, along with Chopper and the blood-dizzy Dr. Kabat, rushed over. She knocked Usopp flying with one hit. Then Dr. Kabat let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. The sound pierced Luffy and the others' eardrums, and Lorin was no exception. Shut up. Everyone's attention turned to Lorin with his angry roar. Originally, he hadn't planned to reveal himself, but he didn't expect that the petite female doctor would scream so terrifyingly. Lorin, oh ho, Lorin, what are you doing here? Luffy and the others showed expressions of surprise. Nami, who had just arrived and hadn't seen Lorin, thought he had gone back. She didn't expect he had already made it onto the ship, which made them feel much more at ease. In contrast to Luffy's group's happiness, the Navy was all on high alert, with their guns aimed at Lorin. Although Lorin was still wearing the Navy uniform, a Navy major had already recognized him. Poor Gasti. Lorin, it's rumored that you boarded the ship of Straw Hat Luffy. I thought it was a fake since you weren't among the invaders, but here you are. Jill, someone actually knows me. Of course, you're an important criminal wanted by the world government for 20 years. But since the so-called Demon Guardian is here, the Demoness child, Nico Robin, should also be nearby, right? Let me think. Is it the ship parked outside the branch? The Major had a confident expression, but he didn't notice that Lorin's eyes had gone from a lazy half-squint to sharp, his demeanor filled with solemnity. Nami, awesome. Keep talking. I know exactly how to provoke Uncle Lorin. When she was young, Nami didn't understand fruit abilities and called Robin a monster. And then she got her but spanked hard by an angry Lorin several times. The Major continued to speak confidently. Although I don't know how you got in, there's a record that Nico Robin is a devil fruit user, right? If I sink the ship now, capturing her should be a piece of cake, right? Nami showed a mischievous little expression when he continued speaking. See, yes, that's it. Go for it. But before the Major could finish his sentence, Lorin punched him in the face, sending him flying sideways and knocking down a bunch of Navy personnel. Nami, yes, you talk too much. I hate people like you who have no real skills, but act like they have everything under control. Stand up and give me an order to see. At this moment, the Navy personnel who weren't affected finally reacted and pointed their guns at him, because Lorin had directly used his fruit ability to teleport next to him. Captain, are you okay? Get it together. This is terrible. The doctor is still with the Straw Hat crew. Fire. Hurry and fire. The Major rolled his eyes and lost consciousness, and the other Navy personnel temporarily lost their commander. But some were still clever and immediately called for others to shoot at Lorin. Bang, bang, bang. Watch out. Lorin couldn't be bothered to dodge ordinary bullets, directly passing through his body and shooting toward the back with unyielding momentum. Stop. Bullets are useless against him. Damn it. Is he a devil fruit user? Lorin, it's my turn to attack. 100,000 volts. Electrify. Seeing Lorin using her fruit ability, Luffy and the others quickly ran to a non-conductive place, afraid of being affected. Meanwhile, the Navy started doing a robotic dance on the spot. Let's zap him for a minute first. Then they turned to the dazed Luffy and the others, sounding a bit impatient. Hey, I'm talking to you. Aren't you leaving? What about you? I'll head back first. Luffy and the others. All right, you can teleport. You're awesome. The group hurriedly climbed onto the Mary and set sail towards the exit. Once Lorin felt the electricity was enough, she released her fruit ability. Watching the Mary leave the dock, she disappeared with a crackling sound, heading back directly. After Luffy and the others sailed the Mary out of the dock, they traveled for a while. It was only when they were hit by naval cannon fire and wanted to retaliate that they realized everything on the ship had been taken by the Navy. Now, apart from the people on board, there were only empty rooms Even the food in the fridge was gone. Naturally, this included the spring fruit that Lorin had given to Nami. For this fruit worth 100 million berries, she had specially placed it in a beautiful box under her pillow. Now it was all gone. Unforgivable. How dare they take all our gold? Nami clenched her fists, looking furious. That gold was something they had risked their lives to pull out of the snake's belly. Then the group looked at the blown-open door they created and gave up the chance to escape, turning back to grab the gold. After the warship chased out the door, they didn't see any other ships except for the one where Lorin and the others were. They even went forward to inquire about it. Of course, Lorin and the others didn't see anything. If they had, they would have set sail long ago, just when the Navy was reporting the situation to Commander Jonathan. The major inside Dock 88 also woke up. He hadn't been electrocuted earlier. He immediately reported the situation to Jonathan. Jonathan was quite surprised. He was about to order the warships that had chased out to sink the Devil and capture Robin and Lorin. But unfortunately, Lorin had been keeping her observation hotkey active the whole time. So she heard their conversation clearly. Wow, you went easy on him, huh? You should be zapped again. With a crackling sound, she disappeared. Robin, having brewed coffee, came out and found Lorin was gone, realizing she had run off to play again. Shaking her head helplessly and starting to drink by herself, Lorin reappeared in Jonathan's office. The people around immediately drew their weapons in defense. With a single glare from Lorin, everyone except Jonathan fainted. Jonathan was extremely shocked. He recognized this person, the one that the Major had just reported about, but he had no idea how Lorin had appeared. However, he was familiar with the Conqueror's hotkey. Lorin didn't care about Jonathan's thoughts and directly plopped down on the sofa opposite him, showing a satisfied expression. This sofa is nice. I'll take it later. You're just about to order to sink the demon ship outside and bring us back, right? I advise you not to do that. Facing Lorin's questioning, Jonathan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I never expected that a criminal who has been wanted by the world government for 20 years would actually appear here and surprisingly possess his Conqueror's hotkey. However, since you are a wanted criminal, capturing you is a just act for our Navy. Lorin sneered coldly. He had always scoffed at the Navy's rhetoric of justice and evil. So I advise you not to do that. Otherwise, I might just kill people. It's not unreasonable to pay a price to fight against evil. Again with that tone, an unnamed rage burst forth from Lorin's heart. He waved his hand impatiently. Shut up. So annoying. Anyway, just stay here and don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in your branch. The strong-willed Lorin left Jonathan momentarily stunned. And just as he was about to speak again, he saw Lorin wave his hand. A massive lightning bolt struck the surface of the sea within the fortress. The warship was made of iron, and some sailors on the ship were holding onto the railing. They were instantly charred by the electric shock. Jonathan's mouth fell open. Lightning. How could anyone control lightning? And with Conqueror's hotkey, is that really worth a bounty of 50 million berries? Isn't that just a scam? Below, a large number of fish slowly floated to the surface of the sea where Lorin's lightning had struck. All of them flipped over from shock. Some warships were also damaged by the powerful lightning, and at this moment, the Navy was anxiously helping each other. Hey, pull yourselves together. What's going on? How can it thunder in this weather? And such thick lightning? After their temporary assistance, they found that the injured sailors had only fainted from the shock, with quite a few burns on their skin, but their lives were not in serious danger. The phone in the office rang incessantly. It was clear that it was the people below reporting the situation. Jonathan did not answer. He was filled with rage with no place to vent it. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying, but rather that he was afraid Lorin would strike again. Then his beloved subordinates would suffer greatly. As you can see, I am the wielder of the natural type thunder fruit. I can summon lightning to any corner of the entire fortress at will. If you don't want all your sailors to die, you'd better not act rashly. Lorin looked at the scene outside and Jonathan's reaction, feeling quite satisfied, and couldn't help but smile slightly. As for exposing his abilities, he didn't care at all. The powers he worked hard to obtain were meant to be used. So what's the point of hiding them? Moreover, he had already used his abilities at the dock, and such a large organization as the Navy would definitely be able to find out. Jonathan, hearing Lorin's words, gritted his teeth tightly, his face filled with unwillingness. The so-called most solid fortress, Baron. Today, it was actually going to be breached by a group of pirates and then escape. If this got out, it would be embarrassing not just for him, but for the entire Navy. Jonathan's mind raced. Since Lorin was an ability user, then Sea Prism Stone would definitely work on him. As long as he could restrain him, none of them would escape today. What a terrifying ability. Jonathan took a deep breath to calm himself and looked toward his drawer, where he had sea prism stone handcuffs. I want to brew a cup of tea. You don't mind, do you? Go ahead. Jonathan calmly reached for his drawer. But just as he was about to touch the sea prism stone, a flash of a blade shot toward him. Jonathan's eyes widened in anger as he quickly dodged. The blade split through the desk and his chair, continuing its momentum to pierce through the bookshelf and wall behind him. Bastard, what are you doing? A startled Jonathan shouted angrily at Lorin, his face filled with rage. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he might have been sliced in half. At the same time, he was shocked. He never expected that this person not only possessed a Logia-type ability in Conqueror's Haki, but was also at least a swordsman of master level. In that moment, Jonathan finally understood why the world government had been unable to capture him for 20 years. He was simply a monster. 20 years ago, they didn't know what his strength was, but with such power now, it would be a dream to think they could take him down without the simultaneous effort of at least 2 or more admirals. Which bastard issued that bounty? It's nothing. Just my instinct tells me you are planning something sneaky. Lorin leisurely put down the fruit knife in his hand. He hadn't brought his spirit weapon, and the fruit knife was just picked up casually from the coffee table. Jonathan, suppressing his anger, was about to reprimand him when a commotion erupted outside. Immediately after, a large wave of Navy personnel surged in. What was happening? The huge commotion here had also alerted the Navy outside. How could they not come in to see what was going on in their commander's office with such a ruckus? Then dozens of armed Navy personnel flooded into the room. Lorin sat on the sofa with his back to the group of sailors, not even turning his head. He believed Jonathan would handle it well. It didn't matter how many minions came. It was useless. Nothing happened. Get out. But the commander shouted, get out. Jonathan rarely raised his voice at his subordinates, and Lorin would instinctively take action. It would be dangerous if some young man showed hostility towards him. The leading sailor looked awkwardly at Lorin and then at Jonathan, ultimately responding and retreating. A wise choice. Damn it, you bastard. If it weren't for the many ordinary sailors in the fortress, I would fight tooth and nail to make you stay. After the sailors exited, Lorin uttered a phrase that filled Jonathan with immense humiliation. He was about to grind his back teeth to dust, yet he felt helpless. He could die, but those sailors under his command could not. If he was sure that they could subdue Lorin all at once, he would have ordered it without hesitation. But he wasn't confident. These sailors had their own families. He couldn't let everyone make a meaningless sacrifice. In that moment, his hatred for the person who issued the bounty was no less than for Lorin himself. Oh, do as you wish. I'm leaving. Lorin looked around and found that there was nothing going on, so he prepared to leave. If it weren't for Jonathan preparing to order an attack on the demon ship, he wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. Wait, what else do you want? Jonathan took a deep breath. As the highest commander of the G8 branch, he could choose not to let the Navy attack to protect the lives of the entire branch, but he couldn't just do nothing himself, even if it meant death. He was unafraid. He set his stance and charged towards Lorin. At the same time, Lorin understood what she was thinking. Admirable. After a moment of admiration, she didn't use her abilities, but faced him with pure physical skills. Being praised by a pirate was not something to be happy about. Jonathan's face was filled with anger. With a loud bang, their fists collided, and then, with a crunch, Jonathan's hand bone broke. Jonathan was a tough guy, even with a broken hand bone. He only let out a grunt, took a step back, and kicked towards Lorin's head. Before he could reach Lorin, he was hit in the chest by a punch and flew backward. Although both were masters of the 6 styles, Jonathan's physical skills were still a bit lacking compared to Lorin's, so it was normal that he couldn't win. Jonathan crashed through the wall that had just been sliced open and fell into the next room, unconscious. The Navy outside rushed in again, but before they could act, they were knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki. After resolving the situation here, Lorin directly disappeared and returned to the ship to kiss his darling Robin. He didn't care about what would happen inside anymore. He thought it shouldn't be a big problem. Luffy and the others weren't just sitting idle. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the Mary slowly sailed out of the G8 branch's exit under the pursuit of 6 warships, while Luffy and the others were busy dealing with incoming cannonballs. Nami and the others came out. I thought they had been dismembered by the Navy and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Lorin, it's still you, my darling. Lorin hadn't spoken yet, but Nami and Usopp had already seen Lorin and the others over here. The Going Merry. It's the Going Merry. Lorin is here. Luffy, who had just kicked a cannonball away, turned around and showed a surprised expression. I told you, there's no need to worry about them. Ha ha ha. If you're going to be happy, let's wait until later. First, let's think about how to get rid of this group of Navy. Sanji said calmly, with a cigarette in his mouth. Lorin also pulled up the anchor and moved towards the Mary. The Marines on the warship also spotted the devil approaching. Isn't that a fishing boat? How'd it get close to? No, look at the Straw Hat crew. The people on board are even waving at that ship. They are in cahoots. How outrageous. Have we been deceived? Fire at that ship. Immediately, 2 warships opened fire towards Lorin. Thundernet. Lorin extended her hand, and several small bolts of lightning burst from her fingertips, forming a giant web of lightning in the air that intercepted all the incoming shells and suspended them in mid-air. There are ability users on that ship. Attack the hull. Lorin smirked, showing a mocking smile. So what if they're capable people? Can you defeat us? He snapped his fingers, and with a loud bang, the bombs suspended in mid-air returned along their original path, exploding on the warship. Oh wow, so cool. Taking advantage of the Navy's unresponsiveness, the 2 ships successfully joined together, and Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper gazed at Lorin's move with starry eyes. The remaining 4 warships, seeing the 2 ships unite, intensified their bombardment, clearly intent on leaving both ships here. Luffy and his companions, now united with Lorin, also appeared somewhat excited, even disregarding the warships behind them that were firing wildly. Lorin has already taken down 2 ships. If they can't deal with just 4 warships, that would be really embarrassing. The 3 main forces launched a combined attack, firing back at the incoming shells one by one, although not all of them returned on the same path. It wasn't far off, and the explosions damaged several warships significantly, greatly slowing down the pursuit. The Mary quickly seized the opportunity to accelerate and shake off the pursuing warships. Lorin also reattached the iron chains while Luffy and the others counterattacked the warships. This time, the chains were taken from the warships. The previous ones were only as thick as a bowl, but this one was thicker than a thigh. He couldn't believe they could break this one. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, in the medical room of the G8 fortress, Lorin and the others had escaped for several hours. Jonathan lay in bed, his body wrapped in bandages, while his wife, Chef Jessica, stood by his bedside, looking worried. Suddenly, Jonathan moved slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Jessica immediately noticed and called for Dr. Kobat. How is he, doctor? No need to worry now that he is awake. His broken arm and ribs have been set. Just rest well. Thank you, doctor. After Dr. Kobat acknowledged her and left, there were still many other patients injured by Luffy and the others. Sorry, Jessica, for making you worry, Jonathan said, looking at his wife's concerned face, feeling a bit guilty. He gently apologized, and Jessica, with red eyes, shook her head while holding his uninjured hand. This time, it was really a heavy loss, haha. Next, we need to think about how to explain this to headquarters. After asking Jessica, she didn't say anything else, as it wasn't her concern. However, she had a more puzzling question. How could someone break through the heavy encirclement of the Navy and injure Jonathan like this? Given his position as the highest officer of the G8 branch, Jonathan could see her expression. After so many years as a married couple, he certainly knew what Jessica was thinking. You want to ask who hurt me, right? Jessica nodded, tears in her eyes. When she received the news, it felt like the sky had fallen. That person is a monster. If he had killing intent, not just me, but the entire base wouldn't have anyone surviving. How could that be? Are you making fun of me? Jessica thought her husband was joking and retorted back, pushing his hand back under the covers. I'm serious. I'm not joking. If the Admiral doesn't come, no one is his opponent. Seeing him repeat it and his expression no longer playful. Jessica believed him to a large extent, because her husband never repeated himself when lying. So it's really great to see you, she said, laughing. Smooth talker. Jessica's face turned red, and she spat playfully. Then she got up to leave. Where are you going? I'm still injured and need my dear wife to keep me company. I'm gonna make you a nutritious meal. You have to eat it all. Anada. Jessica turned back to give Jonathan a gentle smile before turning to leave. Leaving Jonathan alone, feeling confused, his face changed from black to white, then to purple. Jonathan, danger. 2 days later, on Long Chain Island, Luffy was dueling with Silver Fox Foxy, and Lorin had no desire to participate. He casually used observation haki to sense the situation. Wow, this guy is just a trickster, always pulling some little moves. But the fruit ability is quite interesting. It's actually related to time. If developed well, it should have great potential. Luffy wasn't taking it seriously and was just playing around. Lorin was too lazy to even get off the ship. There were no beauties below, and no markets. If he went down, he would just wander aimlessly, and he barely had time for training. Just a couple of days ago, he had just escaped from the G8 fortress when he received exciting news from the Lord. The system mall he had been eagerly anticipating had finally opened. After waiting for so long, Lorin couldn't wait to check it out. Once he took a look, he was dazzled by the items inside, not to mention various daily necessities. There were everything from ordinary swords to supreme great swords. From common devil fruits to top-tier, mythical Zoan devil fruits. There were even treasures like Adam, the treasure tree, pure gold, mermaid tears, and the black pearl. This one could be ignored. However, some devil fruit icons were black, and when he asked the Lord, he was told that those fruits were currently in use by someone. The same ability cannot appear simultaneously in two users. Lorin accepted this explanation. The items in the system mall were arranged in a pyramid structure, with the prices increasing as you went up. The items at the top were also the most expensive. There was only one item at the very top, and just a glance at it almost made Lorin drool. It was a droplet-shaped item. Name, Sea Affinity. Price, 100 million cultivation points. Sea Affinity. Lorin had a guess as soon as he saw it. After Tsuko's explanation, Lorin showed an expression of as expected. The Sea Affinity can grant the affinity of the ocean and offset the side effects of the devil fruit. This thing might be useless in other worlds or to ordinary people, but for those with abilities, it's simply a divine artifact. A fruit user who won't lose their powers in the sea is incredibly powerful in the pirate world. The only problem is the price is too high. 100 million training points. Isn't that asking for his life? These past 2 days, Lorin hasn't stopped for a moment except to eat and sleep. And with what he had saved up before, it's only about 300,000. At this rate, it will take at least 2 years to reach 100 million. Lorin can't even bear to think about living such a monotonous life for 2 years. And not to mention Luffy and the others. He definitely needs to get one for Robin as well, which adds up to 4 years. And during that time, there can't be any expenses. But how is that possible? With so many good things in the store, who can resist? So Tsuko, are you there? I'm here. What is up, host? I'm Busa. What could you possibly be busy with? Don't worry about other things for now. Isn't the pricing of the items in the store a bit outrageous? Lower it for me, or at least give me a discount. Tsuko, 3. The prices are fixed and cannot be changed arbitrarily. Then will I get this Sea Affinity? I'm done. Lorin immediately threw down the knife in his hand and started to lie down, directly collapsing onto the sofa, like a used slouch. Hey, that won't do. Host, you need to have some ambition. Regular training is also beneficial for you. Although your strength is already very formidable, there is still a gap compared to the top few. You can only protect yourself. Then give me a discount. It's so expensive that I suspect you don't want me to use it. System, you're making it difficult for me. Although the pricing is a bit high, it's also for my happy life. I need performance too. And so, the two of them remained at a standstill. Lorin stopped training and spent the whole day just eating, lying around, and occasionally going down to watch Luffy's duel, then returning with a twitching mouth to bother Robin. They remained in this stalemate until the next morning when the system finally spoke up, not to compromise, but because it remembered something important. Host, what is up? Can I get a discount now? Of course not. Discounts are impossible. They will never happen in this lifetime. Then what are you talking about? Go away. However, depending on the training method, the training value gain will also vary. For a host like you, simply swinging a sword can only earn a little, but if you use abilities and hockey, the effect will be different. Really? Yes. Well, have I ever lied to the host? 3. Except when it comes to pricing. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? Big stupid system. As soon as Lorin heard this, he immediately got excited and covered his soul with armed color. After slashing out with his knife, he looked at the panel and saw that it added 100 cultivation points. Damn. This was not something Lorin said, but rather Tsubaki. He really didn't expect such a sudden increase of 100 points. Suddenly, he felt that the pricing might actually be a bit low. Seeing the significant effect of this knife, Lorin couldn't help but show his joy. Observation Hockey, activate. Conqueror's Hockey, activate. Elementalization, activate. After Lorin opened everything that could be opened, even without actively cultivating, the cultivation value increased by more than 300 every second. Master, wow, this must be a loss. The pricing should be higher. Woohoo. Awesome. More. Wait, I'd already started before. Why didn't it increase? It was because the mall had just opened, and the system hadn't been improved yet. Today, after the host mentioned it, it was urgently improved, and in the future, any action that enhances the host's strength will earn cultivation value. This is great. The system is amazing. System. Lorin launched a few flying slashes at a distance, followed by a powerful strike. Indeed, the flying slashes and the powerful strike provided much more training value. directly breaking 1,000 when combined with the original 2 or 300. This astonishing gain instantly filled Lorin with motivation. He crazily unleashed various skills at Long Chain Island. Slashes and lightning flew everywhere. In the distance, Luffy and the others were still battling Foxy. But suddenly, Foxy was knocked away by a blade of light flying from afar and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Luffy was furious. He wanted to confront Lorin. What was up with stealing kills? Nami and the others desperately tried to stop him. Hey, don't go. With such powerful destructive force, there might be unimaginable enemies. It's dangerous for you to go over there. Powerful enemies? No, there were none. He was just randomly slashing. Usopp took off his goggles and looked from a distance, realizing that he was just randomly slashing. Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others were stunned. This guy was causing such a commotion just by flailing around? Damn, this is intolerable. Immediately, a large group of them rushed towards the docking area. With Lorin's control over his own strength, it was impossible for him to accidentally harm anyone. His attacks only injured Foxy, which was intentional. Luffy and the others stormed over without receiving any damage. Looking at Lorin, who was still wildly slashing in the distance, Nami was furious. Hey Lorin, stop it now. Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong? You've ruined our match. There are no enemies, and you're just going crazy. Oh, sorry, I was training. Everyone, we don't believe you. Who makes such a big commotion while training? But Lorin had no intention of explaining so much. Just then, Luffy and the others returned, and he wanted to see if hitting someone would count. Thud, 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 Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all fell to the ground at the same time. First generation. The three of them rubbed their heads, gritting their teeth, wishing they could rush up and give Lorin a good beating. But they couldn't fight back. Lorin was stunned as he looked at the system panel displaying over 3,000 cultivation points, and then his smile gradually turned devilish. What a great tool. 3,000 for one hit. 30,000 for 10 hits. 30 million for 1,000 hits. Doesn't that mean if everyone gets hit by me over 10,000 times, I could get C affinity? A few thousand hits a day, and in a few days, it's done. Damn, this is amazing. If they can't handle it, then let Nami and the others train a bit too. Just then, Luffy and the others, who were holding their heads in pain, suddenly felt a huge malice approaching, causing goosebumps all over. Even Nami and Usopp felt a chill, but they didn't know where that feeling was coming from. Ahem, just in time for you all to come back. Don't worry about the match. That Foxy has been cheating. An unfair match is meaningless. Your main goal is to get stronger. Only then can you embark on more thrilling adventures. Got it? After a round of persuasion, Luffy and the others somewhat believed his nonsense, and then Lorin took the opportunity to conduct special training for them. The cultivation points skyrocketed. Meanwhile, a tall figure was riding a bicycle on the sea, holding 2 bounty notices in hand. The names on them were none other than Lorin and Robin. However, the amounts had changed. Lorin was now 500 million berries, and Robin had increased from 89 million to 100 million berries. 500 million berries still seems a bit low. It should have been worth this price 10 years ago. Let's see what level you have reached now. After saying this, the man checked the direction and pedaled his bicycle toward the other side. This man was none other than the current Marine Admiral, Aokiji. 10 years ago, when Lorin and Robin reappeared in the sights of the Navy and the world government, Aokiji specifically went to find the two. He then discovered that their ship didn't fly a pirate flag, nor had they joined any faction. They had just been sailing the seas like travelers, casually sparring with Lorin, and found his growth quite astonishing. Lorin has been feeling inexplicably cheerful these past few days. Every day, he spends more than an hour defeating Luffy and the others, and then he practices for a few more hours. Millions of training points are credited to his account. At this rate, in 10 days to half a month, he can get himself a piece of C's affinity. The thought in his mind made Tongzi grind his teeth in frustration. What a loss. A huge loss. The pricing was still too low. Now, the group has arrived at an unnamed island and needs to stay here for over 7 days to properly record their progress. This is simply the best news for Lorin. He already has over 30 million training points in his account. Once the 7 days are over, he will become the first ability user in the world who can swim, and because of this, he has been laughing in his dreams at night. However, it scared Robin quite a bit. She thought he was ill. No matter how much Lorin insisted he was fine, it was no use. She insisted on calling Chopper to check on him. Lorin is currently undergoing a comprehensive examination by Dr. Chopper. After confirming multiple times that he is fine, Robin finally relaxed. but she still found it strange that he was laughing out loud in his sleep. Lorin, in order not to make her worry, painfully spent 1,000,000 cultivation points to exchange for a tier of the merfolk in the shop. The description said that after consuming it, one could breathe underwater. Mysteriously, he handed it to Robin and told her it was a one-of-a-kind treasure in the world, and that there would be surprises after eating it. Although Robin didn't understand what it was, upon hearing that it was a unique treasure, she instinctively wanted Lorin to eat it first. Then Lorin said he had already eaten one, and this one was specially reserved for her. Trusting that Lorin wouldn't harm her, she ate it without hesitation. But then she felt nothing, and the taste and texture were quite mediocre. She couldn't help but look at Lorin with a curious expression. Her big blue eyes seemed to ask, "Isn't this supposed to be a one-of-a-kind treasure? Why did nothing happen?" Lorin didn't know how to explain, so he took her to the seaside. Of course, he also called Nami. Ahem. Robin, baby, do you believe me? Huh, of course. Why do you ask that? Then let me say, you can breathe underwater right now. Do you believe it? Huh, how is that possible? Really, trust me. I wouldn't harm you. To be fair, Lorin is the person she trusts the most in this world. He would never hurt her. It's just that this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Under Lorin's encouraging gaze, Robin slowly walked into the sea. Nami couldn't hold back. Wait a minute. Lorin, what are you thinking? You're actually letting Sister Robin go into the sea? Don't worry, Nami. Nothing will happen. Aren't you here, Nami? But still, I don't get it. Robin also came back to her senses. Right? Why did you call Nami here? To fish me out? Didn't you eat too? Why not fish me out yourself? Ahem. Although nothing will happen, a devil fruit user can still get weak. Oh, so that's it. Nami was still confused. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Sister Robin, come back up. At this moment, Robin also wanted to give a try. Since Nami was there, she took another couple of steps into the sea. The water submerged her chest, and she suddenly softened and fell down. Robin was startled, but quickly calmed down. She didn't feel the discomfort of choking on water. Instead, it felt very comfortable. As expected, just like Lorin said, she could breathe underwater. Nami on the shore was panicking when she saw Robin slip into the depths. How could this be? Sister Robin is a devil fruit user. Do you want to harm her? You old pervert. After scolding Lorin, she jumped in immediately. The water near the beach wasn't deep. Nami quickly saw Robin lying on the bottom, but there was no sign of discomfort on Robin's face. Instead, she had a smile on her lips. However, there was no time to think about that. She grabbed her and swam back to the shore. Lorin smiled as he saw two people approaching. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Thank you, Lorin. Nami, twisting her coat on the side, said, That uncle tricked you into the sea. Who saved you? You didn't thank me. And you actually thanked him? Just as she was about to get angry, Robin turned to her and said thank you, then explained the reason. Nami immediately changed her expression. Her big eyes sparkled as she looked at Lorin. Dear brother Lorin, do you still have that treasure? You wouldn't just give it to Sister Robin and ignore your lovely little sister, would you? Lorin was speechless, but seeing how nervous she was just now, this sister was not picked up for nothing. Just give her one. Then Lorin, with a pained expression, took out a tier of the merfolk from his pocket and handed it to Nami. Yay! Thank you, brother. Nami cheered as she took it, gave Lorin a big hug, and eagerly swallowed it. Then, with a splash, she jumped into the sea. She didn't come up for a long time. Let's go. We need to change clothes. What about Nami? Don't worry, she'll come back when she's had enough fun. Then the two left the beach, and after a long time, Nami surfaced from the sea. She was followed by several huge fish. Help! Her scream pierced the sky. Everyone! Lorin was the fastest, appearing by her side with a swoosh. With one stroke, he chopped off all the fish heads. We're saved. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Luffy and the others also arrived, and upon seeing the fish carcasses, they understood that Nami had been chased by the fish. These were deep-sea fish. How could this happen? Nami scratched her head awkwardly, revealing the pearl in her arms. Lorin, so you're going to seabed to dig for pearls, huh? Little money addict. You shouldn't have that thing. Angry, he turned and walked away. On the other side of the sea, Aokiji also heard the cry for help and immediately rode his bike over. Anyway, Nami is fine, and Luffy and the others aren't very interested in pearls, so they gradually left. They still have to endure Lorin's beatings today. I don't know when this life will come to an end. It's just so unfortunate. In the next few days, they need to record the island's magnetic field, and all the supplies have been replenished. So the only entertainment for the idle personnel became watching Lorin guide the three in cultivating hockey. In simple terms, it was watching Luffy and the others get beaten up. After a few days of intense training, the results were evident, from initially being unable to dodge at all. They could now occasionally dodge 1 or 2 attacks. Especially Zoro. He was the first among the 3 to be able to dodge. While Luffy was still thinking about how to take Lorin's attacks, pure brute, Aokiji slowly landed on the deserted island from the other side on his bike. And as soon as he set foot on the island, Lorin, who was fully focused on hockey, sensed it. Although the commotion felt somewhat familiar, he couldn't be bothered. Training was the priority. Aokiji rode his bike into the woods, leaned it against a tree, and walked towards the liveliest place on the island. It was precisely where Luffy and the others were getting beaten up. Luffy and the others were holding their heads and crying out in pain when a magnetic voice came from beside them. "Hey there." "Huh?" The 3 instantly turned their heads to look at the big man slowly approaching them. "Who are you, big guy?" Aokiji didn't say anything but looked at Lorin curiously. And Lorin had already seen him. He just thought that the sound of the bicycle bell was a bit familiar. "Yo, Aokiji-san. Long time no see." Aokiji was caught off guard by Lorin's greeting. He had already found it strange to see Lorin chasing after Luffy and the others, and now he was even more confused. Didn't he say he had joined the Straw Hat crew? Why is he still using hockey to chase after them? And are we that familiar? Well, forget it. Unaware of the situation, Luffy and the others saw Lorin greeting Aokiji and thought the two were friends. What? So he's Lorin's friend? Then he's our friend too. Let's not train today, let's have a feast. Luffy immediately suggested throwing a feast. Anything would do, as long as they didn't have to train today. Recently, Lorin's training intensity had been a bit too high. It was painful. Well, but we're not friends, we're enemies. Including you all. Monkey de Luffy. Aokiji scratched his head and tried to find a more straightforward way to explain. Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others immediately took a fighting stance. They looked at Lorin in disbelief. "Nanny, are we enemies?" "Yeah, that's right." Lorin gave them a positive answer. The three were somewhat speechless. How can you greet the enemy so warmly? At this moment, Usopp and the others also came over, as they saw an unfamiliar person suddenly appear in the arena. And he was chatting with a few people. They had to come over and ask for clarification. Aokiji. Robin was a bit surprised, but not overly scared. She indeed felt a bit intimidated when she saw him 10 years ago. However, Lorraine's actions told her there was no need to be afraid. Sassy ignored him. Everyone. Although, this enemy seems quite unreliable. He can't be a fool like Luffy, right? The atmosphere in the arena was somewhat strange. Aokiji was momentarily at a loss for words, and Lorin was also pretending to be deep. In the end, it was Nami who broke the silence. By the way, who exactly is he? Oh, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Aokiji. Huh, an admiral? Is that impressive? Sanji was somewhat confused, looking all cool with a cigarette in his mouth. This guy looked just as silly as Luffy. How impressive could he be? Robin kindly explained what an admiral was. Then everyone stared at Aokiji, trying to find something that set him apart. As they looked, they noticed a bit of drool flowing from the corner of his mouth. He had fallen asleep. Chopper and the others. Just like Luffy, a fool. Amidst Chopper and the others' screams, Aokiji stirred a bit, seemingly awakened by the noise. He immediately spotted Nami next to Lorraine. "Jewel, there's a stunning lady here too. Do you have time tonight?" "Everyone. Don't mind me. I'm going to kick him to death today." Sanji was furious and was about to take action when he was stopped by Usopp and the others. Calm down. Calm down. He asked an admiral. "Luffy, Uncle, what are you here for?" "Oh, I can't find them." Aokiji finally revealed his purpose, pointing at Lorraine and the others, and pulled out 2 bounty notices to throw at Lorraine. "What do you want with us?" Lorin received the bounty notice and opened it to see, wow, the bounty has risen to 500 million. Robin also has 100 million, not bad. "Hey, Lorin, remember you said you wouldn't become a pirate? Shouldn't you explain that now?" Lorin, who was showing off his bounty to Luffy, was momentarily stunned. "I can't explain this." "Is that so? Then forget it." Aokiji thought for a moment, couldn't he come up with a good excuse, and just said forget it, then casually lay down on the ground. Only Luffy was furious and was about to make a move. He was stopped by Usopp and the others. Although they weren't sure of the specific combat power, they knew that a Marine Admiral would definitely be hard to deal with. While the group was making a fuss, some refugees appeared on the island. They had been here for a long time and had been hiding for 2 days since Lorin and the others arrived. They only dared to come out after hearing that Aokiji was a Marine Admiral. After settling the group of refugees, Aokiji sat on the grass, resting his chin on his hand, watching Luffy and the others play around. Well, now that the refugee issue is resolved, it's time to get down to business. Everyone tensed up at his words, except for Lorin and the others. "Oh, what do you mean by business? I once said that as long as you become pirates one day, I would be the first to catch you, and the Straw Hat Pirates are all dangerous individuals." So of course, I have to capture you. TSK. Lorin scoffed. They hadn't done anything heinous. With Aokiji's personality, saying that was 99 just for show. Besides, if he captured Luffy and the others, he was also afraid of being beaten by Garp. Now, that's a real beating. Usopp and the others, who didn't understand Aokiji, were extremely nervous and immediately ran back to the ship. Upon hearing this, Luffy rubbed his fists and declared he wanted to beat him up. He launched a gum-gum pistol. Joined by Zoro and Sanji, they instantly turned Aokiji into shattered ice. But it was useless. After all, they didn't master Haki, and even if they did, it would be hard to kill Aokiji. Before the others could cheer, Aokiji stood up from a pile of ice shards. Ice Age, a single move to dominate. Frost quickly spread towards the three, but was blocked by a chasm cut open by Lorin's sword. This is my battle with him. Don't interfere. Just watch from the side. After Lorin cut through the frost, he said a sentence and immediately charged forward, knowing that only by doing so would Luffy and the others give up on taking action. Aokiji also condensed an ice blade in his hand to clash with him. However, Aokiji's swordsmanship was obviously not as good as Lorin's, and with just one move, the ice blade in his hand was knocked away. Seeing this, Aokiji immediately gave up the swordplay. Ice block, violent spear. Thunder Dragon. G. The two attacks collided, producing a huge amount of steam. Lightning can also generate high temperatures, even capable of electric melting, much stronger than regular fire. Alala. It seems the report from the G8 branch was correct. You have also become a devil fruit user. Aokiji's voice remained relaxed, as neither of them had exerted themselves yet. Ice block, two-pronged spear. One sword style, split slash. Lorin unleashed a massive sword energy that shattered Aokiji's two-pronged spear, and without losing momentum, it crushed the timely elementalized Aokiji to the ground. It hit. Awesome. Amazing, Lorin. Before Luffy's cheers even lasted 2 seconds, Aokiji stood up again from the ice shards on the ground. I knew you would use Haki. How could you possibly kill me? I said. These same moves from 20 years ago. Don't you have any new tricks? Lorin couldn't help but complain. 10 years ago, Kazan didn't plan to take action, and was fine with just these few moves. But this time, he came looking for trouble with the same few moves? Well, since that's the case, let's do it your way. Ice ball. Kazan jumped into the air, crossed his arms, and shot out 5 ice pillars from his hands. Lorin jumped back to dodge, and the ice pillar rapidly spread outward the moment it touched the ground, instantly freezing half of the coast. Lorin jumped high to dodge, while stabbing upward into Green Pheasant's stomach. Seeing the ice rapidly spreading from the blade, he immediately released the spirit and let it fall to the ground. No matter how strong the natural system is, if it can't hit, it's useless. Lorin mocked. At this moment, Aokiji had also landed on the ground. Not necessarily. Ice freeze. Lorin was instantly frozen in the ice. Lorin, the onlookers on the ship exclaimed in surprise, and Robin was about to rush down immediately. However, halfway there, she saw Lorin disappear from the ice. Then she returned to her goddess form at her original position. You must not let your guard down while standing on the ice blocks I created. Lorin, I almost forgot that I'm standing on his frozen coast. But it's fine. With his top-tier, 3-color Haki protecting him, he won't be restricted. He directly disappeared from the ice block, and in a flash of white light, appeared behind Aokiji. 50 million volts. Thunder. Let me help you through this tribulation. Lorin's right hand flashed with white light, and a pillar of lightning struck down, creating a massive pit with a diameter of 100 meters on the ground. The spectators in the distance felt as if they were seeing the sun. Among them, Aokiji, who was at the center, felt the most intense impact. Even though he had fully elementalized, he still felt a tingling sensation and was immensely surprised. He had anticipated that Lorin would be very strong, and he was prepared for his imposing presence and swordsmanship. However, the power of his fruit was truly beyond his expectations. It wasn't that he didn't know. It was just that he hadn't considered that this fruit could be this powerful, even after elementalizing and enduring a wave of thunder. Aokiji still bore some black marks, showcasing the strength of the thunder fruit. He could still be harmed while fully elementalized. However, this was also due to the nature of his fruit ability. If it had been the smoke fruit or the flame fruit, he likely wouldn't have been harmed, as those two don't conduct electricity. Just as Aokiji was about to turn around and say something, Lorin kicked him in the back, sending him flying. If he fell to the ground, he would probably scrape his skin off. This was the heaviest injury he had sustained in this battle. After flying over 10 meters, Aokiji used his hands to perform a backflip and landed steadily on the ground. All right. I'm not fighting anymore. We can't determine a winner like this. I just came to take a look today. so I'll let you go for now. Oh, fine. I don't want to fight either. Lorin stopped his pursuit and revealed a slight smile. Fighting like this really doesn't determine a winner. Although to outsiders, this battle could already be considered monstrous. Both of them knew that neither was using their full strength. Otherwise, the island wouldn't withstand their clash for even 3 minutes. Aokiji estimated that he was probably no longer Lorin's opponent. In terms of fruit abilities, Lorin already had the upper hand. Not to mention, he also possessed top-tier haki and swordsmanship. Aokiji's face grew darker the more he thought about it. Damn, this life is unbearable. A little brat I let go 20 years ago can now crush me. Who understands family? The spectators on the ship noticed that the two had stopped and exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Why did they stop? Could it be that a winner has been determined? If they want to know, can't they just go take a look? In the end, it was Zoro, impatiently holding his sword, who spoke up, but Nami and the others didn't dare. Only Robin and Luffy quickly ran down. Lorin, are you okay? Are you hurt? Robin rushed to Lorin's side, checking him left and right. Lorin grabbed her hand and kissed it. Don't worry, Robin darling, I'm not hurt. Phew, that's good. Luffy then directly asked, who won between you two? Before Lorin could speak, Aokiji jumped in and said, no one won, right? Lorin, my guy, let's just say so. What? How can there be a battle without a winner or loser? Unless it's fake. You're really something. What are you doing, Lorin? Before Luffy could finish, Lorin gave him a tap. Did you not see Aokiji's face is all dark? Don't you know to leave some face for others? Monkey D. Luffy, right? You really resemble your grandfather. Huh? Grandfather? Do you know my grandfather? As usual, Luffy got goosebumps just mentioning him. Oh, yes. I've received quite a few favors from your grandfather in the past, so I'll let you off this time. Consider it a repayment. Goodbye. After saying that, Aokiji brushed off the soot on his clothes and turned to leave, leaving Luffy standing there in confusion. Lorin picked up Princess Robin and swaggered back onto the devil's ship. How outrageous! This guy is simply the happiest person in the world. Sanji slammed the floor in frustration. Nami seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. All right. Lorin has known Sister Robin since childhood and has protected her from the Navy for 20 years. You might as well give up on that. Sanji's heart ached even more. How outrageous. Miss Nami is so ruthless. Boo-hoo. But even so, I still like a lot. Ha. After staying on the uninhabited island for 4 more days, the log pointer finally filled up and the group set off again. This time, their destination was Water 7. They needed to do a major repair on their ship. Water 7 wasn't very far from the uninhabited island, and they set off in the morning, arriving by the afternoon, with only a few minor incidents along the way. But it wasn't a big deal. The gates of Water 7 were right in front of them. Hey, are you pirates? There were guards at the gate, and they immediately spotted the huge Straw Hat Pirates flag. Oh, yes. How did you know, Uncle? Idiot. What do you think we have hanging on our ship? Nami smacked the top of Luffy's head. She was quite speechless about her captain's brain. It's best not to enter as pirates through the main gate. It could cause trouble. You should take a detour and enter through the back door. Oh, all right then. Brothers, turn around. Luffy and the others were relatively easygoing and generally followed the rules when approached politely, so they entered through the back door without any obstruction. Water 7 is a massive water city with hardly any islands in sight. It was as if a city was built directly on the sea, with waterways filling the streets, alleys, and even rooftops. The mode of transportation was a creature raised by the residents called the Blue Sea Beast. Once inside the city, everyone disembarked. They needed to find a place to exchange their gold for berries, and then locate a shipyard to repair the Mary from top to bottom. Lorin and Robin went out shopping. After these few days, Lorin is just a few million away from obtaining the Furcy's affection, so there's no need to rush. The most important thing is to enjoy time with Robin. The record pointer of Water City still needs to be stored for a week. The 1000 Sunny can be fixed by finding someone in a few days. These are just minor issues, and there's no need to hurry. Another reason is that Lorin remembers that the Mary had reached its limit when it sailed here. Luffy and the others sent off the Mary here. That part almost made Lorin cry. Afterward, they switched to the 1000 Sunny. Although with Lorin around, the events at Eni's lobby won't happen. The fact that the Mary can no longer sail is unchangeable. Luffy and the others rented a transport exclusive to this area, the Brew. Riding it, they can reach every corner of the city. Lorin and Robin also rented a boat, with Robin sitting in the front and Lorin in the back. Occasionally getting a little handsy, having a great time. The people of Water City are very warm and hospitable. After just a couple of questions, they found out where the commercial street was and headed straight there. Along the way, they encountered many delicious snacks and fun things. Even the grilled meat here was bouncy and looked very elastic. At that moment, Lorin was holding onto a dozen skewers, with oil all over her mouth, and was constantly stuffing food into Robin's mouth. Yuck, there's your saliva all over this. Oh, come on. We're like an old married couple. Who cares about that? We had a lot last night anyway. Just try it. Lorin urged Robin nonchalantly, and Robin felt a bit of heat on her face. Although it was true, could such things really be said on the street? However, Robin merely symbolically refused at first and eventually took a gentle bite. Her eyes lit up as she snatched away several from Lorin's hand. So delicious. The texture is completely different from other places, right? He. The two of them continued eating as they walked ashore, where they had reached the center of the commercial street. After finishing the barbecue, Lorin seriously washed her hands clean and pulled Robin towards the clothing store. She was here to shop today with money. Indulgent. Robin knew they were quite wealthy, but she wasn't exactly sure how much, though that didn't stop her from buying things without looking at the price. Over the years sailing at sea, with just the two of them, being young and looking like a pair of lonely, pitiful souls often led to them being bullied. This resulted in some pirate crews being kind-hearted, coming right up and giving them whole ships full of money, which made Lorin feel embarrassed. For this reason, their spending ability far outpaced their earning speed. The Moby Dick was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and entire chests of belly piled up in a small room. If it weren't for Lorin's insatiable appetite for money, there would be even more. Lorin chose some relatively cool loungewear for her, suitable only for wearing in a room. Robin would also go along with her, adhering to the principle of doing new things with old friends and not doing old things with new friends. The freshness between the two has never faded over the years, and no one else could intervene in their relationship. The two of them strolled from one store to another, already carrying quite a bit in their hands. Robin looked at Lorin, who was still excitedly picking out bikinis, and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Bikinis are fine. They can be worn on specific occasions. But what about those few that are almost like strings? She walked up and directly grabbed one of Lorin's ears. Hey, can you pick some clothes that can be worn outside? Lorin, caught off guard, froze, realizing she had gotten carried away. At last, she finally started picking some normal clothes, but still, Robin looks good in anything. They had just finished browsing one store and hadn't even started looking in the next one. Nicole, Robin, and Port Gasti. Lorin, right? Huh, who are you? The newcomer was a guy wearing a cloak and a mask. CP9. Oh, Lorin responded with a sound, but couldn't be bothered to look at him. If it were anywhere else, she would have just dealt with it with a single strike. But taking action here would scare the other residents and cause unnecessary trouble. Robin gritted her teeth and glared at the newcomer with hostility. She still remembered that it was these people who had harmed her mother in the past. Although they were not the same group anymore, she still hated them deeply. Seeing this, Lorin gently held her hand. Get lost, or you'll die. I'll be waiting for you outside. The CP9 member was not angry upon hearing this, and simply turned to leave. However, before he walked away, he threw out a parting remark. You don't know when to quit. Let's ignore him. After Lorin cursed, he was still ready to continue fighting, but Robin had already lost interest. Damn, Lorin was furious. After finally going out shopping with Robin, you came to ruin the mood. Do you think I can't kill you without a knife? Throwing 100 Bailey to the clerk to have the clothes delivered to the ship, Lorin grabbed Robin and headed outside. At that moment, Bruno was really waiting outside, and Lorin's anger flared up when he saw him. Before he could say anything, a 30 million volt electric shock struck him. The surrounding residents only saw a white ball of light next to Lorin and couldn't see what was inside at all. By the time the white light dissipated, Bruno had already collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Lorin wrapped one arm around Robin's waist and used the other to leap onto the roof. A minute later, with a thud, Bruno was thrown onto the rocks outside the city, and some water was splashed on him. Seeing he hadn't woken up yet, Lorin punched him twice in the stomach. Bruno coughed up blood and finally came to. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Lorin and Robin glaring at him. Awake? Say your last words. Then you can die. Facing the fierce Lorin, Bruno wasn't afraid, but turned to Robin. After 20 years of escape, I didn't expect you to have grown to this level. But what good does it do? You are destined to die without a burial place for opposing the entire world. If you came to find us just to let out such a fart, I can only say you have successfully disgusted me. Go die. With armed color directly covering, Lorin was about to smash Bruno's head. Wait. Still got more to say. I admit I'm not your match right now, but my companions all know I'm here to find you. If I die, the next ones coming will be even higher level intelligence agencies. At that time, Straw Hat Luffy and the entire island's residents will face disaster. Oh, and so what? As long as you obediently come back with me to face judgment, everyone will be safe. I think you won't refuse, right? You idiot. Lorin cursed and was about to make a move when suddenly he remembered something and stopped. It makes sense. Then let's go. Lorin thought for a moment. If he just killed one, the others would definitely know and wouldn't come over to die. He was too lazy to look for them one by one. But if he went with Bruno, it would be different. Once they gathered together, killing them all at once would be quite good. Lorin? Robin said, somewhat incredulously. How could Lorin compromise? For what she knew of him, it didn't seem like him at all. Lorin gave her a reassuring look, and Robin immediately understood. A wise choice. Come with me. Bruno, lying on the ground, didn't see this. He then struggled to get up, seemingly to take revenge on Lorin for beating him up, and threw a punch at Lorin's stomach. With his half-baked skills, Lorin wouldn't feel any pain even without using haki. But adhering to the principle of not taking a loss, he still hardened his body with haki. Bruno, who had taken a silent hit, walked forward without saying a word, not directly taking them away, but instead heading to a small barbecue restaurant. They still had a mission, which was to obtain the design blueprint of Hades from the iceberg. This small shop was owned by Bruno. As an intelligence officer, he should have a civilian identity for concealment, but it benefited Lorin. Once they arrived at the restaurant, he immediately clamored for food. Bruno, afraid he would change his mind, honestly agreed. He originally wanted to put sea stone handcuffs on Lorin and Robin, but he couldn't even touch that stuff himself. It was quite frustrating. Of course, even if he took them out, Lorin and Robin wouldn't wear them. If forced, he would just explode and start killing right there. They waited until nightfall, and Lorin was almost bored to sleep. Robin was the same, looking at Lorin with a resentful gaze. Luffy and the others also noticed that Lorin and Robin were missing, but they weren't worried at all. They had bigger headaches because the Mary couldn't be repaired. Usopp had also fallen out with everyone. Bruno took Lorin to a secret gathering point used by CP9, where Lucci and the others had already finished work and were waiting there. The moment the door opened, everyone's gaze in the room converged. It seemed the mission had gone very smoothly. Lorin counted and confirmed that there are 9 people, including Spandam. So, is this all the members of your CP9? Lorin was fearless, sitting boldly on the sofa in the room. Spandam saw this and thought, how can he be so reckless? Hey, bastard, mind your identity. You and Nico Robin are now my prisoners. Don't be ridiculous. If it weren't to kill you, I wouldn't even bother to come here. Lorin's words made Spandam's hair stand on end, causing him to hide directly behind Lucci, while the other CP9 members showed little expression. In the pirate world of the soba soup, those with even a bit of power consider themselves invincible, without a shred of humility. They learned from the world government that Lorin's strength is formidable, and even Aokiji advised that it's best not to provoke Lorin and the others. But they didn't take it to heart. They were mainly interested in obtaining Aokiji's golden transponder snail, since Aokiji wouldn't give it to them. They weren't willing to listen to him any longer. Let us teach him a lesson. Spandam shouted from behind. Soru. Rob Lucci instantly used the 6 powers technique, Suru, and appeared beside Lorin in an instant. Sure gone. Too slow. Lorin delivered a comment, and then swung a punch, sending Lucci flying. The other members saw this and also moved to attack. What? How is that possible? That guy Lucci is known as the strongest CP9 in 800 years. Spandam saw Lucci flying out and immediately opened the door to escape. Lorin didn't stop him. After all, no matter how far that useless Spandam runs, he can catch up in a second. He should deal with these small Karamis in front of him first. CP9's Khalifa was heading for Robin, but he wasn't worried. After all, she also possessed Haoshiku and Kenbunchika Haki, so dealing with a small CP9 was a piece of cake. The others continued to attack Lorin, but their methods were quite simple. They were all using the Marine 6 styles. Lorin knocked down a child with a single punch, taking less than 3 seconds to take them all down. Just as he turned back to Robin, wanting to receive some praise, he saw Robin sitting on top of Khalifa, smiling at him. Khalifa had already been twisted into several segments by Robin, her neck contorted to her back. Hiss! Lorin gasped. Robin is quite ruthless. It seems that Robin has a deep hatred for CP9. Is it resolved? Can we go back now? Robin asked Lorin while sitting on Khalifa's corpse, her smile never fading. Lorin felt somewhat conflicted. If she said it was impossible, twisting her neck wouldn't be the worst outcome, but getting her ear twisted was uncertain. Didn't someone just run away? If she dealt with him, it would be fine. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Oh, you go ahead. I'll wait for you. I don't want to leave. Okay. Lorin answered with a sound and disappeared, reappearing right in front of Spandam. At that moment, he was still on the phone with someone. Seeing Lorin suddenly appear left him dumbfounded, making a choking sound in his throat. What was happening? A voice, aged but strong, came through the phone bug. Lorin directly took it. Spandam wanted to resist, but Lorin shot him a glare that made him back down. He didn't dare to move. Hey, who are you? The person on the other end hadn't spoken yet, and Spandam's eyes bulged, cold sweat dripping down. Shoo, that's the Five Elders, the highest leaders of the world government. Oh, the Five Elders? Hey, are you the Five Elders? Hearing Spandam's low reminder, Lorin was slightly surprised. He had thought it was a general or something, but it turned out to be those 5 old men. That's great. Not everyone can point at the noses of the 5 elders and curse them, and now it was finally his turn. Spandam was so scared he was about to lose his guts. He didn't care about Lorin's life or death, but he was afraid it would implicate him. We're the 5 elders, and if nothing unexpected happens, you must be poor Gasti, Lorin. It's truly surprising. 20 years ago, you were chased like a stray dog, and now you can actually compete with a general. I'll take that as a compliment. Do you have any more nonsense to say? If not, I might start greeting your whole family. There was a brief silence on the other end before they continued speaking. We know you're not a scholar. We also appreciate your abilities. Being able to evade the world government as pursuit with a woman for 20 years is impressive. As long as you hand over Nico Robin, we can lift the bounty on you. After a pause, it seemed they felt the conditions were not enough and continued to sweeten the deal. We can also make you a warlord or a Navy officer. With your strength, you can have as many of such women as you want. Lorin dug at his ear. He thought the highest authority of the world government would have some grand discussions, but it turned out to be the same old stuff from common folks. This offer has no appeal to me at all. What woman can compare to my Robin sweetheart? Even if there are women more beautiful than Robin, can they match her skills? Do you think only Luffy has played on a trampoline? Legs. Don't be stubborn. This is your only chance. The Gorosei on the other end of the phone was a bit angry, shouting loudly, but Lorin didn't care. Can you really reach through the phone and hit me? Enough. You old dogs, stop barking. I'm not interested in arguing with you. My main purpose today is to insult you, a bunch of fools. Go eat shit. After cursing, without waiting for a response, he directly crushed the snail phone, feeling extremely relieved. Snail phone. You can curse me, but why crush me? Did I provoke you? Spandam beside him was so scared he couldn't even speak. He had never seen someone so reckless, daring to insult those people knowing they were the Gorosei. He's doomed. Not just him. Even he was doomed. Lost in thought, he ended up wetting his pants. Lorin looked at him and felt a bit uninterested in killing him. It was just too embarrassing. However, since CP9 was taken care of, it wouldn't make sense not to deal with Spandam. After all, a family should be tidy and complete. With a strengthened version of the Gale kick, he was sliced in half and disappeared with a sizzling sound, returning to Robin's side. I'm back. All right, then let's go home. Lorin agreed and walked outside, then reached the door only to see Robin still sitting in the chair, motionless. Aren't we going home? Suddenly not wanting to go? Robin raised both hands towards Lorin. I don't want to walk. You carry me. All right, hop on. Although it was strange that Robin suddenly wanted to be clingy, it was a good thing for him. He squatted down right in front of her, and Robin showed a happy little expression as she jumped onto his back. Let's go. They didn't rush or leap over walls, just walked slowly along the road. The CP9 gathering point was quite remote, with no other pedestrians on the way. Under the moonlight, their shadows were long, as if they existed in their own world, with only each other, and it felt like the world had only the two of them left. Not long after they started walking, a massive lightning bolt with a diameter of over 10 meters struck the small house they had just been in, reducing the house and the CP9 bodies inside to ashes. Holy Mary Joa! In a luxurious room where 5 people gathered, the 5 elders looked at the already disconnected phone, their faces pale with anger. How many years has it been? No one has dared to insult them like that. This anger needs to be vented. It seems CP9 is in serious trouble. That useless Spandam. How could he have become the commander of CP9 without his father's connections? Send CP0. This time, they must deal with those two. Their threat has become too great. Lorin had carried Robin back to the ship, and at first, she chatted with him casually, but eventually, she fell asleep on his back. Because it was uncomfortable to sleep while being carried, a bit of drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. With a click, Lorin secretly took a picture, as moments like Robin drooling were quite rare, a little keepsake. He quickly backed out to avoid being discovered. He hadn't done today's training yet, and after today, he estimated he could exchange for the affinity of the sea. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Luffy and the others sitting in a tense atmosphere in their usual spot. Sanji was leaning against the ship's railing, smoking. What's wrong with you guys? Lorin certainly knew what had happened. The Mary had already become unseaworthy. But he still asked anyway. The Mary can no longer sail, and Usopp has disembarked. Oh, everyone. That's your reaction? Cold-blooded animal. Heartless scumbag. You have no heart. What? Are you looking for a fight? But Lorin also understood their feelings. The Mary was too badly damaged. With my over 10 years of sailing experience, it really had reached its limit. That's right. So we need to find another ship to continue sailing. Usopp couldn't bear to part with the Mary and challenged Luffy to a duel at 10 o'clock. He wanted to win the Mary back from Luffy. Oh, just give it to him, why fight? He could just headbutt him. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless at Lorin's suggestion. Who is tangled up in this? The point is Usopp is disembarking. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win, do you believe I would take you down right now? They've only been partners for 2 months, right? It's normal to have disagreements. As long as he can apologize properly. Forgiving him once isn't impossible. I've been with Robin for over 20 years, and she often pulls my ears. Everyone thought about it, and they all saw Usopp's feelings for the Mary, but it felt like they were eating dog food. So the urgent matter isn't this. It's that you need to find a way to buy a new ship. That's right. All our money was taken by the robots. Don't we still have another ship? Why would we need to find one? Hearing Luffy's words, Lorin was also helpless, directly eyeing the little nest of him and Robin. Although it's not impossible, the Devil's ship has been modified, and there's only one room to sleep in. Originally, there were 2, but Lorin used one to stash money. You guys have been on the Devil's ship before. It's fine during the day, but there's no place to sleep at night. Upon hearing this, Luffy and the others suddenly looked disappointed. Indeed, although the Devil's ship is about the same size as the Mary, there aren't many places to sleep, and even the slightly empty spots are filled with books and some strange little props. Sigh, but all our money was taken by the robots. By the time we chased after them, they had already driven away. Luffy expressed his frustration. Lorin knew about this. He had known when Frankie took it, including when he heard about him buying the Atom Tree. Nami's eyes sparkled as she approached Lorin. Hey, brother Lorin. I know you and Sister Robin have a lot of secret stash. Could you lend us a bit? Oh, sure. Red bean paste? Nami, along with Luffy and the others, immediately brightened up. This is a rich guy. If he can help, what ship can't they get? Nami couldn't wait to ask him. So how much are you planning to provide? Lorin didn't say a word and stretched out 2 fingers. 200 million berries? That's great. The amount stolen was also 200 million berries. No, I'm ready to give you 2 devil fruits. How to use them is up to you. Huh? In the incredulous gazes of a few people, Lorin took out 2 devil fruits. Among CP9, apart from Spandam, there are 2 others who are not devil fruit users. While the others are, these 2 devil fruits were casually collected by Lorin after taking out CP9. He didn't find the others, nor did he have the time to look for them. He wasn't lacking money or abilities. One is the Paramecia-type Dordor fruit, and the other is the Zoan-type Cat fruit. You can decide what to do with them. He casually tossed them towards Nami. She quickly caught them. That's 200 million. If she broke them, she would be heartbroken. Although it's a bit different from giving money, there should be someone here willing to buy them, so I'll sell them tomorrow. This way, the ship problem will also be solved. Lorin smirked, leading her on. The mermaid and the like are all yours. Feed me. But hold on. The Dordor fruit allows you to open a door anywhere, and if you know the exact location, you can go straight to the bank vault from here. Red bean paste. Sure enough, the moment Lorin finished speaking, Nami's eyes lit up. Zoro also felt something was off. Oh no, just as he was about to stop Nami, he heard a crunch. Nami had already taken a big bite out of the Dordor fruit. After chewing twice, she froze. Tears and snot were streaming down her face. She was trembling all over. Lorin. Hee. What's wrong, Nami? Cheer up, Nami-san. Lorin. What's wrong with Nami? She's fine. How is that possible? She doesn't look fine at all. Luffy is really worried. All his crewmates are people he fought for with his life. If she throws up, it won't be good. Lorin's voice came again like a devil's whisper, and Nami froze. She held back the urge to vomit, mixing her tears as she swallowed hard. Then she threw herself into Luffy's arms and cried. Why not throw herself at Lorin? Because at that moment, Lorin was nothing but a beast in her eyes who tricked her into eating something disgusting. So awful. Boo-hoo. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. I thought it was terrible when I ate it before too. Luffy was taken aback, and then burst into laughter. If he found it disgusting, it must be a nightmare for anyone else. How unfair. Why isn't Nami hugging me? You're just too lucky, you guy. The devil's whisper. You have to finish it. Okay? Yeah. Nami's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face while her eyes were filled with fear. She shook her head wildly. Think about it. If you give up on your treasury now, all your efforts just now will be in vain. Nami hadn't yet recovered from her earlier fear and hadn't felt the change in her body. And Lorin seized the opportunity to trick her into eating a few more bites. Sure enough, just thinking about the treasury made Nami shiver as she picked up the fruit again and brought it to her mouth, her expression like she was on the execution ground. Crunch, she bit down again. Then she covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down. Lorin. Luffy poked his head, his face turning red. He always felt that Lorin was wrong, but he couldn't remember exactly what was wrong. Then, seeing Nami biting into a big piece with her eyes closed, a flash of inspiration struck him. I remember. Shanks said that the devil fruit only works with the first bite. Nami and Lorin's bodies stiffened at the same time. Nami. Just as Nami's eyes lit up with anger, Lorin disappeared with a zapping sound. Luffy was still a bit dazed. How could this idiot remember? Actually, if it were any other time, he definitely wouldn't have remembered, but the time spent with Shanks was the most important turning point in his life. So the memory would be more profound. Lorin didn't go anywhere else, but directly returned to the devil's ship. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Looking at Robin's sleeping face made the air feel fragrant. Outside, Nami, filled with rage with no outlet, punched each of them, including Chopper. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that Lorin appeared with a sizzling sound. This was the duel time agreed upon by Usopp and Luffy. Nami's expression instantly changed to one of disbelief when she saw the suddenly appearing Lorin. How dare you show up? Do you believe that I'm done too? Looking at Lorin's serious expression and seeing Usopp and Luffy in a standoff, she was worried and temporarily believed his nonsense. Usopp took the initiative to attack, directly suppressing Luffy. But everyone knew it was useless. As long as Luffy landed a hit on Usopp, he would lose his fighting ability. Luo Lin took a quick glance and lost interest. It was just kids fighting. Training is more important. With a whoosh, he disappeared and appeared on a rock not far from the ship, starting his intense training. After a short duel, the outcome of the battle between Luffy and the others was clear, with no suspense. He called Zoro and the others to move everything to shore first. Because the Mary was already handed over to Usopp, they originally planned to move everything to the Going Merry, but Luo Lin told them to move it tomorrow. If they disturb Robin's sleep, he would beat them all up. After moving the stuff, Nami, watching Luo Lin training in the distance, was still fuming. She activated the ability she had just obtained and secretly opened a door behind him. Clenching her small fist, she wanted to punch him. Just as she was about to strike, a hand reached out from the door, and then a bang hit her forehead. Ouch! How dare you? Oof. Try and sneak attack me. You're still far from it. The first real combat after gaining the ability. Total defeat. After Lorin finished his training and returned to the ship, he found everyone quietly sitting in a corner of the Going Merry with their heads down. You guys, the Merry has already become Usopp's, and we can no longer go back to that ship. Zoro leaned against the wall, his voice low. Affected by them, Nami and Chopper, who weren't very worried at first, also felt a bit down. All right, then let's rest here for now. Nami can go inside, but you guys will have to stay outside with me. After all, there's only one room. Of course, we're not perverts. No need to be so down. Didn't I say that, Usopp? I don't think so. A team only needs one person to make decisions. He already made his choice when he fought Luffy with all his might. That's right. Maybe you were right before he fought Luffy, but after the duel, the nature of the situation changed. As a man, after making a decision and giving it his all, I won't question his choice again. The two spoke decisively, and looking at their expressions, Lorin seemed to understand something for the first time. He had always viewed the matter from a god's perspective, taking too much for granted. For Luffy and the others, they didn't know what would happen next. What was happening at the moment was enough for them to draw conclusions about the matter. I see. Luffy, you're the captain, you decide. Life can't always go smoothly. Sometimes going with the flow is also a good way to handle things. Yeah, I know. The next morning, Luffy and the others left the Going Merry to look for a new ship. Since Nami ate the door fruit yesterday, she reluctantly took out the spring fruit that Lorin had given her earlier, preparing to sell it. At that moment, while riding on the brew on the waterway, 3 unexpected guests appeared on the bridge ahead. Come out, Straw Hat Luffy. I know you're here. Luffy and Nami, confused below, wondered who this pervert wearing only a triangle underwear was and why he was shouting. Hey, who are you? You perverted uncle. Nami tugged at his arm from behind. I heard from the people nearby that he seems to be Frankie. Luffy suddenly realized, and anger welled up inside him. Is this the guy who took our berries and hurt Usopp? Frankie also noticed their presence. It's you guys. You really caused a ruckus while I was away, turning my place into this mess. Are you ready to face my punishment? I'm the one who's going to send you flying. How dare you hurt Usopp like that? Seeing Luffy about to charge at him, Nami quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Luffy, at least ask where the money went first. It doesn't matter. I can't swallow my anger without sending him flying. Calm down, wait. That's money. Ignoring Luffy's reaction, she directly asked Franky where the money went. But Franky, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, arrogantly replied, Huh? That kind of thing is obviously all spent. Stuff I plundered from shameless pirates. I can spend it however I want. Nami gritted her teeth. Luffy, it's up to you now. I'll help you open the door. Take him down. No. I want to send him flying myself. After hearing their conversation, Franky burst into laughter. Just the two of you? Not enough. Franky took a deep breath and then spat out a huge fireball at the two. Nami reacted quickly, pulling the rope to the left. The brew, which had stopped, suddenly sprang into action, leaving the range of the flames. Damn it, is he a fire-related ability user? Knowing Luffy's words, Franky didn't rush to explain, but instead revealed a strange smile. Then he jumped straight off the bridge. With a splash, he fell into the water. Luffy and Nami. Is he an idiot? A user like that would drown jumping down. Don't look at me, I don't know. Just as the two were confused, a loud bang came from the bottom of the ship, smashing the small boat that Brew was pulling into pieces. Luffy and Nami were sent flying into the air, and their anger increased amid their surprise. Just as Luffy was about to stretch out his arm to pull Nami back to his side, Franky punched him in the stomach. The punch sent Luffy crashing into the wall. Nami fell into the water with a splash. Nami. Hey, kid, you don't have time to care about others right now. Get out of the way. I need to save Nami. She's a user. She'll drown. Well, that means I can't let you go. Saying this, Franky transformed his hand into a machine gun and started shooting at Luffy. Luffy ignored it completely. He let him shoot. He had to save Nami. And when Franky saw the machine gun wasn't effective, he switched to cannonballs. Boom. Ugh. Cough, cough, cough. Luffy was blown to a dark mess, feeling terrible all over. But he still recklessly rushed toward the place where Nami fell into the water. Seeing this, Franky gritted his teeth and charged at Luffy with a flying punch. Just as it was about to hit Luffy, he suddenly stepped aside. Nanny. Franky didn't expect Luffy, with his back to him, could dodge his attack. So he charged forward himself, but he was ultimately a moment too late. Luffy had already reached the water's edge, but he didn't recklessly jump into the water. Instead, he knelt on the ground and begged the onlookers on the opposite bank. Please help me to save Nami. She's a user and can't swim. She'll drown. Please. After saying this, he knocked his head hard against the ground. Franky, who had been chasing behind, was also stunned. Can he kneel and bow to strangers for his companion? Franky murmured, and since Nami fell into the water, Luffy's actions had refreshed his perception of pirates. So he stopped his unprincipled attacks. The onlookers on the opposite bank were also stunned, and soon reacted, with two people jumping into the water on the spot. Seeing this, Luffy breathed a sigh of relief. Arigato. At that moment, Nami was lying at the bottom of the water, staring wide-eyed at the shimmering surface. Apart from being unable to move, she felt nothing else. The sunlight, shining down and reflecting off the surface, looked quite beautiful. At first, she felt weak all over and was a bit panicked, coughing up water before realizing she could breathe underwater, letting out a sigh of relief, and quietly waiting for Luffy to save her. She didn't know if Luffy had one. He was also a user and definitely couldn't come down himself. If he went back to get help, would that idiot get lost? Nami didn't feel reassured about anything other than Luffy's fighting skills. Just as she was feeling troubled, she saw two people jumping down from above. Did Luffy win so quickly? It seems that pervert robot isn't such a tough character. The two approached her and lifted her up, swimming upwards. They quickly surfaced. The first thing she saw was Luffy's surprised face. Are you okay, Nami? Nami shook her head to indicate she was fine. And Luffy instantly beamed and gave her a bear hug. Nami's gaze passed over Luffy to see Franky behind him and couldn't help but ask him, Luffy, why is he still here? Aren't you supposed to have one? I haven't fought him yet. No matter what, I have to save you first. Hee. Nami was taken aback and suddenly remembered that except for Lorin and the two of them, no one else knew that she could breathe underwater. But she was very happy with Luffy's response. It's rare for him to be a bit gentle. She patted Luffy's back. Okay, I'm Fina. Next, you just watch here. I'm gonna knock that bastard away. Go for it. Of course. Luffy let go of Nami, turned to face Franky, cracked his knuckles, and said to Franky, Are you ready, perverted robot? I'm coming to knock you away. Oh, pretty confident, huh, kid? Then come on. Both sides charged at each other in an instant. On the going merry, Lorin was bare-chested, with 8 distinct abdominal muscles. He had been training since early morning, And today Luffy and the others had things to do and couldn't train with him. His training value had already reached over 99 million. He was just one step away from exchanging for the affinity of the sea. So he couldn't wait to start training early in the morning. With his last swing of the sword, his total training value reached over 100 million. Yes, mission accomplished. Robin, who was nearby, quickly handed him a towel when he stopped. After Lorin took it, he casually wiped himself. Why have you suddenly been training so hard lately? Have you been stimulated by something? Hee hee. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Mua. Tell me quickly. I want one too. Lorin leaned in with the other side of his face, but instead of successfully getting a kiss, he was caught by the ear. Oof. Speak quickly. Hey. Don't pull. I'll say it right now. Upon hearing this, Robin promptly let go of his ear, and Lorin rubbed it before slowly speaking. It's just that after that fight with Aokiji, I realized the power of the admirals is still quite terrifying. Plus, our bounty has increased, so the pursuit will definitely be more severe. That's why I want to become stronger. Is it really that simple? Of course. It's also to better protect ourselves. After Lorin finished speaking, he felt a bit nervous because Robin was too smart, and he had thought about this excuse for several days. He was such a lazy person, and if he suddenly started working hard at cultivation, it would be fine for a day or two, but over time, Robin would definitely ask. But some things couldn't be said, so he pondered and came up with this excuse. However, his nervousness was unnecessary. Robin just asked casually. Even if he said he was bored and passing the time, she would believe him. I believe you, but don't overwork yourself. You're already very strong. Got it. I'll show you something good later. Huh? What? He asked curiously, but Lorin had already started to space out. At least that's how it appeared to Robin. Come out, Commander. Here it comes. What orders does the host have? Hurry up and exchange for sea affinity. Can't you just exchange it yourself? Why call me the commander? I'm very busy. What could you possibly be busy with? Mainly, I need to ask how to use that thing. The dog author 1T give me a chance to appear and is busy arguing with him. Just stick it on your forehead. Here, S your sea affinity. Thank you for your next visit. Lorin, this is getting more and more improper. But luckily the exchange is complete. I'm so happy. Tongzi, I'm happy too. I just gained 90 million in performance for free. Let's not argue for now. I'm going to soak my feet. As I refocused my eyes, I saw Robin's delicate face right in front of me. Robin, wait for me a moment. Saying this, I rushed into the room, and with a flash of white light, a sea blue droplet-shaped crystal appeared in my hand, perfectly round with no edges. About the size of a thumb, it emitted a soft glow. Holding this droplet-shaped crystal, I stepped out, and Robin was still staring over here. She immediately spotted the sea's affinity in my hand. What is this? An old man told me in my dream yesterday that this can eliminate the side effects of the devil fruit. I said, raising my eyebrows at her, and Robin rolled her eyes. You believe in such things? Have you been assimilated by Luffy after spending too much time with him? Of course not. Robin, do you want to give it a try? The old man told me to just stick it on my forehead. Yeah, right. If you want to try, you try it yourself. All right then, I'll give it a shot. I said as I lay back on the beach chair, holding the sea's affinity to my forehead. It felt icy and cool. No other sensations. Lorin struggled to focus her gaze in the middle, trying to see the process of the sea affinity taking effect. But she saw nothing and instead ended up with crossed eyes. Robin, on the side, did see it. 1 second after the sea affinity made contact with Lorin's forehead. A faint blue light gradually intensified, and 3 seconds later, the light disappeared. After the droplet-shaped crystal melted, it seeped into Lorin's body and vanished. Lorin could sense the change. Sat up and scratched his head. He raised his hand and looked around, a question mark slowly emerging above his head, feeling nothing unusual at all. How does it feel? Robin, having just witnessed the magical scene, couldn't help but start to believe Lorin's words and asked eagerly. Lorin, I feel nothing at all. Robin, you're just sitting there. Since you have no feelings, let's put it into practice. Lorin was very confident that it would work and immediately prepared to jump into the water to give it a try. Wait a minute, Lorin. Huh? What's wrong? Tie a rope. Just in case it doesn't work, I can pull you back up. Robin was still a bit worried. Now that Luffy and the others weren't around, she wouldn't be able to save him if it didn't work. Lorin also knew what Robin was worried about. To reassure her, he obediently put on the rope and later reached the edge of the boat. With Robin's eager gaze, he jumped into the water with a splash. Just as he had expected, he didn't feel weak all over at all. He could swim freely. From now on, Lorin was the only one in the world who could swim in the sea. Seeing this, Robin was very happy for Lorin. She didn't feel the slightest bit upset about not using that thing herself. Lorin casually untied the rope and dove into the water. Then he discovered that he could breathe underwater just like he had consumed the tears of a mermaid. This was understandable. After all, the mermaid's tears were worth 1,000,000. And after using them, one could breathe underwater. It was only reasonable that something worth 100 million would have the same effect. Otherwise, why would it be sold at such a high price? Lorin didn't swim for long. He just experimented a little before returning to the boat, dragging up a fish bigger than the boat. Not only is he now the only one capable of swimming, but he's also a ruthless deep-sea electric fish machine. Wow, what a big fish. They probably won't be back by noon. We'll have fish for lunch, and after eating, we need to dock the boat. There's that thing about the gods of water in the evening. On Luffy's side, he has already finished his duel with Frankie. The two exchange blows for a long time, one made of rubber and the other a robot, both of them feeling no pain. It was a real fist fight. In the end, Luffy's rubber proved superior, and Frankie's steel body was beaten to a pulp. After one last wind cannon shot, Frankie completely collapsed, but Luffy stood back up after taking it. After firing a rubber rocket, Frankie was sent flying and crashed into the ruins of the dock, losing consciousness. Compared to Lorin's fists, your fists are as soft as cotton. You perverted robot. After taunting him, Luffy steadied his straw hat and left the ruins of Dock No. 1 with Nami, big brother. Frankie's 2 younger sisters rushed to where he fell. They help him up, looking worried. Big brother, how are you feeling? Pull yourself together. Frankie, supported by his 2 sisters, had his hairstyle all messed up. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. That Straw Hat Kid is really tough. It's been a long time since I've had such a hard fight. It felt great. Let's go back. I need to replenish my cola. Okay, be careful, big brother. On Luffy's side, Nami looked at his scratches and couldn't help but worry. Luffy, why don't we go back to find Chopper and have him take a look? You're bleeding. No need. I'm Fina. Hey. Luffy completely ignored Nami's nagging and continued walking ahead. After a while, realizing Luffy wasn't paying attention, Nami sighed and hurried to catch up. The two had been busy for quite a while, almost exploring the entire commercial street, but they hadn't found anyone willing to buy the 2 devil fruits. First, most of the people here were locals, and they had no use for those things. In fact, they could cause a lot of inconvenience due to the city's peculiarities. Second, many people didn't recognize the value of the fruits. Those oddly shaped, patterned fruits scared them off. It could only be said that the two hadn't found the right people. If they had, they could have sold them right away. Sigh. I originally thought that Water City, as a world-famous metropolis, would sell the 2 devil fruits quickly. After wandering for half a day, they hadn't sold a single one. Nami sat down on Brook's seat, her face filled with disappointment. I made up my mind. What? Let's go eat first. We'll continue after we're full. Before she could finish her sentence, Nami hit him on the head with a flick, making his head tilt. Be serious. Idiot. Don't be in such a hurry. The pointer still needs to record for many days. There will definitely be a way. Ah, that's true. So let's go eat. I want to eat water-grilled meat. Nami, sure enough, you just want to go eat. But she still agreed to Luffy's suggestion. You have to pamper your own captain. The two went straight to a water-grilled meat restaurant. After satisfying their hunger, they continued to think of ways to sell the devil fruits. How should I put it? The metropolis with the world's largest shipyard still attracted some pirates who came for the fame. When they heard that 2 people were selling devil fruits in the commercial street, they gathered around. Of course, they weren't nice people. The first group that came intended to rob them, only to be beaten up by Luffy. After several waves of pirates were lying around Luffy, the next batch was a bit more polite. However, Nami's pricing was also very high. Each fruit was priced at 100 million berries, which made this group of pirates with bounties of only 10 to 20 million or even less hesitate. In the end, a heavily injured pirate took out various treasures and cash just enough to buy one. It was probably something he had just robbed. He wanted the animal-type cat fruit. The spring was still firmly held in his hand. Seeing that the newcomers didn't seem to be rich, the two decided to exchange those treasures for money first, and went to the place where they had exchanged gold for the first time. Hey, boss, exchange these treasures for berries. At your service, beautiful lady. Don't you really want this devil fruit? Oh, of course not. The shop only accepts treasures. Upon hearing this, Nami sighed. Since they didn't want to buy, she couldn't force them. After exchanging for 100 million berries, Nami didn't dare to let Luffy hold the money this time. Last time, she almost got scared to death. Where to next, Nami? I don't know. Why don't we go to the shipyard first? Let's see what kind of ship we can buy with 100 million berries. Okay, no problem. The two immediately headed towards the Carrera Shipbuilding Company, which wasn't far away. And in just over 10 minutes, they arrived. But strangely, there were very few people there today. Hey, uncle, Why are there so few people today? Busy as usual, Barry, who was working hard, saw the Straw Hat Kid from yesterday and temporarily put down his work. It's you, Straw Hat Kid. Speaking of that, I'm angry. Lucci and Kaku didn't come today. They actually dared to skip work without reason. I'm going to report them to Mr. Iceberg. Deduct their wages. Oh, there might be something that delayed them. Don't worry about it. No way. I suspect they went out partying and got drunk and forgot to come back. They haven't returned since they went out last night. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed heartily, and Barry on the opposite side mocked them a few more times. Then he suddenly realized and asked Luffy and the others, "By the way, Straw Hat Kid, did you come here for something? If it's for ship repair, you don't need to say anything. Our best foreman says that ships that can't be repaired are hopeless. I know. We're not here to find you to repair the ship. We're here to ask you to help us build a new ship." I see. Do you have a ship's blueprint? If not, you can use our own blueprint. Just tell me your requirements. But there will be an additional charge. The cost is no problem. We will pay. Here's 100 million berries. If it's not enough, we'll think a way to make up for it. If it really doesn't work, I can use this devil fruit as payment. If it really doesn't work, don't blame me for directly raiding your company's treasury. Nami thought this in her heart as she handed over the box full of berries. Barry reached out to take it and opened it. It was indeed filled with berries. Then he stuffed the money back into Nami's hands. The two wondered why he returned the money. Could it be that shipbuilding wasn't possible? Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Barry explained to them, "Forget about the devil fruit. We can't go underwater as shipbuilders. Besides, for shipbuilding, you need to talk to Mr. Iceberg." "Oh, I see. Then let's go find Uncle Iceberg." "Barry, can you lead the way?" Barry looked around. "All right, just consider a break. By the way, about those guys skipping work, they really tire me out today." Saying this, he led the two towards Mr. Iceberg's office. At this moment, Iceberg was handling the documents at hand. Usually, these tasks were taken care of by Khalifa, and he only needed to respond after Khalifa reported back. But for some reason, Khalifa was not here today. This was the first time since she became his secretary 5 years ago that she wasn't by his side. This work was indeed tiring, and Iceberg thought to himself that he might give Khalifa a few days off when she returned. As for whether she had encountered any danger, he wasn't worried at all. Khalifa was quite capable. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound, Iceberg put down his pen and rubbed his forehead. "Come in." The three people outside the door pushed it open and walked in directly. "Mr. Iceberg." "Oh, Uncle Iceberg." "Barry? Straw Hat Kid? What are you doing together? Is there something going on?" Iceberg was surprised to see them enter together and immediately asked, "It's like this. Luffy and Kaku are absent without leave today, and the shipyard is almost overwhelmed. Also, the Straw Hats want to build a ship. Is that so?" "I understand." Iceberg rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "How come even those guys are? If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. I have a lot of things waiting for me." Iceberg replied to Barry and then looked at Luffy and the others. "What kind of ship do you want to build?" Well, we're not sure either. At least something similar to the Mary. Otherwise, we can't sail on the sea. So, that means there are no blueprints, right? Then the company will design it. In that case, the cost will be a bit higher. Are you okay with that?" "No problem. But we need to be quick. We're in a hurry to set sail. If we place an order now to start making a lightweight triangular sailboat, including the design blueprints, it would normally take half a month, and the fastest would be 10 days. Upon hearing this, the two were taken aback. 10 days was not unacceptable. Originally, it would take a week to gather the records, so waiting a few more days wasn't a big deal. "No problem, let's go with 10 days. Since that's the case, please wait a moment." After getting an accurate response, Iceberg subconsciously wanted to have someone prepare the contract, but then he remembered that Khalifa was not around. So he took a piece of paper himself and started writing and sketching. Luffy and the others were confused and waited on the side. About half an hour later, Iceberg stopped. "The total cost for building the ship, including all facility fees, is 72.5 million berries. Take a look, and if there are no problems, we can sign the agreement." Red bean paste? The two were overjoyed. They thought 100 million berries wouldn't be enough. They didn't expect it to be only over 70 million, and they took the paper and kept looking at it. The price Iceberg offered was very fair, and even Nami couldn't find any faults. After signing the agreement, Luffy waved his hand, ready to invest all the money to make the ship bigger. However, he was met with a beating from Nami, who hoped to save the remaining berries as her private stash. After leaving a deposit, the two left the Carrera Company and needed to find a place to settle down for over 10 days. Great. Now the ship issue is resolved. We just need to wait patiently for the ship to be built. Yeah. A huge weight lifted off her shoulders, and a relaxed smile appeared on Nami's face. Not only that, but she could also save some money as a private stash. It was simply fantastic. All right, to celebrate finding a new ship, let's go find Sanji and have him prepare a big meal. Nami, you're just a glutton. At this time, it was already afternoon, and the sky was overcast. Sanji and the others had already settled comfortably in the prearranged inn. Lorin and the others also brought the demon ship to the dock in Water City, specifically to defend against the water gods. I don't think there will be any major problems. As soon as Luffy and the others returned, they saw a group of people feasting inside. Wow, you guys are so cunning. You actually took the opportunity to eat all the good food while we were away. Hey, don't act like we purposely kept it from you. This was caught by Lorin from the sea at noon. Wasn't it specifically saved for you? Oh, I see. Then I forgive you. Luffy reached out and started to eat heartily, asking while munching, "Hey, we're all here. What about Usopp?" On the way back with Nami, I heard there's a tsunami called the water gods coming. Regardless, he was once our companion. Should we go notify him? Upon hearing this, Sanji and the others laughed. Luffy's personality is like this. That's why they followed him onto the ship. Don't worry, you idiot. How could we forget? This morning, Chopper and I already went to inform him in disguise. So that's good. Not far from Water City, a world government ship was sailing on the sea. A cold middle-aged man stood at the bow, holding the bounty posters of Lorin and Robin, wearing a gentleman's hat and a black tailcoat with a scruffy beard. Behind him were 8 others dressed similarly. Commander Kungi, we should be arriving soon. Almost at Water City. We should make it before the rain starts. The middle-aged man replied without turning his head, his eyes fixed on the bounty poster. It seems like there's a storm today. Just in time. It'll serve as their farewell. I just don't know why I had to bring this along. Do they not trust my strength? I'm not some useless CP9. As he spoke, the middle-aged man pulled out a golden transponder snail from his pocket. Indeed, even if it's for precaution, it's a bit underestimating us. Just a mere 500 million bounty criminal. A woman spoke, and following her gaze, there were 10 Navy warships trailing far behind their ship. Each warship had a rear admiral or elite commodore standing on it. Among them were well-known figures from the headquarters like Weasel, Fire Mountain, Doberman, and Ghost Spider. The scale of these 10 warships was unprecedentedly huge, about twice the size of the usual warship seen, with remarkable draft depth, undoubtedly filled with cannonballs. What a headache. Don't worry too much, they probably 1T come into play. Even if the 5 elders say that man has the strength to rival an admiral. We have 9 people. Our main mission is the design of the Pluton. No need to remind me specifically. Becky, I remember. After we reach Water City, we'll look for the Pluton design. Hearing this, Kungi also remembered the mission assigned to him by the 5 elders.